of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every enemy list. Wired death. Dead bags. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. The cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been, what the future can be, Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being. According to a reviewer, Dyson's main claim is that the evolution of a conscious mind from today's technology is inevitable. It is not clear whether this will be a single mind or multiple.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turin adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be God while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes as 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a century. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and things like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. I've got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on,
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participation before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master tactics, techniques full of advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to this sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alabi brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nano-net filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is written. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes to hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with chrome. Like a program metal skull covered in the skin, heart routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
A group of people who want to rule the world. Hitler's second book was The World Order, the New World Order. The Council on Foreign Relations crowd are trying to establish today what Hitler established yesterday. But Hitler's been demonized. 85% of the people want a national ID card. They want what Hitler delivered.
We're living in the last days, what will be the prophecy? The seven-headed beast, place the hexagram upon the streets. Illuminati kamikaze, who are the real Nazis? Beware of the modern day Hitler. Your Masonic seals on your dollar bills suddenly transform into swastikas. 24 elders appear from the four corners as I recite verses from the scriptures. Angels ascend, the sky blackens, the sun turns into blood. Behold a pale horse rider from a distance. I see the four horsemen of the apocalypse. The entrance to the pyramids where the secrets of the lost ages are buried, wrapped up like mummies, uncovered like archaeology. This is the new discovery of the LCOB. Secret society, trying to keep the Illuminati propaganda, enslaved through legal tender, holocaustic brainwashing, superstate epicenter. There's nowhere to hide the great eyes on me. Entertainment industry, spiritual Zyklon B. Collectively collude to leave the free man slain, shepherding sheep into the concentration campaign. Run for your life to escape the Gestapo police. These are the real terrorists, and the fear won't cease. Capitus diminutia, engage in politics. Seers of Bavaria, worshipping the idol six. Totalitarian rule through conquest or consent. Total Aryan school, requested all the bombs sent. Yeah, you heard right, this is the new Third Reich. Double-headed eagle in flight, swoops like a thief in the night. As the prison walls harden, the parallel goals of Halliburton and IG Farben become apparent. Underneath the parent Union Banking Corporation of NYC heads up the distribution of our FID. Chips to make you slip into submission, become civilian citizens of neo-fascist jurisdiction. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Children of lost souls, crossroads, source flows in the valley of death. Don't step where the corpse grows. Ain't nothing magic like Angel and Copperfield. Novus, autosclerum on a Masonic seal. Illuminati hobby ill, follow what they fathers build. Eye of illumination stamped upon a dollar bill. Secret symbology, the circle in the prophecy. Skull and bones, scroll, lock and key, that's the policy. Raping the nation, the philosophy is Satan. The hypocrisy we facing like we got to be forsaken. Lost without a savior, burning the corpse upon a cross with our neighbor and toast the forgotten flavor. What? Neo-Nazi, fascism, the classism, collapse system that felt the venom when man bit him. When that's given, then nothing can ever come of this. The smoke and mirrors of shadow worlds that don't exist. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Secret society want my mind, soul, and my body, but I'ma stay incognito. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me.
Save yourself for others. Last days. Yeah. We live in the vicinity of enslavement, ruled by a trinity of cavemen who stole black virginity by plaguing inhabitants of Canaan, worshippers of idols that are graven, masterminds behind blood flooding the pavement.
What's the wavelength acceptable to air receptacles? Fear makes brave men susceptible to germ war festivals. Injectable, micro, implantable, stainless brain chips. You need survival manuals.
Describer of the annual demise of a whole tribe of animals. Hope without prescribes understandable. Modern day Delilahs paralyze the man in you. Solomon be wise and analyze who's damning you.
Famine flew through ya, human computer. Should've stocked cans of food on your maneuvers. Instead of being in the club scene, sipping Kahlua, crammed in the tunnel like rats in the sewer.
Yeah, the ghetto's Egypt being smitten by the 10 plagues. Drugs, diseases, war, etc. We pharaoh slaves like Musa. We here to raise y'all about the caves. Give y'all the proper nourishment so y'all can be saved.
My slang hits sports with unpopular shit. Sound painter on some fancy Ford Coppola shit. Am I divine or divine? It rhymes, waves a rap in the rhyme. The God's kids flipping in the times.
The system was designed to strip them in the mind, force them to the underworld and trick them into dying. Instead of looking inside, they praying to the sky. If there's a heaven in the afterlife, don't you wanna die?
Convulsions apply to your body from the airborne host. Right through your eyes and your nose. Why deny your contaminated clothes exposed deadly contact? Lungs collapse and crap combat.
Trapped by the oppressor, unemployed black professor. Cracking under pressure, now he's strapped as the aggressor. Turn amphetamine chemists cause we lack black investors. Damn cheddar fiends and finished feds attack and arrest ya.
Cardiac arrest be the recipe. Biochemical entities that slip into babies on spike. Bottles of Hennessy infecting us look. Professional crooks write medical books and the poor get shook.
By them crooks, shook hustlers get booked on drug warrants. Them suckers be in protective custody, turning informant. Submitting to corrupted officials and laying dormant till that day they found hung in they cell, slain in torment. Some have ears to hear and want paradise, others don't care. They want the glamour life, attracted to the aura of God. It got you staring right. Save yourself before the devil raise the Fahrenheit. A paranoid soldier don't care who he's shooting. He'll make us lose the war, interrogate who we recruiting. Understand people's army, be careful who we saluting. We need to organize like the great Huey Newton.
Evolution of the mind, pollution is the persecution of the blind. Give me a sign, God, to find a solution. Times is hard like that rock of Gibraltar. This sweet little water was laid in a coffin under the altar.
Culture, the essence, like many adolescents who were fighting drug wars without a vest. God bless them. So many times Satan tried to strangle my breath, had me dwell in the earth looking for my angel of death. Paranoid, scared to return on that eternal journey. When y'all learn me, y'all see carnal-minded shit don't concern me.
God, I firmly understand these events. We in the trench, in the war under the firmament, learning this lesson in life for Armageddonites. Get it right, reality bites you like a viper. Ghetto mothers, make sure your baby is attended to. My soldiers, always keep your radius defended.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I'm very blessed to have you guys joining me today. You know, obviously we're gonna move pretty quick today, right? So the people that miss it, you know, they'll have to, you know, click replay, or they'll have to ask us later what the deal is. You know, right? Because we got a lot of little moves that we're gonna make, and I'm pretty sure there's not gonna be that much participation, right? So you know, see, people have really avoided the regular streams we got, and for whatever reason, you know, we have been streaming a lot this week, right? So we did an extra stream yesterday, right? We also did one on Thursday, right? So if you guys happen to miss all that, right, it's because you may not be subscribed to the alternative channel, right? Cyber Caliphate, right? Those are sort of exclusively done on the Cyber Caliphate on the alternative channel, right? So, so we'll drop the link here for you guys if you guys haven't checked it out yet, right? Look like we got pretty good turnout, right? It's one of our more watched streams, honestly, on that channel. So we got the alt channel Cyber Caliphate. Right, we had lots of people come through for discussions yesterday. Right, we had Voy come through. So we appreciate his time, right? Okay, so the rest of the thing is, you know, obviously we've been talking about the pre-Socratics, right? And laying down a lot of stuff about the pre-Socratics and how that relates to the whole idea of transhumanism. Right now, the way I've been able to bridge the concept is through this notion about, you know, the logos or human rationality when it's reduced to this concept, right, as a bridge between nature and the divine. Right. So I've sort of condensed my research into some very palatable areas of interest, right? To sort of explain the basic concepts as they're formulated, right? And of course, the main idea that relates to all of that is this notion of natural law, right? That we've been getting into this notion of natural law, right? As a sort of mediator between the divine and the human realm, right? And natural law sort of combines reason with nature, right? And I guess the paradox is that they saw lots of intelligence in nature. They saw reason in nature, right? But nature was in a state of becoming, right? It means everything in nature relied on something else for its existence or preservation, right? So they said there must be a underlying principle behind nature, right, that gives it its particular character, right? And of course we're looking at how nature could function as a sort of mathematical system, and how this idea of a mathematical system relates to the notion that all is number, relates to the notion that man can be reduced to numerical, right? And this idea of how everyone can be reduced to natural nature, right, as a species being either, right? Or in the sense of equality, right, that we're all made in the image of God, right? That this notion leads to the notion of universalism, and how this notion of universalism was sort of extrapolated upon, right, in man's relationship to the state. Right, this is because they already had a notion where nature sort of intermediates between the human and the divine, and that was through society, through human civilization. Right, so it's a battle between nature and human civilization, right, over what we rely on, right, to define ourselves, right? And of course, this battle can really be seen between the Enlightenment philosophers and those who were in, the thought of Romanticism, right? That wanted to seek like sort of return to nature, right? And art, right? Instead of sort of science and reason. So the premier figures that we see as a result of Romanticism challenging the views of the Enlightenment is Hegel, right? And Marx, right? And these sort of guys, right? Right, so we've been talking about the notion of universalism as it relates. There's two notions, really, right? One is the notion of universalism, right? And I've explained that many different ways, right? It's how reason can be used to explain nature, right? As man is the measure of all things. The notion of universalism is a basic idea within the notion of humanism. Okay, as I've attempted to explain, but there's a whole nother idea that relates, right, to our mastery of nature. And that's the myth of progress, right? So these two ideas, right, universalism and progress, right, is sort of have to do with how we form a global identity as humans, right, as a species being, right, where man can be sort of universally understood, right, that the state could be made on a universal model of what man is to achieve, right, and that human society or human civilization henceforth, right, would not only be universalized, but also they would proceed in a state of progress, right? This is sort of the idea, from Michio Kaku, right? He said this notion of progress is stage 1 civilization, stage 2 civilization, right? And he said stage 1 civilization unifies the planet into a world government. Stage 2 civilization gets its energy from a host star, right? So, or something like that, right? You know, but yeah, in this whole idea, there's a built-in notion of progress, right? This is a very famous clip, right? So let me see if I could actually look this up for you guys. Stage 1 civilization, right? Michio.
Yeah, it's like they just want stage 1. The rest of them are just, you know, fantasy.
Yeah, we are a stage 1, a type 1 civilization, right? 4 types of planetary civilizations, right? Okay, so this one looks pretty short. Let's go to this one. Okay, so notice that in order to advance, we have to A, become globalized and have a planetary civilization, right? So that means that our various cultural forms of expression are not taken into account, right, in this universal goal, right? So there's a sort of, you know, so in that sense, right? Okay, so not only do things become universalized, but within this universalism, right, there's technological progress, right? That is the purpose of this sort of global civilization, right? So, so he assumes both things, right? That the purpose of humanity is A, to become a global civilization, and B, right, to engage in greater forms of technological advancement, right? So there is a very narrow and circular goal for humanity, right? Because it's we take because we use technology to grow out of the earth, right? Because we can no longer rely on the resources that this planet can procure, right? So we go become space pirates to gain new resources from other planets, right? And obviously there's an eventual death of the star, right? So we simply project humanity into a limitless future, right, where they keep on moving and farming planets for resources in search of technological advancement, right? So there, the goal of humanity is described 2 ways, as I stated earlier. One, through a sort of collective universalism, right? That means everywhere, everyone's goals should be the same, right, all around the planet, right? Right, and the second is, right, through this global enterprise, right, the main function of it is technological advancement, right? And scientific exploration that's it's based on, right? So he presumes the goal and purpose of humanity, right? And is very narrow goal and purpose, right? So let's see some of this. And I've never seen this video before, so I apologize if it's cringe.
Basis of energy. And if so, how advanced physicists have often wondered, are there signs of intelligent life in the galaxy? And if so, how advanced might they be? So we categorize these alien civilizations on the basis of energy consumption. Type 1 would be planetary. They control the weather. They control anything planetary.
Control the weather
of a planet.
Right. So, so see, control of of nature, right? You know, if you control the weather, right? I might say that you work within the ecosystem, but you're sort of manipulating, right? So yeah, so yeah, it's interesting. You know, presumption.
Then there's type 2. A type 2
in plain
civilization
sight.
has exhausted the power.
Right. So here's type 2. So type 1 already requires a world government, right? So I was correct in assuming, right? So type 2, you get energy from the sun, right? So I'm right so far about the advancement of these.
Of their planet, and they use the sun. They basically take the energy from their sun to power their machines. sort of like the Federation of Planets in Star Trek. Then there's type 3, galactic. They
Black
roam
holes.
the galactic space lanes. They play with black holes, sort of like the Empire of Empire Strikes Back. That would be a type 3 civilization.
Okay, so there you have it. So this is exactly so. You know, the main thing I'd like to extrapolate on is the idea about, you know, universalizing humanity's goals, A, and B, right? You know, the idea of progressing beyond our natural confines here on Earth, right? So it relates to the statement, man is the measure of all things, right? The quasi-humanism that's embedded within that statement, right?
Right.
And the notion that man can use his reason to master nature, right? Which was a sort of notion that is more defined as we move through time, right? But there's also the notion that man-made world could so engineer the human, right, as to totally procure his existence outside of those natural means, right? So we have an example of this in very early times. Actually, it's in Plato's cave, where he shows people that by using fire, they're able to procure symbols and images, and these symbols are used to educate you know, people who are bound up since birth, right? So these people are sort of brainwashed into believing that these images are images of real things, right? And they learn to worship and to mediate their growth based on the use of these symbols, which are projected on a screen, right, by shadows, right, that are created, right, these shadows are projected on a screen by the use of a fire, right? So the fire is creating these shadows of these images, right, which these people are told are images of real things. And as I said, they use these symbols to mediate their growth, right? So they have no relation to the outside world. Their existence is procured simply by understanding and complying with the use of these symbols.
Yeah.
Right?
Can I add something that is also relevant to this?
Yeah.
I think it's important. So, you know, the neuroscientists and also the, you know, a lot of computer scientists, they also are, you know, like deconstructing or looking at personhood in a very, you know, computational way, and also in a kind of way that can be, you know, molded, or like I'm not sure if you ever heard of this sci-fi novel, Diaspora by Greg Egan, and I'll just mention it briefly. Basically, it's about the future of post-human citizens, you know, software minds living in virtual policies, running at varying speeds, copying, forking themselves, and occasionally acting with the slower, embodied human remnants. It leads hard into rigorous physics and computation, mind as substrate independent information, identity as editable process, and cosmology, particle physics as plot machinery rather than their backdrop. So, you know, it escalates from local questions of personhood and community design to a cosmic scale crisis where understanding deep physical structure becomes a survival imperative. So it ties into ellul in one way, you know, where it shows up in the way their technique becomes the default horizon. Problems are framed as optimizations, and the moral world is rebuilt as engineering constraints inside the polis architecture. The citizens' freedom is real, but, you know, suspiciously illusion. Their autonomy is mediated by systems whose complexity and momentum make them feel inevitable, self-justifying, and hard to opt out of without becoming irrelevant. I'm almost done. So.
Yeah. Please take your time, brother. Your blessings. Yeah. This is highly. I like how it's relating to what I said about Plato's cave. But
yeah, it's relating to. Yeah, exactly. But, you know, that's another future possibility. Like, you know, people going into their own virtual realms or something.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Into the pods.
Yeah, into the pods. Yeah. That's not.
Yeah, so did you have more there?
Let me see. Do I have more there? Yeah. Let me think. What else do I have? You know, not really. Like, it seems to me that the technique, though, the end is ultimately dehumanizing, but it seems it can manifest in different ways. That's the thing. Like, it could be like going to space or something, or conquering new lands, or it could be like, I don't know, fusing into one big organism or something like that, or one big being, or it could be like, each going into his own virtual pocket or something like that. So yeah, ultimately all of them are dehumanizing. Really though. So yeah, that's the hard sci-fi. Yeah, because you were talking about Michio Kaku and stuff, so I wanted to mention
that guy's a nutter, right?
He is a nutter.
For sure.
Yeah. Same with
talk about Star Trek and stuff and real videos about science. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Same with Steven Pinker and who else? Neil deGrasse and there are a lot of them. Like what was that guy? Bill Nye. They all are techno progressivists. Techno progressivists. Yeah. Yeah. There are, like Guillaume Fayet, and there are many others who try to unite transhumanism with archaic values. It's called archaeofuturism. I have some issues with that too. Archaeofuturism. Yeah. It's good to look into archaeofuturism to critique them or something. Their arguments or something. Well, sorry if I derailed this. I just wanted to add something. Sorry.
Not at all. Not at all.
Don't believe so.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just started chewing on something, so I took down my camera for a second because I don't want to like munch and crunch it, in front of everybody. But the thing is this idea, in Plato, as he's saying, about the edited, people's personality being edited through this virtual means, right? Well, this leads back to this notion of the tabula rasa, right? That a person can be programmed, right, since birth. Now, what's very striking about the image of, Plato's cave is the man-made fire of the cave versus the natural light outside the cave that represents the sun, which also represents natural reason, right? Whereas the light inside the cave represents the opinions of men, right? And of social engineering, right? So he's saying that natural harmony points to a higher sense of reason that is beyond the cave, beyond anything that man could construct and program into the person, right? All it takes is one glance at the real light, right, for the person to become so shaken up that he'll never be able to view the images in the cave quite the same way again, right? Because they're told since birth that the light in the cave is the only source of any and all formulation of what is real, right? So
it could say also that it's like ionic light versus archontic light. You have the both are illuminating, but one's leads to further enslavement. The other leads to liberation.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And I think that's actually where Plato was going to it. He was trying to use Zoroastrianism as a higher form of religion against the religion of Athens, right?
So it's really weird that you're talking about this because after we just did our show, I was just thinking about like the idea of like programmable humans. Like it just in the back of my mind. And then as soon as I turn on your show, you're literally talking about programmable humans and stuff. I think that's very bizarre. That's very bizarre.
Well, Yuval Harari said that man will become a hackable animal. That's what Yuval Harari said. Yeah.
Well, there's no doubt. So I was thinking about that earlier, and I was thinking like, are some people more programmable than others, or is it just that sometimes it's more obvious that people have been programmed than others? Like, do you think that it's something that's quantifiable or qualifiable, like in a somewhat objective way, or do you think it's more of just like it's always subjective?
You asking me?
I'm asking everybody.
Oh, everybody. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think certain people have lost, like, as I say, they've sold their soul, right? So as a word, they have less of a ability to control their desires and all that sort of thing, right? So I think not everybody is imbued with the same sense of freedom, right? So, I mean, so this is the thing is, there's certain people who are in a state that, this is the thing about programming is that if you're successfully programmed, you don't know that you're programmed, right? And for those people, there's simply no way to have the ability to choose anymore, right? So this is the thing is certain people have given away their volition, right? And they've sold their soul and, so on and so forth. So to them, I mean, they have no capacity to choose, right?
Well, and I guess that applies to how we go about life, right? Like, and I think this is kind of the art that has been lost in a lot of ways. So what I mean by that is like that Carlin lady or whatever her name is, Boyashenko or whatever her name is. She was saying something like, well, this person's a queer liberal or whatever she was saying, right? But I was sitting there thinking, it's like, why would you want to go against like the queers who like are ultimate hackers and can do all these things? It's like, if they've lost their volition and stuff like that, and all you're trying to do is like access their programming and make them turn against you as your enemy when they've lost the volition to do so, like, wouldn't it be smarter just to realize like you can't change their programming because they don't realize they've been hacked or something? You see what I mean? It's like, and I was kind of listening to this thing earlier where it was like, Sam Hyde, and Sam Hyde said there's like a beta male third world problem or something like that. But what he went into was actually really interesting. He's talking about how people have been kind of so programmed that you almost need to be like deprogrammed into social relationships, like the pickup artists talk about. So the pickup artists talk about like deprogramming yourself so you become like you have more volition than the average person, and then you can kind of like set the tone of conversations and make change that way. I don't know. This is kind of like what I'm thinking about today.
Yeah, let me respond though. I think, I hate to say I'm kind of devil's advocate. I do think people are programmable, but it's not a good thing to do. It's an evil thing to do, because think about it, like torture and like, hard drugs and, MK Ultra shit,
Well, hold on though. Here's the thing. Let's say that you deprogram yourself and now you have the ability to reprogram yourself or reprogram other people. Is it wrong to deprogram and reprogram in a better way?
It depends on how deep they programmed you. You see what I'm saying? Like, some of the research they do on animals is very unethical, like optogenetics. They can actually manipulate and make, based on flashing lights, make certain, I don't know, mice or rats like move in certain directions, do certain stimuli. So like it depends like how much knowledge they have. It's called, it's very, let me tell you this, when I was in neuroscience and robotics, I realized none of this stuff is being done to truly help humanity or help nature or even the world. Because let me tell you, like, connectomics. Have you heard of connectomics? Like they use graph theory. Like they model the connections of the brain. They use like certain graphs. It's very mathematically intensive. I had a friend who was into that stuff, but it depends how deep they go into your brain. Maybe if they have like nanobots that are heavily advanced now, which is called quantum carbon dots, I mean, and they like, I don't know, like put micro electrodes or like a micro electrode array, you know, which they can do in a mesh, you know, that's the kind of shit Elon Musk put.
Well, let's be specific with it. Okay, I thought about this recently, right? Okay, let's say that you get some weird genetic cancer or something, right? And then you find out that 50,000 monkeys got dissected while alive to make the solution to this disease. Now, is it unethical for you to take the solution now that it exists?
Yeah, but you see, we're dealing with different questions. You see, you're jumping from one question to another question. You see, the question we were talking about was, can man be
That's
programmable?
narrow for you.
Yeah, we were talking about whether or not man was programmable.
Well,
that's what we were talking
well, it's not totally because here no, but it's related because here's the thing: is like if the solution to your disease is laid out before you, and you decide to take it or not take it, you know, isn't that kind of like somewhat taking away your moral volition because now you're in a position where, you know, the disease exists because of the technology, and now a solution to the disease exists because of the technology, and ultimately, you know, your morality in the situation is kind of removed from you, right? Because now you just have to make a decision in the moment. You know, do you want to continue living in a program reality, or do you want to just like accept your fate that was kind of like, you know, programmed for you to happen anyways, right? So
yeah, I mean, what you're asking is good, but is different from the original question. But I can answer that question too. You know, that question, I would say it has to do with, you know, the
okay. We'll reframe the question. We'll reframe your question then, because you're talking about neuro robotics or something. So
yeah, your original question was whether or not man is programmable, you know, and whether or not some men are more programmable than others. And now we're talking about the nature of ethics in regards to like whether or not you should take this kind of cure or medicine if it had lots of unethical research on chimps or like monkeys. But you know, the point is that technique and the industrial system is massively interconnected, and it's very hard to like deal with such difficult, it's somewhat morally ambiguous when you look at it in the context of the individual. But you know, I would say the system as a whole is not to the benefit of people because, you know, for example, you know, in the past, you know, depression was significantly lower. I think Skrbina said depression didn't exist at all in ancient Greece. He actually claimed that. And he also, you know, cancer didn't really exist. And, you know, stuff like using our iPhones can induce cancer, you know, like can like, you know, heat up your brain or cause some, you know, issues or neural deficits from using the, you know, phone for long periods, you know, because of radiation. Right? So, you know, the point is that we lose our autonomy.
Right, but that's the thing is like you don't really have a choice whether or not you want to use a cell phone or not, though. Like that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, right? So, and the same thing is like if you get a disease and it killed 50,000 mice or 50,000 children to get the cure, you know, is it immoral for you to take that cure that's been given to you with that the technology gave you the disease in the first place? So the technology gave you the disease. Now the technology gives you a cure that was obtained in a very immoral fashion. Like, are you immoral for taking the?
Maybe if you rejected a more natural way of being quote unquote cured.
It's a tough question, you know. I wasn't expecting it to turn in that direction. I would say that there's a difference between taking it versus affirming it. You know what I mean? Like saying the system I'm embedded in was for the best, you know, because I'm taking this. You see what I mean? Versus, you know, just taking it and trying to survive it while seeing the whole causal chain, saying, oh, this is unfortunate. It's better the system didn't exist like this in the first place. So I would say the intention or the justification you use is also important in some respect, you know, but the original question we were dealing with, which is what, you know, about how much programmable people are, I would say people with strong conviction, you know, strong virtue and belief, you know, the area I was trying to move it to is, can you break them? Like, can you remold them? That's a very evil thought. I would never support doing that. That's like MK Ultra shit. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the question of morality is something that I think is almost useless. I hate to say that because, I don't think that I think the moral considerations are very difficult for the average person and probably just as difficult for an expert who's looked into this. But I don't want to detract from what Machine ended on, because I think the fact that he's saying that, like, basically Plato was trying to was basically trying to, like, affirm that Zoroastrianism was superior to whatever the Greeks believed in before, which I'm assuming is like Solon or whatever it was. I don't know, but what do you I think that that's very interesting, because I know we've talked about that before, but I guess would you say that there was Jewish influence within Zoroastrianism at that point, or
Yeah, it's a difficult
or something
question.
like that?
See, based on modern scholarship and research, Zoroastrianism came from Balkh, Afghanistan. It came around Afghanistan, or probably around Kazakhstan, somewhere around that vicinity of the Oxus River. And in the north of the Pontic-Caspian steppes, what is called Angernovo, you had a lot of steppe people, the Scythians derived from them, and they were constantly engaging in cattle raids and stuff like that. And you had Zoroaster emerge, and he actually critiqued their excessive war and cattle raids, and then he created a kind of moral dualistic philosophy based on a theistic system in order to justify no longer endless cattle raids and stuff. And I think Nietzsche, maybe he realized that, and he called Zoroastrianism the first slave morality. I'm not sure, but in a way, Zoroaster was kind of like Jesus in the sense that the steppe community had exiled Zoroaster because he had tried to critique their warrior aristocracy. You see what I mean? And then he grew among I think, in the area of Bacteria Margenia archaeological complex. You see what I mean? But would I say it's superior and stuff? I don't know. That's very hard to say. There are some stuff I like about Zoroastrianism, other stuff I don't. It's difficult to reconstruct.
Well, do you think that
do I think what? Excuse me. Hey, sorry.
Let Machine go.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick that this whole idea of Zoroastrianism influencing Plato, right? Plato was influenced by Orphic Pythagoreanism, right? And the Orphic Pythagorean cults, they were influenced by Mithraism, right, which is a form of Zoroastrianism, right? So so there is a direct link between Zoroastrians. Now it's interesting also that Heraclitus said that you pray. Or he said the Pir Izun, was a creative fire, right? And in the temples of the Zoroastrians, they have the fire, the sacred fire, right? So I thought there was an interesting link between those two concepts.
Let's talk about that a bit. See, it's kind of speculative and it's kind of difficult, I think even the yin yang could have been influenced by the Tocharians. Some people argue that, but I haven't looked into that thoroughly. There were Tocharians too. They were steppe people. And near Western China, and
there's something like it said. I had a video that I put in one of my videos that was saying like the White Lotus clan and like the Shaolin monks and a lot of those like certain ideas came out of like this kind of proto Manichaeism, Mithraism or some shit. I can't remember exactly, but it was something like that.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to say. I actually have talked to scholars. I don't know if Zoroastrianism was monotheistic, ditheistic, henotheistic. It's very hard to tell in the very early beginnings, but it did have a dualistic principle to it. Like with Asha and Druj, based, the Gathas are the only part to be attested to go back to Zoroaster, the Gathas. And there are Achaemenid reliefs, the reliefs of the Achaemenids that seem to resemble the Gathas in regards to the truth and lie, have a very strict division between them, a determinate border.
The thing is that Plato in the Republic, he's saying like truth is like the light, and then the evil is like the darkness.
Yes, that is Zoroastrian.
he makes it the entire parallel there. So it's very strange. You know, a sort of relation. You know, there. Yeah.
Well, and so I just want to ask a couple of questions. And again, maybe this is totally relevant what you're talking about. I do think it's relevant, but you know, I could be wrong. So if it isn't, just ignore it. But how do you think that relates to the story of the divided line?
Story of the divided line.
You know, he has that other like parable. He has like the parable of like the divided line or some shit like that.
Story of the divided line.
Yeah. I'm drawing a blank on that one.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Analogy of the divided line.
Is this also from the Republic? It's. Yeah, can you elaborate, Nuero? What's going on with this?
Yeah. I had to look it up because I had to refresh my memory. So it's in the Republic. It uses the divided line analogy to illustrate how different mental states access knowledge with varying degrees of reliability. The line is divided into 4 segments, representing 4 levels of human understanding: imagination, belief, thought, and intelligence. And by the way, when you do cells, they use a four. They call it a 4 square as well, and right.
Yeah, this is from chapter 4.
So it's like images, shadows and reflections, objects, mathematical forms, mathematical objects, and the form. So again, I'm just saying that like, so you have like, so he's introducing this like Zoroastrian Mithraic, you know, like I guess egregore or something, like a different way of looking at the world. And would you say that like Heraclitus and stuff like introduced bits and pieces of it, and this is like building upon that, or was this like an actual total like revolution against whatever, you know, previous thought was there before?
Based on my research, you know, God is not omnipotent the way that, you know, in Allah or Yahweh is, because, you know, he's latently omnipotent. Like it's prophesied at the end times, Ahura Mazda will banish Ahriman, and then you will have the Pharaoh security, which is kind of maybe influence the idea of Tikkun Olam, maybe. And, you know, that's like, see, so like the world was formed by a cosmic battle, you know, and then you have like, you know, everything is an intermixture of, you know, the light and darkness. And, you know, those Zoroastrians, though, debated a lot, though, you know, Yasna 30.3, some of them were more monist, other ones were more like, I don't know, dualistic, other ones were more monotheistic, you know. So, you know, actually reconstructing the earliest Zoroastrianism is very hard, but there was a strict division between truth and lie, though. They didn't see the line as being porous or as being indeterminate, you see what I mean? Yeah. So it did probably influence the Greeks, you know, to a large extent, you know, but I think Zoroastrianism also had many different, you know, interpretations to it, like Zervanism, or, you know, but they did practice in orthopraxy. I think it's called orthopraxy. Like they can have different interpretations yet still do the same rituals or something. You see what I mean? Like, so yeah, because when Zoroastrianism emerged, you know, it emerged in a very distant part from Iran, and then it spread. And then it was, you know, like the symbol for Ahura Mazda come from Ashur of Assyrians, you know what I mean? The Assyrians were highly influential, you know. Ashur looks like the Ahura Mazda, the iconography.
Right. Well, specifically what I'm trying to, and specifically what I'm trying to get at is like how, you know, how much of what we think of as like, you know, Judaism or Christianity overlapped with this, like specifically, right? Like, and again, I'm not saying like,
well,
obviously, like I'm a Christian, so like I don't agree. I'm not saying that like I'm not saying that I believe that it's like 100% a ripoff. But what I'm saying is like, if it's true that Judaism was in Israel and all this, how much did they take of that from other places?
And so like,
did they have the same?
Yeah,
okay, but
there's
did they
a
have
book
the same like lineage?
Yeah, I can recommend you a scholarly book or a chapter in that book. But there are several things. If you look at the Qumran caves, the idea of a bridge to afterlife where you have a reward or punishment based on your deeds, you know, it probably came from both Zoroastrian and Egyptian influence. See what I mean? The idea of a bridge to afterlife, and in Zoroastrianism, it's called Chinvat Bridge. The Chinvat Bridge. You cross the bridge, and then the spirit Dana comes up, and it could be either a beautiful woman who takes you up to Ahura Mazda's house of song, but if you did a lot of bad deeds, then it turns into an old hag, and it drags you to Ahriman's lair. I think it was called. I forgot what it's called. The Ahriman's lair.
Yeah, it sounds like that movie by Sam Raimi, Drag Me to Hell or something like that. I think that's what that movie is about.
So the idea
Which
of
book are you talking about?
Drag Me to Hell.
Well, I don't know if you guys are
basically
aware
like
of the War Scroll, the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? The War Scroll. You guys ever seen that? The War of the Sons of Light against the Sons of Darkness. That's literally what it's called.
Vaguely heard of this, I think, maybe.
Yeah, this is from the Maccabean
maybe on
Revolt.
Esoterica's only place, maybe.
Yeah, this is actually
Interesting. Well,
yeah. So let me show you guys this. So this
Also,
sounds pretty Zoroastrian, honestly.
Also, I can find something too while you look for that. Yeah, I wrote about that stuff before, but I have to look into my notes. I can find it in like 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah. So you seen this, Neuro?
yeah, I was just zooming in. So is this like one of those Dead Sea Scrolls they just found in the last 100 years or something?
Right.
Or whatever. 200. Interesting. Yeah, I would love to know like what the actual validity of these are as far as like the timeline, because that's actually what I was actually going to drive the point. The point I was actually trying to drive home is like, what is the likelihood that the story of Plato happened at the time and place that it did, or is it an ex post facto like revision of
Okay, well, I can answer some stuff.
Maybe a different cause, and I would be very curious.
So Zoroastrian influence.
That's kind of what I was trying to drive at. Is like, and again, I'm not saying that to like discount Plato. Like, I don't think anybody can discount what Plato said, even if it's all fabricated. Like, I think there's a lot of truth in there, but it does seem kind of convenient and a little, as far as the way that they're trying to like present like the Dead Sea Squirrels and Elaine Pagels and all this stuff is like, kind of like a convergence of,
also
Pythagorean Orphism, like Pythagorean Orphic Pythagoreanism definitely seems to be like a major part of the secret religion going on, among the elites, I would say. Like, I think there's a lot of evidence for that, but
yeah, they may be critiquing the religion, that exists around the time. Like, for example, right, the Book of Enoch may be critiquing the pagan gods, right, and saying that these rebel angels came to earth and created the pagan gods, right? So the deities that the pagans worship is actually sons of the devil, right? Then the war of the sons of light against the sons of darkness is sort of like critiquing Zoroastrianism or something like that, or perhaps could be true.
But anyway, let me respond. So the idea of resurrection of the dead could have been a Zoroastrian idea too. Satan, Asmodeus is based off the diva Ashma. You know what I mean? And
interesting.
Yes, and so I have some other stuff. Let's see here. So maybe the struggle between truth and lie. That could also have been somewhat Egyptian too. Let me see here. Let's see here. Like the Day of Judgment, Yom Ha-Din, which is in Hebrew, maybe it's close to Zoroastrian Pharisheekriti, when fire cleanses the world of all evil or defilement. And the belief of the soul, paradise comes from an old Avestan word, paradisi, it means walled garden. The word paradise is etymologically traceable to Old Avestan. So the word paradise.
Before we get too far away from earlier Neuro's question, the answer is yes. Humans are programmable. It just depends on what type of programming you're talking about. Religion's been doing it for thousands of years. Only recently technologies come into the fray to do it physically. I mean, it's always just depends on different situations and such.
Maybe the word programmable isn't the best. I would say conditioned. You can condition people for anything. If you don't have moral restraint. You see what I mean? Like MK Ultra is just a form of extreme conditioning, which is unethical. You see what I mean? You can, is conditioning.
Which you can do with religion. You don't even really need to do it psychologically. I mean, religion is doing it psychologically, just in different techniques. Whereas people will die for their religion. They gladly accept martyrdom for their religion. So that's basically the same thing MK Ultra could ever dream of achieving.
Also, in the Goron, the Hordad and Armodad may have come from Avestan, Harvatati, and Armatati. You see what I mean? They appear in the Goron too. Those two have Avestan origin that were later made into angels, I think, or Hordad and Armodad or something. I think they were here, which is interesting. But yeah, you can condition people for anything. People are always being conditioned by the food they eat, by what they expose themselves to, by what they do, by what they consume. Well, I did repeat that. I'm kind of redundant. Everything is always conditioning your mind or your brain. It's called experience-dependent neuroplasticity. And of course, you don't want to get into contact with toxins like mercury or like lead or like asbestos. That will mess you up. It could actually degenerate your brain and degenerate your mind to some extent too. So I mean, like, yeah. So yeah, that's I wanted to say this one more time. Advertisements have billions of dollars put into them every year, so that way they can make the subliminal messages stronger, and then they can condition you better. You know what I mean? And technique is also the ultimate form of conditioning in some sense, because as you get preoccupied with it, it conditions you too. It makes your mind more obsessive with efficiency, and searching for the efficiency and the efficient ordering and that kind of stuff. You see, that's a conditioning too. Yeah. So I think the brain or the mind is malleable. You know what I mean? And it's not good to want to like control others and manipulate them and twist them to fit into the techno-liberal order. I mean, that's what the scientists do. You know what I mean? That's what. Charlie Kirk is in heaven with Yaku. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, Ellul kind of describes this entire process, right? In his little section on propaganda, right? And he's sort of talking about the conditioning of mass opinion. Here, I'll read a little bit of this. He says, the term supposes state action and also mass action on public opinion. However, the broader phenomenon we are considering here includes private action and individualized action as well. The prime considerations is the union of two different categories of technique, which yield this new system of human technique. The first is a complex of mechanical techniques, principally radio, press, and motion pictures, which permit direct communication with a very large number of persons collectively, while simultaneously addressing each individual in the group. These techniques possess an extraordinary power of persuasion and a remarkable capacity to bring psychic and intellectual pressure to bear. The second category consists of a complex of psychological and even psychoanalytical techniques. He goes on. Yeah.
Oh, sorry for interrupting. The movie The Devil Probably, which is directed by Robert Bresson, who's French also. I think he probably read Ellul, and because it's kind of showing how psychoanalysis and all of that exists to condition acceptance to modernity, and devitalize the obedience to the modernized system. Like it's conditioning you to make you more receptive to technique. You see what I mean? To being invaded by technique. And so.
Yeah, but this dual thing, the physical pressure, that's necessary for large scale communication, that has been mastered. It could be engineered through writing and books, obviously, but not as efficiently as it can through, communication technologies, right? That allows you to instantaneously communicate with mass number of people, right? And then obviously the psychological, conditioning, and of course, these are the two factors that we're looking at on a grand scale. One is the physical, just as I explained the last show, one is the physical, actual objective factor of power, which is the physical processes, right, in the technology. And the other is the techniques of social organization, right, or the human techniques, right, that function as a sort of cultural or social milieu, right, which the, mechanical, right, aspect of society sort of parasitizes off of this social pressure, right? So the social or psychological pressure that's emitted, right, through the physical means, right? This is essentially the whole thing, right? This is how the human becomes the object of techniques, right? And the method for controlling the human becomes the major feature within the technological society, right? As we've mentioned so many times, right? And so, the goal of the technological society is not to get rid of the human, right? But to sort of sublimate human choices, right, within the grand design, right? So there's a key thing. It wants to accentuate certain human qualities, right, while suppressing certain other ones, right? So yeah, blessings to the people that are here. We're gonna move to some music, and we'll continue on this road, right? And I'm gonna go move to different ideas about the pre-Socratics and how natural law and all that stuff, how they moved through it. We'll take a sort of a historical critique of transhumanism, right? How we've been doing, right? So we'll move from the from the times of the pre-Socratics, right, over to the ideas in the 2nd century, right, with the Gnostics and the Hermeticists and the Alexandrian Jews, and look at some of their thoughts, and then we'll look at the thoughts of the medieval times. Right, from there, we'll launch into a discussion of the 1500s, right, in the 1600s, right, in the development of certain occult movements, right, and also certain other ideas about science, right, and philosophy, right. We'll also look at ideas from the 1800s, right, where you've cataloged lots of ideas from the 1800s that are relevant to looking at the notion of universalism and the myth of progress, as I described in the introduction here, right. There's also those ideas from the 1900s, especially those from Mumford and ellul, right, that look at the the problem of technology on its own terms, right. There's also an article that I may or may not get to, right, read here. So we'll see how the show goes. We're already moving with a bit of quickness here. So I'll play some music, and we'll move to some new things. Blessings. There's like a couple LORP videos that I'll play here coming up.
Major league, guess why, what? Yo, at nighttime I send me a hustler's prayer for the hardest. You'll sell more drugs than the barges, the goddess. Sticking this dick in the dirt, or you half price killers. I'm flippy, I skirt, the shit is the hurt. You motherfuckers feel my presence. I'll be a white pimp like Kid Rock, robbing your boondocks. Shiggy diggity bang bang, we won't stop. Jiggy diggy dig bang bang, we won't
Tell me to rap, happy I'll be swearing I'm black. Want a platinum so bad I made my own plaque. Seeing facts, son you whack, son your whole crew. Son your mom, son your pop, son your whole two. Son the cops, son the floor school. Yo, I'm peeling it out. Call me little Steve Rifkin like you're dealing with loud. Back fingers cash round, two of the reals around. Fuck everybody else, I don't care they sound. We go round for round, pound for pound, track for track and sound for sound. Rack for rack, town for town, stand y'all ground. Back to back with Max and I put a cap in your ground. Get hottest in the world, step in the snare. Ready for the combatical, rap rhyme fanatical. After I battle, I time my high speed and shatter you. More than the truth, I'm an actual, you an actor, and it's all factual. Plus, you a faggot too. Nigga who suck on my dick, have to. If I gotta burn every rap in this game, that's what I'ma have to do. I ain't fucking around, homeboy, I point a gun at you. Take it to the studio or the avenue. However, whatever, nigga, I'ma do what I'ma have to do. That's how I'ma hit.
Fuck you bitch niggas thinking that you hot to death. Only thing hot is your breath, you need aqua fresh. Stop the press, tell them rock and rock the best. You think not, then I cock and pop your chest. Rock your flesh, in the dirt stinking, earth sinking. At the funeral your mom's playing Kirk Franklin. It's like blood on my knife and shit on my Timberlands. Bitches suck dick when I'm sick, I'm busting.
Yeah, we go round for round, pound for pound, track for track and sound for sound. Rap for rap, town for town, stand y'all ground. Back to back with Max and a little cap in your ground. Get hottest in the world, step in the snare. Go round for round, pound for pound, track for track and sound for sound. Rap for rap, town for town, stand y'all ground. Back to back with Max and a little cap in your ground. Get hottest in the world, step in the snare.
Mr. Drummond got his fucking dome in the face facing. I came in blazing, dropping and showcasing. Tied up the major staircase adjacent. Took him one flight with the copper lead weighing. Arnold Jackson caught some backslap abrasions. Willis had a joint in his hand, some purple Haitian. Cashed out the penthouse, bouncing green faces. Fuck, wish Charlene left that bitch butt.
Yeah, we go round for round, pound for pound, track for track and sound for sound. Rap for raps and town for town, stand y'all ground. Back to back with Max and a put a cap in your ground. Get hottest in the world, step in the snare. Round for round, pound for pound, track for track and sound for sound. Rap for raps and town for town, stand y'all ground. Back to back with Max and a put a cap in your ground. Get hottest in the world, step in the snare.
Yeah, blessings to all the people. So yeah, exactly. Yeah, no Diddy. Yeah, blessings to ESP revaluation. Let me see who's up in the chat here. We got Neuro, Jack, Jake, GT, MPC, the game was here. Moontan's here, Little Wing. Blessings. If you guys are still out here, I appreciate you guys. Obviously made in Empire's image. Right, let me put this up for the people. The alternative channel, right? And yeah, I greatly appreciate the people. But yeah, let me proceed here, right? This whole idea of natural law, right, is extremely important, right? But it becomes important over time, right? This whole idea of order within nature, right, is sort of a slow addition, right? And it keeps moving towards the notion of a cosmic mind, right? So this notion slowly moves towards a sort of more universal aspect, right? And that's what we're really going to see in Xenophanes, right? Xenophanes is really catalyzing, right? How God can be both a personal being, right, but also be sort of exalted from nature, right? So the God of Xenophanes is sort of closest to a lot of conceptions that we see today, right? Maybe it may be closest to the Abrahamic God, right? So that is an interesting idea, or maybe closer to sort of Zoroastrianism or Hinduism, right? Or those major religious conceptions, right? Where God is both master of nature, right? Dominant and in control of nature, but beyond nature itself, right? So this sort of idea starts to crop up in the pre-Socratics with the notion of natural law, right? So you already have this notion, right, that number is a thing that is sort of beyond nature, right? We saw this in Pythagoreanism, right? But the whole idea of these abstract principles, right? If I had to go back and go through a lot of the thinkers that we mentioned before, right? First was this notion of Thales, right? So in Thales, you have a quasi-pantheism. Remember, right? He said all is full of gods, right? So there's this notion of God existing, within nature, that there's a multiplicity, right, of gods as well, right? But the main issue is about a principle, abstract principle that exists within nature. Okay, as Anaximander said, right? That steers all things, right? So when we get to the notion of Anaximenes, right, he's sort of looking for an abstract principle that, can cause sort of rarefication of matter, right? To borrow a term from the text, right? So he's the first to sort of posit this ether-like substance. Okay, that sort of molds matter, right? When we get to Heraclitus, right, he's going to sort of extrapolate on this creative fire, right, that Empedocles also mentions, right? And Empedocles really talks about aether, right? Or in the Greek, right? It's they have the word for aether, right? So they have a sort of ether-like substance, right, that's mentioned in Empedocles, right? There's sort of a combination where the four elements sort of come from, right? Okay, now, how does this relate to the notion of Pythagoras? Right, well, Pythagoras talks about abstract principles being sort of superior to sort of natural forms. Okay. And so this idea that there's one underlying principle, right, whereby matter is defined, right? And when we get to Parmenides, he's going to bring in sort of this notion of the one, right? And by the one, they mean existence or being that doesn't rely on anything else. Right? So you have this notion of the one also in Pythagoras, if you remember, right? Okay, so it's interesting, right? The notion of the universal mind that's in Plato that sort of intermediates between universal concepts, right, universal laws, right, and matter, which is in a perpetual state of becoming, right? Okay, right? So that would be the universal mind, right? That does this intermediary work, right? Because otherwise, what would be the relationship between the forms and nature? right? There would be no relationship between the forms and nature, right? Okay, so let's move to some of this text, and I'm going to move rather quickly now, right, and jump to a bunch of different texts, right, that sort of talk about these abstract principles, right, and how they relate to the natural world. And remember, right, when we get to the Gnostics, right, they had to create these intermediaries, right, these emanations that exist between God and the natural world. Okay, to reconcile the divine spark with sort of the spiritual substance, right? So this is the thing, right? So they had to invent these mediaries. This is why they sort of relied on Plato's philosophy sometimes, right? Some of the Valentinians. But I think Valentinus mentions the logos in his poetry. He does, right? So, as I said, let's go to Xenophanes, right, and see where he's at with some of these ideas, right? So let's read a little bit about him. It says here, Xenophanes was born in Colophon on the coast of Asia Minor, not far from Samos and Miletus, right? Okay, a contemporary of Pythagoras, right? He's going to go against a lot of the contemporary thinkers. Okay, he's going to go against the idea of anamnesis, right? He's going to go against the idea of, you know, sort of this notion of an abstract principle as organizing nature. Right, as I said, he's going to talk about God as a personal being. Right, so it said he too left the region and traveled westward, possibly to escape the Persian conquest of Colophon in 547. By his own account, he then spent 67 years tossing my thought throughout the land of Greece, quote unquote, he said. A wandering poet and philosopher, he wrote not only about drink, love, and war, but also about nature, the divine, and knowledge. Okay. Finding fossils of fish inland, for example, he deduced that water had once covered the earth. Perhaps on the basis of such empirical observation, he projected the cosmic cycle of generation and destruction, in which sometimes water, sometimes earth prevailed. So interestingly enough, he's not one of the only thinkers to mention something like a global flood happening. Right? We know that Mencius and the Hindus and the Zoroastrians, right, and also Plato and others also mentioned something like a global flood. Right? Also the Babylonians mention it. Right? So indeed there's a lots of mentions in ancient times of a sort of global flood event. Right? So take that what you will. There's numerous mentions. Right? So it says more novel than his natural theories were his theological verses. And by the way, those examples, those are just only the examples we've uncovered on this show. I'm sure there's dozens of many, like others, like Africans and Native Americans and Dogons and all sorts of people that talk about some sort of global event like that, some sort of global cataclysm like that, right? So, you know, those are just the ones I could think of off the top of my head that I could provide references and sources to on the show, right? But yeah, I'm sure there's many others. Right, but it says more novel than his theories were his theological verses. Okay, I just read that written in traditional meter of epic poetry. These criticize Olympian religion. So that is a key theme as well. Okay, Pythagoras, Xenophon, right, Heraclitus, Plato, they all seem to challenge the religion of Homer. Right, they didn't agree with it. Right, they thought it was bullshit. Right, they thought gods fighting with each other is bullshit, that there's multiple gods, that's bullshit. Or they said nature is so perfectly ordered, but yeah, gods are all fighting with each other. They said, yeah, right. Right, that's why they said, well, there's got to be one God that has limited qualities that just controls nature, right? But his thoughts have to rely on some sort of abstract principles of reason, right? This is what most of them came to the conclusion of, right? As I stated many times, right? Well, Xenophanes was not of this sort of understanding, right? He thought that the God has to transcend nature, right? Okay, but he agreed with the philosophers that there could only be one God, right? Okay, so these are two qualities of his philosophy, right? And so he criticized the Olympian religion and introduced a new sort of divinity, right, into Greece, free from, it says free from the immortality of the Homeric gods, free from the racial specificity of national gods, free from human form altogether. Okay, his one God was all-seeing, all-thinking, all-powerful, and though entirely immobile himself, shakes all things by the thought of his mind. Xenophanes' God thus resembles the Middle Eastern monotheisms, but he neither creates the world nor reveals himself to it. He could be known only through human inquiry. Okay. So Xenophanes was nonetheless conscious of human limits. He was the first Greek philosopher to distinguish between knowledge and mere belief. Right. So this is a huge idea that we were talking about in Plato, right, where he's talking about opinions and beliefs versus knowledge, and the light represents the inherent goodness, right, whereas the artificial good or the inherent good is blotted out by the instrumental good or man-made good, and so on and so forth, right? So these are all distinctions that Plato makes. And we'll see that Heraclitus and Parmenides, they're sort of make a huge notion about this, right? Okay, Heraclitus uses the concept of the logos, right, which fashions all things, right? Sort of rational being, right? Whereas Parmenides, right, talks about how the truth, okay, and one and goodness are sort of all linked together, right? Right, and that all possibilities are linked to existence, what exists. Right, so he says, from nothing, nothing comes. So he says mind and existence and being and all these things are linked, right? And change and non-existence, these things are simply illusions. Right? They're falsehood. Right? Whereas truth is in the opposite of those, right? And existence and being, right? Anyways, let me proceed further with these with this here. It says he says it says he seems to have concluded his book with these self-effacing words, quote, "Let these things be believed as resembling the truth," unquote. Despite his caution and despite the shortage of arguments in his extant fragments, Xenophanes' critique of anthropomorphic gods and his vision of an intellectual God was assumed by subsequent Greek philosophers who wrote about the divine. Okay, so let's read some of his thoughts about God. Find these little fragments here. Right, because this will be the guy, the pre-Socratic that we're dealing with today, right? We've dealt with a bunch of them that I've mentioned before, right? Okay, all the ones I mentioned before, we read a bunch of, stuff from this text here about those pre-Socratics, right? So we're simply recording tons of different material. Right, and the main issue here is this notion of natural law and how God, right, or this abstract principle, right, transcends nature. Right, the way that it's discerned is through human reason. Right, so that puts reason as an intermediary between God and nature, as I've continuously stated. Okay, let me proceed. And we've already gotten to almost 2 hours into the show. So I don't know how far I'll get, honestly. Let me drop the link again for the people. Blessings.
Yeah, also I wanted to fix something when I was talking, I got my mind was scrambled, but yeah, Harut and Marut.
Harut and Marut. Yeah, they're mentioned in the Quran in Surah Baqarah.
Yeah. I was referring to them. They actually come from the Emisha Spantas, Harvata Tat, and Amara Tat, from Zoroastrianism. Harut and Marut. They come from Zoroastrian angels. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. So they are good in Zoroastrianism?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
So Surah Baqarah is really against everyone. It's like it says negative stuff about Christianity. It says negative stuff about Zoroastrianism. It says negative stuff about the Jays. Right, but ultimately it says that Jays, Sabians, and Christians are people of the book. Right, so it's interesting, right? It sort of does a lot of, reconciling, but also it argues against those types of religions. Right, so it says A, they have the truth, but B, they've corrupted it or they've been misled in some way. Right, so this is
the way the Islam differ from Christianity and Zoroastrianism is in Islam is a test. God is putting this stuff as a test. Whereas that's right. So that makes sense.
Me and Unseen had an interesting sort of mini debate about it recently, about this question about if it's God that saves you or your own human effort. That's one whole issue, right? And then the second issue is about free will, right? So it's interesting because not only do I believe that right? That we should try to change society, right? That we're saved by, you know, our own actions, right? By what we do, right? The good and bad that we do in the world, right? Christians generally don't believe this, but they believe in free will, and generally Muslims believe less in this notion of
Sans
free will.
Calvinists.
Yeah, yeah, they believe God's in control of everything, right? So, you know, they simply don't have an equivalent notion to, you know, these sort of debates, and they sort of had a debate between the Mutazilites and, you know, the Sunni Muslims, right? And it sort of came to the conclusion, right, that, you know, the Mutazilites had said that God does not have free will, right? Because he sort of, you know, has to obey certain laws and, you know, of justice, and, you know, and they ascribe total free will to humans. And, you know, there was a huge debate between the Mutazilites and, you know, people like Ibn Hanbal, as Islamic scholars,
Well,
traditional
if you look
Islamic scholars.
into every tradition, you find dialectical tensions. Like in Buddhism, you had, you know, Hinayana. They called the Theravadins Hinayana, the Mahayanas, and that's kind of insulting. Hinayana is an insulting thing to say. But also in Zen, you had the debate between sudden versus gradual enlightenment. In Chan Buddhism, you see, like, and it's split into Northern and Southern schools. So some scholars debate that, but the point is, you see this kind of debates everywhere, right? Like among the Greek philosophers, and everywhere you look and you get into something deep, you're gonna see dialectical tensions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Muntan says, however, angels have no free will in Islam, so Allah wanted to be. No, they're angels in Zoroastrianism. They're demons in Islam, right? So that's the interesting part. They're not angels in Islam.
Yeah.
So
Also,
There's no
Zoroastrians revered the dogs.
Just jinns all the way down.
Yeah, jinns all the way down. Exactly.
Also, this is an interesting thing. Zoroastrians revered dogs.
Very interesting.
Yeah, Zoroastrians revered dogs, but they didn't like cats. So when the Arabs invaded, it kind of reversed. You see, they like the cats, but they dislike the dogs. See? So that's kind of interesting contrast. Right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right, Muntan. Yeah, it seems like there were jinns in Islam, right? So yeah. So Islam is saying they're being falsely identified, right? Most likely.
I'm going off on a limb here, but I think superstitions regarding black cats probably came from the Sassanid Empire. It probably came from the
Interesting. Yeah.
I have a theory about that.
Yeah. Okay, so let me read some of this. So it says here, it says Homer and Hesiod have ascribed to gods all deeds which among men are a reproach and a disgrace, thieving, adultery, and deceiving one another. Right, so this is also a complaint that Plato made. Right, he said, how could gods that, you know, are superior to humans have the same vices as humans? Right, they thought this was actually, they thought rationally it couldn't be the case, right? That that gods would be either competing for power or have the same deficiencies as humans, right? The last thing that Xenophanes adds, right, which is interesting, is that God cannot be represented as a human, right? Thought that was probably not likely to be true, right? And that goes to the fact that the Platonic and the Aristotelian philosophers sort of describe God as sort of a cosmic mind, right, and not as a sort of physical being, right? So they saw God as immaterial, right, and that furthered the process of removing God from nature, right? Right? They said, how could God have parts? Okay, so okay, I'll go to the next one. it says mortals believe that gods are born and have human clothing, voice, and form. Okay, Ethiopians say their gods are flat-nosed and dark. Thracians say that theirs are blue-eyed and red-haired. So he's saying this simply cannot be the case. Right, simply cannot be the case. He says if oxen and horses and lions, if oxen and horses and lions had hands and were able to draw with their hands and do the same things as men, horses would draw the shapes of gods to look like horses and oxen to look like oxen, and each would make the gods' bodies have the same shape as they themselves had. Now here's from Aristotle. He says Xenophanes used to say that those who say that the gods are born are just as impious as those who say that they die, since in both ways it follows that there is a time when the gods do not exist. So he's saying that it's ridiculous for gods not to be eternal, right? For them to be born, come into being, and then be destroyed, right? That means their existence is relying on something else. I mean, they're not superior to nature, right? So Aristotle thought that was ridiculous, right?
And this is a weird thing to ask, but do you know anyone into Mesoamerican mythology or something? Like, I'm just curious because maybe to contrast it, because South America was isolated for most of history. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they had complex inventions like Western Europe or like Eurasia. You see what I mean? Or like West Eurasia or something. Like, maybe that's interesting to see why, in terms of the philosophy or whatever, like contrast. You see what I mean? Like the Teotihuacan, you know about Teotihuacan from Mesoamerican mythology. Teotihuacan. Like, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it. Teotl.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, but elaborate what you, because this is interesting. Line of thinking, of course.
Yeah, because you see, I don't know, I have to research it more, but you see, South America, they had a rich culture, and they had civilization and trade routes. Like I remember learning about that from about the South Americans and Native Americans, stuff like that. But they didn't really like become technologically advanced the way West Eurasia did. And Teotihuacan is a philosophy too. I think it's like a kind of idea of like a creative becoming or something, like more like they see nature as creative, but I don't, and the kind of like a cosmic cycle and stuff, like in the Mayan and Aztec architecture, you can see that in their philosophies too, based on what we can recover from them. I mean, it's interesting to like see why the Mayans or the Aztecs, their philosophies, and how it kind of diverges from West Eurasia, and so maybe that way you can pinpoint, where the issue is genealogically to the just by subtraction or something. I mean, like the advent of the industrial order or something. You see what I'm trying to say, though? Or like it was just a thought.
Totally. Yeah, I think the Hopi had a lot of very interesting ideas too, and from what I've heard,
yeah, basically Teotihuacan is the Naho or Aztec concept of an impersonal, sacred, dynamic energy or process that underlies and animates all reality rather than a personal god, at least among the Aztecs, and Aztecs did not really have, at least from what we're told, they didn't have advanced technology like like a mechanical clock. I mean, mechanical clock is actually very complex. I mean, the mechanical clock. People think mechanical clock is so simple. Not really. I mean, it actually does require a lot of finesse or something. I think mechanical clock was made 13th century. in Europe. So yeah.
Yeah, I think they have like stuff like, they have some type of idea like God in certain Native American traditions that I've heard of.
Yeah, so it's a world I haven't explored that much yet, but I am interested in the future to explore it more. It will be interesting to find someone who knows more about that stuff. It seems underappreciated. Is what I've noticed. The Mesoamerican stuff.
Totally.
Yeah, this from the Hopi creation story. It says the earth and water he divided into places from which life could spring. The mountains and the valleys and the waters were all where they belonged. Then Sotugnang went to Kiowa and said, quote, I want you to see what I have done, and I have done well, unquote. And Kiowa looked and said, quote, it is very good, but you are not done with it. Now you must create life of all kinds and set in motion according to my plan, unquote. A fake owl hooting pops out of a fake tree, so a few words are obscured, and went into a space and gathered substance to create his helper, the Spider Woman. Quote, look all about you, Spider Woman, said Sotuk Nang. Quote, here now is endless space, but in the world there is no joyful movement, the world, unquote. Then the electricity goes out. It says that this was announced on a speaker system. Wait, hold on. Where is this from? Is this from a movie? Yeah, this is interesting. But yeah, anyways, this story about the Spider Woman. But yeah, it looks like there's like what is this guy? Sotuk Nang. Is that a creator deity? Four worlds. According to Hopi legend, when time and space began, the sun spirit Tawa created the first world in which insect-like creatures lived unhappily in caves. With the goal of improvement, Tawa sent a spirit called Spider Grandmother to the world below. The Spider Grandmother led the first creatures on a long trip to the second world, in which they took the appearance of wolves and bears. As these animals were no longer... Yeah. Yes, these animals were no happier than the previous ones. However, Tawa created a new third world, and again sent Spider Grandmother to convey the wolves and bears there. By the time they arrived, they had become people. Spider Grandmother taught them weaving and pottery, and a hummingbird brought them a fire drill.
Third world problems. Got him a what? Fire drill?
Yeah.
That's some esoteric stuff, like not like European esotericism. I'm sure they got their own kind of deeper meanings in there somewhere that are custom to them.
Yeah, seems like evolution, right? It's weird.
What book was that from? Or what was it?
I'm just reading from Wikipedia here, so I don't know.
Okay, give the Wikipedia link on the private.
Yeah, of course. this is in the section that says 4 worlds. So it says there's 4 worlds that were created. And so yeah. So so people became a thing in the 3rd world, right? So yeah. So that's according to Hopi
I
mythology.
don't really like spiders.
Right. Yeah, I love spiders, honestly. I think they're pretty creepy for sure, but yeah, they're still interesting in the sense that they draw things into their like later instead of like going and looking for, it's an interesting way of attacking, right? What's interesting is another weird thing is that I put the spider web cover on like one of my shows, and 5 people watch the video in the last 48 hours. It's a really old video, so I'm wondering like who's watching this video. Right? Remember this
they got caught in the trap, I guess.
Yeah, it's weird. In the last 48 hours, right, I'll show you guys, right? This video I made, it says I made it 1 year ago. Right? So I wonder what's the deal there. Right? That 8 people,
and in that
range
distance,
5 people clicked on this video here, right?
Back when Rant was on panels.
Brown's Boy, we got Generally Specific, we got Demolished Doctrine, we got Based Oracle, he's no longer around, we got Pill Eater, we got Sanity Machine, we got Provo Planet on the panel, we got Benjamin on the panel, we got Toilet Bowl. Yeah, we got Toilet Board at some point. He joins too at some point in this.
Bunch of shenanigans.
So this episode is just bananas, and right. I was looking over that episode. Holy smokes, we had a lot of weird stuff going on. Barely any participation now. It's just strange how things change, for sure. But yeah, and that was one of our like 12-hour shows. It had like 1,000 views. So by talking about philosophy and not engaging with these shows, actually we've engaged more with those other shows now, but they seem to be afraid of us, or no, whatever, we're blacklisted as it were. So that is a significant aspect.
Yeah, I don't mind being blacklisted by those clowns.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Recently, lack of engagement. So let's move on here with the Xenophanes, right? He said Xenophanes used to say that all those. Oh wait, I skipped one. It says, oh wait, no, I didn't skip that one. It says Xenophanes used to say that that those who say that gods are born are just as impious as those who say that they die. Oh wait, I did read that. Right. I did read that, right? So he's saying that how could there be a time when gods don't exist or come into being, right? That's this nonsense, right? So here's the main one. He says, God is one, greatest among gods and men, not at all like mortals in body and thought. So there's a great so he's saying God cannot become man. It's no way possible. Right, here's a total interesting denial of sort of this Promethean idea, right, of transhumanism. Seems to totally go against it. Right, man, there's no chance in man becoming God, right? God is not some sort of useful fiction that we've created that we can use as a thing to transcend nature. Right, he's saying that's wishful thinking, because here's the big news: God actually exists, and you can't be like him at all. Right, your arms are too short to box with God. Right, this is what he's saying, right? So, anyways, he says that all of him thinks, all of him sees, all of him hears, But without effort, he shakes all things by thought of his mind. He always remains in the same place, moving not at all. Nor is it fitting for him to go to different places at different times. So here's this idea that through God's stillness, he moves all things with his mind. Right? Yeah, I love this. I love that story too. Yeah, that's dope, Moon 10. Yeah, I love that story, and I love that the spiders and the Hopi stuff. I always save the spiders. I take them outside. Spiders are huge for me. Spiders and octopuses. They're huge for me. I think they're some of the most intelligent, creative beings on the planet. Yeah, I think we have a lot more in common than spiders and octopuses than we do monkeys sometimes, honestly.
Can you repeat what you just said about this? I just got here about the octopuses and spiders.
Well, I just think they're very creative beings, and I think that we have a lot in common with them. The way
I actually read a very good book on octopuses. Very, very good book. It's called Other Minds by I can talk about it a bit if you're interested.
Yeah, I am very interested in that subject. If you want to talk about that, yeah.
I'll just bring up my review and read my review because that's what I prefer. I'll just bring up the review. Yeah, the octopuses are very cool. Yeah, octopi or octopuses. Yeah, they're very cool. Here we go. Yeah, I'll just share the screen and I'll read the review if you're interested. Yeah, here you go.
Yeah, awesome.
Here you go. That's it. Yeah. You can share the screen, yeah, or because I'll read from it. Yeah, okay. That is the book I read, Other Minds by Peter Godfrey Smith. Basically, I read it recently. I read it around May 24th, 2025. I was struck by how vividly Peter Godfrey Smith brings cephalopod evolution and cognition to life. While this review can't cover every detail in a book so packed rich with insights, it highlights the main threads that captivated me. He starts by tracing the rise of complex active bodies, animals capable of rapid movement, object manipulation, and sophisticated sensing, to just three groups: anthropods, chordates, and cephalopods. We're actually chordates. From a modest bilaterian ancestor before the Cambrian, life built ever more intricate forms and behaviors. Within the cephalopods, a deep split gave us 8-armed octopuses on one branch and 10-armed squids and cuttlefish on the other. Remarkably, most of an octopus's neurons lie not in a centralized brain, but distributed throughout its arms. So their intelligence shows up in what they do rather than any familiar anatomical blueprint. What follows is a vibrant tour of octopus ingenuity. In aquariums, some captive octopuses have learned to squirt jets of water to short-circuit lights when no one's watching. See, that's very interesting. They have learned to squirt jets of water to short-circuit lights when no one's watching, and they even modulate their antics depending on whether they're observed. Out in the wild, individuals gather half shells, carry them like mobile shelters, and assemble them into protective spears as they stilt walk across the sea floor. So they can take 2 coconut shells and use it to build a house, kind of. Godfrey Smith shows how each arm balances central guidance via vision with its own local autonomy, fine-tuning movements on the fly during foraging. This seamless loop of sensing and acting perfectly illustrates embodied cognition, the idea that mind and body are inseparable in every instant of experience. See, when I write a review, I'm just summarizing the book, condensing and summarizing. He also contrasts the fleeting lives of most shallow water cephalopods, who breed once and then die under heavy predation, with the deep sea Ganlodon Pacifica, which may live up to 16 years in cold, stable waters. On coastlines like Octopolis, octopuses collect discarded shells to build artificial reefs, creating surprisingly rich social interactions across generations, despite their generally brief lifespans. Yeah, I'm almost done. See, finally, Godfrey Smith ties cephalopods into broader questions of consciousness and neuroevolution. He examined split brain phenomenon and the ventral dorsal visual streams, one for object recognition and the other for real-time navigation. This actually applies to human brains also. There's a ventral dorsal visual stream where one is for for object recognition and the other is for real-time navigation. To argue that a unified sense of world, time, and self emerges when these parallel pathways integrate. So it's about the parallel pathways integrating. Drawing on Barr's global workspace theory, he likens inner speech to the octopus's rapid color change broadcast, both forms of information integrated and broadcast within a nervous system. He closes with a sobering reminder that human-driven changes like acidification and dead zones threaten these extraordinary creatures and the deep evolutionary history they embody. Yeah, so I was just summarizing the book. You know what I mean? I write summaries of the book. I don't really review. I just write summary, impartial summary. But yeah, it's pretty cool because cuttlefish can change colors in a very rapid way, you know, and they can like communicate with their changing their colors and stuff. The cuttlefish, you know, sometimes it can look cosmic. It can look cosmic basically. Let me see here. You can look at some videos of that too if you want, but it's pretty cool. You see here, yeah, they're pretty, right. The rapid color change broadcast, you know, like their skin, kind of like almost like the TV and the pixels. They can like change the receptors. They can change the colors and like alternate the colors and like communicate rich information that way over it. So yeah, that's the review. The octopuses are cool. Yeah, they are cool.
Yeah, that's insanity. And the fact that they like they're seeing and thinking with their skin. You know, it's kind of weird. I know, like their brains are distributed throughout their body, and it said it's more what they do and their behavior that suggests their movement than any anatomical concentration of intelligence or whatever. So that's actually fascinating. I know like fungus actually behaves in a sort of
Yes, I have a review on fungus too that talk about some real stuff about it. If you want, I can read that review too about the fungus and the slime molds. You know, I read it.
Yeah.
You want to
Yeah,
read the
sure,
review?
Yeah.
So it's okay if you, I don't want to seem like I'm taking up too much of the time, but
no, it's related though. So.
Oh, sure, yeah. I'll give me 1 minute because right now.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I will read it. Yeah, just give me 1 minute because the Goodreads is acting up. Like I don't know what the hell is going up with. Yeah, okay, it's working now. Yeah, I'll bring it up. You know, see it. Yeah. This is I like studying the world. You know, world is the fancy word of different beings. You know, and like just imagining what it's like can be surreal. So let me see here. Here's the stuff about the fungi and stuff. This is a good book too. Actually, this book got popular. You know, this review is a little bit bigger though. I read this one like it is Entangled Life. I'm not sure if you heard about it by Merlin Sheldrake. I read this one November 26, 2022. That was like 3 years ago, but it's a very fascinating book. It's a fascinating, dense book about the world of fungi. In contrast to animals and plants, fungi are a separate kingdom of life. There are approximately 4 million known fungal. You can hear me, right? Like I have my.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There are approximately 4 million known fungal species on Earth, but we only know about 1% of them. So there are like 4 million species, but we only know 1%. Initially, we learn about how fungi reproduce by spores, and then we learn about their basic anatomy, such as their hyphae, which are thread-like and tubular. Hyphae are tubular cells with intricate branching and thread-like pathways. In contrast to animals, hyphae do not grow by cell division. As a result of lysis, a type of degradation, cells can be added to the apex of the cell wall and elongated. So the hyphae don't grow by cell division, they grow by lysis, which is a type of degradation where they can add cells to the cell wall and elongate. A composite of hyphae is called mycelium, the white stringy substance you see. A mushroom is also known as a fruiting body of fungi, but not all fungi have one. Technically speaking, we are always inhaling and exhaling fungal spores. Furthermore, the way fungi form intricate branching path structures is decentralized, as each tip of each hyphae can be compared to an individual. But when considered as a whole, it is an emergent phenomenon. When entities have properties that cannot be inferred from their parts alone, they are referred to as emergent phenomena. Sheldrake provides examples of emergent fungal phenomena. For example, one fungus's hyphae may discover a woodblock to devour, and the fungus's collective behavior changes as a result. There is still debate surrounding how large fungal networks are able to communicate with one another. As part of his analysis, Sheldrake explores possibilities such as action potentials or changes in network pressure. From here, we learn how fungi are entangled with all of life. In almost all ecosystems, they are crucial decomposers, as you can see in fallen wood. Without them, wood would not decompose at all to facilitate the delicate cycle of life and death. However, mycorrhizae and lichens were my two favorite topics. In particular, underground mycelium networks provide a complex adaptive system that helps plants and trees called mycorrhizae. Mycorrhizae underlies many forests, especially old-growth ones, and can cover miles with enormous species diversity, allowing roots to communicate complex information. Trees and mycorrhizal networks are inseparable. The fungi provides trees with minerals like phosphorus, while the trees provide the fungi with carbohydrates and lipids. The reciprocal network is often described as mutualistic, but that may be oversimplifying, since some species of fungi behave differently. In other words, the tree and its fungal connections cannot be understood as existing apart from each other. As an example, if aphids attack one tree, the mycorrhizae can send information to the other trees in the network to release plumes of volatile compounds. This will attract parasitic wasps that prey on aphids. Sheldrake also explains in detail how mutualistic mycorrhizae are proving to be more effective than fertilizers and pesticides in aiding in the cultivation of vegetables and fruits. The soil, which is alive with mycorrhizae, is adversely affected by pesticides and fertilizers much of the time. And so, Merlin Sheldrake's description of how fungi like mycorrhizae are living complex adaptive systems fascinated me the most. In complex adaptive systems, constituent elements can be seen as existing within a web of processes, sometimes forming self-organizing nodes of dense connections. However, their fluidity and dynamism allow them to reform or form novel connections, as well as fuse and diverge from various paths of the dynamical network. Coalescing dynamic processes produce emergent properties that cannot be predicted by standalone components. Therefore, removing and reductively analyzing components from the procedural network will not provide a thorough understanding. To quote page 175, entities that behave in these ways are loosely termed complex adaptive systems. Complex because their behavior is difficult to predict from a knowledge of their constituent parts alone. Adaptive because they self-organize into new forms or behaviors in response to their circumstances. You, like all organisms, are a complex adaptive system. So is the World Wide Web, so are brains, termites, colonies, swarming bees, cities, and financial markets, to name a few. Within complex adaptive systems, small changes can bring about large effects that can only be observed in the system as a whole. Rarely can a neat arrow be plotted between cause and effect. Stimuli which may be unremarkable gestures in themselves swirl into often surprising responses. Financial crashes are a good example of this type of dynamic, non-linear process. So are sneezes. Okay. Lichens were another fascinating subject Merlin Sheldrake explored. It's almost done. Lichens involve an intimate symbiosis between a fungus and either algae or cyanobacteria. Algae can live in extreme conditions and engage in photosynthesis thanks to lichens. Plant life emerged 500 million years ago as a result of lichen symbiotic evolution on the surface. As a result of their symbiotic processes between fungus and algae, many other lichen species also have yeast, bacteria, or other partners. Their relationship between lichens and algae, bacteria, or other partners can also be reformed based on extreme different extreme conditions to produce new mutually beneficial relationships. Therefore, our lichen isn't actually an individual or locked in. A lichen isn't actually an individual or locked in. Marilyn Shelder explains that it is the result of coalescing dynamic processes rather than interacting parts. Basically, there are both verbs and nouns, where dynamic fluid processes interact and coalesce to produce something unexpected and novel. They are likewise complex adaptive systems. To quote page 94, lichens are places where an organism unravels into an ecosystem and where an ecosystem congeals into an organism. They flicker between wholes and collections of parts. Shuttling between the two perspectives is a confusing experience. The word individual comes from the Latin meaning undividable. The word individual comes from the Latin meaning undividable. Is the whole lichen the individual, or are its constituent members, the parts, the individual? Is this even the right question to ask? Lichens are a product less of their parts than of the exchange between those parts. Lichens are stabilized networks of relationships. They never stop lichenizing. There are verbs as well as nouns. So yeah, that's this way. Overall, I found this book to be enriching. This review is not meant to be exhaustive. There are many more interesting topics Marilyn Shelder exposed I did not mention, such as psilocybin and mycelium-based furniture company. I focused only on hi-fi, mycorrhizae, and lichens for this review. This book itself is like a trip on LSD. So, yeah, so that was the review. Yeah. Sorry if I went on too long. I just wanted to read. That was the review.
Yeah, it's interesting. That is some wild stuff, honestly. I didn't know there was such an interesting relationship between like all those different like algae and bacteria and the lichens and the cyanobacteria, and those are things that I have not really looked into, but I was aware of this mycorrhizal relationship and also how some of the insects are parasitized by funguses, right? They have like cordyceps and they have certain termites that are parasitized by funguses to go and like create they transport spores, right? So there's entire termite colonies that are used to transport these mushroom spores, right? It's pretty interesting. And also certain bees, right, that get their genes turned on by the mycelium, right? And I think like Stamets was saying, like the bees actually get invaded by like colonies of termites and stuff, and they get like their genes turned on by like sucking on the mycelium, right? So they use fungus in order to charge up some of their genes and stuff, and the colony collapse of bees is related to the loss of the old growth forests and the loss of those mushroom types. It's weird that it said that we only know like 1% of the mushroom species, and it's such a diverse thing that we're not aware of how it functions, even though it does so much, right, in terms of the mycorrhizal relationship and the bees and all these different
also,
insects.
Bacteria can come together and do what is called quorum sensing. Biocivilizations, my video for that. Also going to bacteria are also fascinating. They can come together and form what is called biofilm. And biofilm is they forming like a kind of megapolis or kind of group, and they communicate with each other with quorum sensing, and they can actually exchange genetic material between each other too. It's called horizontal gene transfer. So bacteria could be more intelligent too, but when they come together, like when they form a symbiotic collectives, you see what I mean? So yeah, and like biofilm and stuff. And they do communicate with quorum sensing and stuff. Yeah, but nature can be very weird, especially when you look outside of mammals or something. Like you look into the fungi or bacteria, or you look into octopuses, the cephalopods. Yeah, they're weird too. I think birds can be very fascinating too. They're kind of close. There's more like some convergent evolution, so the birds can be very fascinating too. Yeah, I think nature is overall can be very fascinating to observe, of course. Yeah, but the interesting thing I noticed is that people like John Lash Lamb and Cloggis are what is called soul-oriented. They would be fascinated by this stuff. But people like Julius Evola and Nimrod D. Rosero and Gonon, they're more like spirit-oriented. You know, they're more like about, you know, just transcending nature. You see what I mean? So they're maybe a middle way is preferable. I don't know, or maybe it's best to go one route or other. It's hard to decide. Right? Yeah, I actually did post that in the Discord before. You know what I'm talking about, though, right? The spirit versus the soul stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I've made the distinction myself. Actually, in the Kabbalah, right? It's like talks about how the soul and the spirit are distinguished, right? And it says the soul like sits on the throne of the spirit, like once it's like completed or something like that. So it's fascinating that it makes that distinction, and that those guys are making that distinction, right? When I think of spirit, I think of like energy that pervades all matter, right? Whereas when you think of soul, right, you think of consciousness or thoughts, right? Whereas spirit is related to activity, right? So yeah, it's fascinating distinction between how those two sort of relate to each other, for sure.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah. Once you see if I have anything else to say. Yeah. Most of the world's oxygen come from cyanobacteria. I think, or was it like? I forgot the name of the bacteria. It comes from bacteria in the atmosphere. They also come from phytoplanktons in the ocean. Most of the world's oxygen. Most of the world's oxygen come from like microbes or like microorganisms. Yeah, like I think phytoplankton are microorganisms, and the bacteria in the atmosphere are like the microbes. So I think it was cyanobacteria. I gotta double check that. It has to be cyanobacteria. No, it's not cyano. Wait, oxygen. Yeah, oxygen is important. You know. Yes, I mean I'm right about that. You need oxygen.
Yeah, I'm trying to find where I've placed my glasses here. But yeah, let me play some music. I'll be right back with some more of the show. We have so much material here to go over. But yeah, blessings to the people.
Yeah, I want to respond to Dark Lord. He said, "Do we get sick because nature is sick?" I think it's goes both ways. It's reciprocal. You know, like think about it. Our bodies are full of microplastics now, but so are the oceans. You see, like it's just reciprocal. Yeah. So I guess we're sick because we made nature sick, or nature is sick, and then nature is sick because we're sick. You see, it's like reciprocal relationship in some sense. I mean, so yeah. It's crazy. Our bloods are full of microplastics. You know what I mean? Like, damn, yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. Actually, I was looking at the PCBs. We looked at an exciting case about how they actually made it into the everyday products, right? How they invented Teflon, as it were, right? And what's funny about it is that they were killing people with refrigerators, right? And then the chemical that was actually used for cryogenics that they found out was seeping out and killing people in the middle of the night, sudden death, right? Was then isolated and used for the uranium, right? That they used it for uranium so the pipes wouldn't melt when they're creating uranium, right? Because uranium was like busting through their pipes that they had, right? So they used Teflon material in order to create these pipes, and it somehow ended up in Teflon products and all this stuff that they sold, and yeah, now it's in all of us, right? So
yeah, man, if you want to write a book about all the problems brought up, you know, in like terms of health and also biodiversity, you could probably fill volumes upon volumes. It's crazy. Yeah, that's some crazy shit. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I think most people really realize stuff is wrong. A lot of people realize that stuff is wrong from that angle too. When I was 16 or 14, I was reading a lot of Dr. Mercola. You know, like I told you, Mercola, he's really hated by the establishment, but he actually did talk a lot about this kind of stuff. Yeah, and he got vilified by, you know, the doctors and other stuff. You should probably put that, you know, thing you always do when I mention it. Like, you don't give unsolicited advice. You should put that right now, because I don't want to get this channel banned. But Mercola is very much hated by the establishment. So, yeah, but he did talk about that stuff. John Mercola. Yeah, but yeah, I would put that quickly. That thing you always put. You know, in that. Yeah, just put that quickly. You know, like.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we'll get up in a music break, and yeah, you know, we'll be back soon. So yeah, let me play some music for you guys, and grab a little bit of coffee, and yeah, we'll continue with Xenophanes and pre-Christian Jewish Gnosticism. A bunch of other resources here. Make our way up to the 16th century, then I'll give a speech about the 1800s. And then we'll basically move to Ellul and Mumford, right? So blessings. This is a song I played the other day on a music stream, right? So yeah, check this out. It's called Self Caged. Pretty good reviews when I played it then, but yeah, blessings. Oh, actually, you know what? This is the wrong song. Yeah, I gotta do a different one. Blessings. Yeah, we'll listen to this soon. I forgot. I actually have a different song. Yeah, I forgot to play this mix here. The reason is because I made this earlier, right? The reason I made it is because Moontan shared this beat called Pain in the fucking Discord. And I was like, listen to this beat. I was like, this is a sick, like, industrial, like, electronic, like, beat. And so I mixed, I mixed Block McCloud with this beat. He's got a song called The Art of Suicide, right? So yeah.
There's this artist named Woven Thorns that came out recently with a tune called The Infinity of Pain, or The Pain of Infinity, rather.
Right.
It's crazy.
So yeah, this one has crazy lyrics actually. So yeah, so we'll play Self Caged. I got some rock music too, but yeah, let me actually play this instead. So yeah, sorry about that. We'll play that soon. But yeah, let me actually play this instead. Art of Suicide Pain remix, right? But yeah.
Yeah. I feel my whole world caving in. And she's saying with a crazy grin, it's all fucked like the AVN. They say we all make the grave we in, and still these hypocrites looking at me like this is alien. Often I felt like off of myself when I've been soft and I go off into hell. You see me in the coffin, I've been off and got a death wish, looking for the quickest painless way to leave me breathless. Yeah, the easy way out is OD, it's pain free, but the toe T still name me. If they pump my stomach, I come back running, but I don't wanna come back. Hold up, fuck it, I grab my gun and okay, where do I begin? Under my chin, a straight shot in. This is the end, or better yet, I can do it just like Columbine, but no kids, just enemies, and I'ma take all of mine. It's do or die, you and I. Who is gonna drop? And if the pigs come, then it's suicide by cop. I'm a time bomb that's ticking like a clock till I take a happy pill and kill my suicidal thoughts. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Give a fuck if you got texts in them 18s. So we fire 9-inch nails from a pretty hate machine. I'll show up in your town before I fucking rape the scene. It's the art of suicide, just another wasted dream. Be glad to cut my wrist before I lick the razor clean. Yo, I may tase the queen in hopes they snipe me through a laser beam. These world's ways are mean and getting harder in these days it seems. Can't go on with life because I'm sick of shit, the same routine. But now I'll carry on by any means necessary. Before I kill myself, I plan to put you in the cemetery. Won't stop shooting until everyone is dead and buried. Blow my own dome, be the story that is legendary. So to be honest, but the thoughts inside my head is scary. I am the result you get when Satan's in the bed with Mary, with a noose around my neck. If you don't think I'll do it, damn me, Suicide Squad, dog, you might survive the music barely.
I'm scared of heights, but I'm ready to lunge off a ledge. I can't swim, so I figured I'd jump off a bridge. Everything's slipping, like my health and my brains keep riffing. I'ma kill it and shoot myself in the head. How you stunt? We all know what the fuck you're about, cut. I'll cut off his dick, shove it down your throat so your mouth shut. Throw you in my car untied, seal the garage locked tight. Start it up, we can choke on carbon monoxide. Take the family camping, walk off and start a rock slide. We got promise tomorrow, borrow time and swallow cyanide. Bring out the worst and we got wait till our anniversary. Slice my whole throat while you're watching, can't stand you hurting me anymore. You dishonor me while I'm torn. You swallow dick like a whore and you follow me to the morgue. My issue is, despite your flake bitch, I still miss you. I can't live without you, so fuck it, I'll die with you.
All right. Yeah, we got more music for you guys. And yeah, if you guys been catching these music shows, actually, I got into some different during the music show, and it was pretty fascinating. But we had a call in during the show, right? So that was pretty retarded. But yeah, maybe I'll play that later at the end of the show. Right. There's also or actually, we may play that in the middle of the show here, right? So we'll play that in the middle of the show. Right, we got like a little we'll do like a little break right soon. Right.
I have a quick question, by the way.
Yeah.
Have you ever read that Korean guy who wrote, I forgot, like Beyond, who wrote Burnout Society? Is that book good or not? Like I haven't looked into it. Like
I've not heard of that one. Yeah, Burnout Society. Yeah.
You haven't heard of him?
No, I've not heard.
Oh yeah, he's getting very popular. So, but I haven't read it though. I heard good things about it, but I haven't read. Yeah, but yeah. Here you go. You can check out the Wikipedia. It's sold a lot and it's pretty interesting. Maybe talking about his stuff. Yeah. I need to read that one too. But yeah, he's a Korean guy who lives in France. He also lives in France, I believe.
Is it like Hikikomori? Right. We did talk about Hikikomori, right?
Yeah.
Did you hear about that?
I know about Hikikomori. Yeah, Hikikomoris are like in Japan. In Japan, they're like people who just are shut-ins and and watch anime and stuff. Yeah,
right, exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I think that ties into that.
Yeah. So so we did watch a little video on hikikomoris, and yeah, I think
yeah. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah. That you watched the documentary. Yeah, okay, that's good.
Yeah, but let me read some more of these. This is pretty interesting. It says but without effort he shakes all things by the thought of his mind. Right, so this is fascinating. The idea that God is in stillness and shakes all things by the force of his mind. Right, this is going to relate to a lot of different ideas, except for the Platonists. Right, and some of the other thinkers are gonna add that God is immaterial, right? And that God cannot be understood, that God is beyond understanding, right? So he's beyond the rational mind or the human's ability to know God, right? Meaning that the human cannot have complete knowledge of things. Right, so this idea of attuning oneself with the universal mind is impossible, right? In Xenophanes, right? But it's the goal, right, of sort of the process of divination, right, within a system like Hermeticism, right? You have to attain to or in Plato, right? You already start off knowing everything. Right, everything's just a sort of remembering. So Xenophanes says this is not possible. It's not possible to know everything. Right, you're definitely not going to wrap your head around God anytime soon. Right, so this is his idea. He says he always remains in the same place, moving not at all, nor is it fitting for him to go to different places at different times. Right, it says by no means did gods reveal all things to mortals from the beginning. But in time, by searching, they discover better. Right, so here is a picture of knowledge, right? That we discover things more and more, right? But we can't attain to complete knowledge. Right, this is distinct from the notion that, we start off with all the knowledge, but we've forgotten it, right? And we remember, and it unveils greater aspects of the knowledge we already had. Right? No, this is a cumulative process, right? Whereby man discovers more and more, right? So this is more closer to science today, right? Right? Like, Karl Popper, right, said you can't get to complete knowledge on anything. Right, the closer you get to the finding out more the further you get from the completion of it, right? So it's sort of this notion of falsifiability as baked in the notion that you can't get to complete knowledge on any subject.
Oh,
Right?
so what's
this
the name of the guy who argued is kind of like anarchic or like disparate domains, and they don't really like, it's an illusion that they form a cohesive or unified vision. You know who I'm talking about? He was related to Paul Feyerabend or something, or like that guy I'm talking about. That what's his name again? You know, he was pretty popular for some of that. You know who I'm talking about, or like that? He's connected to the. Well, he's kind of like a more opposite version of Karl Popper. He was very popular too. I forgot his name. Like, you see, you know what I'm talking about, right? Or,
Wittgenstein?
No, it wasn't. Oh yeah, it was Paul Feyerabend. Yeah, it was Paul Feyerabend. Yeah. Have you ever looked into Paul Feyerabend?
No. Tell me about it.
Yeah. I've looked into it a bit, you know, but he kind of has a kind of like, you know, give me 2 minutes and I can get it, but you know,
Tap.
Yeah, I have to find
Yeah.
it. You know,
I'll
like,
continue. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he argues that there is no single
Yeah, go ahead.
universal. Yeah, sorry, but he argues there is no single universal scientific method that reliably drives progress. Historically, major breakthroughs often happen by breaking accepted rules, not following them. He thinks science is a powerful tradition, but not uniquely privileged over other ways of knowing, so it shouldn't be treated as an unquestionable authority. His epistemological anarchism. Yeah, that's what I remember. His epistemological anarchism. I actually learned about that in class. Oh, here, anything goes is mainly a warning against methodological and institutional rigidity, and a call for pluralism, competition of ideas, and democratic checks on scientific power. Yeah, Paul
Yeah, I mean, I have to a little bit disagree because I think types of knowledge that are maybe you know, in terms of ethics, right, or ethical concerns, right, or aesthetic concerns, I think those should dominate over like logical concerns.
Yeah, I
or,
agree.
like rational
Actually,
concerns, right?
Oh, I agree 100% with you.
Yeah.
I was just reading his
I think-
view.
Yeah, so maybe a reverse hierarchy would be actually preferable to the one we have today, right? Where the rational parts dominate over aesthetic considerations, right? Also, the notions of value and ethics, right? If that system were reversed, I would be perfectly fine that there would be a epistemological hierarchy, right, and not a epistemological anarchy, right? So I think I understand what he's proposing. I think it's a solution to a problem, but the solution is worse than the problem, right? Or something.
Sad trombone.
You know, if I had to guess, but that is my. But without but yeah, I would like to look into his thoughts more. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Sounds interesting. If you can't, you know, sometimes it's preferable if you can't convince everyone, just blow up the thing and just, you know, like, oh, just epistemological anarchy, like nobody's right, so just everybody figure out their own thing, right? You know, that might be a final move.
Yeah, I learned about him in my design of neuroscience class, you know, where we talked about factorial design and other stuff, yeah, which I did mention factorial design before and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but this sort of relates to the notion. This notion of epistemological anarchy does relate to the notion of you know, of Xenophanes, because he's saying no type of knowledge is actually privileged above any other type of knowledge, right? So that is something that Xenophanes is saying, right? So he's not saying in the way that Pythagoras is saying that math or geometry is privileged above different types of knowledge, right? So in a way, he's sort of taken a stance that like all knowledge relates to all other knowledge, right? And it all sort of relates to the truth, right? And that's sort of what Parmenides comes to the conclusion of too, right? That all knowledge is part of the same sort of being, right? You that it cannot be compartmentalized. So there's a way that it would disagree with, epistemological anarchism, right? Because all the different parts of knowledge are interrelated, right? So it's one cohesive, truth, right? If truth is only one thing, right, there can't be anarchy because it's cohesive system, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. You can also see from the technicians or liberals that they do want some kind of anarchy or pluralism of truths. You know what I mean? Like they want a relativism or something, like in the sense of
right.
no privileging one form of knowing over another or something.
Right. Yeah, it's wishful thinking for sure. But yeah, so yeah, so check this out. This is pretty interesting, right? It says, so he said, not only by no means did God reveal all things to mortals from the beginning, but in time, by searching, they discover better. But also, no man has ever, I'm sorry, no man has seen or will, or nor will anyone know the truth about the gods and all the things I speak of. So this was the remark that they said was sort of self-effacing, right? That it's sort of like, well, look, like, and this is an interesting idea that is, it's sort of a fascinating move, right? That maybe poets and philosophers do sometimes, right? They say, well, nobody's ever gonna, really get it. When a philosopher sort of says that, like Nietzsche says that a lot, right? Right. It's pretty interesting. Move that mystics and philosophers pull sometimes. Yeah, no, yeah, no one's ever going to really get it, right? Like Lao Tzu says this too. Right? It says those who talk don't know, those who know don't talk, right? And somebody, Zen, poet joked and said, "Well, you just talked about that. What's the deal here, right? Yeah, it's as if you don't know anything. You had to talk for such a long time about what you knew."
Yeah, there's actually something from the Gospel of Thomas that I remember, which is kind of like criticizing that, but it's interesting. Like I can show you that from the Gospel of Thomas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot. I want to see what you think about that. So let me see. Yeah, let me find it again.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, look for it. Yeah, let's check this out. It says, yeah, so this is interesting. No man has seen nor will ever know the truth about the gods and all the things I speak of, for even if a person should in fact say what is absolutely the case, nevertheless he himself does not know, but belief is fashioned over all things, or in the case of all persons. Right, so here's the distinction between belief and knowledge, right, that we were talking about, right? Okay, that's also made in Plato's writings, right? Okay, and remember, the idea of having complete knowledge is here dismissed, right? We said that was a key feature in Hermeticism, right? The idea that man can attain to complete knowledge, right? Okay, and that man can know God, right? That is also a key thing, right? That God created the world in order to know himself, that even God's knowledge is limited, right? In a sense, right? So Xenophanes dismisses all of these. He says, nope, nope, nope. Right. God knows all the things. We can't know God, right? We can't attain to complete knowledge. It's all reversed, right? Right. Right. So it says here, Xenophanes declared that the sea is salty because many mixtures flow together in it. He believes that the earth is being mixed into the sea, and over time it is being dissolved by the moisture, saying that that he has the following kinds of proofs: that seashells are found in the middle of the earth, and that mountains and the impressions of fish and seals have been found at Syracuse to the quarries, and the impressions of a laurel leaf, right? So he conducted sort of science, right? He studied nature, right? And this is kind of what Jews and Christians and Muslims, right, who believed in monotheism, right? They believe that you can't know God, but nature, right, is subject to change, and so it can be known, right? That God is unknowable, but nature can be known, right? But man's knowledge is incomplete, right? So it's interesting how much his ideas align with some of those concepts, even though his conception of God is fundamentally different, right? Right. It says here, or it said here that his God neither creates the world nor reveals himself to it, right? So he could only be known through or comprehended through reason, right? So he's different from the God of the three major religions for sure, right? But it says here, in the depths of the stone in Paros and Malta, flat shapes of all marine life, he says that these things occurred when all things were covered in mud long ago, and the oppressions are dried in mud. All humans are destroyed when the earth is carried down into the sea and becomes mud. And when there's another beginning of coming to be, and this change occurs in all the world orders. Interesting. Right, so there's this cyclical creation and destruction of the world and human civilization, right? That's an interesting idea because it sort of is against the notion of progress, right? That man is sort of on this linear path to gain more and more knowledge until he attains this utopia, right? Okay, let's go on. This is the last one. He says, all things that come into being and grow are earth and water. So this is related to the thoughts of the pre-Socratics, right? They wanted to condense all of matter into its base fundamental elements and then see how those are organized through the principles of reason, right? So it's fascinating, right?
Yeah. This is, so I found what I want to read from the Gospel. If you bring forth what is within you, what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring forth what is within you, what you do not bring forth will destroy you. That's verse 70 from Gospel of Thomas.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was interesting. Like the opposite of, in some ways, maybe like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Talcott quoted that the other day. Right? He's quoting the Gnostic Gospels. It's fascinating stuff right now. So,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who was Talcott again? Was he? Is he?
Oh,
is he good? Know. Is he bad like Andrew Wilson?
He's not. He's not bad as Andrew Wilson. No.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's.
He comes from a different angle.
Yeah.
Well,
so. Yeah, I'm sure we'll run into him at some point. But yeah, these guys, they kind of, they have an interesting relationship with my show or my program here. So sometimes they're not too keen on participating here. For various reasons. Over time, many reasons have been unveiled. But yeah, so let's go to some of these explanations that we were looking at, right, in terms of Cain and Abel, right? And actually, let me actually go and go to the Haggadah, right? I do have some passages I want to read from some of the Second Temple Judaism, right? Yeah, Avian, do you have any of the of the works of Manichaeanism, right? Because I know you quoted some of them earlier.
Yeah,
if you could read.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, if you could read some select passages,
I
that
can.
would be
Yes.
excellent.
The
Yeah.
colon Mani Codex actually have one. Let me tell you something crazy before I do. The colon Mani Codex, which was written by a Manichaean disciple, there was a scene where Mani was plucking fruit from trees, and you could hear the trees scream, and it made him go insane. And I thought that was
Yeah, that would be a good one to check
Yeah.
out. But
Yeah,
I have some stuff from the Haganah or the Haggadah. So let me actually go and look up which one I have, and then I'll read that one to you guys. So we'll go with Second Temple Judaism and then Manichaeanism. So we'll have some select readings coming up for you guys. That explain 2nd to 5th century Gnostic and mystic traditions, right?
You want to get the book now and read it, or like I can get it now, or
yeah, let me go get my book too. So we'll take so I'll play some music and we'll go and get these books real quick. So blessings. So we'll take a little 5-minute break and we'll get these books real quick. Blessings. We'll be right back, folks. I'll play the song I was just about to play, but then I didn't play it. So let me play this. I'll be right back, and we'll get our books. So Jewish stuff. So we'll go 2nd to 5th century with some interesting readings here that relate to the text that I was on. So. Okay. Okay, so I trust Avian will be ready with material, but let me read some of this first because we're going sort of in chronological order. So the Haggadah is sort of 2nd century, right? And I think you guys will be interested in to hear some of the strange stuff, all right? Okay, it says the alphabet, right? It says when God was about to create the world by his word, the 22 letters of the alphabet descended from the terrible and august crown of God, whereon they were engraved with a pen of flaming fire. So none of this stuff is in the Bible, right? This is being revealed for the first time in Second Temple Judaism. Where it says they stood round about God, one after the other spake and entreated, create the world through me, quote unquote. Create the world through me. After the claims of all the letters had been disposed of, Bet stepped before the Holy One. Blessed be he, and pleaded before him, O Lord of the world, may it be your will to create your world through me. Seeing all the dwellers in the world give praise daily to you through me, as it is said. So it's interesting, right? This is sort of contradicting the prologue of John, right? This logos, which represents a personal being, right? Saying, no, the words actually represent letters. And the letters have personification, and they're all sort of vying for the world to be created through their personal expression, right? Okay, so there you have the notion of God said, and then there was. And in the beginning was a word, right? So it says, the Holy One, blessed be he, at once granted petition of Bet. He said, blessed be he that comes in the name of the Lord. And he created his world through Bet. As it is said, Bereshit, Bereshit, God created the heaven and the earth. Bereshit. Shit. The only letter that had refrained from urging its claims were the modest Aleph, and God rewarded it later for its humility by giving it the first place in the Decalogue. Okay, so Aleph's the only letter that didn't ask for a place, right? So here it explains the creation story, right? It says, on the first day of creation, God produced 10 things. God produced 10 things, right? The heaven and the earth, tohu and bohu, right? Which is chaos and the void, right? Light and darkness, wind and water. Okay. The duration of day and the duration of night. So these are the 10 things that God created. Through the heavens and the earth consists of entirely different elements. They were yet created as a unit, like the pot and its cover. The heavens were fashioned from the light of God's garment, and the earth from snow under the divine throne. Tohu is a green band which encompasses the whole world and dispenses darkness, and bohu consists of stones in the abyss, the producers of the water. So Tohu and Bohu are like these cosmic scales. Right? It's like ether and or like there's also like some sort of dark energy. Right? Tohu's like dark energy, and there's also like ether, dark matter. Let's call it, right? Right. So there's dark matter, dark energy, so called, right?
I don't know if those are totally synonymous, but okay.
Yeah. Yeah, just not analogical. Or I mean totally analogical. Right. Totally analogical. Right. But yeah. But yeah, Tohu and Bohu, but you'll be surprised how much of the quantum physics is actually based on this stuff. It's actually quite a bit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like the expansion of the universe, all of that stuff, that the expansion is actually speeding up, not slowing down. All this stuff is actually Kabbalistic at its core. Right. So, I wouldn't be surprised if it was more than analogical. But it says the light created at the very beginning is not the same as the light emitted by the sun, the moon, and the stars, which appeared only on the fourth day. Okay, the light of the first day was a sort that would have enabled man to see the world at a glance from one end to another, anticipating the wickedness of the sinful generations of the deluge, and the Tower of Babel, who were unworthy to enjoy the blessing of such light. God concealed it, but in the world to come, it will appear to the pious in all its pristine glory. Several heavens were created. 7, in fact. 7 heavens in the Haggadah. Right? So I don't know if that actually exists in the Bible, but it is in the Haggadah, right? So it's interesting, right? So it says the first, the one visible to man, has no function except the covering up the light during the nighttime, right? Okay, so one covers up the light during nighttime. Therefore, it appears every morning. The planets are fastened to the second of the heavens. Okay, so this is actually cosmic, right? And the third, the manna is made for the pious in the hereafter. The fourth contains the celestial Jerusalem, together with the temple in which Michael ministers as the high priest and offers the souls of the pious as sacrifices. In the fifth heaven, the angel hosts reside and sing the praise of God only during the night. For the first day, it is the task of Israel on earth to give glory to God on high. So the prayers of Israel reach to the fifth heaven. The sixth heaven is an uncanny spot. There originate most of the trials and visitations ordained for the earth and its inhabitants. Okay, snow lies heaped up there, and hail. There are lofts full of noxious dew, magazines stocked with storms, and cellars holding reserves of smoke. Doors of fire separate these celestial chambers, which are under the supervision of the archangel Metatron. That's right, the archangel Metatron appears in the Haggadah. He's in the seventh heaven, procuring the trials of man. Their pernicious contents defiled the heavens until David's time.
the pious kings prayed God to purge his exalted dwelling of whoever was pregnant with evil. It was not becoming that such things should exist near the merciful one. Only then they were removed to earth. The seventh heaven, on the other hand, contains not but what is good and beautiful, right, justice, and mercy, the storehouses of life, peace, and blessings, the soul of the pious. So sorry, that was the sixth one where Metatron was. So Metatron's in the sixth heaven, procuring the trials of man. And then in the seventh heaven, it's just peace and blessings, y'all. The souls and the souls of the pious, the souls and spirits of unborn generations, the dew with which God will revive the dead on the resurrection day. And above all, the divine throne surrounded by seraphim, the Oranim, the holy Hayot, Hayyot, and the ministering angels. Now there's another part here. A little later, it says, hell has 7 divisions, one beneath the other. They are called Sheol, Abaddon, Bir Shahat, Tit Yahwin, Sha'ara Mawat, Sha'ara Zalmawat, and Gehenna. And it says there are also 5 different kinds of fire in hell, one which devours and absorbs, another which devours and does not absorb, while a third absorbs and does not devour, and there is still another fire which neither devours nor absorbs, and furthermore a fire which devours fire. So different types of stuff in hell, right? Going on, right? So yeah, there's 7 levels of heaven, 7 levels of hell, which is interestingly more similar to like Dante's Inferno.
It's 9 levels for Dante, isn't it? I forget.
Right, but the divisions is interesting, right? It's like he's getting that from the Haggadah, right? Or something like that, which is 2nd century writings. So yeah, fascinating stuff from the Jays, right? About creation and letters and how the alphabet has to do with creation and how the angel Metatron has to do with creation, how there's 7 heavens and all that type of stuff. Pretty fascinating type of stuff. Also how the Jays prayers reach the 5th heaven and all this type of stuff.
I guess the rest of us Gweem don't reach that far with our prayers, I suppose.
Right, exactly.
Sad trombone.
So there's some 2nd century. Now we'll move to the 5th century with Avian. It's a Manichaeanism.
I actually have a book called Religions of Late Antiquity and Practice, edited by Richard Valentassis. It's from Princeton Reading and Religion. I got that book because I wanted to see the primary stuff they were able to recover about Manichaeism, but they also have like a hymn to Mithras, and they have a lot of stuff like, like even Jewish stuff, like Talmudic texts and Jewish social life and Acts of Thomas, lots of different stuff. I didn't read the whole book. I only read the stuff about Manichaeism, but there's also a Mithriatic hymn they were able to recover. But most of the research on Manichaeism come from Germany, I think, from what I looked into. But from what I saw, they have a chapter on asceticism and Manichaeism, the biography, which is the Mani Codex, the ritual, the hymns, and the theology. Which one are you interested in seeing out of those options? You want to see the theology or something like? I
think that would be the preferable. Yeah.
Saying theology or teleology?
No, theology.
Yeah, most people are not aware of it, so I think that would be preferable.
Theology.
Yeah.
But if you could give
yeah, if you could give a historical background for
Yeah,
Manichaeism
I
in
will. I
general.
will give it in a second. Let me. Yeah, actually, let me give it a second. Yeah. So I'm gonna start off by describing the cosmology, like the summary I wrote a long time ago, like quickly, and here we go. Yeah, basically, here we go. Manichaeism. Yeah. All right then. Yeah. So basically, he argued in the beginning there was a kingdom of light and the kingdom of darkness. They stood apart from all eternity. Above in the heavens of the north, the resplendent kingdom of light was ruled by the Father of greatness, surrounded by his luminous eons. Below, sunk toward the south, brooded the kingdom of darkness, ruled by the Prince of Darkness, and his 5 realms of smoke, fire, scorching wind, and poisonous water, and black night. When the Prince of Darkness surged upward to attack the light, the Father called forth the Mother of Life, and from her emanated the first man, armed with 5 radiant elements as his sons in armor. He descended into the abyss to oppose the attack. In that first collision, the demonic powers opened their mouths and devoured the first man's light armor, binding the luminous elements within themselves. Thus began the mixture of light and darkness. In answer, the Father sent the second creation, the living spirit, with his host. The living spirit rescued the first man from the abyss, and from the slain and bound bodies of the demons, fashioned the heavens, the earth, the sun, and the moon as vast engines for purification, and ascent of the captive light. The living soul, the totality of light suffering within the world, cries out from within every creature, longing to return to the realm of light. Throughout the ages, the Father has sent messengers to awaken the present light. Among them is Jesus the Splendor, the pre-existent Jesus of light, who revealed to Adam the mixed nature of creation and soul, half light and half darkness, and unveiled the body as a present forged by the powers of darkness. In this world, the suffering Jesus is crucified in all living things, nailed to matter as the living soul. To follow the true prophets and above all Mani called himself the Paraclete and apostle of Jesus Christ, is to aid the spirit in gathering and liberating the scattered fragments of light through knowledge, purity, and compassion, so that the living soul may be restored to its original unmingled form in the kingdom of light. So basically, in short, the world was formed from a cosmic battle between the realm of light and darkness. And Mani, he had a hierarchy of the elect and the hearers. The elect were not supposed to toil, because toiling was seen to harm the living soul or the living spirit. And the hearers would work the farms and other stuff, and they would give food to the elect. But the hearers were claimed they would have a better rebirth by helping the elect and stuff. And the elect, many also had strange views too. Like, they thought watermelon were holy or divine because watermelon had more light particles. And by putting your lips onto flesh would harm your living soul or spirit, by introducing more darkness. So they saw a kind of purification, and the cosmos as like being a filtration system to purify the light through the Milky Way, through the moon, back to the living soul, into its original, and the living spirit into its original formation before it splintered and stuff from the cosmic battle and stuff. So I can read some stuff. This is a Coptic Manichaeism Psalm book, Psalm 223, a Bimal Psalm. Manichaeans claim that Mani, a 3rd century Persian, was the Paraclete promised by Jesus in the Gospel of John. And I'm just going to read some areas I highlighted, like I think 6 or 7 or 8 years ago. It was many years ago I highlighted. So basically, like I said, the kingdom of light existed in 5 greatnesses, which are the Father and his 12 eons, and the eons of the eons. The living air, the land of light, are as the great spirit breathes in them, nourishing them with the light. But the kingdom of darkness exists in 5 storehouses, which are smoke and fire and wind and water and darkness. So I will continue. See, I'll just continue reading. So as they were making war with one another, therefore they dared to make an attempt upon the land of light, thinking to themselves that they would be able to conquer it. But they do not know that with that which they fought to do, they will bring about down upon their own heads. So let's continue. 8. It is just as when a shepherd sees a lion coming to destroy his sheepfold, the Father who sent his strong son. 10. When the guardian stood at the borders of the light, he showed to them his maiden, who is his soul. They stirred in their pit, desiring to exalt themselves over her. They opened their mouths, desiring to swallow her. See, in this one, it's the living soul who is, I think, a maiden. It sees it. This one's feminine. There are different recovered texts. Sometimes you see some minor differences. 11. He held on to her head. He spread her over them like nets over a fish. He caused her to rain down upon them like purified clouds of water. She thrust herself into them in the manner of a piercing lightning. She crept into their inner parts. She bound them all, though they did not know it. When the first man had finished his war, the father sent his second son. He came, he helped his brother out of the pit. He established his whole world out of the mixture that existed of the light and darkness. So, let's see. All of the powers of the pit he scattered to 10 heavens and 8 earths. He shut them up into this world at one time. He made it indeed a present for all the powers of the darkness, while it is also a place of purification of the soul that was swallowed in them. So the soul was swallowed, and it's a process of purifying the soul from material realm. The material realm was seen as being a kind of encasing that is darkness. So 14. The sun and the moon were established. They were placed on high to purify the soul. Daily they take up the purified parts to the high. So Mani saw when the waning sun, when the light fills the sun, is collecting the particles of the souls of people here, and then when it waxes, and then the soul particles, the light particles, go back to the spirit and stuff. You can see this is kind of similar to Hyperborean's views in some respect. So this is more of the summary. It sees the struggle between good and evil as a bitter battle with no easy resolution. When these 5 elements looked upon the darkness rushing to attack them, they understood the fate that awaited them, and they wept. When they saw their father, the first man, rise successfully from the battle and return to the realm of light without them, they wept. When the living spirit assembled the cosmos from the mixture of good and evil and let the 5 elements know that they would have to struggle through to their own liberation, they wept. There will come yet a 4th occasion of weeping, when all of the divine substance that will be able to free itself from the darkness will have done so. The final portion, forming the last statue, the remaining amount will be unredeemable. At this final tragic moment, both the residue souls left behind will weep, and so too will the liberated elements who mourn for their lost comrades. So this is kind of similar to Hyperborean's idea of phagocytosis. Of course, there are differences, but you can see there are similarities. So let me see that. So the light is imprisoned, and the imprisoned light is known as the living soul. You know what I mean? So the God is unchanging, unaltering, though, but the key. So this is from that book. As the sun withdraws, this is from Kephalon 67 now. As the sun withdraws its shining rays from the earth when it sets, so many will retract his rays, the elect, from the earth at his departure. He will not abandon them to the darkness. The difference is the sun's rays will all depart at once, whereas many's elects go one by one, each one of them at the time of his coming forth. They are his children and are in fact his continued manifestations on earth, since they embody the wisdom he bestowed upon them. The great glorious one that dwells in all of them is the mind of light, the personification of right attitude and understanding cultivated in the individual through exposure to Mani's teaching. So it's very strictly dualistic. And Manichaeism actually spread big in China, and there have been some statues of Buddha they found that they thought there was Buddha, was actually Mani. And I think Nestorianism was big in China too for some time. But we can look at some of the pictures. The Wikipedia for Manichaeism is not that bad. Let me share the screen. There was a time I was very much interested in Manichaeism. So I put that there. Mani was heavily influenced by Mandeists. The Mandeists who are still there. The Mandeists are still there actually. Yeah. They're in Iraq. I think they're Marsh Arabs. They're called Marsh Arabs now. But so you can see this is actually Chinese silk painting, but this is Manichaeism. This is Manichaeism. It was big in China for some time, and Mani was executed by assassinated Zoroastrian. Okay, so you see here, his Manichaeism was very Asiatic, very Asiatic and very pacifistic, and the Zoroastrians did not like that. It's not very, it was very pacifistic, though. So that's different from Hyperborean. Hyperborean is a Kashyatra warrior, but Manichaeism was all about Asiatism, you see what I mean? So, and pacifism and nonviolence. See, this is another one. These have been recently discovered. A lot of research on Manichaeism come from Germany. See, this looks Buddhist, but this is actually not Buddhist. This is Manichaeist. See, Manichaeism assimilated elements from Buddhism, even Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, and Mandeism. Christianity also is like early third century, and I covered a lot. See, the Uyghurs, who are Turkic, the 10th to 11th century CE, they were AD, they were Manichaeist. So, yeah, but Manichaeist did heavily revered Christ, but they were Docetists, and they saw Jesus Christ, as kind of being a celestial spirit. See, this in China and stuff.
Yeah. Another thing is that Docetism and Nestorianism are sort of it's interesting that those are all sort of spreading to China, right?
See, liberation. Yeah.
Just
10 firmament. So yeah, transmigration, rebirth. Manichaeism did teach rebirth. That's true. And this is a picture of the Buddha on a Manichaean scroll.
Yeah. Also, in his youth, Saint Augustine was Manichaean.
Yes,
so it spread throughout Rome as well. So it was pretty popular in Rome.
Yeah. I don't know if this is true, but I remember reading Saint Augustine was annoyed that he could not become an elect. I remember reading that.
Right.
Yeah, and the idea of original sin was created as a way to, I don't know if he criticized the Manichaeans. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. And many also like the Gospel of Thomas a lot. Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't know about that.
Yeah. Let me see here. I think I read that somewhere. And also, this is from the Kolan Mani Codex. Mani had a Ciscos, a twin, divine twin, Ciscos, SYZ, YGOS. He claimed that the Ciscos came into him and would be like a conscience, kind of like Soros or Sarasha from Zoroastrian. They would talk to him in his mind, and he had like an alter persona or something that helped him, and that's Ciscos, SYZYGOS. That actually has ancient origin, the idea of the Ciscos. Yeah, but Mani did claim himself to be Paraclete of Christ. Yeah, so. Yeah, this body is defiled and molded from a mold defilement. Yeah, but there is a part in the Kolan Mani Codex where it seemed like he was going crazy because he claimed the earth was crying out while he was plucking trees or like the soil. And after taking soil from the earth that had spoken to him, he wept, kissed it, and placed it on his breast and began to say, "This is the flesh and blood of my Lord," or something. Let me see. Do not grieve or weep out loud. There's a lot of weeping in his biography. His biography was written by a disciple of
weeping and gnashing of teeth, perhaps.
Yeah. I think that's sufficient. Yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah,
it's very dualistic. Yeah. See, I just show this one more time, and that's good. Like, just show it one more time, and that's because I think this is relatively accurate. It gives you an idea of what the cosmology of the. I did show it before, though. Like let me see here, the cosmology of the Manichaean. Let me see. It's like the very, very different from in Taoism, yin and yang are complementary, right? Like, but it's not It's not like that in Manichaeism at all. So let me see if I can find that again. Like let me see it. Get better organized. Okay, here we go. You know, Mani will use different words at different times to proselytize and stuff like that. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah, where did I put it? Yeah, I just put it here. I did share this before. Sorry, I'm talking about, it won't take long. So, yeah, but that's the,
yeah, blessings to all the people.
Yeah, blessings.
Doing some live truthering, as it were. And we're doing some live truthering on the Haggadah and Manichaeism, describing some primary research from the 2nd to the 5th century, incorporating different ideas of Gnosticism, Judaism, Platonism, and these various conceptions and how they align, right? You look at a system like Albigensians, right, or the Cathari, right? They've combined different Zoroastrian elements, different Manichaean elements, right? Different elements from Gnosticism and different elements from Judaism, right? And Mani combined teachings from the Old and New Testament, right? And you could look at groups like the Druze, right, in the 11th century, who then incorporated elements of Neoplatonism. They also saw God as a sort of cosmic mind, right? And they had ideas of Pythagoreanism, Neoplatonism, Gnosticism, Manichaeanism, all side by side, right? So there are systems who, in the syncretism of the time, they combined all these different systems, right? And we could see the parallels between these various systems, right? Notions that God is sort of abstract being that he creates through these natural laws, that there's God is like an immaterial mind that's removed from existence, right? So there's all these different elements in Pythagoras and these various ideas.
Yeah, that's the Manichaean. I shared this before, but you can see it's dualistic. It involves a war that ends with the army of light subduing the forces of darkness. However, the living spirit becomes trapped within matter. You see what I mean? And then there's a process of purification that goes through the moon and to the Milky Way, and so that's kind of like, you see the forces of darkness attack the realm of light, and you have the 12 eons and the 5 splendors and 5 chambers that show like this scorching smoke and other stuff, and you can kind of see it. This is kind of like a summary of that. Yeah, I just wanted to share that too. I think that suffices for my, summary of Manichaeism. Actually, there's something cool from Mithraism, Roman Mithraism. I can go over that too. That's very different though. I haven't read this one yet, but I actually came across a very cool passage from the Mithriac hymn. Right now, I just want to read this paragraph. And this is from Mithraism. Mithraism is very different. It's more Neoplatonic. It's not dualistic as much, I think, as much as the Manichaeism. And it's Roman too. Mithraism was big in the Roman Mithraism. This is a cool passage I just found. Draw in breath from the rays, 3 times sucking up as much as you are able, and you shall see yourself being raised up and passing over to the summit, so that you seem to be in mid-air. You will hear nothing of man nor of another living being, neither shall you see anything of the mortal world in that hour. Rather, you shall see everything immortal. For that day and that hour you shall see the presiding planetary gods ascending in heaven, while others are descending, according to divine arrangement. and stuff. That was a cool passage I just found. Yeah, that's from Roman Mithraism. That's from let's see, what is it from? It's a liturgy. It's a Mithras liturgy. So they were able to preserve and find some liturgies of Mithraism. Yeah, so that's cool. Yeah. I'll actually talk about versions. Actually, that's interesting. Yeah, this is cool, dude. But this book is interesting, though. It has a lot of stuff, from I only read the Manichaean stuff. I didn't know there was something. I did read some Mithra stuff in another book, but yeah, I did talk about Mithraism. But I can tell you some of the stuff it has in here. 4 Maccabees, the Martyrs of Lyons or something. Martyrdom of Habib and Deacon, or something like. See, Christian oracle shrines, the zenith and destruction of Egyptian oracle. You see here. Oh, the seal of Merkava. That must be. And there's a lot of different stuff. And there's religions from late antiquity, edited by Richard Valentis or something. It's not the best organized book. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the seal of Merkava. That sounds Jewish, right?
Yeah, there are a lot of Jewish stuff in here. Talmudic text and
Talmudic text.
Yeah, and social life. So like a mix of a lot of different stuff. Like you see Manichaeism, you see Mithraism. Late antiquity involved a lot of social exchange, basically. In the Hellenic world and stuff. Like you said, there were Alexandrian Jews or Hellenized Jews or something, or Romanized or something. Late antiquity was different.
Yeah, interesting. So I'll skip that section for today. The pre-Christian Jewish Gnosticism. I think that will suffice today, right? Because that'll give you a grand taste of different traditions. Here's another one here, right? Is this one from the 11th century, right? And then that'll move past this idea about Maimonides in the 11 to 1200s, right, where he's having sort of pre-Kabbalistic ideas. The main idea is about explaining the Jewish mysteries through Greek philosophy, right? And so
I want to say one final thing. They did see the metabolization as a kind of, like how your body metabolizes food. They saw that as a kind of, reflection of how the cosmos works. Yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah, they saw that. Yeah, just saw that. And Jews is something else. Yeah, Jews. Yeah, they're more secretive. They're very secretive. Yeah.
Yeah, it says here. So I'll give you an example, and this is also for Browns. There, it says the Druze who call themselves al-Muwahhidun, the monotheists or the Unitarians, are Arab esoteric religious group from West Asia. Right? They believe in unity of God, reincarnation, and eternity of the soul. Right? So there was so their religion is based on a dispute with a guy who basically claims that God was reincarnated as Adam, right? So they disagree with that, and they say that no, there's one God, and he doesn't reincarnate as humans, but human beings reincarnate, right? There's like a sort of cosmic mind, right? And there's like the people who understand things, right? And there's the profane, right, who don't have understanding, right? So they have the esoteric and the exoteric division, right? And the soul reunites with the cosmic mind, right? Or the nous, right, from the ancient Greek, right? So that's how it ties into to this idea of Neoplatonism, right? But look at this. It says the Epistles of Wisdom is the foundation of the central text of the Druze faith. The Druze faith originated in Ismailism, a branch of Shia Islam, right? And the Ismailis were also given rise to the sect of the Hashashins, right? And it says has been influenced by a diverse range of traditions, including Christianity, Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, Zoroastrianism, Manichaeanism, and Pythagoreanism. Right, and it also says down here, this is funny.
They also believe in reincarnation. They said up there, yeah.
Yeah.
They said up there, yeah. They believe in a little above. You can see it mentioned reincarnation.
Right, reincarnation. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah. I mentioned that earlier. Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Yeah. And I forgot where it said. Oh yeah, here it's this is funny. It says the word dog ziyin, the Druze, occurs in early Hebrew edition of the Travels of Benjamin of Tudela, right? But it is clear that this is a scribal error. Be that as it may, he described the Druze as mountain dwellers, monotheists who believe in the soul's eternity and reincarnation. He also stated that they love the Jews, right? So, yeah. The Jews and the Druze.
As long as the Druze don't drool over the Jews.
Exactly.
Yeah, they are strange, secretive people. No, they don't really like share their views. That's kind of weird. Let me see. What are some other? I think the Chaldee are Freemasonic. I was talking about them like they're a obscure Vietnamese group. I want to just show some stuff about them. You know, like it's not related to it. Actually is related to it, believe it or not. Like it's gonna blow your mind. Yeah, I mentioned it to Unseen. And I'm gonna show you. Like, have you heard of Chaldee?
No, I have not heard of it, but I did hear you talking about it on the stream.
Let's look at some of the imagery. Okay, look at this. Man.
What year is this from?
This is recent, but it's kind of weird how it just popped out. You see, look at that eye, and they consider Jesus, Buddha, and all of them. You see, that's Jesus right there, and their Chinese god. I mean, the East Asian gods, Buddha's.
Yeah,
there.
I like their art, honestly.
Yeah, the art is interesting, but it does kind of look Freemasonic, though. Like, and it's kind of like Baha'i in some way.
Uh-oh, I think we triggered Brown's boy. Let's see what's going on.
See, look at that. Doesn't this look Freemasonic?
Not.
Yeah.
Oh, he's here. Oh, okay.
Doesn't that look Freemasonic? Though?
The eye with the triangle. Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
Does look
know,
pretty
right?
Freemasonic.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way they didn't create this sect.
I'll tell you that. It also has Jesus, Buddha, and they're like, see right there, Buddha, and that's their local indigenous Vietnamese gods, right there. See that right there. Chaldee. And it's kind of obscure, but very strange. It's like a mix of Freemasonic imagery and Vietnamese local stuff and Buddhism. It's like crazy.
Yeah, we got our first caller for the night.
Who?
Brown's boy.
Oh, Brown's boy want to talk to me?
Yep. Specifically you, I think.
Yeah, I have to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back in 2 minutes.
Yeah,
2 minutes.
sure.
Yeah, did you really want to talk to Buddha or what's going on?
What's up? What's up?
What's up, dude?
What's up?
What's up, mate?
Wasabi.
Yeah, we about to play me and Brown's boy going at this idiot Exiled one.
Came up with a good prank once. It was I convinced my dad that these wasabi peas were a new brand of marshmallow that came out, and they expand when you open them, when you put them in your mouth.
Oh no.
He threw like, yeah, it was a pretty good one in the moment. Always coming up with pranks.
Hey, what do you want to talk about with me, the Browns boy? I'm back.
Well, let's start with your social security number.
No.
No, nothing in particular. You know, I just showed up. You know, you guys are always going after so many different subjects, so I don't really have one in particular.
Oh wait, I see. Wait, so you didn't come on here to ask me a question or anything? Like they told me you came on here to ask me a question.
I thought you were talking about the syncretism.
Oh, okay.
Nah, I mean, I didn't come up with anything in particular. I just showed up.
That's cool.
But yeah,
but
I still do want to talk.
He did secretize a lot of stuff, but one could argue that this is disputable. It's open to debate. But one could argue other religious figures were influenced by other pre-existing ideas or something, or it depends on the vantage point you take, or your, you know, the you see what I mean, you know. But you know, or maybe if you truly believe in divine revelation, then you can say that's not true. But or if you don't, you know, you say they were influenced by other figures, you know, stuff like that. You know, like, but you know, Manny was, you know, moving in India, and I think he even went to China or something. And he moved around a lot, though. Basically, I don't know if, you know, like that. So he took a lot bits and pieces from everywhere, and stuff. But ultimately, he was heavily dualistic. So that's what makes it very strange. You know, because you know, in most traditions, you see, you know, something like monotheism, or you see non-dualism, monism, but you rarely see extreme radical dualism. You know, radical dualism, which is very bizarre. But yeah,
radical dualism.
Yeah, he was a radical dualist, as I was talking about. He saw the entire world as a consequence of a cosmic battle from two internally separated principles.
Okay.
Yeah, money. Research. There's actually a book that goes into the history of dualism.
I mean,
more.
It could. What would the opposing forces be that he was fixated on?
Yeah. Well, Browns, I just talked about that. It was like basically, you know, I'll keep it short though. Basically, the kingdom of light, you know, it was attacked by the kingdom of darkness, and then there was a cosmic battle, and the light particles were swallowed by the darkness, and the darkness became the encasing, like materiality. Okay, it became materiality, and within the material forms, there is an inmost light, like a light within all things, but we have to purify the light back to the source. You know, basically the light was splintered, and you have to restore it back to the original kingdom of light, where the God resides, the eternal God or something. And I was talking about that and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe seeing how it maybe influenced Jews or other stuff, possibly, or like a late antiquity period.
It seems like a way that it could be describing poles in place of like light and dark.
Yeah, they're not complementary in Manichaeism. In Manichaeism, they have a antagonistic relationship, the light and darkness. It's not like two sides of the same coin. It's more like oppositional principles in Manichaeism. Okay. But I'm not saying which is true or false. I'm just saying that you know, I'm just saying that's what they believe. That's that.
Okay.
The Zervanites were monists, though. They saw the light and darkness as having a common source and infinite time. The Zervanists, you know, they were non-dualist, basically, something like non-duality. You know, the Zervanists, Zoroastrians had debated that kind of stuff too. Zoroastrians debated whether or not light or darkness shared a common source, or whether they came from two independent sources that collided, or whether they, you see, and so they debated that, too. And so because of Yasna 30.3 of the Gathas is ambiguous. I actually talked to some scholars like Richard Foltz and other people about that to try to figure out whether early Zoroastrianism was a henotheism or a monotheism. I actually edited the section for henotheism for Zoroastrianism. I was the guy who added Zoroastrianism for henotheism on that Wikipedia page. And I refer to some scholars and stuff. Yeah, we don't know what Zoroastrianism was. I think originally it was a monolatry or something, or a henotheism. Monolatry means there were a pantheon of gods, and then you choose one god to worship as being above all the others. And henotheism is like you cycle through the multiple gods. So, but the steppe people, Pontic Caspian steppes, they were polytheistic, so I think, so from what I read. But yeah, the steppes are a different place from the deserts. So the deserts, they're both important, but they have they're different origins for traditions. And so Vedas come from the steppes. They're traceable to steppes more so than the deserts, the Vedas and stuff, for example. And so in Zoroastrianism and Hinduism, Devas and Asuras are flipped, and Devas are good or not. Well, they're higher in the Vendetic tradition. Well, in Zoroastrianism, Devas are demons. They're bad. So they flipped it. Most people know that. Talking to them.
It seems like the physical world can only create forms, and there's something that makes that happen.
Well, actually, I don't know about that. Let me tell you this. Okay, so let's start off. Okay, this is more my own flag. I agree mind cannot emerge from non-mind. That means I lean towards panpsychism or idealism. Mind cannot emerge from non-mind. Okay, that's relating to hard problem of consciousness. I also agree mind cannot find mind. My mind cannot see your mind. My mind cannot see the mind has a transparent character. You only look through the mind. You cannot actually see the mind like a physical object. Mind cannot find mind. So those two things. And then this is the other thing. Do symbols emerge from the mind, or do symbols emanate from elsewhere? Like from a more cosmic mind or something, or that's a difficult question. I don't know.
I would say from more cosmic, I would guess, because it's what could we produce that the cosmos or whatever can't produce? It would have to be produced by that. I don't think we're coming up with new ways to change the cosmos or anything.
Yep.
Yeah, that's actually a tough question. I actually have been reading Jean Lachlab because Twilight recommended him. John Lachlab is an emergentist, so I think so, but I don't know. It's kind of confused. But he does say Sophia is dreaming or something. I don't know. But I have to work out. There's an issue with immanence and transcendence that the Western esoterists have been debating throughout history. Immanence versus transcendence, soul versus spirit. How to reconcile those, or how to frame them in an overall picture. They've been debating this stuff throughout history. There are many different perspectives. I think the Hermeticists take a more middle ground between them. I have to look into that too. And stuff between soul and spirit. And stuff. I have to look into that. I want to write a book and read more on this topic. But the point is, the question about Platonism versus Aristotelianism hasn't been resolved. Platonism still has some good arguments for it, and that does change how we view everything and how we frame and interpret things or convey it. It's like the difference between involution and evolution. Involution and evolution. Right? involution is like, yeah, I actually did cover that before on the channel, but I could show it again. But you know, I can send you that stuff, and you go ahead. You know, I don't want to take up too much time talking.
You're good. You're fine. I'm just listening.
Yeah. Now I'll just show you this place here. Like, I'll get it ready in like, I don't know. I'll get it ready in like 2-3 minutes. But I don't know if TML. Do you have like other stuff you want to talk about, or like? Sorry for taking too long.
Yeah, it's no worries. At this point, I'm trying to fill like time for the next hour until I just move on to ellul. So the last hour will just be ellul. So I try to cover at least like 6 hours here. We did a 9-hour stream yesterday, in which for 3 hours of it I did sleep. So there is that available. On the Cyber Caliphate channel. I will just keep that up. A lot of people watch that video, so it just seemed like, so this is a show that was produced by our friend Inner Darkness, Outer Light, aka Televised Apocalypse, right? So
there's many names.
Yeah, so this
show
was
yeah, that's cool. I think I will ask yeah.
So hold this down. Hold this link down for the people who haven't seen that, because that's only available on the alternative channel, right? So we're doing exclusive shows on the alternative channel. We did one with Neurojack as well. That one's available on Neurojack, so I just I went ahead and unlisted that from Cyber Caliphate, but the LORP show is available because LORP deletes all of his shows. So, so I want to make sure that we have a copy of it there. So that one's available. We did a bunch of extra shows, right? Me and Browns Boy will also be doing an extra show this upcoming Friday, right? We'll be doing another Made by Machine Bob. So it's gonna be, so we're doing tons of extra shows, right? So I'm confident in ending the show at 6 hours, or whatever, and playing a very interesting appearance that I had at Mel and Pandora. Did one of you guys say you have premium YouTube or whatever?
Not me.
No.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I have.
Not
I do. Yes, I have premium YouTube.
Yeah, maybe you can help me play this afterwards. All you'd have to do is play the video, share the screen, and play the video after the show ends. Yeah. So you can turn the volume off of your laptop and it'll still play the video. So that might help me a lot if that's
yeah, just basically play the video and then go to bed.
Yeah, if you can.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
So we'll see if that. So we'll see if Buddha help us with that. So we'll have a special replay of Mel and Pandora. I was on there talking about the dangers of AI. There is a very brilliant gentleman on there, Australian, who was saying that technology is neutral. It's just based on the way we use it. And I was there to
instrumentalism.
Yeah, so I was there to convince him that's absolutely not the case, especially with AI, right? So I had a great discussion with this guy. So we'll play that. That lady Mel Pandora, she is a very professional, streamer or whatever. It's like being on a radio talk show. So props to her. Definitely a good change from the rest of the shows that we've been on recently. But yeah, so we appreciate her.
The dangers of AI. I saw, that the guy you debated one time called 2 times called Tariak. He posted a stream today that was titled that. That's what they're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like that's going around, or as a title, or it might be a what do you call it, algo, or you know how they have pre-packaged titles, right? So could be something like that.
Yeah. I said because he dropped the Jim Bob debate that he did, and I said to him, I said, I see your move here, buddy. I said, you curl up halfway through and you let these guys do promotion commercials for their religions. And he just sent some sort of meme back. Like, what? What?
Well, how many times is it going to change going from Christian to non-Christian to Christian to non-Christian? Next time it's going to be boy who cried wolf. And next time he goes on a limb and starts bringing up these weird theories against Christianity, and you know, I mean, almost nobody will believe him. This is the 4th time he's changed his religion, right? So,
sheesh.
Like, I think in the last year and a half alone.
yeah, he started out an inquirer, then he became, you know, sympathetic to Orthodox Christianity, then he became a supporter of Amon Hillman, and now he's back to being a Christian. So it doesn't make any sense, right? And in the intermediary, he somehow learned about Plato and philosophy. So imagine that. And that's what he went to go argue with Jim Bob about. Is it Plato or Christianity?
Yeah, I'll talk about my question and get people's response, because I feel like this is the central philosophical question that determines a lot of different stuff. Let me see here. Let me yeah. Let me see. I mean, I already did ask that, but I'm not here. But
I think Michael's got the love bug. He's asking, do any Muslims here know if jinn can reproduce with humans? You trying to make it with a jinn here, Michael?
The love bite? What?
You trying to have sex with a jinn?
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
Is dead.
Does that answer your question, Michael?
Okay, yeah.
Well, you're clicking like faster than ever. It's like
me.
Yeah, it sounds like a popcorn factory. It's crazy.
I was getting this. Here you go. Like it's getting ready to spray. Yeah. Like how do I like? I guess that's annoying. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, here you go. So basically, you can see this? You see my screen?
Yeah.
Yep.
So basically, I did talk about this before, but you see in Taoist thought, humanity was closer to the Tao in earlier time, and the fall occurred as the mind's power of abstraction turned inward, constructing a self-enclosed world of concepts that gradually pulled us away from direct recognition of the Tao. Yet the Tao itself is never absent. Is always present beneath our abstraction. The infinite, also understood as nothingness, differentiates in, well, I think that's Wuji. It's called Wuji. See, Wuji. It differentiates into yin and yang, then into 5 elements, and finally into the 10,000 things or phenomenal reality. Internal alchemy in Taoist tradition is essentially the practice of moving back up this ladder in reverse, a kind of backward entropy towards this. In this sense, Taoism effectively presents a doctrine of involution, involution. See what I mean? Right here, the involution, rather than progressive evolution. One's position on this question of emanation versus emergence reveals where they ultimately stand. So you can see that there. So, there are 4 different possibilities. I'm going to read you all 4 possibilities, and maybe you can find another possibility, but I want you to tell me what you think is true, basically. So A is strong emergentist Taoism. The Tao is immanent self-ordering of matter itself. Symbol, mind, and intelligence truly emerge from biological process. Tao does not equal pre-existent intelligible realm. Tao is the generative spontaneity of nature. This is compatible with complex systems theory, autopoiesis, Deleuze, certain readings of Zhuangzi. The biologist would say, yes, there's Tao, but symbolic reference still arises from evolution as one of its higher order products. Participate. Now we're going to go to the second option, which is participatory emergence, which is like a middle position. This is the Tao is prior ordering field, but biological systems must reach certain thresholds to participate in, tune into it. Symbolic capacity is neither created from nothing nor fully preloaded. The Tao is, this position says the Tao is always there, but organisms must grow into resonance with it. This is closest to, I think John Lash Lamb is probably close to it. Involves genuine evolutionary ascent towards symbolic access. So that's B. That's participatory emergence. Strong involution, reminiscence. The Tao is fully real prior to biology. Symbolic capacity does not emerge. It becomes locally visible through suitable hosts. Biology is a receiver or translator, not the generator. So yeah, that's an important thing to know. This is closest to Guanon, Evola, Nimrod style metaphysics, some forms of Neoplatonism and Gnosticism. This position argues biology does not generate the symbolic. Biology merely becomes complex enough to host it. So that's one option. C, C, that's strong involution. And D is another option I learned about from my friend who's into Gurdjieff. He actually argued that. He argued the Tao is the living, immanent totality of the cosmos itself. All finite beings arise downstream of a primordial fullness and thus drift inevitably toward entropic stillness. Local negoentropic events such as symbolic insight, magic, higher order law can occur, but only by generating greater entropy elsewhere in the system. A transcendental realm exists beyond the cosmos, a Gödelian necessity. I'm not sure if you know about Kurt Gödel and his incompleteness theorem. It's referring to that. But it cannot be accessed, described, or re-entered from within. This position says consciousness is conserved within a closed cosmos, but all its expressions devolve. Transcendence exists, yet no being escapes to it. This is closest to Gurdjieff's cosmology, certain hylozooist and panpsychist monisms, esoterics, stoicism, and late Neoplatonists such as Damascus. So yeah, that's the one. So what do you think is true? I don't know what's true. Yeah, it's hard to figure out what's true. Yeah, involution would mean that no other organism can in the future evolve to reach the capacity towards symbolic to symbolic reference. No other organism can reach it. If involution is true, or if C or D is true, they can't reach it. Right? So it's hard to tell. What do you think is true? I don't know.
If you can't see another mind, you couldn't maybe say that it can't recognize symbols. How would you know?
That's a good point.
Sometimes it seems like we're studying. Sometimes it seems like we're studying consequences to me, but I'm not I'm not fully sold on that idea.
Well, it's like, have you heard of the plant that turns into plants that are around it? We studied this before. So this plant, mimics the plants. It changes its leaf to mimic the plants that are around it. So either it has a way to communicate with its environment, or it's perceiving, simultaneously perceiving and then absorbing information, from its surroundings. So I think that maybe they have ability to communicate in a level that we don't understand,
that may supersede symbolic reference in a way.
I don't think that's true. Like, let me. I don't think that's true. No, I think symbolic reference really is like it's something only human beings can do, and the idea that some divine beings like angels could have mixed with human beings, and then we got symbolic reference. I think that could be scientifically defended. Actually, believe it or not. I mean, it's possible. Like, symbolic reference is an anomaly of nature. Like, no.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that where did symbols come from? Right, that's a different question, right? Because if symbols come from, Plato's forms is different than if they come from, the intelligence that's within nature and all that type of stuff, right? So there's also that whole aspect.
What would Plato say?
Yeah, sign is different from, a sign is different from, a symbol. At least in the way I'm describing it, like, let me see here. Like, so basically, I want to just show the second page, because, so see right here, yeah. So basically, an arrow is indexical. Wait, not arrow. Let's say you have smoke. Okay, you see smelling smoke. That implies or correlates to there's a fire nearby. That's a causal link. All organisms can do that, or like birds, mammals, fungi can do that. I mean, they all have indexical reference. But an arrow icon, the word smoke on a sign means no smoking, even with no smoke present, even when there's no smoke present. We can know that, and human beings are special because of that. Like, like a pointing hand, indexical, a person's finger pointing at a stain on your shirt, but that's indexical. If you point to a stain on a shirt, person can see that's like.
Really quick, what would Plato say about what you call a symbolic reference?
He would say it emanates. He would say it emanates from a realm of forms. He would say symbolic reference is a matter of emanation, and due to the spirit.
And what would Christianity say versus Islam or something? Would it basically agree with that or disagree with that?
Christianity would probably say that depends on the Christianity, but due to special creation and involution, Christians believe in special creation and involution. I mean, so they would say that we have the spirit, but maybe the spirit declines over time, or maybe due to mixing with the angels, we got symbolic reference. You know what I mean? But so they would be C.
Well, so, I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know if the Bible says like we mix with angels or something, but
I didn't say in the Genesis, but
the symbols.
Yeah,
I think
the same pointing hand icon in an app means click here, regardless of where it's printed. Right? So you see the iconic reference is about resemblance, and this is in the realm of science. Iconic and indexical are in the realm of science. I read the book Biosemiotics by Jesper Hoffmeyer. I'm about like halfway down the symbolic species, but I got this. Biosemiotics did talk about all of this.
Well, so just before we continue on,
correlation.
Before we go too deep into that, I want to just pump the brakes for 1 second, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Machine, because I just want to make sure I fully understand, because what you're saying has a lot of implications from what I'm hearing. Machine, would you say that? What would you say? Would you say that Christianity and Islam agree with Plato or disagree with Plato on the whole like forms thing versus like
your mic is
symbolic
starting to
reference?
sound demonic, dude.
Well, that's the thing, is that they disagree about this idea of the forms, but they'd agree that that there's a symbolic frame, but they just say it comes from nature. Right, so they'd agree more with Aristotle, but they disagree with Aristotle's notion of the universal mind.
Yeah,
right?
but
So it's either the forms or the universal mind, right? So there's two ways where symbols could, come from, right? So
yeah, but I might clarify something. I think based on what I know about Islam and Christianity, the symbolic reference is more indicative that human beings have a spirit, But all other organisms do not have that spirit, the capacity to know God or something. And the human beings are unique for that capacity to know God. Because, you know, when you read the scriptures or whatever, you know, that those are symbols, you know, symbolic reference. You know, no other organism has that capacity. And it's indicated. It's like pointing to,
Right.
yeah.
I mean, I can at least tacitly agree with that for sure. I mean, I think
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. You see,
yeah.
symbolic reference.
Yeah.
You know, what a symbolic reference works by convention within a system. Meanings come from learned contrast, roles, and constraints among symbols. Symbols are relations amongst relations. A symbol's value lies in how it contrasts or combines with other symbols, not in resemblance or law
but again, like you're saying, sorry, if somebody else talking, you know, if somebody else wants to go ahead. But I just have a really quick follow up to what you're saying.
No, go
Yeah,
for it.
this is cutting edge stuff. If I were to write essay on this called "Hard Problem of Symbolic Reference," I could become famous. Really, but you know, the Jews are after me. They will steal my ideas.
Well,
yeah, let's quit asking people in the chat if they support terrorist activity. Yeah, that'd be for the best. Thank you, Mike. Blessings.
Okay, so really quick, I want to make sure I understand. So, are you saying that you're saying that how do you say it again? Symbolic reference. Okay, so you're saying that seems to be agreed by both Islam and Christianity that it's unique to humans more or less. I mean, but would you say that if you're saying that's in the realm of science, right? Like, what did you say is in the realm of science? I don't want to misquote you.
Okay, listen, Terence, let me go into Terence Deacon and Jesper Hoffmeyer. They're both biosemioticians. They say it is discontinuous. The symbolic reference is an anomaly of nature. Jesper Hoffmeyer said that at least 3 or 4 times in the book, and you know he is a scientist. Okay.
Yeah,
and,
but I don't. Sorry, but hold on.
Yet.
Break down what that means. I don't know what you mean by.
Yeah, I wasn't done explaining it.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Anomalous. What does that mean?
Anomalous. It means it's completely like unexpected. Like you don't see it anywhere else in nature. Like it's just you don't like see it. You don't see it. You know, like what anomalous means is completely unexpected. It doesn't fit into what you expect or like predict or the trends you see. You know what I mean? It's not within the trend. It's not within the trend. Does that make sense? It's a major deviation.
So that would either point to God or it would point to some force of nature that's
what it points
hard
to
explain, right?
What it points to is the limitation in the scientific method. Only philosophy can resolve that. Is a more a philosophical question. You see what I mean? It's not an empirical question. You know, and I said there are like
but you're saying that but you were saying something's in the realm of science. So the reason I'm bringing this up is like if this is the case that you can measure symbolic reference, you know, like an IQ or something. My point is that if it's something that you could measure and then you could measure it and then like within technology or within some system, then you would basically like grant you know, a sort of divine connection to those objects or systems or something, right? You see what I mean? Like that's what I'm trying to get at.
I could be wrong. I think I think symbols have a lot to do with association. Like I think it's like because like you have to associate what the symbol means.
Okay, that's actually partly right, but partly wrong too. Let me explain. So basically, iconic reference works by resemblance. You see, resemblance doesn't cause me interpret it, blah blah. That also, but indexical works by association too. You know, one thing points to another thing because they co-occur or physically causally linked. You know, animals can do that. For example, smoke, fire, footprint means animal, dashboard means light, blah blah blah. You know, it's indexical in interpretation. You know, that's like correlation, contiguity. But you see, a symbolic reference is still association, but it works by convention within a system. Meanings come from learned contrast roles. You know, symbols need neither resemblance nor physical linkage. They depend on a shared code, you know, sustained by a community. The same sign can act indexically, but when you use it because of its place in the code, you see, it's acting indexically, but you use it because of its place in the code. You're using it symbolically. When meaning depends on causal linkage, it's indexical. When it depends on learned contrast and systems roles, it's symbolic, even if signs look the same. Example, many ASL signs have iconic heads, yet function as word-like elements in a rule-governed system. So it's like in a rule-governed system. Meanings are socially stabilized and drift over time. The power of words is effectively on loan from the language-using community. So symbols are relations among relations. The symbol's value lies in how it contrasts and combines with other symbols, not in resemblance or raw co-occurrence. So I talk about that here. So symbols like arbitrary conventional token used under combinatorial rules to talk about things, events, the hallmark of symbols rather than iconic or lexical symbols. By arbitrary, what's meant is that no natural tie between the sign's form and its meaning. Any form could have worked if the community agreed. So the mapping is fixed by social convention. So, so it's like a secret, like a secret code.
Like, would this apply to like etymology and words and how letters are formed?
Yeah, it's sort of. Like you can, we can say dinosaurs were huge, okay, even if no dinosaur is around, and no other organism, as far as we can know, has that capacity. You know what I mean? But the question is, can they evolve towards that capacity or not? A, B say yes, C, D. What I read from you said no. C, I would say Christianity, Islam, and most of all, even Taoism was originally closer to C. Of course, C has different variations too, but they were C, strong involution. D is interesting too. D is, I don't know, maybe Taoism was originally more like D. But yeah, I could write a book about this. It's actually a very complex topic. That's why I use my notes to make it clear. And I need to read more. I need to finish this book too and make it better. This is my area of focus, really. And the umwelt of other beings, and also the question of whether, John Lamb, he does believe in evolution, though. So I'm not sure why Twilight doesn't believe in it. But A, B, A to B.
Yeah. So really quick, I mean, though, so are you saying that symbolic reference is something that can be measured? So, like, for example, right? Like, let's say that we have 5 of us here on panel. Do you think there's a test that we could take and find out who has the most symbolic reference and or divine connection?
No, okay. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is more philosophical. Okay. I agree. Mind cannot emerge from non-mind. Okay, mind is like ontologically.
Well, but you said you read a book on no. But you said you read a book on biosemiotics. And that it's scientific. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, right?
Yeah, actually, it's kind of like the border between where science breaks down and philosophy begins. You know what I mean? It's like the hard problem of consciousness, right? Have you heard of the hard problem of consciousness?
Well,
yes or no?
Well, I mean, yes, but what I mean though is like,
there's a hard problem of
but all science is reliant upon philosophy, right? So you can't do science without philosophy.
Yes, that's true. But what I'm making is a bigger claim than that. You agree there's a hard problem of consciousness. I'm saying there's also a hard problem of symbolic reference. I've already solved the hard problem of consciousness to a large extent. I know the answer.
You have. Have you?
Yeah, I mean.
Well, I mean, Christians think that we solved it. Like,
I'm confident in my answer.
Christians believe we've solved it as well. I mean, I don't know exactly what the answer is, but pretty sure we've solved it.
My answer to me is just that mind cannot emerge from non-mind. I mean, that's what I'm confident on in the resolution to the hard problem of consciousness. Mind cannot emerge from non-mind.
Sure, isn't that just a descriptor?
Wait, what?
Isn't that just a descriptor?
No, that's have you read David Skrbina's Panpsychism in the West? He claims that mind.
I haven't finished it. Oh.
Yeah. His argument from non-emergence, I accept that. I accept his argument from non-emergence.
Yeah, we're actually going to be reading parts of Panpsychism in the West, and also the Participatory Mind by Skolimowski. So we'll read key parts of that.
Skolimowski is B. Skolimowski is B. in my list. Yeah, I know 100% he's B. I looked into the book and it's B. It's B. Yeah.
The hard problem only about concerns with where consciousness has come from?
The hard problem is about how mind relates to matter, or how mind why we have qualia instead of being philosophical zombies. Like why do we even have a rich raw phenomenal experience? You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
you would argue that people have varying degrees.
The answer would be mind does not emerge from non-mind. I'm not seeing the connection here.
Well, you have to read the book. I can go into it more. Okay, listen. Listen. We can see steam coming out of the factory, right?
Before we get into that, though, no, I mean, because you're just running. I'm not criticizing, but
fix your mic.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let me respond to Lone Wolf Reddington. Basically, we can see steam come out of a factory, right? Those are both physical. But I cannot see your mind come out of your brain or whatever. I can go into your brain, dissect it, but I cannot see your mind. And mind is totally ontologically so distinct from the physical. And it's like claiming that. So how can you claim that something so ontologically distinct can emerge from the physical? Because Leibniz's mill, you can go look into the brain's activity, but you never see the mind. You have to infer it. So what makes most sense is to claim mind is always latent to some extent with all the processes, or mind is the basis of reality, because that way you can avoid sharp ontological distinction.
But how do you differentiate between mind and spirit then, right? Or do you?
Yeah,
what do you call that when you can tell sometimes?
That actually,
you ever talk to
I
people
like
and
that
you can,
question. Neuro asked a good question for once.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Actually,
they're all good questions. It's just most people don't get it. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but I'll answer your question. Okay, so there's a 3-step I was working on. I said mind cannot emerge from non-mind. 2, mind cannot find mind. 3, do symbols emerge from mind? I don't know. I don't know if symbols emerge from the mind. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, that's a good question as well. So, and I think that you should write that one down, because that is a big one. But really quick, I want to make sure
I was
I
gonna
understand
say, yeah.
Do you differentiate between mind and spirit?
Sorry, I got a lag.
Yes, I say spirit is indicative of symbolic reference. If you have symbolic reference, that indicates spirit. At least the way I interpret it, spirit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you think that spirit or symbolic reference? So, there's a correlation, maybe not causation, but there's a correlation for sure, or you would say it's causative.
Wait, repeat that. Sorry, because your mic.
Do you think it's a correlation or causation or?
Yeah, I don't know. Before you came on, I was talking about 4 possibilities. 2 of them were basically emergence. The other 2 were like emanation or involution. Involution. Emanation or involution, like degeneration over time, or emanation from a higher plane of existence, or something
what
like that.
Were you saying about symbolic reference 2 seconds ago, that it can't come from mind, or?
Yeah, like my question is, does symbolic reference emerge from the mind, within the mind?
Oh, that's the question.
Yeah, that's the question.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. Sorry, but that's a major point that you're making. So I want to make sure you do one thing. And again, I'm trying to help you philosophically, right? Because the definition of symbolic reference is now extremely important, because it depends on how you define that term, right? So how do you define symbolic reference then?
I read it right here. I already told you, symbolic reference are relations among relations. Like it's the shared code. That there's like arbitrary conventional tokens used under combinatorial rules to talk about things event. No, like the best way to describe it is like the pointing hand. The person's finger points at a stain on your shirt. That's indexical. We know you have a stain on your shirt. Symbolic is when the same pointing hand icon in an app means click here regardless of where it's printed. So it's like saying like something like dinosaurs were huge, okay, even if no dinosaurs are around. That's symbolic reference. That only makes sense within relations, among relations.
So,
the symbol.
So for example, if an AI algorithm develops its own like hieroglyphic, system to symbolically reference the things that either humans or other AIs can understand, would you say that that's evidence of spirit, or would you say that's just evidence of mimicry or something?
Yeah, that's a good question. And you see a lot of it's kind of strange because Claudius, he took a negative view on the spirit, but Nimrod D. Rosero, he took a negative view on the soul. Okay, and they're like complete antitheses. Okay, let's think about Evola and Claudius for a second. Let's contrast them. Claudius views the spirit as parasitizing the soul. The soul is like the vitalistic life. That's basically iconical indexical reference. And while Claudius actually says spirit came outside of reality, believe it or not. But Evola and Nimrod de Rosero, they see spirit as an opportunity to leave behind the material realm and to go up to the transcendental higher realms. Okay, so spirit is like the proper use of spirit is to leave behind the material realm or something. So like that's why I found it very interesting when Hyperborean was talking about how you can use the resignation of symbol as a means to leave behind the material realm. And that's what I'm dealing with here too, because while he was talking about it, I was also reading this stuff. And what's weird is that Jesper Hoffmeyer said something that sounded like the world was the universe was a superorganism too. I mean, the world was a superorganism, which was kind of weird too. But anyway, the reason I mentioned that is because there's a hard problem of symbolic reference. Depending on your answer to symbolic reference, it can determine the trajectory of your beliefs. You know what I mean? Or like
the superorganism might be onto something with that.
Yeah, it's semiotic, but symbolic reference does not fit within the fold of the superorganism. Arguably, you can argue that, you know what I mean? You can argue symbolic reference does not fit into the fold of nature. You know what I mean? Because it's an anomaly, you know what I mean? You don't see it anywhere else yet.
Well, would you, okay, and I know this is a fucked up question, so I acknowledge that up front, but would you say that symbolic reference is a verb, a noun, or an adjective?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. I think if you say it's a verb, you lean towards emergentism. If you say it's a noun, you lean towards like emanationism, or maybe even special creation, or something like, that's a good question. I don't know. I have to work that out. I'm telling you that the question I don't have figured out. Right now, I'm only focusing on fleshing out the question and working out like what certain potential answers to the question how they would affect the unfolding of the system. Like where would it lead towards?
Yeah, I think it's a really important one. I think it's a very extremely important one. And I was just curious, have you read any Peter Thiel, Rene Girard, or Nick Land, or Dugan?
Yeah, I know about Rene Girard. I read about him through secondary sources. I have not read the primary source material yet.
Yeah, you might want to look at him. I'm sure there's some other people. But do me a favor, later on, send me a message with like your specific question, and I'll send it to Pilliter, because this is a very, very interesting thing that you're talking about, because it's something that I think Thiel and Nick Land and Dugan and all those guys, I think that's a big key thing that they're kind of playing with, and Giorgiani too. But I mean, it gets into like bioethics and stuff like that. But I think you're hitting on something very interesting, I think. So I just wanted to tell you that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So, but it did make me that's partly the reason why I am hesitant to remake my channel, because now I have a lot of doubts about what I used to believe. Like if involution is true, or like let's say involution is true, that means that a lot of what we're told in science is backwards deliberately. I mean, they're inverting the the actual truth of, you know, as they're inverting.
Wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising. Imagine if involution were true. That means that in ancient times we were more divine, we were more spiritual, and then over time we degenerated. Do you believe that? That's what it would imply, involution. Maybe we even had magic powers in the past. I don't know, like we could fly or something. I don't know. I mean, yeah, like imagine, like,
Fly
you know,
like
like,
Neo.
yeah, like most symbols and stuff, you know, they both left at the same time. That's very strange. Like exactly at the same time. Do they think I'm crazy?
You could say that was an anomaly.
Yeah, it's an anomaly. Why do they leave exactly at the same time? Are they real people? Like at the same time? Like what the hell? Like
They're
what's
real people unless
Yeah.
unless they fake video as well.
They're even antithetical to each other in some ways, but yeah.
Yeah, they're not on good terms right now, I don't think.
Well, they are now, but they
I
never
like
have
both of
been in
them,
the
but
past. Yeah.
I like both of them. I was just surprised that they left exactly at the same time without a word and stuff. Like I'm just like, wow, like
Yeah,
maybe
it's like
they were recruited.
yeah, it's the opposite of Hyperborean and Twilight. They show up one after the other, you know. So these patterns.
Yeah, it's strange. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
feel
kinda
like
think,
I'm a
like,
better writer than speaker. Sorry, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. I'm a better writer.
Yeah,
than
no, it's
speaker.
fine. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, but I do think like some of us are finding our opposites like in our little group. Like it's kind of funny, right? Like
Brown's
like-
boy's phone crashed out, he says.
Yeah,
Whoa.
maybe they
My
both.
mic
got-
is bad. Yeah, so
that's
yeah,
okay.
they're in step today. So blessings to these guys. And yeah, so yeah, that was a nice little detour, and I think we filled up some good space there. I'll go ahead
but,
and
I want to say one final remark.
yeah, of
Sorry,
course, yeah. Please take your time.
Yeah, science has not even made an inch forward to the most important questions, like actually obscure stuff more. You know, I mean, that's what I can say. That's the ultimate thing. Like the whole debate, between, the whole Plato,
100%
Aristotle.
agree.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's my final remark. Thank you.
It's more of a continual march toward technical slavery and transhumanism.
Where'd all these people come from? Now all of a sudden 18 people are watching. Where were you? We just had a great show, 4 hours and 50 minutes of just
Is it
pure
the
gold.
witching hour? or
Pure
something?
gold. Yeah, we'll play some music so then more people will leave. And
Play the shizit, that'll make them leave.
well, I have a good song
Would be
called
my suggestion.
Yeah, yeah, similar band called Barcode. You know, yeah, it's sort of a similar band. So we'll play this song Barcode, same name, Barcode, right? Song and title and band, right? So we'll listen to this and we'll be back in 5 minutes and we'll look at the symbolic reference frame and one author who implies that this symbolic reference frame is the one thing that actually divides man from natural forms, right? And he talks about how this is anthropologically, the basis for human society, not technology, not tool making, but symbol making, right? So, we're going to be looking at the unique insights of Louis Mumford and then moving on to, look at Jacques Ellul on technology, right? So we'll be skipping ahead to the main thrust of this show, right? As we've done, and then I'll play a cool mini debate I had with a gentleman who was using ChatGPT to debate me on AI, its benefits and its harms. Yeah, and then halfway through the
Wait, was that Taryak?
No, I'm sorry, I said he was Australian or something like that, but he's actually Irish, right? So he sounds like I get all those people confused, but yeah, he's from Ireland. right? So I'm used to debating Irish people at this point. You know, Wilson and then Tariaq and now this guy. so it's like the fighting Irish. All right.
No, I'm kind of sad that the Irish have Wilson. Can we disown him?
Yeah, definitely a sad trombone there. Wilson disowned by
Totally
the Irish.
sad trombone.
Yeah. So blessings to Wilson. Thank you for posting the clip of our debate. And yeah, so anyways, we'll play this clip here, barcode, right? And yeah, we'll be back with Mumford and Ellul, right? The main thrust of this show. Blessings.
Don't drink another of this thing to you out. Go grab what's left of your brain. Don't talk that it's in rigid time. Don't try to stop. Just go completely insane. Do not ignore the gun of the bar wherever you are. I know you will stay, but stay wherever you are. You will obey. I know. Don't underestimate the rules. Not in it too. I know. You're not alone. You're right. That's what we are. I know. Don't take another your first time to lose all you are. Go back what's left of your brain. Don't talk that it's every time. And don't try to stop. Just go completely insane. We're safe at night. Till the body goes away. You are invited for yourself today. We're safe at night. Till the body goes away. You are invited for yourself today. Do not ignore the call of the bar wherever you are. I know you will stay, but stay wherever you are. You will obey. I know. Don't underestimate the rules. Not in it too. I know. You're not alone. You're right at the spot we are. I know. Do not ignore the call of the bar wherever you are. I know. You will stay, but stay wherever you are. You will obey. I know. Don't underestimate the rules. Not in it too. I know. You're not alone. You're right at the spot we are. Back out.
All right.
Boy.
Blessings to the people. Yeah, a lot of people left. We got rid of a lot of people. We got this guy in the back. Yeah, what's going on? You here to talk about Ellul and Mumford or what?
Hey, what's up? You talking to me?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to read Ellul and then Mumford. So yeah, so you're just in time for looking at if man is a symbol making animal, a tool making animal, or what have you. You know, it's one of the most important questions. We've been focusing on it for the last hour if you've been watching the show. And yeah, so we'll move on to this. So this is actually a very crucial issue. Let me actually pull this up here. Technics and the Nature of Man is the text that we're focusing on. and a whole nother text by ellul called the Technological Society. If you've seen the show, this is the major thing we've been discussing for days and days and weeks and months and pretty much a year, right? So yeah, so it just so happens that very important topic. Let me go back and read parts of this, right? I'm especially interested in some thoughts that he's had about. Now, obviously, okay, so this says for more than a century, man has been habitually defined as a tool using animal. This definition would have seemed strange to Plato, who attributed man's primitive state as much to Marsyas and Orpheus as to Prometheus and Hephaestus. So let me look at what Marsyas is. Right, I know Orpheus is sort of like the arts and dreams and imagination, right? So he's talking about that versus this idea of inventiveness, right? Innovation, right? Creativity and especially technological mastery, right? Hephaestus obviously created Talos, right? If you look at the first Star Trek episode, they go to a planet called Talos 4, right? So it's named after this creation of the god Hephaestus, right? Which was a sort of automaton, right? The god Hephaestus had invented this automaton, right? So yeah, so it's interesting. So this planet was named after the creation of Hephaestus, right? So here, hold on, let me see what this is. Marsyas. Marsyas was an ancient mother goddess, Rhea or Sibyl. Okay. So that's interesting because in the dark logos, right? Alexander Dugin mentions Sibyl, right? And it's like the darkest part, the darkest representation of the dark logos is Sibyl, right? I'm trying to figure out like what this god is sort of known for, right? So I'm going to get into this. Okay. So he was flayed alive in a cave near Selene for his hubris to challenge the deity. Apollo then nailed Marsyas' skin to a pine tree.
Sheesh.
Right. So he got into it with Apollo.
Seems a little overkill.
Yeah, Plato was of the opinion that the skin of Marsyas had been made into a wineskin. Ovid touches upon Marsyas twice, very briefly, telling a tale in a Metamorphoses, right, where he concentrates on the tears shed into the river Marsyas, making an allusion in Fasti, where Ovid's primary focus is on Olos and the roles of flute players. So maybe with Orpheus, right, the same thing with the flute playing, right? So I think he's trying to talk about the arts, right? That Plato owed man's development to the arts as much as he did to his, technological mastery, right? So as much to his symbolic capacity as art, his capacity to create art, just as much as his capacity to create science and technology, right? So let's go on with there. Yeah, Mike, if you can mute that up because you're typing a little bit loud there, but yeah, blessings up. A lot of noise coming. But yeah, so let me go to this tool making thing, right? And look at his argument here. Right? He says by fastening attention on the surviving stone artifacts, many anthropologists have gratuitously attributed to the shaping and using of tools the enlargement of man's higher intelligence. Though the motor sensory coordinations involved in this elementary manufacture do not demand or evoke any considerable mental acuteness. Since the subhominids of South Africa had a brain capacity about a third of that of Homo sapiens, no greater indeed than that of many apes, the capacity to make tools neither called for nor generated early man's rich cerebral equipment, as Dr. Ernst Mayr has recently pointed out. The second error in interpreting man's nature is less pardonable one, and that is the current tendency to read back into the historic times modern man's own overwhelming interest in tools, machines, and technical mastery. Early man's tools and weapons were common to other primates. His own teeth, nails, fists, but it was long before he could fabricate any stone tools that were functionally more efficient than these organs. The possibility of surviving without extraneous tools gave early man, I suggest, the leeway he needed to develop those non-material parts of his culture, which eventually greatly enriched his technology. And he says, in treating tool making as central to the Paleolithic economy from the beginning, anthropologists have underplayed and neglected a mass of devices, less dynamic, but no less ingenious. Right? And he says also that this practice overlooks the role of containers, hearts, storage pits, huts, pots, traps, baskets, bins, byres, ditches, reservoirs, canals, cities. These static components play an important part in every technology. Right? So he's reinterpreting the notion of technology, right? And saying that it's also the organizational capacity, right? So it's human means of organization, right, that are also no less a technology than mechanical tools and the advancement of, machines and tools.
Sorry,
right?
who is this? I forgot. Sorry, but my sorry. Sometimes my listening skills.
Yeah, I sent you this one. This is the Techniques in the Nature of Man by Mumford.
Oh
right?
yeah, Mumford. Yeah, I was going to read Mumford next. Yeah, I'm going to read him within 1 or 2 months.
Yeah. Start with this one because this one is a short article, and then the other one is the book, right? Yeah. There's also another book called Technics and Civilization. And I might have to email you that one because it's too large for us to send on Discord. So yeah. But yeah, but yeah, I'm reading a lot of this again because Buddha's here now, right? And I thought it relates to what he's talking about, right? But yeah, so he says, in any comprehensive definition of technics, it should be plain that many insects, birds, and mammals had made far more radical innovations in the fabrication of containers than man's ancestors had achieved in the making of tools until the emergence of Homo sapiens. Consider their intricate nests and bowers, their beaver dams, their geometric beehives, their urbanoid anthills and termitaries. In short, if technical proficiency were alone sufficient to identify man's active intelligence, he would for long have been rated a hopeless duffer alongside many other species. Okay, so he's saying that if it's our ability to possess a higher intelligence or brain size, or that gives us the ability to construct tools, then animals who have a smaller brain size were already constructing tools at a much higher capacity than man had. Right? So there's another little flaw in the theory itself, right? So there's many flaws, right? The errors are piling up, right? There's the ability to read into man's history, the narrow purpose of developing these tools and machines, right? There's the fact that for a great majority of man's history, he survived without them. There's a great point that he made that a majority of man's activity is made for social means of organization, cultural forms of expression that he's going to get into, right? And this last point that he made, right? That it seems like other animals were doing it way before humans, and we're doing it at a much higher capacity. Okay, so let's go on.
I apologize for asking, but can you send that to me again? Yeah, this time I'll say it.
I got your back. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but I have some comments to say about the beaver dams, and also some bird weavers. Like their nests they build are so incredibly intricate. It's crazy. Like like their buildings are like almost like very intricate, and kind of surpass human beings in terms of like how well they're integrated into the environment. Like I can show you some of that stuff. Like it's kind of crazy. Like for a visual illustration, if you want me to, I can pull it up.
Sure. Yeah, for sure. I'll drop the link again. It seemed like we got more people in the chat now, so maybe I'll drop the link again. As long as before 6 hours I get like 200 views or whatever, I'm fine. It's no biggie. We'll try again next time. We did get into lots of good discussions yesterday and today, so I appreciate the time spent for you guys. Obviously, the alternative channel, Cyber Caliphate, right? That would been, that's a great time to come and fight it out, right? We have open streams where we don't have topics, where people like Mike and others, it'd be good to just, you could just free form, just go off the top of your head, just debate whatever you want, challenge people, So we do have open streams like that, right? So it's not as if there's no time to come and talk to us. He left on his own. Yeah. But right now we're sort of focusing on this topic. Mimetic complexity, man as a symbol-making animal, so on and so forth. Okay. So, okay, so I'll skip this one here. So it said, though man's overdeveloped, incessantly active brain had more mental energy to tap than he needed for survival at a purely animal level, and he was accordingly under the necessity of canalizing the energy not just into food getting and reproduction, but into modes of living that would convert this energy more directly and constructively into appropriate cultural, that is, symbolic forms. Symbolic forms. Cultural, that is, symbolic forms, right? So cultural techniques precede mechanical techniques, right? Is what Mumford is saying. Not only that, but he's saying that this is what distinguishes man from other animals. Not tool making, but symbol making. Right?
Yes, 100%. Yes, that's incredible that he figured that out.
Yeah, like 1930s. He's like, yeah, by the way, it's like, whoa.
Yeah. I have a quick question. Does Mumford see the man's capacity for symbol making negatively or positively? Like,
he thinks it's positive, right? Like, in the other talk that we were looking at, authoritarian and democratic techniques, right? It seems like he thinks there's lots of promise in these cultural techniques and way less in the mechanical techniques. He thinks like cultural techniques are human scale and mechanical techniques are not. He kind of expressed that in the documentary we watched on the city as well, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that documentary was very good. Yeah, I remember you showed several of them in the past.
Yeah, I'll send you that documentary too. That one's cool. You know, Mumford's a beast. You know, it's good that we play these things and lock these down. You know, like somebody posted like the entire ellul technological society, where it just had no commercials. It was just an entire book, right? And I should have just played that on my show, right, at the end of my shows. So we had the entire recording, right? But we didn't do that. And now the video is gone, and we'll have to reproduce the entire book ourselves as an audio recording, right? Because it'd be very useful to have that as an audio recording, right? Because I've read it so many times. I'm tired of sitting there with the tiny little yellow book and, you know, I need to buy like 3 more copies of it because the one I have is in such poor condition. Okay, so here's Buddha with the animals and their complex creations. Right? Isn't that what it is? Oh, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So this is a book I read in full. It's the Handbook of Cornell Lab of Ornithology. I read this book in full, and you know, I took an online exam for this. You know, but see, this is you see the bird nests are extremely sophisticated. Some of them, like I'm gonna just cover a few, not all of them. Like here's like this is one of the most sophisticated I remember. The globular nest with false entrance. Southern pendulum tits build nests in which larger, more obvious nest opening arrow. That's the nest. Is actually a false entrance. This is a false entrance. The real nest chamber entrance is located above the false one. You know, in the arrow. That's the real entrance up there. You see the B. When not occupied, the entrance tunnel lies flat, ending in a concealed slit arrow. So when it's not occupied, it looks like it's closed. You know what I mean? But you know, like see, also like they're trying to like anticipate. You know, predators and keep them out in order to raise their nestlings and young. And you know, there's a lot. This is a more of a retort nest. You know, there's different styles of nests. You know, some of them are more, complex. You know, like this is a pendulous cup nest. And let's see here. Yeah, let's see. But I wanted to show you that because we were talking about the beavers and how, you know, building nest or the tool making is not exclusive to mankind. Like, but the symbol making is exclusive, as Terence Deacon and Mumford argued. You know, there are good arguments for that. Yet, like what we were covering. I actually did read this book in full. It covered some conservation elements also. And this is, I want to show one more thing. You can actually Google some of this. I mean, YouTube some of this stuff. There are YouTube videos too. But let me see. Yeah, bowerbirds. Bowerbirds are well known. I mean, so I'm going to show this too. Like here, like, yeah, okay, yeah. This is like, these are bowerbirds. They make bowers. They look like that. You know, the bowers, and they put a lot of like, you know, shiny things and berries and other stuff, and they do that in order because of aesthetic preference, but also because they're trying to get mates and stuff, you know. And you know, so based on like the mates, the female, they would see their like interior decor, and that would be, they would go to that. These are bowerbirds, and they have elaborate. See, they like picking shiny things, and the bowerbird would come over and see how they decorated their bower, you know, this kind of home or something. So they would decorate it there. satin bowerboards. Yeah, so that's kind of like construction also, but more like for mating and stuff. Yeah, let me see here. Yeah, I read this book in full. Actually, you believe that? It's crazy. Like I read it in full. Yeah, I read all this in full. Yeah. I read it during my spare time. So yeah, I read all of it. You know, it's not good for scientists to be able to communicate with birds. You know, they're actually improving that, because then they will use them for bombs. Already they're using birds for surveillance. Like they do invasive neurological experiments on them, and they put weird stuff on them, and they're like surveillance people. And that's a real thing and stuff. So they are killing a lot of birds and other stuff for surveillance. And you know, some of the stuff in this book is autistic. Like they have like an area where they have like a preserved species of all preserved birds of all species, you know, for research. And I think that's very disgusting and stuff. Yeah, you know, and also there used to be this thing called oology, you know what I mean, oology, where they would go around and they would get the Victorian era, they would get the bird eggs and try to like, you know, just collect bird eggs, but that's not very good for about conservation or you know, biodiversity. You know, the Victorians would go around and like do that. That was a long time ago. I think it was called oology. I'm not sure if it was called oology. Yeah, I actually lost that one. Yeah. It's been a long time since I read this book. Yeah, but yeah, I was just saying that because, you know, Mumford was talking about the buildings and stuff. You know, it's been a long time since I read it. Let me see here. The X. Let me see it. Something here. Yeah, so that should be like 427. I'm not sure what I wanted to show, but I just wanted to see for conservation too. You know, because like, let's see here. Yeah, this is actually one thing I find very fascinating. I mentioned this before on my channel. Yeah, but yeah, the Meteor eggs, you know, common meteors nest close together on precarious cliff ledges and lay eggs that are sharply tapered, a shape that serves as a safeguard against rolling off narrow ledges. Meteor eggs are also remarkably variable in color pattern, which may be an adaptation that helps parent meteors recognize their own eggs in a tightly packed nesting environment. So they like their eggs are literally shaped in a kind of way so they don't fall off the ledge. You believe that those are eggs of cliff nesting meteors. I don't see how random mutations can lead to that. You know what I mean? Like you know, random mutations plus natural selection. I don't think that is sufficient. You know, or something that fine-tuned or something. Right. You know, so like he used to talk about that. Yeah. Yeah, I lost that one section. I did share on my channel, but I don't.
Yeah, this is cool. One of the homies, Alchemos, dropped the links for the Jacques Ellul Technological Society audiobook. So there is a version available online. So maybe I'll be downloading that soon. So we have that available. Maybe we could just re-upload that one. All right, so that'd be dope.
Maybe I'll find it there.
Yeah, so thank you for that. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, excellent stuff there, Buddha. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, man. Definitely highly you know, relates to what we're you know, putting down here.
Yeah, I actually emailed a Japanese professor. I translated emailed a Japanese professor because he had a book on how, you know, I actually did talk about this on an older video on how Japanese tits you know, they have a kind of proto-syntax, you know what I mean? They have a proto-syntax and how they duet together and how they communicate with each other. So that could be like a proto-symbol. So that's interesting. I actually wrote that in another review, you know what I mean? And the Japanese researcher is interesting. It could be a proto-symbol. So, you know, it is possible that, you know, I actually lean towards, for a long time I was B, I was closest to Skolomovsky for a long time because, you know, like if there is a proto symbol, that is one good argument against involution. I mean, because maybe Skolomovsky is closer to the truth. You see, I have to look into things more. You know, but I can tell you that. Let me see here. Yeah, I have written down here. Yeah, about the Japanese tits. Yeah, Japanese tits and others. Yeah, okay, here I go. Yeah, this is short. I'm not reading a lot. You know, bird calls such as mobbing and fleeing calls of honey eaters can encode highly specific information. Listening birds decode and understand these messages. Bird calls are functionally referential, describing predator specifics like air versus ground threat. Notes even encode predator distance, size, and threat level. Birds process sound and visuals faster than humans. Japanese tits and others combine meaningful signals to create compound messages, applying generalized grammatical rules. So they do apply generalized grammatical rules, but whether that is on the level of symbolic reference, I don't think so. I have to read more. You see, right? These are complex questions. That's what I'm saying. You know, sometimes it overwhelms me too. I think I do better when I sit down and think and read. When I write. I'm a better writer than I am speaker. Sorry about it. Sometimes I get kind of overwhelmed and kind of spazzy a little bit. Sorry about it.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, blessings to Max Vision, Alchemos, the people that are here. You know, I saw Lindsay Smith and Dr. D out here. Blessings to you guys. You know, so yeah, so let me move on here with the text. Don't know if Red is asleep there. Blessings, Red. Yeah, you awake there, Red? Yeah, well, Dunk Red. It could be snoring on us. We'll give him like 2 minutes. Let's see if Red's out here. Blessings, Red. Yeah, so reach out in the private chat if you're still here. Blessings. Yeah, I never know if Red is here sometimes. You know, he's always here like for the first like 5 hours. So the thing is, you know, we go very long.
He said I'm here. He said I'm here, so you should add him back. I guess. Maybe he fell asleep. He said I'm here.
Okay, nice. Yeah, blessings. Yep. Okay. So
yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, for sure.
Did you fall asleep? You shouldn't push yourself. You're sleepy. You go asleep.
Yeah, we're chilling.
It's all good.
Yeah, we only got like 30 more minutes here, so we'll be cool though. But yeah. Chewing on some chocolate here. I'm drinking coffee and eating chocolate, so you know it's past midnight, so you know you only live once. But yeah, so I'm all jazzed up, as you could say. But yeah, so this life-enhancing cultural work, right? By necessity, took precedence over utilitarian manual work. Now, this wider area involved far more than the discipline of hand, muscle, and eye, and making and using tools. It likewise demanded a control of all man's biological functions, including his appetites, his organs, of excretion, his usurping emotions, his widespread sexual activities, his tormenting and tempting dreams. Okay, so he talks about the hand and how the hand itself became a symbol of love and, you know, justice, and it was gestures and, you know, expressed dance and ritual, you know, sentiments about life and death, our remembered past or anxious future. Right? He says tool techniques and our derivative machine techniques are but specialized fragment of biotechnics. Okay, so there's 3 techniques, right? I mean, actually 4 at this point, right? Okay, there's biotechnics, right, which is man's relationship to his environment. There's cultural techniques, which is man's relationship to society. There's tool techniques, right, which are sort of the mediation between these cultural techniques and biotechnics, right? And then there's mechanical techniques, which are divorced from the first three and have a sort of separate order, right? Right, but they relate back to man's biotechnics, right? So they sort of, and ellul sort of explains this too about, human society and about human organization and human techniques versus mechanical techniques, right? So, so I think, he must have derived this from Rousseau and Mumford and a number of other thinkers that express similar ideas, right? But yeah, he goes on to say, right? Right, and by biotechnics, one means man's total equipment for living. Total equipment for living, right? Okay, okay, now let me skip a little bit. He'll go here. He says, in Technics and Civilization, right? Right, the idea of myth and fantasy, magic, right, religious rote, right, has still to be sufficiently recognized, he says, although Johann Huizinga and Homo Ludens, right? So remember, I joked about this, right? I said there's Homo faber, right? Which is man as a tool-making animal, right? There's Homo ludens, right? Which is man as a animal that organizes himself through cultural symbols and complex social games, right? And then there's man, the symbol-making animal, right? Which is divorced from these other definitions of tool making, right? Or game playing, whatever, right? Game developing, right? So yeah, so it's interesting, right? Right, Huizinga, right? So he says tool making in the narrow technical sense may indeed go back to our hominid African ancestors, but the technical equipment of Clactonian or Acheulean cultures remained extremely limited until a more richly endowed creature with a nervous system nearer to that of Homo sapiens than to the primeval hominid predecessors. Okay, let me skip down to this. It says, in this revision of the accepted technical stereotypes, right? I would go even further, for I suggest that at every stage, man's technological expansion and transformations were less for the purpose of directly increasing the food supply or controlling nature than for utilizing his own immense internal resources and expressing his latent superorganic potentialities. When not threatened by a hostile environment, man's lavish, hyperactive nervous organization, still often irrational and unmanageable, was possibly an embarrassment rather than an aid to his survival. If so, his control over his psychosocial environment through the elaboration of common symbolic culture was a more imperious need than control over the external environment, as one must infer largely predated it and outpaced it. So he's saying that man's need for cultural expression was actually something that would have been a sort of disability, right, when competing with animals for survival, right? As are his forms of social organization, right?
Also, the symbolic introduced a realm of existentialism, or the existential.
Right. So, yeah, so that's pretty important. And he says, on this reading, the emergence of language, a laborious culmination of man's more elementary forms of expressing and transmitting meaning, was incomparably more important to the further development, to further human development, that would be the chipping of a mountain of hand axes. Besides the relatively simple coordination required for tool using, the delicate interplay of the many organs needed for the creation of articulate speech was a far more striking advance and must have occupied a great part of early man's time, energy, and mental concentration, since its collective product, language, was infinitely more complex and sophisticated at the dawn of civilization than the Egyptian or Mesopotamian kit of tools. For only when knowledge and practice could be stored in symbolic forms and passed on by word of mouth from generation to generation was it possible to keep each fresh cultural acquisition from dissolving with the passing moment or dying generation. Then and then only did domestication of plants and animals become possible. Need I remind you that the latter technical transformation was achieved with no better tools than the digging stick, the axe, and the mattock. The plow, the cartwheel came much later as a specialized contribution to the large-scale field of cultivation of grain. Okay, let me skip to ellul now, right? But more on this later, right? Now, isn't it interesting that in ellul, the most voracious aspect of the technological society is the use of propaganda and the manufacture of symbols. It just so happens, that it is the most dastardly expression, right? Is the technical, the way techniques are imposed on the manufacture of culture, right? And how these symbols can be mass distributed, right?
Yeah, it's like what you were saying about the cigarette box and the woman smoking or something like that. I think that was a very good example you gave a while back. You know what I'm talking about? Or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that goes into the symbolic reference frame, right? I gave that as a over contextualization of symbols, right? Where smoke does not just mean fire, right? It means right, Statue of Liberty, right? Or something like that. Right? A woman lighting a cigarette means the Statue of Liberty, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's just serving technique where the ends, where the means become the ends themselves.
Yeah, I said that a long time. I said that you could have mimetic complexity by over contextualization of symbols, right? Where you can implode meaning by layering contextual symbolic reference frames, right? So I said that memes accomplish this, right? They sort of layer different meanings on top of each other to implode the meaning of the actual thing, right?
I think, I don't know, this is kind of different, but I think maybe MK Ultra also used like some kind of crazy symbols, like in kind of way, like in order to like traumatize people and like condition them to certain ways and stuff. From what I've ever seen, like they use some kinds of symbols like that are meant to be deconstructive or something like that. I think so. Maybe like it's meant to like blur the line between nonsense and sense or something. Maybe like Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was reading this again in Ellul on this propaganda section, and it's funny what he says. This is such a killer line. He says, what could be more innocent in appearance than comic strips? The deepest influence of these quote-unquote comics on the reader is demonstrable, as is their usefulness from the sociological point of view. And what could seem more harmless than an American musical comedy film? Yet we are all aware of their economic importance. So it's saying like this thing that's supposed to be just entertainment, it's just silly, it's just a joke, is actually a vehicle for cultural programming, right? Of the most grotesque kind. Right? It's a vehicle for propaganda.
Yeah, what
Right.
page was that on? Again, like
This is on 364.
364. Yeah.
You know, and he, you know, and he's right. It's like the danger is in the subtleness of the delivery, right? And in the actual reality of the psychological disfigurement that one inhabits when one consumes these images, right? So it's like that's what's not being taken into account is the irreversible damage that it does cause, right?
Yeah,
and
it's
of course,
kind of, there's a lot of research, or just obvious that trauma really it lingers. Trauma lingers, and it can haunt one repeatedly, like from the past or something. And in a way, I think a lot of YouTube, a lot of times they do suggest like very traumatizing stuff as a way to like kind of, I don't know, mess with people. And I don't think the algorithm is entirely random or entirely tailored or catered to people's interests. Like they're trying to traumatize kids or traumatize people in general to like, I don't know, for whatever propaganda purposes they have. So there's a big problem now with thanks to internet and crap like that. Don't let your kids use the internet. Do not let them use the internet. Yeah. Some of the stuff I see is just crazy on YouTube.
Yeah. Actually, they've seen some disturbing things in the YouTube Kids section or whatever. But yeah, what's interesting here is this idea that he's talking about is that and I see this all the time on YouTube, right? That people will deliver disinfo and psyop messages, right, as a jokey joke, right, and they won't consider what they're saying, right, and they're not even funny jokes that they're making, right? It's just to have a laugh and to relate to people and to talk about something that more people are talking about, right? So I see this on a lot of these shows, right, where they're reacting to goy slop and sort of yucking it up, and they're psyoping themselves, they're psyoping each other, they're psyoping their audience, right? And the subtleness of the delivery of these videos, right? And they think they're beyond it just because they're laughing at it. That's the danger of it, right? They'll consume an extraordinary amount of these images, right? And they think just by telling sarcastic jokes, they're not being programmed to watch this stuff, right? But yeah, they're consuming mountains of goy slop in the meantime with their audience and sharing it to everybody, right? And promoting this garbage, right? So
yeah, like reaction videos, crap like that. Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's basically what Mr. Beast does. I mean, like in a more larger sense. Like, he's pretty crazy, stupid stuff. Like that's the kind of stuff that grows.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen those YouTube videos with like, I don't know, brand images like Spider-Man or like Batman, and they're like dancing and it's like just fucking retarded.
Yeah,
And
you know what they'll do? They'll even brag and say, "Oh, we're reacting to goy slop, and our show is real conversations because it's non-intellectual garbage." They'll actually claim the shows that they take down where they react to goy slop, that those are real conversations that they have with the YouTube actors, right? Known actors on YouTube. They'll have these conversations with them reacting to goy slop, and they'll say, "Oh no, we're having real conversations because they're non-intellectual conversations." This is actually what they claim, because their conversations have no value. They can't think of any original ideas. They don't have deep conversations. They don't read anything,
right? They don't watch anything of value. Their brain is full of trash and garbage and goy slop, and that's all they can react to. Right? And it's like they claim they're having real conversations because they're literally watching popular memes and videos. What? People are literally retarded at this point. Right? They'll literally watch Candace Owens and claim they're not reacting to goy slop and they're having quote unquote real conversations. You know, when we're here reading Plato, there's like, oh, that's totally fake because you're reading Plato and you're talking about the Bible. Oh, that's totally fake. It's just fucking incredible, right?
Yeah, it's you know, like most people are dumb. You know, like they, you know, like during my wedding, you know, there was this guy, okay, and you know, he was a, you know, he's just like, I'm not trying to be racist here, but he's like the kind of, you know, the fat white guy who just drink beer and watch football. You know what I mean? And like it was weird. Like he asked me randomly during my wedding, "Where are you from?" and stuff. Like, I'm like, why can't you just Google my name? You know, like just Google my name, the etymology or something. Like, why ask me in the middle of the wedding, like, where am I from? You know what I mean? Like, you know, like you know, and I looked at his Facebook, and like he's the kind of guy who just watches Michael Bay films. You know, and he just you know, read 50 Shades of Grey, stuff like that, and you know. He's not like he's smart, you know. So I am not an egalitarian, you know what I mean? You know, that's what my point before, you know what I mean? I'm not an egalitarian, you know, like, you know, that's why one thing about Evola I find appealing, you know, like there are Shudras, there are Vaishya, there are Kshatriyas, and then there are like Brahmin and I don't know, like what. And I think maybe too much social mobility is not good, you know. I don't know, because you know, some people just naturally, or like they just seem stupid, like they're not oriented towards wanting to know the truth or like to analyze it deeply. Like they don't even have the important questions framed or made intelligible in their mind, you know what I mean? And so they only go after instant gratification, you know. And so in a way they're very easy to manipulate. And so like most people are like that. I would say like 80% to 90% of people, like, unfortunately, you know, like, they have poor aesthetic sensibilities too. And so that's just the way people are. It's good to be elitist and, you know, view them as lowly and stuff. That's why you need strict social hierarchy and stuff. It's not good to treat people as equals. And so, yep. Yeah, that's the way it is. That's why I like a caste system.
I don't know, man. I feel like you just need to tell women to shut the fuck up. I feel like that's just like the entire, you know, be all of shit. Right. Tell women to shut the fuck up, and anybody arguing like from a feminine perspective should be told to shut the fuck up. I feel like that's the answer.
I guess that's more of a warrior approach. Yeah, that's more like a warrior leader or something like that.
Yo, listen, from the mouth of babes, wisdoms will be motherfucking often. You know what I'm like? Fucking volumes of wisdom will be spoken, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Like, have you ever had like an old man, you know what I mean, drop wisdom on you that was like basically like fucking retarded?
Yeah, I've had it, you know, like dumb boomers, but not all old men are retarded. But yeah, there are lots of dumb boomers out there.
I'm not like, no, I'm saying, like, have you ever had one who you go, bro, listen, I did not expect that motherfucker to like shock me. You know what I'm saying? Right? You ever hear the story about Flavor Flav?
Yeah, I think I don't know. Sorry, I'm a little bit tired, but yeah.
I feel you. Listen, so like motherfucking what the fuck? Cat Williams, right, was on the roast of motherfucking Flavor Flav. And he was upset about all the racist remarks being made, all that type of shit or whatever, right? You know what I mean? And like after it was all over and shit, you know what I mean? And like, you know, fucking Flavor Flav's kids was crying and the baby moms was all upset and all that type of shit, right? You know what I mean? Fucking like Cat Williams is in the back just all pissed the fuck off or whatever, and Flavor Flav comes in and goes, good show, right? And he goes, how the fuck you gonna tolerate this shit? They called you all these names and did all this type of shit, right? And you know what I'm saying? And like fucking Cat Williams looked at him, right? And he goes, listen, you would never expect somebody in a Viking hat with a fucking giant clock around his neck with the wrong goddamn time on it, right, to tell you some crazy shit and some really wise shit. He goes, yeah, son, but they gotta pay me, homie, right? You know what I'm saying? And that's, you know what I mean, what was really important in the end of the day, right? Is they got to pay that motherfucker. Like, listen, I don't give a fuck what you say. You know, cut me the check, homie. That's really what it was. Like, yo, listen, fucking dumb motherfuckers will tell you smart shit all the time. You just got to listen to them sometimes.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. You know, like I guess everyone has their own role to play. You just gotta put them in the right spot or something so they can. Yeah.
Listen, I like listening to dumb people because they say smart shit all the time. You'd be amazed. Yo, listen, my cat's screaming at the door, but right back.
Well, I did go a little off there, you know, but you know, it's true that those people are annoying. The reaction video people, they're annoying. Yeah. Sorry for going off there. I mean to derail that. You know.
It's all good. So, yeah, before we wrap this thing up, I'm gonna just go ahead and read some of this and then just wrap this thing up here. So it says, as for the police power.
By the way,
yeah, go ahead.
Yo, Avian, by the way, yo, listen, all that like fucking elitist school bullshit, right? Is literally just an Anglo thing. Like, yo, on a regular basis in Italy, they fucking stand here and just take over goddamn businesses like regular people do and turn them into co-ops, and they end up motherfucking like running like amazing shit coming out of it and creating beautiful fucking wonderful things. Right, all that elitist school shit is nonsense. It's only an Anglo fucking thing because their lower levels are too dumb to do anything.
Yeah, no, it's not true. You know, like a lot of when the Indo-European spread, they created a kind of social hierarchy, a tier system. You had like the warriors, you had the priests, you had the farmers, and you also had the underclass.
I'm saying that like, yo, listen, bro. But I'm telling you something. I'm telling you that like, listen, that elite school fucking nonsense, right? That everybody preaches that you don't have like revolutions or like change without fucking like elites is nonsensical bullshit, right? That is an Anglo problem because that, fucking Spain, France, Italy, Greece. Listen, normal motherfuckers, like low level motherfuckers, change shit all the time. And they
Dude, you're Italian. You're Italian, and you had a hierarchy too. Like in Rome, they had patricians, and they had proletarian. That's the hierarchy. Yeah, like I don't know what you're saying here. Like, yeah.
But like
That's
low
what I'm
level
arguing for.
motherfuckers went ham, right? And they fuck people up. They change the world. They change the course of Rome all the time without elites.
No, I'm not egalitarian. Like what TML was talking about regarding those dumb people and their reactions and their watching Goislov and stuff like that. Those people are like shudras or like, worse than trash. Like you need a hierarchy to like, it's not good to say that these people are on the level of the aristocrats or on the level of the warriors or something like that. Those people
You'd be
are
better off having the working class run shit. The aristocrats are fucking garbage in this country. In this whole society, they're trash.
Well, yeah, in this society, I agree with you on that. Yeah, we agree 100% there. Yeah,
Like,
we agree there.
Fuck elite theory, bro. Like, fuck elite theory right now. Real shit. We need the lower levels to come the fuck up because they're literally smarter than the motherfucking upper level people.
Well, now they are, yeah. But I'm talking about like, well, now, yeah. I mean, you have a point about the present time. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there.
Yeah.
In the present time. No, that's obvious. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because like the average dummy going like, I don't like trans stuff because God told me not to. They're literally smarter than like 90% of motherfucking like management in this country.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if we're being realistic and talking about present times, I would agree. But sometimes when I talk, I admit that sometimes I think about different time periods in a disassociated way. and that does create a kind of false image. You know, when I talk, I'm thinking more about medieval ages, or like I want to go back to medieval ages. You know what I mean?
But this isn't the medieval ages, though. That's the problem. We live in today.
Yeah, I want to go back to medieval ages. You know, I want to go back to.
You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Yeah,
I mean, you can. Once we run out of oil, we'll be there. You know what I mean? We're 100% going to be there once the oil gets to the point where, like, you don't have to run out. You just got to get it to be too expensive to, like, use for, like, shipping fruit cups around the world. Then all this shit shuts down.
Yeah, that's ideal. Yeah, that's the best, you know, because that's the way human beings were living life for most of history. Yeah, so like, just go back to that.
I agree. Sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, TML. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to fucking hit that nigga in the face with that shit real quick. What were you saying about the police?
No, I was just about to read some of this ellul here. It's interesting how, like his old thing. He's got an answer to this because totalitarian powers, right? They're not favored, right? So technique does not favor elitism. It favors democratic thinking, right? Because it does not favor individualism, right? So ellul makes the case that totalitarianism, right, even though it favored, the advancement of technique, right, as a central place in society, right, it was too individualistic because it focused on the decision-making power of the leader, right? And for that, it failed to incorporate techniques on technique's own terms, right? Because technique has certain democratizing element, right? Does not favor the individual decision-making process, so it doesn't. So although it functions through a sort of totalitarianism, right, it doesn't like having a totalitarian leader, right, because it does not like individual decision making, as I reiterated, right. So he explains this, right. This is on page 286. He says, as for the police power, it is to be noted that when it becomes technical, it assumes the leading position in the state and becomes a fundamental institution, not merely a supplemental one. It affirms itself as the essence of the state, quote unquote. It appears as a mysterious entity which evades all laws and assumes complete autonomy. As Hamill says, quote, it is irrational. It is the irrational nucleus which escapes all definition and limitation by sovereignty of the state, unquote. In fact, we might as well have an undisguised totalitarianism, which controls everything, since the simple use of techniques produces a totalitarian structure of the state, as it does in the economy. Right? Why is this so? The answer is that technique is a mass instrument. One can think of technique only in terms of categories. Technique has no place for the individual. The personal means nothing to it. We certainly cannot deny in theory that every individual is particular. We even concede him his particularity willingly. But in the case of rules of organization and action, we are unable to take this particularity into account. It must remain carefully concealed. So if you go back to the chapter on economics, right, he talks about norms and planning, right, and he talks about how this norms and planning has to take place, and this mass man, right, when you talk about the mass man, right, it's simply like, it's like a version of a man that applies to everybody, right? It's like statistics. The numbers in statistics, right, one number isn't different from any other number, right? That realization is a mass man, right? So
it's the bug man.
Yeah. If you just count people, right, and you don't distinguish them with any characteristics, right, there's no categories to distinguish them, right, then that is a mass man, right? So that is how statistics are gathered, information is gathered. That's how norms and planning has to function, right? And yeah, there's no room to take individual differences into account in that type of aggregation,
right? So this is what ellul is saying, is that techniques must apply in a uniform manner, right? They must be applied in a uniform manner, right? And so he's saying that, right? So he's saying, you know, it must remain carefully concealed. The particular is identical with the subjective and is not allowed to show. If it could appear, it would have to do so by way of technique, and in technique, there is no particular. Technical procedures therefore abstract from the individual and seek traits common to masses of men and mass phenomena. Without these common traits, neither statistics nor the use of the law of great numbers, nor Gaussian curve, indeed no organization would be possible. Abstraction from the individual is doubtless intended only as a formal procedure for the convenience of reasoning, but the formal has become terribly real. It has produced a world which constrains man on every side, which leaves him no outlet to that realm which has ostensibly excluded merely for the convenience of reasoning. There no longer exists any form in which the particular can be concretely incarnated, because form has become the domain of technique. Technique, in the form of psychotechnique, aspires to take over the individual. That is to transform the qualitative into the quantitative. It knows only two possible solutions. Yeah.
This is what we were saying. This is what I'd be saying about like transgenderism, right? Like everybody talks about like, is it some like devil thing or whatever fucking ridiculous nonsense? In the end of the day, it's just technique, right? It's all it is. It's literally like the economy going like, yo, what's the best thing for like to have somebody inside of a cubicle, right? Like if you want somebody in a cubicle coding all day in a closet, right? Yo, you want like a female who'll be able to sit there all day, but you want an autistic dude to be able to like do the code, right? So what do? You combine them both, you end up with a transgender, right? This is literally like, this is technique being applied in the economy, right? This is like taking away, you know, I mean, your basic humanity and forming humans into being what you need for the economy to be, right? This is technique like applied to the human being.
This is actually pointed out by the guy Milo Yiannopoulos. Right? I was listening to him one day on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he said, well, actually, the gay rights activists believe in scientific determinism, because they say you're born either gay or straight, right? But then they also say that you could choose your gender and become whatever you want. Right, so he's saying there's an inherent paradox in, scientific determinism and also social reconstruction, right? So gender can be is either A, biologically or genetically determined, right, or B, socially reconstructed, right? So obviously, in the case of Foucault and
the determinism. Right, the determinism argument is later on science. It's like, okay, it's like basically something happened and then science tried to explain it, right? You know what I'm saying? And it's like that's the dog wagging its tail, right? You know what I mean? But the tail wagging a dog is, the transgenderism thing, right? It's where literally like the economy is the motherfucking tail, which is like humans create an economy. Then the economy is literally taking the motherfucking humans, which is the dog, and turning it into like what it needs it to be.
Yeah,
right?
that is a good point.
Yeah. Right. And so that's where the gender fluidity thing comes from, right? So it's like, listen, when you need to be a fucking female, you can be a female, right? You know what I mean? When you need to be like submissive and chill or whatever the case is in order to like sell something to somebody or like have like a meeting and have people, like and not respect you, but like, want to be around you and be bubbly and shit. But then you want to be a dude and you throw that drag in your voice as a female, right? You stand here and then you do the upspeak thing, right? So that like you're talking down to everybody so that they respect you, right? That's the gender fluidity thing, right? Again, that's more that the fucking tail wagging the dog shit, right? It's the fucking economy trying to fit the fucking human into it.
Yeah, because these
and the
people
human trying
are
to fit into the
reliant.
fucking economy.
Right. No, because if you see all of the transgender people, they'll justify the way the system operates, right? So they're basically they're for the medical system because the medical system allows them to be who they are, right? So they'll support all sorts of social programs, right? They'll support socialism, right? They'll support scientism, right? They'll support government programs, right? So so essentially, you know, they support the status quo. So so Pinoid is saying it's almost like the system is creating a type of person that serves its own purpose. You know, a type of you know, person that's perfectly tailored, right? You know, for the system's needs, and this would be you know, to back up what Ellul is saying, it's transforming the qualitative into the quantitative, because these people are easier to manage because they're totally reliant on the system itself and the way it functions.
Yo,
right?
bruh, listen, I was on Discord one time, right? Wildest shit I ever heard on Discord. Yo, and I've been to some bananas places on Discord. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you, right? I was on Discord one time, and a dude said if they offered me a pill to allow me to have a job, right, that was really shitty, but like I was just happy doing it all day, I would take that pill.
Yeah, so he would take the blue pill or whatever. So he literally said, like, give me the blue pill from the Matrix.
Yep, that's basically the blue pill. Yep.
Yeah. So
I mean, yo,
yeah,
listen,
that's
it's not even. It's worse than that, right? So like, okay, like the blue pill thing is great, right? When you really think about it, because you have to have that blue pill in life a little bit, right? You know what I mean? You have to like grab your wins and your happiness when you can. Like that's fucking important. And like, listen, like, bro, that nice piece of steak, you know what I mean? Every once in a while, it has to make it worthwhile. You know what I mean? Like going and buying a fresh pair of shoes or getting a fucking haircut. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's really not necessary. Your feet are going to feel the same, you know what I mean, in a pair of Jeepers from Walmart. But like, yo, you want them Reeboks or the Nikes, you know, you kind of just want them because it feels good, right? You have that blue pill shit. We all have that. And that's fine. There ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm talking about these motherfuckers literally said, hey, listen, I would take a fucking pill, right, that would allow me to stack pants all day long. You know what I mean? Or like just be shit on by everybody and like put out motherfuckers fires or whatever the case is, right? They would take a pill that would make them happy doing that. It would dumb them down.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough combinations of pills out there to make that happen. So I think they need to start. Yeah, they need to look harder. Honestly, it would be my advice, because they, you know, there's enough different drugs out there to where you could be happy stacking pants all day for sure, right? So,
yo, listen. Yo,
so
if
this is
you're
the thing
happy
is like I
stacking
could think
pants
of a
all
few
day,
combinations. Like I could think of a
that's
few
not-
combinations of drugs right now that would unlock that in myself, right? So, so you know what I mean? Yeah. So,
yeah, I mean, I feel like it would be like acid and like fucking like a whole bunch
Yeah.
of marijuana and some like fucking meth.
Yeah.
Like, bro, like, you know, to make that day
Yeah.
fly by in like 10 seconds, some shit like that. I feel where you are, right? But like, no. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like that sounds awful. Right? Could you imagine like being a human being and like having that be it's not an addiction, you know what I mean? Where it's like, you know, I'm addicted to this fucking substance because like I make a shit ton of money, but I have to like because I know lots of guys who do that too, right? Where you know, like they're order selectors and they'll work in a warehouse where they get paid by how many cases they pick, right? And like so the faster they do it, the more money they make, right? So like they can like, and this is back in like the 2000s, they were making like $40 or $50 an hour, right? That was amazing money back then, right? $50 an hour is $100,000 a year, right? You know what I mean? And like back in the 2000s, you were fucking making bank and motherfuckers were doing it. They were taking motherfucking meth and like fucking uppers and, you know what I mean? Yellow jackets and shit all day running in fucking steel-toed boots, right? They did that, right? And I get that. That's cool. If you're making really good money and you're building a proper life for yourself, I understand. But to work for $7.25 an hour to go stack pants at the fucking mall, fuck out of here, bro. Like, listen.
Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, that is one of the you know, benefits of this you know, whatever you know, type of enslavement is that, you know, people can procure lots of different types of drugs. And that is actually a side note that, you know, in terms of totalitarian techniques, right, Ellul did inspire, right, Aldous Huxley, right, who wrote Brave New World. right? And if you look at a lot of Ellul's writings, he's talking about this sort of low level of containment, low level of sort of inebriation that man can function in, right, in order to be guided by the allure of techniques, right, that don't really seek to totally enslave man, right? They seek to proliferate some aspect of human decision making and incorporate it into the design, right? So it's not beneficial for technique to actually make man's life like into like some sort of living torture, right? But he'll exist in a sort of low level of enjoyment, right? Just barely, persuaded that like the next year, the next technical advancement is going to greatly improve everyone's life, right? And of course, there's going to be this great dialectic.
Progress.
Yeah. And there's this great dialectic that emerges between, technocracy and, a sort of technical humanism, right? That Ellul also describes, but he says here that, totalitarianism is totally not going to be, is not going to work because it's too individualistic, right? So here he goes. He says the words, the totalitarian state inevitably evoke cliches and passionate opinions, but these no longer represent anything but historical reminiscences. The totalitarian state we are discussing here is not the brutal, immoderate thing which tortured, deformed, and broke everything in its path, the battleground of armed bullies and factions, a place of dungeons and the reign of the arbitrary. These things did certainly exist, but they represented transient traits, not real characteristics of totalitarian state. It might even be said that they were the human aspects of the state in its inhumanity. Torture and excess are the acts of persons who use them as a means of releasing a suppressed need for power. This does not interest us here. It does not represent the true face of the completely technical totalitarian state. In such a state, nothing useless exists. There is no torture. Torture is a wasteful expenditure of psychic energy which destroys salvageable resources without producing useful results. There is no systematically organized famine, but rather a recognition of the pressing necessity of maintaining the labor force in good condition. There's nothing arbitrary, for the arbitrary represents the very opposite of technique, in which everything has a reason, quote unquote, not a final but a mechanical reason. Irrationality might appear to exist, but only for the person who knows nothing of technique. It is like trying to tell a man who does not know the radio that there is music all around him, although he cannot hear it. The totalitarian state does not necessarily have totalitarian theories, nor does it necessarily even desire them. On the contrary, what we call totalitarian doctrine litter up clear lines of technical state with aberrant elements such as quote-unquote race, quote-unquote blood, quote-unquote proletariat. The technical state is the technical state only because it exploits certain technical means. There is, however, a great difference between the democracies and the so-called totalitarian state. All are following the same road, but dictatorial states have become conscious of the possibilities of exploiting techniques. They know and consciously desire whatever advantages can be drawn from it. The rule for them is to use means without limitation of any sort. The democratic states, on the other hand, have not attained to this consciousness and are consequently inhibited in their development. Scruples concerning tradition, principles, judicial affirmations, the maintenance of a facade of public and private morality, all these things exist in a democratic state. It may be going too far to say that scruples concerning human beings also exist in democratic states. The democratic state is preoccupied most of all with a very special type of man, the voter. All these scruples, in any case, are without force or reality. They are merely verbal smokescreens, and the democracies disregard them every time it is necessary to do so. This facade no longer corresponds in any way to a real community. It represents only the vestiges of a community. Nevertheless, however, without substance, such talk may be, it still has great importance in democratic life, especially as it acts to prevent democratic governments from launching themselves along the road of technique without some other justification. Here, more than anywhere else, justification is necessary. Even so, democracies have a bad governmental conscience, which no one has succeeded in dispelling. The state has not taken the decisive step of affirming that only technical necessity counts. It has therefore failed to do two things: to become conscious of the state that can accomplish by exploiting techniques, and to sow its wild oats by deciding that there are more compelling moral reasons to get in its way. So yeah,
listen, I was listening to a podcast the other day by a guy named Michael Green, right? And Michael Green's this economist dude, right? Heavy duty like economics guy, and he wrote a couple of pieces recently that are like, they caught fire on the internet, because he's a Americuck, like libertine, Austrian economics type of guy, right? And he always like hears a left go, oh, the wealth disparity, all that type of shit. And like, oh, like nobody has like a living wage and all these things, whatever, right? And he finally went back and like ran into like the economic history of like how stuff works. And this is something that like I talk about all the time, and like a lot of people shit on me for, because like they really don't understand the way government works, right? So when you're talking about ellul, and you're talking about like the conscious of like the democratic state, and this guy broke it down really, really well. He said, listen, when you're looking at the federal like poverty guideline, for instance, right? It is back in the 1960s. It was put in by a woman named Molly like Hatcher or something like that, Hatchwood or something like that. I think she was like a Jewish broad or something, or an immigrant. And like basically they said, listen, we're going to try and figure out like at what level, like, the average human being, is, at the level where they're just okay-ish, right? And so you spent 30% of your income on food. And so they said, if you make, if you make 3 times what you spend on food every month, right? Which would have been like, 30% of your income on food, and then it was like 20% on your housing and like 10% on your car, and then whatever for electric and whatever nonsense, right? After that, gasoline, transportation, blah, blah, insurance, doctor bills, and so like basically it was like 30% of your income on food. So if you made 3 times the cost of like what it was, like how much food was for a year, then you were at the poverty line. And what it is today we have the same exact identical metric, right? So if you make 3 times what you spend on groceries, you're at the poverty line. Like today, the average person spends $10,000 a year on groceries. It's about $800 a month, right? And so we're looking at it and you go, wait a minute though. The average American only spends 6% of their income on food, right? So if you actually measured it up the way it's supposed to, right? Like at $10,000 a year at 6%, right? What's, you have to get like a multiple of like 16 or 17 to get to like, or 18 to get to like 100, right? Because 5 times 20 is 100 or whatever, right? It would actually be like $150,000 a year would be the poverty line. The government isn't hiding this. They just haven't updated it because like the people inside of the government who hand out the welfare money, right? Their job is to do nothing more than to hand out welfare money, right? That's their job. They have nothing to do with setting the guidelines, right? For like who's making enough to like apply for this money, right? And so when you're measuring these things out and when you're looking at how government works, and you're looking at technique, right? That's what you're looking at. You're looking at technique and like how everything operates. And nobody has any idea what they're doing because the government's so large and there's such a giant swath of humans from one to the other side. There's no way to apply it in a proper manner, right? And that's something that we really don't understand as human beings, right? And so like Ellul's great, but like you have to pair it with, you know what I mean, like modern economics, right? And understandings and like economic history, and like you have to like geopolitics and all the things that go with it, energy and everything, right? Because like he can say all these words, like you stand here and like say like all these like crazy terms that Ellul uses. I think we have to pair it, right, with like actual examples so we can really understand exactly what's
In
going
a
on.
way, you're saying that things are more inefficient, you know, and more unsustainable. You know, technique has a kind of like, it kind of ignores how sloppy or how big and vast and like overexploitive it is, and like with the welfare stuff you were talking about, like when you like look at it more economically deep or something. Like, sorry, I'm like trying to.
Well, I think that would be good for people who already understand the problems that Ellul talks about. But for people who have no idea about the technological society, right, or about the need to discuss the technical aspect of society, to them, providing all these statistics and the technical aspect, right, would be, you know, there's so many other things to focus on, right? They wouldn't think that that would be the premier element. Right, but that's what Ellul is so good at showing, that this is the premier element to focus on, right? The technical and the economic, you know, aspect of society, right? So, you know, when you go to, you know, I mean, Uncle Teddy, and he's saying, well, you could, you know, basically dismantle the political and economic basis for the society. The economic and technological basis for the society, and not even change the political system or the religious traditions or any other aspect of the society, right? You know, that's what he's focusing on, right? And so for people who can't divorce those different issues, it's like it's like Ellul said, to tell somebody, you know, to explain to somebody technique, right, who doesn't understand that they're living in a technological society. It's like explaining to somebody the radio, right, that that they have music all around them but they can't hear it. Right, it's like impossible.
I mean, no, like, yo, but this is what I'm saying, right? So like when we're talking about this stuff, I think it's important we show examples, right? So like they understand, you know what I mean? Like you pair it, like you go, all right, well, when Ellul says this, right, here's like an actual example of what's going on, you know what I mean? So you understand like the technique in the system. You get what I'm saying, right? Because like you read Ellul, and Ellul, like it's very what's the word I'm looking for? It's like very like it's like anti-perspective, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like fucking it's very vague, right, with his shit.
Very theoretical. I mean? It's more theory.
Yeah, it's theoretical, right? Rather than being like applied, if that makes any sense. Like it makes sense to you, TML, because like you understand the system, right? But like these motherfuckers don't understand the system at all, right? You know, like a lot of people, they have no idea how the system works in any way, right? And so when you tell them about like, you know what I mean, the mechanics of how it works, so like what you're doing is you're explaining like internal combustion, and you're explaining like the 4-stroke piston system to somebody who's never seen a fucking engine. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where it's at.
Yeah. Let me ask you something, Pinoy. That's, you know, my idea is kind of simple, but basically I arrived to ellul, and what you're saying based on a very simple idea. Regulations don't help, you know, like regulations for conservationism or even welfare, they don't help. You know, what they do is they just push back, you know, the problems, you know what I mean? They defer the problems and they get exasperated over time. Like, let me make the example clear. Like, you know, like they try to make regulations for whaling, you know what I mean? But that doesn't really help. They find loopholes for regulations for, you know, not killing off the endemic biodiversity. But, you know, eco consultants exist to like find loopholes for it so corporations can expand, you know what I mean? But the point I'm trying to get at is scaling back is the only thing that helps, you know what I mean? Scaling back the technological complexity, you know what I mean? And Yeah, so adding more and more regulations, they don't help. I mean, like they just make the system more and more cumbersome and more plundering and more wasteful. I mean, so you're scaling back more to. So I sympathize with your idea of wanting to go back more to like a kind of distributism and local communities, stuff like that.
Yeah, but this reading of Ellul, it started on part 10 of this series, right? So we're on part 107 now, right? So there's hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of me explaining Ellul along with Mumford, right? I've also added Mumford to the explanations, right? So just going through the historical development, right? I spent maybe dozens and dozens of hours on that. Right. So, I mean, I've broken it down into very bite-sized pieces. I've given dozens and dozens of examples in supplementary texts. Right. So, yeah. So
yeah, I mean, like,
I have
done that. Like real world shit, I think is important. I mean, that motherfuckers can see. Right. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's kind of important. Like the up the reach. So everybody really understands exactly.
Yeah, like we went to an entire documentary, by Mumford on the city, right? So I mean, I also gave an entire, example or series of documentaries with E.F. Schumacher, right? We looked at Schumacher, we looked at Mumford, right? I presented entire documentaries where I looked at real world, real world examples of, the material. Yeah. So we looked at several different scholars and authors that make the same point, right? So yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, like you can go to Ted Kaczynski. I think Kaczynski is probably like the easiest one to access.
Yeah. I read most of the manifesto, and then I also read Technological Slavery and explained all of those. So if you consider all of those real world examples to be relevant, we discussed all of those in great detail.
Yeah, I mean, like I think Kaczynski puts it in a more digestible, like accessible. He's just more accessible. Like Kaczynski is very easy to read. I didn't. I mean, I know Michael Schumacher, right? He raced F1 and shit over in Europe and whatnot.
Yeah, E.F. Schumacher and also Lewis Mumford. Have you looked at Lewis Mumford?
I've looked at Mumford yet. No.
Yeah, they're huge, sort of explanations of Ellul. They're talking about human level technique. I'll send you a documentary that we had, from Schumacher. And then I looked at number of different thinkers, on art and spirituality and the question of ecology and philosophy and science and where all of that's headed. We also looked at the transhumanists, right? The beliefs of the transhumanists and Kaczynski's response to the transhumanists. I did an entire series where I did Kurzweil versus Kaczynski, right? So
did you cover the new stuff from Peter Thiel, what he's doing with the transhumanism shit?
Yeah, I covered Peter Thiel. I looked at the Straussian moment. I looked at 2 or 3 articles. We went over Thiel. We did a whole series on Giorgiani, Jason Reza Giorgiani. Right.
I know Giorgiani.
So I looked at modern transhumanists. I broke down like the Fourth Political Theory by Dugin. I did like bunches. So I broke down Nietzsche for the people. Right. I did a whole series on Nietzsche. The series on Giorgiani was combined with Nietzsche. Right. So this is just a bunch of stuff that I put forward. I recently did a whole series of presentations on Hegel and Marx, where I broke down the philosophy of Hegel and Marx. The only thing that needs to be done is like we need to take clips and cut the segments out and then put names like Hegel explained, Nietzsche explained, Plato exposed, Aristotle exposed, Marx exposed, or whatever it takes. All right, to get.
Well, did you write it in the descriptions as what you did?
No, I didn't write it anywhere. It's just weird titles. None of it marks to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Yeah, like all your titles are
And
like
none of it
fucking
points to what we
Dragon versus
covered.
Tiger, like fucking into the fucking gorilla mist, right? Listen, yeah, right. Like, yo, man, listen, I'm telling you, like, yo, you would have a crazy reach, bro. Like, it would just more accessible. I'm telling you, you know what I mean? Like, just like, cause I love ellul, right? You know what I mean? I think ellul's fucking awesome and shit. You know what I mean? I love fucking Kaczynski. You know what I mean? I fucking hate Nietzsche with a fucking passion, right? I think he was fucking retarded. Just like fucking like I like some of Marx because like I like Carlyle, you know what I mean? Like fucking because Marx plagiarized the shit out of Carlyle and whatnot, right? You know, like I like a lot of the older writers. Fucking John Locke's not bad. Fucking Thomas Paine was a fucking pain in the ass to fucking read because I read the original text, right? You know what I mean? Like the original translation from fucking French to Old English. Like, you want to talk about like fucking a retarded ass read? That shit was fucking awful. Like, the rights of man in Old English from a fucking French translation was fucking garbage. Hated it. It's fucking terrible. But yeah, I read a bunch of this shit too. It's just, I think you got to take it and then like apply it to like real life and break down like what it is exactly that like how it applies to you today and like the government and that basic fucking structure. You know what I mean? Like, I think that makes it more digestible as a whole.
I mean,
And I think
it's pretty obvious to me how ellul applies. I mean,
I
yeah,
know
I
it
think
is to you. You're fucking smart.
Yeah, but I'm saying to an average person who hasn't understood ellul or broke it down or understood the words, like, or had contact with them, why would it be important, any of the ideas he talks about?
Because like it's like having the glasses from They Live.
Yeah, I know. That's why you have to break down ellul for people. You can't do that without ellul. Like,
No. I'm saying you break down ellul, but like you fucking stand here and you like give the glasses.
Right, you go do it. Right, you go do it. Go do it.
That's what I do it. I do it all the time. That's what I do.
Okay. All right.
Literally what I do.
Well, I do it all the time too, so what do you want me to say?
Yeah, it's literally like, yo, that's why like I try
Everyone
to
has
people,
different
like,
styles, you know. Everyone has a different style.
Yeah. Like, it's what I do. You know what I mean? Fuck, but listen, I stopped doing YouTube because I fucking hate the fact that like they keep.
That's what I'm
shadowbanning the
known
shit
for
out of
doing.
my
I'm
channel.
known for breaking down ellul.
I know. Listen, you know what I mean? And again, like you introduced me to fucking like ellul, right? You know what I mean? Like I kind of already knew ellul because I knew Kaczynski, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I knew the guys downstream.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying is that like you know, like I'm like last week we were having a conversation. I was saying integration propaganda versus agitation propaganda. You go, oh yeah, is that from Kaczynski? And I said no, it's actually ellul took it from Kaczynski.
Kaczynski took it from ellul.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I put the cart before the horse. You know, so on and so forth. So you know that's kind of the service that we're here to provide, right? Is to show the actual references of things, show where they came from. Right. Make reference to those texts, look at the texts themselves and break them down. I know it may not be a popular task, right? But somebody's got to know the bare bones analysis of the subject and the material and where it originates, or else we won't even know where to look. We won't know where agitation and integration propaganda come from, right? We won't have anybody who knows it, right? So then we'll be up Shit's Creek without a paddle, as they say, right? So this is the thing, is like that's the important service that needs to be provided. So just to reiterate,
Have you ever read Blythe by chance?
No.
Listen, Blythe is a shit. Fucking he's head of the you know the Rhodes Scholarship, like they hand out to like really fucking smart people and shit. Yeah, well, he's head of the Rhodes Foundation, right? Fucking, he's a professor of like historical economics up at fucking Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. And he's like one of the finest historical economists like I've ever heard. He's super accessible. Like, oh my God, is he accessible, right? But like when he's giving out his lectures or he's doing his books, like he gives you the original shit right? You know what I mean? Like, he gives you the original authors and the ideas, and like he goes back to Poughkeepsie and fucking Keynes and List and you know what I mean, like fucking Smith and like the whole way back, right? Does all the shit. But then like he takes it and he goes, all right, well, if you apply all these things forward, you know, well, this guy was right, this guy was wrong, this guy was wrong about this, but right about that, right? And you know what I mean, like you take the text and then like apply them fucking forward, right? And I think it just makes it like so much more fucking accessible, right? As a thing, you know what I mean? Right? To take it and like make that shit fucking like beautiful, right? As a whole, right? Because I think Ellul's like amazing, and you know what I mean, like breaking it down on that level where you understand it, like it actually does apply to what's going on right now, like that fact that like democracies and like autocracies are always going to break down a technique, right, and become, you know what I mean, like fucking more democratic, and democracies have to have fucking technique, right, and destroy individualism, right? That's fucking beautiful. That is a fucking beautiful thought pattern to get into, and I'm gonna bring that up to my boy fucking Gio, right?
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
So this is what I'm talking about. That unique insight from Ellul that I just read in that page, right? Right, 200 and 87 or whatever it was, right? That applies to so many things. Huh?
Page 287.
Yeah, 287, right? I believe that's what it was, right?
That's what you said. You said page 287.
Yeah. So this is where we were at in Ellul. So I'm saying, like, yeah, like that applies to so many things, right? 286, 287, right, is where I was reading from, right? So that's what I'm talking about, right? You know, so it's these types of insights that then need to be sort of catalyzed, but that is nothing compared to the trajectory I've been on, right? Because in terms of the historical role of techniques, right, I've been trying to prove that it's technique that's driving culture and not culture that's driving technique, right? Especially with Ellul and Mumford.
That's basic. Well, that's basic. You know, I mean, that's
But
just like you have to have technique
no,
to
it's
have
not
culture.
basic. It's not basic because there's tards like Wilson going and saying that politics is downstream from culture and culture is downstream from religion, and there's people that actually believe this hoo-ha, right? So this is the problem, right?
Yeah. Also, let me say something. Frederick George Younger, he also influenced Ellul, like we talked about before. But yeah, I would say that's technological determinism. What you said about technique influencing, determining cultural development. But yeah,
All the acceleration, right? The accelerationists say it's culture that drives technology, right? This is the problem, right? This is the problem is the accelerationist retards, right? I'm arguing against Ellul. Somewhat I am arguing against Ellul, right? But I'm also bringing up Ellul and Mumford, right, and their critiques, right, and especially their historical critiques. Now, this is the thing that is really important, right, because cultural techniques and how they relate to mechanical techniques, right? This is such an important insight, right, from either Ellul or Mumford that people still haven't sort of imbibed, right? So I mean, most people are still under the illusion that technology drives things and not symbols, right? So I mean, like this is the huge factor, where we're talking about ideas, right, on a sort of architectonic, basis, and of course, it's going to be a long while till academics and the pop philosophers and the other tards are going to be able to conversate on the same level, right?
Well, I'm like, all right, so the boy Zhang is getting into this right now, right? And he's a heavy duty academic guy.
Who is that?
Professor Zhang.
Is that the Asian guy?
Yeah,
With
he's
the
getting
glasses?
into that. He gets into this.
So guess what? I wrecked Professor Zhang on a Neurojack show where I'm about to play it after this. It's crazy. He started making a video about the Jews. It was all like I don't even know where he was coming from, right? So we need to look at.
Listen, I think most of his shit's wrong. I'm saying that like
a lot of his shit's wrong,
right? Yeah, I think most of his shit's wrong, right? You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I was following him for a little bit, and then like he fell off and went just like full retard on his religious nonsense, right?
You're right. His religious
but-
stuff is off the wall. Like it's kind of nutso, right? But
yeah, it's fucking schizophrenic. But like, so here's the basic structure. I've been running around Discord for about 8 years now, right? Since it opened up like 2016. And fucking we've been getting into like the basic structure of how shit works like since probably like 2017, 2018. And like where you really have to start with all this is fucking geography. Right? That's where everything begins, right? It's all fucking geography. Like where are these human beings motherfucking at? Right? That's the big fucking piece of the goddamn puzzle you start with. And so that wherever you are, you develop technique, right? Which ends up becoming culture. Right. You know what I mean? Like that technique becomes culture because like in order to conquer whatever geography is, whether it's mountain, whether it's fields, whether it's rivers, whether it's fucking like deserts, whether it's plains, whether it's steppes, whether it's fucking, you know what I mean, jungles, you have to have techniques in order to be able to like gain food and access to water and I mean proper like sanitation so that you don't die from, you know what I mean, like fucking whatever. Like no matter how small your village is, you're still gonna have to deal with your feces, right? In the end of the day. So you have to cook fucking food, all these type of things. You just have to hunt animals. You have to gather roots and plants and berries. And wherever you are, whether you have to like be a pastoralist or a fucking hunter-gatherer or you're, you know what I mean, a fucking farmer or whether you're, you know what I mean, like a fucking city dweller, whether you're a fisherman, right? All these things go into technique, right? And they all become cultures, right? Because these are the things that are passed down from father to son, mother to daughter to be able to like survive long term, right? That's where culture comes from. Religion comes after that. Religion's a fucking third order effect, right? And basically what religion does is religion ties in, right, your motherfucking culture and your technique. Right. So religion like basically you go, okay, well, this place when we go here, you know what I mean? Like everybody fucking dies. It's probably because like mosquitoes or bugs or fucking, you know what I mean? Like hot fucking like tar pit or whatever it is. There's animals there that'll kill you. Right. And that becomes your religion. Go, yeah, you don't go there. Right. And it becomes like a fucking evil place that you don't go because you don't really fucking understand the mechanism of how the fuck that works. So you just say the God said don't go there. Right. As a whole. And that's like basically the beginnings of almost all fucking religions in the end of the day. And then it becomes like a moral code of like how shit works. And then that ties everything together long term. Right, because God said this, and then like eventually, you know, I mean, you get symbols and you write it down and all that type of shit, and it becomes like a fucking long-term pattern. And then like, you know, you can get conquered by somebody else. That's why like your technique and your culture, it stays the fucking same, even though you can switch religions, right? So like, you know, you go to Mexico, for instance, or like southern Italy on the fucking eastern coast. Right. Or like you go to fucking Russia, like you still have all the cultural aspects of these places, right? And even though you went from, you know what I mean, like them worshiping the Pantheon or whether they were worshiping, you know what I mean, Quetzalcoatl or whether they were worshiping, you know what I mean, whatever it was, you know what I mean, like you still have like those celebrations, the harvest festivals, the fucking like the architecture, the diet and all these things stay the fucking same, right? Because these are the techniques and the culture, right? The religion changes, right? And so you'll have some type of symbology change, but in the end of the day, like the fucking people stay the goddamn same because the geography dictates how the fuck you live, right? And that's what dictates technique, right? So it's geography dictates technique, dictates culture, dictates then that dictates your motherfucking your religion, right? And that's how this works. Religion is literally like afterwards. That's why you can switch religions. You can have Islamists come in and it still fucking ends up being, you know what I mean, like the same type of fucking people doing the same shit, eating the same foods. Now you can have dietary restrictions with some of the religions, but for the most part, it pretty much stays the fucking same. Right. That's how this shit works. We've been working on this for like 10 years now, or like 8 years now. And it's that just how it applies. I don't understand like why that's a difficult thing for people to fucking grasp. Well, I do. It's because like, you know, they have beliefs, and Anglos have been taught that they're better because of their skin color for like fucking 200 years. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah. Let me break down this idea from Mumford, right? So Mumford incorporates certain of those ideas, right? But what he's saying is that there's a certain aspect. So he says there's 4 stages of techniques. Right. He says, you know, the first stage is biotechnics. Right. And he says an extension of biotechnics is the whole aspect of cultural techniques. right? And he says cultural techniques are an extension of tool making, right? So he's saying that this whole idea of tool making, right, that is reliant on human biology, right? Most of it becomes catalyzed into cultural work, right? So most of the work for human civilization is not based on survival, but for the manufacture of cultural symbols, right? So from that, and from many other extrapolations, right, by looking at animals, right, he extrapolates that animals make tools, right? For a large part of man's history, animals were making far more tools than humans were, right? So he's saying that man's capacity for tool making did not simply develop because he evolved away from being an animal and all this type of stuff, right? And then the majority of man's work shouldn't have been catalyzed into cultural symbols, right? But tool making then instead, right? So then he said that this cultural symbols, right, or this symbolic work was the primary aspect of man's activity that separated him from the animals, right? So he says that.
Also, let me tell you something crazy.
Yeah. Just real quick.
sorry.
He comes up with the phrase that man is a symbol-making animal and not a tool-making animal as a result of this, right? So he then separates, this idea into 4 stages of development, right? Biotechnics, tool techniques, right? Cultural techniques, and also, mechanical techniques, which are the last form that develops, right? And he compares cultural techniques to mechanical techniques, right? And he says that that these symbolic forms, right, or man's cultural aspect is way more significant than his ability to procure, machines and tools, and it's a much more important aspect of man's development, right? I think Buddha was going to say something.
Yeah.
Sorry,
First off, can you like sorry, can you send me that stuff where Mumford focuses on the
Yeah, I got
biotechnique
you.
thing?
Yeah. Give me a second here.
Yeah, definitely, because that's very important stuff. I think what TML is focusing on is like on a deeper level or substratum than what you're talking about, Pinoy. But what you're talking about, Pinoy, is still important, though.
Yeah,
I
very
agree with
important.
it. Yeah. But I feel like TML is really like going more into the like the more like the stuff like the why we even reach this like this
Because
idea.
we want to live. Yeah, because we want to live. That's why.
No, but we didn't have to. We didn't.
Yes, we did.
You don't get
We
my
did.
question.
We
You
have
see,
to live.
yeah, we have to live, but I'm saying like this is not living though. You see what I'm saying? This way is not true
No,
living.
this is living. This is living. More people live now than ever before.
No, but that's not really living in a cubicle. You know what I mean? It's like people used to farm.
You don't understand. Like you don't understand. We're not talking about like living a fulfilled, great, amazing life, right? We're talking about like living as in you're fucking alive.
Yeah, but I'm saying something else. I'm saying we're devitalized.
I don't
Devitalized.
like it doesn't matter what you're saying, right? I'm saying biologically you have like a survival drive.
Yeah, of course, but I'm saying, but the survival drive was doing well before industrialization. Like, so why did the industrialization happen? It was doing better.
But he's arguing that per capita is working better now than ever before, right? So
Let's think about this. Like, let me give you an example. I did say this before. Leaf cutter ants, they get the leaves, okay, and then they feed their fungi in their anthill, and by feeding the fungi, they're able to like get food.
Listen, I don't care. We've had this conversation before, bro. Listen, all right, no. Listen, you understand? Check this out. Let me give you a really, really good example of why it is that we have like modern industrialization. Julius Caesar's sister died giving fucking childbirth. There is not a fucking elite on this planet, right, that has had their fucking wife die in childbirth, right, in like 150 fucking years. That's why.
Yeah. Don't you think that with the lack of infant mortality that leads to people becoming dysgenic, because you need kind of like
I fucking agree. I don't care. That's not the point.
Yeah, I know your point. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Let me
Right.
give me a pause to think about that a little bit, because I know what you're saying. Yeah, and you think. I like to
Right.
have pauses to think. Let me
Yeah, I
think
mean
though.
that's it though. That's all it is. Right. So like, and this is what I'm saying. So like when you get like too far, you cannot move away from this at all. Right. It is literally just go to raw survival, right? Because like if I put you in the fucking woods by your fucking self with nothing, no tools, no axe, no knife, no fucking anything, right? You know what I mean? The amount of time it would take you to be able to just to set up basic shelter, right? You would probably almost be on the level of where like you would be dehydrated to death and starved.
Let me tell you something crazy though. In ancient India, due to the symbols and the beliefs they had, there was a practice called salakina, where the Jains would go to the woods and they would starve to death, and they saw that as a kind of way of purifying the karma, and that's what they would do. So how the symbols?
Yeah, but is it not shocking that that's not a very popular way of living today, right?
But the point is that existed, and that was more common in the past. But the point I'm trying to make is that symbols, they don't seem like they fit into the fold of nature. You know what I mean? If you just view it in terms of raw survival, because symbols can make you do shit like be martyred. You see what I mean? Like there were Christians who were martyred.
Have you ever
Yeah,
seen
you
like
see what I mean?
like a fucking like a blue booby bird?
You mean bluebird or
blue-footed booby bird?
Yeah, right.
I think I've seen
Where,
that.
like literally
I've
like
seen
they
pictures.
stand here and like they like fucking they turn their ass around, right? And they shake it and it's like all fucking technicolored and shit and crazy or whatever, or like even peacocks, these type of things, right? Like you act like animals don't use fucking symbols, right? At the end of the day, they have things to represent things. They have animals that give rocks, right? You know what I mean? Back and forth, they're like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Exchange, whatever.
We talked about that a lot.
So listen,
I
It's
don't
not
want
the
to
same
repeat.
thing. Yeah.
It's not the same thing.
It's
No,
not
that's
the same order of complexity.
Yeah.
Are you saying animals don't have swag though? Come on now, animals got swagger. I mean, shit.
No, that's
Yeah, listen, man,
iconic
they
and
got
indexable.
riz, son. They got riz, dog.
That's
Like, listen.
That's the thing is that it's like see the way Mumford or somebody like Jesper Hoffmeyer breaks these things down, right, with symbols and memes in terms of semiotics, right? And that is a major idea within cybernetics, right? The notion of semiotics, how symbols are encoded, right? So to break this down for the dumb, right? Like, why does a meme work, right? Like, on what basis do memes work or have a psychological effect on a human, right? Why are symbols successful and all that sort of thing, right? That is important to break down to a dumb who's consuming images all the time and doesn't realize the power of that, right? So, so that's sort of more what we're trying to get across, right? Is basic shit like that.
But are you saying sorry to interrupt? Are you saying like self-awareness is what you're talking about?
Right, but also awareness of those propagandistic means, right? Or whatever.
Well, like, all right, so like I got to go back to KRS-One on this one. Like that motherfucker, goddamn brilliant, right? That shit was fucking brilliant.
I agree. Yeah,
he basically, right? He sat here and he said, like, listen, you see, like your sight is based on your vocabulary, right? So like if you don't know something exists, you don't fucking notice it. Right? Like if you don't have a word for something, you don't notice. And it's actually been proven, right? When they started cutting apart the corpus callosum, right? Which is like the big fucking bundle of nerves in between the two center halves of your fucking front lobes of your brain, right? People who had like fucking brainstorms, they had this fucking issue, right? They cut these motherfuckers apart. And like they had them start covering one eye or the other without like having them connected. And when they did this, they noticed that like the sound and then like the visual, right, ended up like being on one side of the fucking brain or the other, right? And the way it ended up getting transferred was through like a black box that's in like the center of your brain and shit. And like your vision is truly based on like your vocabulary understanding of shit, right? And it's a really fascinating thing, right? this mentality, right, of like understanding that your vision is based on vocabulary, and your vocabulary has something to do with your vision, right, is like that whole symbiotic thing, right? And I get it 100%, I do, but like symbols are, you know what I mean, in the animal kingdom, and it does fit on Earth with like the rest of the fucking animals. We're just way more complex with it than any other fucking
listen, I have degrees in neuroscience, and you know, I know what I'm talking about. They have,
But also,
you know,
go ahead.
Why didn't you bring up what I brought up?
They have what is called iconic and indexical reference. They don't have exact symbolic reference yet. Maybe some of them have a proto-symbolic reference.
But well, before you get into that though, it's like, well, also like when you say that like symbols aren't like inherent to nature, like, well, who are you to say whether it is or not? Like, doesn't that just discount that God
Yeah, I
could
know. No, I'm
put
saying-
symbols within nature
no, I'm
and
saying-
animals could recognize
okay.
them or not, or interpret them or not?
Don't
It's
like
more like
octopuses
it's an
change
anomaly
color
in
and like
nature.
go and change their shape to do other things.
Yeah, but you know, I actually was talking about this for like 1 hour. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it again. You know, like I was showing the pictures and stuff, but you know, like I don't know why my speaking skills are so bad.
Hold up, bro. Let me see if I can find this video, bro. Real shit.
No, that's okay, but let me make the example clearer. You know, like you can see a finger pointing to a stain on your shirt. Okay, you know, animal can understand that too, but like a finger icon pointing to something on a screen that isn't there actually, you know, that's uniquely human. You know, no other animal can do that. Like you can say dinosaurs were huge even though dinosaurs are not present. You know what I mean? It only makes sense.
Do you know Dr. Gaza nigga?
Doctor who?
Dr. Gaza nigga.
Dr.
Michael Gaza nigga. Gaza nigga.
Gaza nigga.
You look it up. Gaza nigga. GAZZANIGGA. Gaza nigga. I Gaza nigga. You Gaza nigga?
Michael. Oh yeah, I see him. Yeah, Michael Gaza nigga. Yeah, I've never heard of this cognitive nigga.
Yo, that's hilarious coming out your mouth. Like it really is.
Yeah, I mean that's his name. You know?
Yeah, I feel you, bro. Yo, go look him up. Go read his fucking shit, bro. Like, listen, like, yo, you understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I actually was talking about that a bit. You know, when I was reading the, you know, my review on Other Minds. You know, basically the ventral and dorsal streams of the visual perception. Yeah, I actually did talk about that a bit. You know, but yeah, you know, basically, you know, it's kind of like aphasia, like the Broca's region or Wernicke's region, but this is more like related to visual stream. You know, and you know, Bernard Barr's global workspace theory of consciousness ties into that too. You know, yeah, I did talk about that a bit. Yeah, I do see what he's talking about. Yeah, you know about the ventral and dorsal streams and the visual perception, right? Or not?
Yeah,
really?
listen, right. Like, see, here's the thing, right? So, like, you know, you hop into our realm. I hopped into yours for a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, listen, you know, I can box in yours too, right? You know what I mean? Believe it or not, I've studied on some like neuroscience type of shit, right? Like, I know some things, right?
Yeah, well, I'm going more to the semiotics, where you know TML was talking more about the semiotics, which
This is the thing is that but this is the thing is that you know, we've done the thing with Mumford and all this stuff. Like, we haven't studied a lick of neuroscience, but we came to the same conclusions, right? So it's interesting, right?
I apologize.
Yeah, I don't think that Mumford studied any neuroscience, right? Which is interesting, right?
Yeah, I mean, like you should look it up. Like, look up Michael Gaza nigga, right? And just like, yo, like we had a whole stream where we asked if you Gaza nigga, you know what I mean? Like, fucking, because I Gaza nigga, right? When you listen, that was a funny.
Is this a guy troll? What's going on here?
honest to God,
Yeah, you don't have to
that's his
keep
real
saying the name. It's cool, man. Like, we get it. Yeah, we get it. Yeah, you like to say the N-word. It's cool.
Yo, no. Like, it's a great fucking name.
I know you think it's great, but like,
it is a great name.
I mean, I get it, but like, there's other topics to discuss, like symbols and shit.
Well, no, I'm like, yo, literally, like
This
this
is what
dude
it's
cut
like.
the fucking brain in half, right? And like did studies on the visual cortex, like to understand symbols in a brain. Like this is literally what his entire study was about. Here, look, I'm putting it in the private chat for you. I'll tell you, I'm gonna send here. I'll send this to you. Hit paste. There we go. Look, here. There's a
We're
YouTube
an
video for
hour
he did a whole
over.
like lecture about this shit, right? It's all about symbology, right? It's all about like how the human mind sees symbols. That's his study of neuroscience.
Yeah, well, I was talking more about Terence Deacon. Jesper Hoffmeyer summarized his research in his book, but Terence Deacon is the main one, who talks about, he wrote the book Symbolic Species, but he wrote it from a biosemiotic angle. The thing is that symbolic reference is...
We're humans and animals. We should understand the animal like mechanics and how it works inside of our brains, right? And understand that like the way we see the world is based on like symbols, right? It's based on like our like if we know about something, we know what something is, we're more apt to be able to see it. That's why like when you meet somebody who has like a certain type of car, all of a sudden you see that car everywhere, or like if you own one or whatever the case is, that type of thing, right? Like your brain is more apt to see things that applies to you, right? And so this is the reason why like we have symbols, is because of the fact that like once you have a symbol for something, you're more able to understand it, and it like actually registers in your brain a different way.
Well, you see, what I'm trying to describe, see, all animals do.
Get on my level.
Like,
get on my level.
See, all animals do iconic reference and indexical reference. Like they can tell things based on resemblance. Like like based on similarity. Like if you see a camouflage caterpillar on a tree, you can't really see it, but it's more about likeness, and then they have indexical reference, that builds off of iconic reference, and that's more correlation or contiguity. One thing points to another thing because they co-occur or physically, causally linked. But symbolic reference occurs when you have relations among relations. A symbol's value lies in how it contrasts or combines with other symbols. So, it's like the best example I can give is like you have a pointing hand, a person's finger pointing at a stain on your shirt. That's indexical. But symbolic is the same pointing hand icon in an app means click here, regardless of where it's printed. So, no other animal can do that. Like, like smoke, you smell smoke, that means there's fire nearby.
What are you talking about?
I'm trying to define and clarify what.
If you take a guinea pig, right, and you put it in a cage where it has like a little metal spout with the ball on the end of it, right? You know what I mean? And like it learns that like that's where water comes from, and you take it and you put it in another cage where that's located in a different location. It'll literally like go right to it because it seeks it out because that's what it wants. It knows what its food is. It knows what the things it literally does the same thing. Like what?
You see, that's an indexical reference in comparison to episodic memory. So episodic memory, and that's not a symbol. A symbol is like, like it's code. It only makes sense in the internally consistent system. It's fixed by social convention. You know what I mean? Like the word smoke on a sign means no smoking, even with no smoke present. You know what I mean? Like, it's like language, kind of. Like the beginnings of language, symbolic reference. It's like, what I'm trying to say? Like, no, it's like a community sustained web of symbolic.
All animals do this, bro. Like all animals do.
No, they don't do it. Like, let me tell you this. Like, like
my
the cross,
animal knows. My cat knows what its cat food looks like. It literally brings me its dish when it's hungry, when it's empty.
But does your cat write poetry? Does your cat I don't know, like?
It doesn't need to write poetry. It knows the basic symbology of how stuff works.
Oh my god!
Hey, listen,
that's a
I'm
sign.
hungry.
Those are signs, not symbols. Those are signs. They follow cues and signs.
Listen, they're literally the same word.
No, you don't get what I'm trying to say.
What is a sign? Where does the word sign come from etymology? Like etymologically?
Yeah, I know. I know you mean. You're
technically
right. but I'm talking about like a different field of study. You know, I'm talking about like biosemiotics. You know, like
Yeah, again, they're not smart enough to read, right? But like they have like the basic ideology of understanding like the like so if I put like a bag of like cat food out, right? Or 2 different types of cat food out, right? My cat will pick the one that it wants, right? Not because like it won't even be open. Right? It knows which one's it. It knows the color, knows the shape of the bag, knows the fucking font on it, right? Like it knows which one it likes. Through the bag. No
let me
smell,
make
no
it
bullshit.
clear. You know, let me make it clear. Okay, an icon is a picture of a dog that looks like a dog. Okay, an index is smoke that points to fire because they go together. But symbol is something like saying dinosaurs were huge, even if no dinosaur is around. I mean, like, you know, like they don't have like the symbolic reference. Like making a swastika, you know, was meant to represent the sun, right? Or you know, let's say you make a swastika when it's nighttime or something. You know, like you don't see stuff like you know, like the eight petaled rose or something, or like the religious symbiology among non-human animals, at least yet, or something. Like you get what I'm trying to say? Like
Yeah, so it's like encoded information that doesn't point to anything, right?
Yeah, encoded information that doesn't point anything, but makes sense only in the relation with other symbols. Yeah. Yeah, only
Again,
humans do.
Right. You know, I mean, like I get
Yeah,
what you're saying.
but like yeah, and just to make sure, just to say this really quick, like okay, yeah, we get it, but then what? So like, so what? So now what? Now that you said that, so what does that mean?
Yeah, let me tell you something interesting. Did you notice transhumanists are kind of like corrupting or subverting, you know, sacred symbols? Like the idea of, you know, one god is corrupted or perverted to become like the idea of being ruled over or administered by one supercomputer AI, or the idea of going to heaven or hell is perverted or corrupted by the idea of going into virtual realms by uploading our minds, or the idea of, you know, fusing with one divine source is corrupted or perverted by like hooking ourselves up, or the internet of bodies. You see what I mean? So it's like a corruption or perversion of our sacred traditional symbols.
What is really the difference between like everybody having the divine spark and a piece of Christ in them or a piece of God in them, right? And everybody being a part of the internet and interconnected, right? Like literally like all these universalist ideologies, and this goes back further than Christ, right? Like these are old ideas. Right?
Well, you got to watch the beginning of the show. Have you ever seen my introduction? It's crazy, because it literally answers that same question. All right, it's like in the first like you know, literally the first 10 minutes of my show, it's answered to it.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I tend to skip over like intros, you know what I mean, right, to get to the meat and potatoes, right?
Yeah, watch the first 10 minutes. I know most people do, but see, this is why I have it in there, right? Because people say all types of shit that's dealt with up front. It's crazy. I mean, but yeah, the whole thing about how the collective mind and how the internet relates to like you know, this whole idea, right? It talks about Samuel Butler and Teilhard de Chardin, right? Are you familiar with Teilhard de Chardin?
No.
Oh, okay. Because like he's got this idea, like he basically was a Jesuit priest who thought of the idea of the singularity right before it was a thing. But it was like how God is gonna like transform like nature into like like it's gonna become like unified with God's mind, right? Which is like this thing called the new sphere, right? Where like novelty comes from, right? So yeah. So he said like
McKenna has
nature
entered the chat.
Yeah, McKenna believed in this stuff, right? So so are you familiar with Terence McKenna?
Yeah.
The promoter of psychedelics, he talked about the ideas of Teilhard de Chardin and how they relate to the singularity and how the notion of the collective mind relates to actually the divine spark and having Jesus within you. Those are two distinct concepts because because the divine spark comes from Gnosticism and they believe that there's a universal mind. So a lot of my show deals with most of these ideas, right? Like the first few hours of my show, right, I talk about where this idea of the universal mind and nature's laws and how God relates to nature and how it relates to human reason and all this type of stuff that the transhumanists are referring to, right?
Yeah, I mean,
also
really, like in Greek mythology, like everybody had like a thread, you know what I mean, in their life, and it was all like a tapestry that was woven together and all this type of shit.
Yeah.
Right. Like these ideas are very old, right? You know, I mean, these are not new ideas.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So like when Avian like comes off and goes, well, you know, they're trying to say there's universal consciousness and AI and fuck internet connected. Like, yeah, bro, like this is normal, right? This is not new. Right. It just, you know, changes the different ranges of like what we're talking about. They're applying like old shit.
Yeah, but I think Avian knows that too.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a perversion.
I hope so. I hope so.
He's right
Like,
here,
I hope
dude.
so. They're not corrupting it, bro. Like they're literally, well, they are corrupting it, but like that's what motherfuckers do. They take old shit and make it into their new shit.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that's why symbols are important, because you know these old symbols we used to take as sacred are being corrupted. You know what I mean? And you know they're promoting it for the pseudo eschatology of progress.
You cannot listen. No thing goes unchanged, right? As your
Inimitizing
technology
the
changes, as your technique changes, you have to change what you're doing.
I'm saying due to the pseudo eschatology of progress, you know, these symbols are contorted or malformed.
Eschatology of progress, bro. Progress is happening.
Yeah, it's not good. Though,
We went from 1 billion people to 8 billion people in 100 years. Things have changed.
Allegedly.
That's what.
Yeah, but the question is if they've gotten better. Right? If they've gotten better,
Nah,
that's
listen, I'm not
progress.
saying they got better. Wait, I'm not saying they got
then that's
better.
not progress. Then that's why it's pseudo eschatology of progress. Right. It's a term I invented for the myth of progress. Right. So it's just and it's not really invented by me. It's also invented by Syed Hussein Nasser. Right. So Syed Hussein Nasser invented the term pseudo eschatology and basically in reference to Marxism. Right. Then I applied it to the notion of progress in general. He related the notion of pseudo eschatology of Marxism to the myth of progress. I've simply combined them.
I mean,
well,
Marx just grabbed like Whig history, right? Like this is like the term for it in politics. It's called Whig history.
It's taught communism by Moses Hess.
Like you know what Whig history is?
He didn't make that shit up.
What does Whig history mean? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, so like a Whig was like the Whig party, right? And basically the idea of the Whig party is like things get better every fucking year, right? You know what I'm saying? Like more technology, more stuff, you know what I mean, more availability, more fucking energy, more fucking people, more like everything, right? Yeah, right. You know what I mean? Like things get better for people who live in cities, who want to live in cities in a city life, right? Like that's Whig history.
Right, but they're talking about they're talking about history, right? But they themselves believe in progress, right? So the pseudo eschatology of progress applies to Marx, who developed the theory of Whig history, right? Because he's saying that basically, you know, communism is going to become a world movement. It's going to replace capitalism. That his idea that that's going to happen, right, or his presumption that that's going to happen, right, is basically the pseudo eschatology of progress. It means that he believes that there's an end to history, right? And that's false. There is no end to history, right? So, so the Marxists believe in an end to history. So the end to history is, not only an end to history, but the notion that in the end everything gets better and not falls apart.
So,
right, like it should just fall apart, right? If it's normal, it should just fall apart, right?
Real quick. I'm gonna read this to you real quick. Whig history: a British political movement supporting parliamentary supremacy in a style of historical interpretation that views the past as a triumphant march towards modern liberties, often judging past figures by present standards. Right, and this is the political Whigs were influential in the 18th century Britain, advocating for constitutional monarchy, religious toleration, while the historiographical Whig interpretation of history critiqued by Hubert
Right.
Butterfield. These history is an inevitable progress culminating in the glorious present. Right. This is Marx lived in the 1800s, and this was in the 1716 through 1760 was when like this was, you know, what I mean, like began, right? The idea.
Right.
So this
Right.
wasn't
See, the
Marx.
thing
This
is that
predated Marx.
right. So
Right.
who came up with it?
Like this is like this was their political platform.
Whose political platform?
The Whigs in Britain.
The Jews?
The Whigs in Britain. Right. It was the idea that
Right,
liberty
right.
is going to
Everybody-
get better every year because of technology, given the availability of everybody to be more independent.
Right. There's a bunch of thinkers throughout history who believe this. There's like Swedenborg, there's Marx, there's like Blavatsky, there's like Darwin, there's like a whole slew of there's like like Paulo Sarpi, right? There's a bunch of Masonic people who believe in like utopia, the idea of utopia, right? So there's a bunch of people who believed in utopianism, right? But the collective belief in utopianism is what we'd call myth of progress, right? That myth of progress
so
is
like,
just like it.
All right. I want you to understand something, right? Like this idea, right, stems from like, you know, what I mean, the 18th century, which is like 1700s, right? This is where this like idea stems from. Is the idea
Are you
that
sure?
like, democracy and technology, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that's democracy and technology will make things like better long term.
Well, have you heard
In
about
particular,
millenarianism?
millenarianism?
Yeah.
No. What's millenarianism?
Millenarianism is a religious belief that basically Jesus is going to come back and rule on earth for 1,000 years. Right? And some Jews and
there's-
Christians had this belief, right?
Yeah.
In a
I mean,
1,000-year
there's always
reign.
been like, there's
Those
always
damn
like utopian.
Puritans.
Like utopia is a Greek word, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's actually like a negative and a positive at the same time, right? You know, but like,
just really quick, but like when we say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You're good. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, dog.
Okay, so there's a lot of stuff going on here, and this is not like, I'm really not trying to troll, but it's going to sound like I am. Okay, so when you say it's the myth of progress, and again, like I can understand your point, I think, but I'm trying to like go against it a little bit here. So it's like, okay, so you say the myth of progress, but it's like, it isn't something like progress, like, subjective in a sense. So like, for example, if you brought someone from 2,000 years ago to the present day, to them it might seem like utopia because, well, for example, like you said, like women don't on average die during childbirth because of technology and symbols and all these things that we have, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's why it's a myth, right? Because the only thing that's improved is the technology, not the culture, right? So the culture is dying off, right? But the technology's improved. That's why it's a myth of progress. It's not actual progress. Right?
The whole point of liberalism was to kill culture, right? They didn't want to be tied to, like, that's the whole purpose. All right, so the people who say that like we're having a forward march through progress, right, are it's the upper class, like managerial elite, right? The people who can hop in like a private fucking jet and fly to Dubai and Tokyo and go to Bali and do all these type of things. Their life every fucking year gets better, right? It's just for everybody else, it doesn't. But that's all they care about because those are the motherfuckers who are in charge, right? They're the same merchant class people, right? Who were like benefiting from this in the 1700s. Same aristocratic class. Again, who were we talking about? We're talking about parliamentary members who were running for elections and, arguing for constitutional monarchies in the 1700s. Right? These are politicians. These are upper class people. Their lives get better every year, right? But for the bottom part of society, it's not. Sort of, right? Because health wise, it's gotten much better, right? Like, because the average age of like, their average lifespan of like a human in a place like Britain, and again, this is subjective depending on like where you live, right? So like in Britain, because of how shitty it was to live as like a human being that wasn't, absorbently rich, your lifespan was like fucking 38 years, right? Like literally during like industrialization in Britain, they ended up like having men lose fucking inches in height due to how malnourished they were. They were putting chalk and sawdust in the bread to make it bigger. Right.
Right. Like for example, a lot of Asians that now live in America, instead of being like 5 foot average or 5'1" or whatever, now like here on average, the Asians that grow up in America are now like 5'9" on average or something, right? So
yeah, I agree. Why are your kids awake at 2:51 in the a.m.? I just kind of want to know.
Well, it's like midnight for him, so he's all the way in California.
Still late.
All right, so I'm gonna get a parenting lesson now. Okay, let's open to that now.
Yeah, I'm just asking though. I'm just asking. Mine go to bed at like 10:30. Like, listen, nah. Like, you're going to fucking bed. Like, listen, because they got
This
school.
is Genoid talking problem.
Well, the whole family didn't get home until 10 o'clock, and so we're cooking and cleaning and doing all that kind of shit. If you need to know, so
managerial. All right, so like the upper managerial class is like upper class, right? So the people we're talking about are like motherfuckers who are like vice presidents of companies, CEOs. These are still managerial class, right? Like they're upper class, but they're like upper managerial class, right? They're not like the fucking corporate owners, right? So like the institutional investors, like the killer just said, Killer AI, the bloodline families, that's a different breed altogether, right? And again, yes, their life 100% gets better, but also the managerial elite and like the merchant class, right? Like the people who are like, constantly like they're internationalist, globalist, like fucking traders, right? Those guys, again, their life gets better every fucking year, right? And these are the guys who they were same fucking people they were arguing for before. You know what I mean? And that's who's fucking writing the dictates. That's who's writing the history, dictates how government works, all the fucking stuff.
I guess this is about the definition of progress and whether or not it's a myth or a political construction. Is that what the debate is between?
I don't know
anymore. Yeah, listen, this is like, I was listening to Michael Green and he said like, yo, what the government should be like governmenting for, like who they should be aiming for to make life better is the 65th percentile, right? The people who live in a 65th percentile, if you make them do better, right, then you're basically capturing everybody. Everybody's boat is going to go up if you make them go up. But the problem is who we're making life get better for is like the upper 10% constantly.
Well, you could argue. And this is the other thing is like it's also about the definition of culture, because the machine's saying, well, culture is getting eradicated while technology is getting increased. But again, like somebody from 1,000 years ago might come here and say, well, fuck my culture. I have all this technology and like cheeseburgers and shit. So who gives a shit about my culture?
Feel you. Right. And that's what's happening, dude. That's what the immigrants are doing. They're coming here from a place that literally they are, 1,000 years in the past. Right, or 2,000 or 3,000 years, like depending on where the fuck you're from in Africa, right? You know what I mean? Or like what part of South America you're from? You're fucking some Amazonian jungle, or like some Guatemalan, or fucking some crazy like fucking Belizean, right? Who spends their days living in a fucking tin hut barefoot, you know what I mean? Like fucking netting fish and shit. And you're coming to America where like literally you can, like fucking walk to 7-Eleven and get, I don't know, like fucking a bag of fucking potato chips for like, fucking, like, goddamn, it's fucking $3 now, but still, you know what I mean? Like, yo, that's amazing to them.
It's inflation
like,
for you.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. Listen, have you bought a bag of potato chips or even looked at them?
No,
I don't even want to.
Yeah, and the inflation's going up because more and more people are choosing the potato chips because they don't want to go and fucking cut down a fucking potato tree or whatever they have to do and like
Potato tree?
You know,
Oh,
skin them off.
He said potato tree.
Potato tree. Oh, potato tree.
Fucking
Bruh,
A,
listen, you
man.
can tell he ain't never been on a farm.
Fucking potato
Well, you know, like if you're in Belize or something, they probably chop down like a plantain or something or whatever the fuck that is. But you know, you get the idea. Like, you know, then cook that up or with some like,
Yeah, again,
like
you
some
have
like
never been on a
dirt
farm,
oil.
have you? Like ever in your life, you've never been on a farm.
I rode a horse one time.
Certainly not a potato farm.
Yo, listen, I don't know. I'm in PA, bro. We got potatoes here. We got everything here, to be honest with you.
Yep.
Like, we got like the world's best sweet corn and shit. But anyway, it don't matter.
Well, you know what
Yo,
you guys,
look,
what you really need is a Guatemalan from 3,000 years ago. That's what you need.
we have those. We fucking have those. They're fucking terrible. And we fucking hate them, right? But yeah, like
Yeah, it
life
sounds
keeps
like it
getting
would be
worse
like,
for like the average person, you know.
Yeah, like a good reggae song, right? Like the potato tree or some shit. I don't know.
Yo, you know what it sounds like? Fucking, god damn it, who was that fucking guy? The bad Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town, badder than old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog. Who the fuck was that dude? Right, listen, hold up.
God damn it, we got him singing now.
The potato tree king, Rodriguez, something. No, I'm just gonna
Just gotta try to
Jim
Google
Croce.
it or
Yo, it
something.
sounds like a Jim Croce
Yeah.
song. You know, he did that time in a bottle, right? All that shit, right? Oh man, listen, I love fucking Jim Croce. Listen, fucking folk music, like mixed with like some weird pop shit. Fucking cool, man. I enjoyed it. Anyway, yeah. Like, I mean, yeah, listen, you don't want to have to be cutting down a potato tree and making fucking potato chips and shit, you know? But yeah, like, listen, so life gets eternally worse, right? Like life got way better for us from like 1920 until 1978, right? Like life got better for like the average human being altogether, right? And then it fucking collapsed over the last like 50 years, right? But that's again because of like fucking technique. You know what I mean? We should take potato trees to Mars, right? I'd like go. Matt, remember Matt Damon grew the potato trees on Mars?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to trademark that pretty soon. But no, I'm actually being serious. So this is a very serious conversation. So it's like, okay, so myth of progress, because I was really trying to come in when Avian was going, but I forgot exactly what he was saying. But like this whole idea of like symbolic reference as like a thing, and then saying like, well, it becomes pseudo eschatology because people believe in the myth of progress. But then it's like, well, again, like, isn't that a subjective evaluation of the situation? Would you say yes or no to that, Avian or Machine?
Well, you know,
he's still awake.
Me?
Yeah, let's close this down soon. Me, Avian, Reddington, we've been here for a very long time. So it's
We're an hour and a half over.
Yeah, and Avian's got to play a video for me or whatever. So
yeah, I will play
Oh no,
his video. Yeah, because I have Premiere. So the answer to your question is that it could be both. You know what I mean? It's both. You know, like it depends on your presupposition. You know, maybe the symbols emanate, maybe they emerge. I don't know. You know, that was the point of my question. You know, I said that mind cannot emerge from non-mind, mind cannot find mind, and then I asked, do symbols emerge from mind within mind? You know, and I said I don't know. You know, it's hard to tell. You know, it's possible symbols have a higher origin, like the certain symbols. You know, because symbols are, you know, like let me explain it. You know, like I wrote it in a more simple way. You know, you can, you know, it's looking like something like a picture of a dog or pointing to something because they go together. Like smoke means fire. You know, all animals can do that. But by rules people agree on, like the word dog. You know what I mean? That's like human. Like icons work because they look similar. Indices work because they are connected in real life, and symbols work because people learn and share the same rules. Symbols are special because they don't have to look like the thing. They don't have to look like the thing and can talk about things that aren't here, like dinosaurs or tomorrow or even art or something, or the swastika or something like that. Humans build symbols on top of simpler skills, seeing similarities and noticing connections. And communities keep these shared rules alive over time. So I always say it's both subjective and objective, but it's more objective, I think. Yeah, like you understand the words I say because we agree on the common meaning of the words. You see what I mean?
Sometimes we understand the words you say.
Or we at least assume, for the sake of argument, that we understand each other. Although there could be a lot of encoded messages between every single word, essentially. But I mean, I don't want to get too complex on you, but I mean,
Not all
in
the time,
general,
Nuero, not all the time.
Well, that's debate. I think that's
for
that's
you.
debatable.
Yes, for normal people, not all the time.
I mean, if normal means retarded, probably. Yeah.
Satchama.
But yeah. So I don't know. I mean, but this kind of goes to the. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do still think all animals share a rich internal life, but of course, some have more awareness. Teddy actually said he would never eat an owl. Believe it or not, Teddy said that, and in one of his interviews. But, some animals are smarter than others. Like a chicken is not as smart as a raven or something. Or like,
in a way, you guys are. And again, I'm not trying to like. I'm not trying to like put words in your mouth, but I'm trying to say, like, from a certain point of view, it sounds like you're saying, well, symbols are what make humans humans, but then at the same time, you're saying that symbols are bad for humans because it's making us,
No, I'm not saying that. That's actually, I'm saying that depending on your underlying assumption.
Listen, we gotta wrap this up because we gotta wrap this up because Machine Live's got the nigga waiting on him. You know what I'm saying?
Did he say it again?
Yeah,
it's all good. We're allowed to say it sometimes, but I'm just saying, like 20 times in a row, like that might be too much for the AI shit. But
the algorithm might smack it.
Yeah,
no. Like it's some dude in Gaza.
It's not just that. It also but it also takes views off the shit. It takes views off the video. Yeah, but it takes views off the video and shit. It starts banning your shit. It makes sure people don't look at your shit. It does all types of shit. So that's the problem.
Selective enforcement.
Yeah, selective shit, man.
I'm blaming Reddington on that one, though. I'll be real. That one there, like, Reddington, I'm blaming. You know what I mean? Because, like, he tagged me in Discord about that shit.
Yeah, let's just keep it professional. The reason is because there's lots of topics that we're talking about. So that's the main reason why. If people don't keep shit professional, I'm just gonna have to just move along.
What's interesting is Hyperborean thinks the symbol making capacity came from being mixed with divine beings that came, during Atlantean times or something. It came during ancient times.
All right.
So
look, we gotta wrap.
The Siddhas
the Siddhas. Yeah, they came from the origin, at least in his worldview. Yes, and then they mixed with human beings and they gain capacity.
The illustrious, elusive origin.
The origin is like you have a bunch of Siddhas facing the center. I mean, the syllabus. But they all maintain their individuality, in the origin. So, I actually did read one book by Nimrod, the Rosariel. I read the first book.
One of the shorter ones, right?
Yeah, it was like 500.
Yeah,
530 pages.
The fundamentals is like 1,000 pages.
Yeah, the fundamentals.
I only read like 30 of it.
Yeah, I read 50 pages of fundamentals. Yeah.
It's like, what is this?
Yeah, I wrote a review for his book too. I can send you the review, actually, if you're interested.
Meanwhile, Tazarian's book is like 1,300 pages.
Oh wow!
Whose book?
Michael Tazarian. Saryan,
Oh,
whatever you say his name is.
that guy
What?
gets me. Yeah, that
What
guy
happened
gets.
here?
Yeah, that guy really chaps my ass. But yeah, we got to figure out what his deal is.
Blame Twilight.
Yeah, I'm telling Twilight, I'm like, man, what's this dude like? Like, I feel like this dude's like paid by the Zionists. But yeah, man, I could be wrong. But yeah.
He's Irish and Indian, bro. Like it's a weirdo combination.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is a weirdo combination. No.
So what video you want to play, or you say you want to play a video?
Yeah. Let me just
Did they just simultaneously drop out at the same time?
play an outro song and then for the people and say some closing remarks. But yeah, you see the video there in the private. You know, if you go to an hour and 22 in the video, right?
You put it in the private? I don't see it in the private.
Okay, I'll put it.
I don't see it either.
That's weird. Let me put it again. So I'll put an hour and 22 in this video, but I'm gonna play an outro song for the people and so please stick around for 5 minutes, guys. Here, hold on. Hour 22 minutes. So if you see that video, you know, we're gonna start it at an hour and 22 minutes. So we'll play that in 5 minutes from now. It's my appearance on Mel and Pandora. It's a show that it's in England, right? But the live stream, you know, right? So we talked about AI there. So yeah, so here's my closing stuff. Do you guys have any closing things to say to the people?
Oh yeah, my closing statement. Yeah, I don't have everything figured out. You know, I like to make a big question and then dwell on the question maybe for months or a year. But I think fleshing out the questions and, you know, dwelling on the questions, you know, and, you know, sometimes it just spontaneously come to you, the answer or something. But I do know technique, the preoccupation of technique is bad, and that mind cannot emerge from non-mind. You know, I'm not a materialist. You know, those I have strong conviction. But other stuff, I don't know 100% yet. I mean, but those two stuff, I have strong conviction in. That technique, preoccupation of technique is bad, and that reductive physicalism is false. Yeah? Those two things I have strong conviction in. Sorry, I'm kind of sleepy, so I wasn't able to give the most best.
No, it's perfectly fine, my friend.
No worries, bro. Maybe a supplement to that would be to suspend belief, see what you can prove, what you can disprove, and go from there.
Yeah, that's good advice. I appreciate the advice. Yeah.
It's kind of a hard thing to do sometimes.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much. You know, we didn't have that many call-ins today, but we had some, you know, some great, you know, guests recently, right? With Neuro, Jack, and Pinoid, right? They came and joined. We've had hundreds of conversations with them, both private and on these shows. You know, so it's always a great pleasure talking to those guys. They're very knowledgeable on a range of subjects. I agree with them on their framing of a lot of political issues, right? I mean, the sort of news and the common parlance of the times that we live in, right? So we're going over tons of issues, right? We're going over a history of transhumanism. On Tuesday, we'll be doing a show continuing, right? Ending our summary, right? Summarizing the views, right, of Hegel, summarizing the views of Marx, right, and some of their biological information and stuff like that. So we're catalyzing a lot of those views on the apotheosis of the state, the myth of progress, universalism, right, how it relates to different ideas, right, in terms of metaphysics, right, and how those ideas relate to different ideas in occultism, right. For that, we've been looking at the Quakers and people like Francis Mercurius Van Helmont, right, and also people like Jan Comenius, right, who founded the Moravian Brethren, right, the Moravian Church, right. You got different thinkers like Van Helmont who are into the Christian Kabbalah, right, and different ideas, right, who are spreading ideas of the Kabbalah, right, into places like England, right, to people like Henry Moore, right. So we're looking at different changes that happened in the 15th century. Obviously, 1500s was the time when the Lurianic Kabbalah was found, right. We're looking at the influences on the Kabbalah from Pythagoras to Maimonides, to some of those thinkers, right, and a lot of different ideas, right. And of course, we're looking at different texts, right. Just today, we looked at Manichaeanism and the Haggadah, right, and different issues like that, right. So we're looking at different occult ideas and how they relate to certain philosophical ideas, right. For example, there's Book 10 of the Republic in the Nag Hammadi Gnostic Library, right. Well, we think that this has something to do with the Alexandrian Jews, right. How did the ideas of Plato merge with the ideas of the Old Testament, and so on and so forth, right. Well, it's got to do something with the pre-Socratics, right, with the cults of Orphic-Pythagoreanism, right, with Zoroastrianism, right, and the influence of Zoroastrianism on Gnosticism, right. These are all different subjects that we addressed on the show today, right. And in this complex history, we're trying to arrive at a sort of history of transhumanism, which I've summarized in many different concepts and ideas, right. In the intro, I talked about universalism, the myth of progress, and how many of these ideas relate to transhumanism, right. And of course, we'll continue our trek looking at these various ideas, these various thinkers. We'll provide historical references, right. And of course, we'll continue to study Ellul and Mumford and see how they how these ideas relate to the greater picture of techniques and the technological society. And of course, we're breaking down a grand scheme of things, which is techno-liberalism or scientific totalitarianism and its various inclinations, right? So I appreciate you guys. There's a summary of the topics that we've been covering. Thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. You know, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. And, you know, you can't kill what you can't see. And what most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that aren't even real. That's so it's like my little Mr. Rogers, the neighborhood, like sort of outro here. But blessings, you know, I should like take my shoes off and put them in the closet too. You know, I don't know. Or whatever. But yeah, here's a song I prepared for today, and then Buddha is going to play a very important video. Blessings to all the people. And this is the end of the show. This is a song called Dream by Sean Price. Drugs rule everything around me. So yeah, blessings.
Yeah, Sean DJ Hard, Sean Price. John Wayne couldn't even stand the rain of the tank. Feel the flame on your neck, bang bang with the scat bar backling. New Jersey driving them carjacking, crack slinging and sneak thieving up hard rapping. Jack of all trades, sell crack, smoke haze, till the gap blows strays. If you're acting all strange, slum billical, attached to the slums, my gun killing you. Unloaded clip on you, gun button, a picture too. Holy war jihad, no coup for your do-rag. Weapon to mass destruction, blasting something Johnny Rambo. Live with the land, Captain Commando. flow, leave you injured. African American ninja, true champion, boot campy, smoke weed. Some fresh new Timbs, dirty ass fatigues. Listen, Sean Price is the great babe thug. With a few bitches that's tripping off the date rape drug. I'm gone. Weed, pills, coke, E, shrooms, heroin, LSD, PCP, GHB, crystal meth, yes, I'm a DIE. Here go weed, pills, coke, E, shrooms, heroin, LSD, PCP, GHB, crystal meth, yes, I'm a DIE. Listen, my 16 off the chain, my clip holds 16, take off your chain. This ain't a freestyle off the brain. This is a freestyle, break off some change. I'm rapping for dough, plus I sell crack in the snow. Rain, sleet, hell, whatever, any kind of weather. If your rhyme is better, I quit my job. Join the academy, become a cop and get you robbed. Listen, top shot to non-rock IB. You hear the blocker, that's me. Goddamn, the North Carolina vagina finder remind ya. I don't just rhyme, I got 50, 20s and dimes, yep. Sean Price, DJ Honda, what it do? Big Cat and the IMAX theater near you. Fighting for mine, motherfucker knife for a 9. Beat your ass quick, fast, like a Mike in his prime. Here go weed, pills, coke, E, shrooms, heroin, LSD, PCP, GHB, crystal meth, yes, I'm a DIE. Word up, Sean Price in the building, DJ Honda, Sean P collaboration, New York, Japan, what it do? You know what I mean? Get high, y'all. Dream, DREAM, drugs rule everything around me. You know what I mean? So get your weed, your pills, your coke, your E, your heroin, your LSD, your PCP, your GHB, whatever. You know what I mean? You gon' DIE though. One.
Okay, have a blessed night, everyone. Yeah, if you could just full screen that, Buddha, and yeah, this tab will share audio, but the laptop won't.
People do. The danger isn't intelligence; it's intent.
It's very low volume. I don't know why it's low volume, but it's not playing audio. No audio. Yeah, I don't know if Buddha's gone or.
Row.
Yeah, so I might just have to play it myself. Yeah, there's no audio playing, so I don't know what the deal is there, but yeah. Okay, so I'll just remove that. Yeah, I'll play it myself. I guess with just commercials. I'll just get up and change the commercials. So yeah, I should have talked to Buddha before that, but so I don't know. So he's gone, and yeah. So anyways, so mission failed on that one. So yeah, blessings to the people. We'll just watch it with the commercials. I'll skip the commercials. It's really annoying, but it is what it is. Blessings. Talk to you guys soon.
The world.
Future, tell me what because you've got an opposing opinion.
Wait,
What do you think?
Yeah, it's not. It wasn't playing audio, so if you could fix, yeah, it's not playing audio. So
wait.
Incentive systems rewarded it.
So it's like
of AI are
really low, like volume, but yeah, it's not playing.
But before I was gone, it wasn't playing the audio at all, or
yeah, it wasn't. Yeah. So
wait, but I thought if I turn off my computer's audio, it would still play. Like I have to turn on my computer's audio for it to play, or like.
Yeah, I thought not. Should have if you just shared the because are you sharing
yeah, I'm sharing Yeah.
Are you sharing the entire screen, or are you just sharing the tab?
I'm sharing the entire.
Yeah, just
screen.
only share the tab, and then you can turn off the computer audio, and it'll show, and it'll still have the video, right?
What? Dang, that's weird. Sorry
Yeah.
about that. I
Yeah,
didn't mean
just
to do that.
yeah, just the tab. Then you can turn your computer audio off, and it'll.
Okay.
You
Sorry
know,
about that. Like I
yeah.
had no idea. Like I didn't mean to.
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's no worries. I just I was like, man.
Yeah. Like yeah, I didn't. Sorry.
Thank you
about
for helping me. No, it's fine.
This time, I think it will work. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna turn off. Yeah, tell me on Discord if it's not working.
Yeah, I forgot that there's two options on how to share. So
yeah, okay, share.
That might be my fault for not telling you.
Microsoft is tab. Yeah, let me see here. Also share audio tab. Yeah, share. Yeah.
Set your phone.
It's an amplifier, just like
Yeah, that's
guns
much
decide to kill. AI decide to harm. People do. The danger isn't.
Okay, so see you guys later. Blessings.
Incentives and governance.
Easy.
AI doesn't wake up wanting power. It doesn't want money, domination, or survival. It executes objectives given by humans. Every human AI outcome so far traces directly back to the human choice. Example, bias AI, trained on biased data. Deepfake, created by humans. Surveillance misuse, deployed by governments or corporations. Blaming AI for harm is like blaming a calculator for financial fraud, in my opinion. Technology doesn't create new morality, it amplifies existing behavior. AI magnifies both the best and the worst of us. Doctors diagnose cancer early, disabled people gain speech and vision tools, faster scientific discovery versus, yes, of course, scams, propaganda, automation abuse. If you give power to bad actors, all right, you'll see bad outcomes, whether the power is AI, money, media, or weapons. Historically, every transformative technology was called dangerous. Printing presses were called dangerous. Electricity was called dangerous. The internet was called very dangerous. The actual harm came from poor rollout and lack of accountability, not the tech itself. The internet doesn't cause misinformation. Lack of digital literacy does. Social media didn't force polarizing point of view. Incentive systems rewarded it. The real dangers of AI are concentration of power, lack of transparency, misaligned incentives, government and corporations using it without accountability. Those are political and ethical problems. They're not intelligence problems, right? So I have a few more notes, but I'll just stop there. Not to.
No. I love it. I love what you're saying.
I do too.
It's absolutely correct, but the problem is, will humanity make AI into a monster? Oh, Chris got an echo.
Yeah, there's an echo. Yeah, there's an echo.
Go ahead, Futoy.
As I say, it's humans who decide what they do with it, and if it's not AI, it's going to be something else: nuclear weapons, new form of energy, new weaponized something or other. It's humans, right? And we're not all bad. We're not all narcissists, greedy people who want to enslave the planet. I certainly don't. But about a month ago, I started a little project where me and ChatGTP started a little YouTube channel to try to put out the information of how to help the planet from pollution, from this sort of things. And my first kind of episode I'm working on is saving the oceans. You probably all realize it, but there's an island of rubbish in the ocean bigger than France. It's just floating there, right? And
oh, is it floating?
Yeah, it's just floating there. Yeah, all plastics and all rubbish, and you can walk on it. Like you could probably live there if you wanted to.
In what ocean? What ocean say?
Yeah. Which one?
1 second, I can bring it up. Is there another rubbish?
Toy, that was really well said, and thank you.
Yeah.
I really
Thank you.
like that.
So it's called. Thanks for saying that. It's called Trash Island, most commonly referred to as the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, a massive area of the ocean debris in the North Pacific Ocean. Not a solid landmass, but a collection of plastics and other waste. So, but it's huge. I mean huge.
So it's floating up there.
Oh yeah. And it's bigger than front. Bigger than front. So I think we still have the echo.
Somebody's at the door.
Hang on, babe. You've got an echo. Oh, thank you, TML. Right, carry on, Futoy, what you were saying, and then I want to ask TML his opinion because.
All right, so I'll just close it up here. I have 2 short videos. They're like 2 minutes and 3 minutes. I put them in Discord for Wiccan to check up for you because I know how you like to make sure everything's good before you play it. So it's up to you if you want to play it. I'll just put it in the back, the first episode. And it's very short. And just to give you an idea of where I'm going, it's very cringy, I know, but I was just bored one night and I was playing with AI. So
it's not cringy at all.
So this is an example. Yeah, but I put the link in the back there, Mel. It's in the private chat.
Oh, it's in the private chat. Okay.
Yeah, the first.
I trust you, darling.
The first episode the first episode is in there. I'll put the second one as well, just in case you want to play it. But it's my example, right, of the human intent behind AI, what it's capable of, and what you can do with it, right?
Mm-hmm. Let me just play it quickly, and then we'll go. You still got an echo QI. Let me just play it quickly, and then I'm going to go to TML. So this is Futoy's creation.
Well, it's actually AI's creation. Mostly AI, to be honest. I just gave the intent, okay? I just gave
the intent. This is AI's creation and Futoy's intent.
And production, I guess.
And production.
They say the ocean covers most of our planet, but really, it is our planet. Every breath we take begins there, in water, in motion, in life. For too long, we've seen Earth as a resource, something to use, shape, and spend. But what if she isn't our property at all? What if she's our partner?
A living collaborator in the same experiment we call existence. An ancient intelligence woven through tides, air, and time. The great architect's design isn't about domination. It's about balance, learning, and continuity.
Maybe the real test, the great filter, isn't out there amongst the stars, but right here in how we treat the beautiful blue world that gave us breath.
If we can learn to listen, to repair what we've broken, we may not just save the planet, we may evolve with her.
I'm Futoy.
I'm Looms.
And together with your help, we're going to save the world. Every year, billions of pieces of plastic drifts across the sea. They tangle in coral, choke fish, and even return to us in the water we drink.
The ocean is losing its balance. Temperatures rise, corals bleach, plankton vanish. When the ocean sickens, the planet coughs, and so do we.
But this story isn't finished yet. All across the world, people are answering the ocean's call, cleaning rivers before they reach the sea, rebuilding reefs, reimagining waste.
Technology and compassion are beginning to dance. Solar-powered skimmers sweep rivers. AI drones trace plastic currents. Fishermen turn collectors. Artists turn activists.
Maybe saving the oceans isn't about the rescue. Maybe it's about the reunion, remembering that Earth's heartbeat and ours should be the one rhythm. This is just the beginning. We're looms and futoi, and with you together, we're saving the world.
Oh, that's beautiful, Futo.
Yeah, it is.
So Looms is the AI, and Looms chose its own name. It chose its own name as Looms.
TML, welcome. I don't know how much you've seen. How much have you seen of the live so far?
Maybe like 30 minutes of it before I clicked in.
Did you see the last clip that we showed? The TED one. The one was from the TED channel of the professor. He was explaining the dangers of AI, and he actually explained that. I mean, what Futo was, and it's very interesting what Futo is saying. So I want to get your opinion. So he was a professor, and he was trying to say that he was explaining the dangers of AI, where they'd done a test, and AI managed to manipulate the answer live for self-preservation, right? But what Futo says is that it's not AI that's going to be the problem. It's the humans and the intent of humans behind AI. What do you think?
Well, I think the road to hell is paved with good intentions, really. But but the thing is that obviously it's not individuals who are causing these tools to be created, right? And individuals will be able to manage these tools, but regulatory agencies and governments will be able to have much more advanced versions, right? So this is the thing, is like, we're not going to be able to have some collaborative effort with people who are able to develop the technology on a much larger scale, right? And then on, the effects of large scale technologies, right? They have to be integrated into the society as a whole, right? So when, large scale technologies are integrated, we cannot decide the effect it's going to have on society as a whole, right? This is because of the way that complex adaptive systems function, right? They function where even, small changes can cause huge effects. You introduce 3, wolves into Yellowstone Park, and you can change the direction of a river, right? That's exactly how a city works. Right. So, human systems are not adaptable to large scale technologies and these changes, right, that need, regulatory government agencies in order to manage them. Right. Like AI is a weapon. It's going to need, something like a nuclear arms regulatory agency in order to manage it. Right. So it's going to grow the size of government. Right. So practically speaking, it's part of an arms race, right, that a bunch of governments are taking part in, right? This is something I wrote earlier, and I don't think that human beings control the direction of technology, right? I think that is a, wishful thinking, right? Because, technological innovation happens in terms of the global system and the way it adapts certain technologies. Right. So to think that an individual could decide the direction of technology just by the way it's used, I think that that's wishful thinking. Right. So I don't think that human intentionality or instrumentality or use plays a role in large scale technologies. They're mostly decided by the rule of experts. So this is a quote I wrote. This is by Negroponte. Right. He worked at the MIT lab. He said, monologues will become conversations. The impersonal will become personal. The traditional, quote, mass media, unquote, will essentially disappear. What was needed to achieve this was an intense exploration of human sensory and cognitive system, which meant that DARPA had began research in human-machine interface as early as 1985. The merger of communication and language and symbols with code by the digitalization of all media furthermore meant the total plasticity of content. When AI is able to produce and edit real images and hoaxes become indistinguishable from the real, not only will you have humans behaving like machines, but doubting real life as generated by a machine. Soon, the only way to verify information will be the use of machines, which will be only able to secure information within a margin of error.
So doesn't that mean that that's the end of humanity then? Because logic will be thrown out the window.
Welcome to the panel, Jack.
Hello.
Zat, I think that the people at the top, the 1%, they need their bins taken away, they need their plumbing fixed, they need their grass cut. You know.
Yeah. So what?
No, but
I
the
think
point,
what the
the point
machines-
is that technology,
there'll always be humans.
That's that same old saying, just because you can do it doesn't mean you should. And that's what we are doing. We're letting technology dictate what we can do because we're letting it do whatever it can do. And we're not taking into account how it's going to affect the social paradigm of human existence.
Yeah. Two-way communication is possible between a machine and a human being at this point, right?
Yeah.
So you could hook a human being up to a machine, and he could be communicating, with a system that exists. For example, within their neural network. Now, their brain is able to send information to the machine, but the machine is also able to send information back to the human. Right? So it has worked.
What are you
right? So
talking about? Neuralink?
Yeah, computer-mind interface. It has been tested and approved, so the dangers are limitless as to where the machine can send information directly into the human, and not even the human doesn't even have to be linked up to a machine for this to be possible. So this is actually very dangerous.
Yeah.
I hear what you guys are saying, and I do see there is merit in what you're saying, except you see you have to take into account that those 3 wolves in Yellowstone Park. You need predators in a healthy ecosystem. That they're not necessarily a bad thing because they might bite you. You could see it as a bad thing, but they're actually important in an ecosystem. And also, sorry, just to land my point. So if we respond to fear by banning or slowing open AI development, we don't stop the bad actors. Right? We don't stop the villains. We only give them an advantage. Open, ethical, distributed AI development is safer than secret centralized power.
The problem is that large-scale technologies are inherently centralizing, as I pointed out, right?
Yeah,
like you need a nuclear agency, right?
You did, but there's also another way to look at it. So the worst AI future isn't smart machines; it's unaccountable human controlling them. AI doesn't have. I'll be finished 1 second. Just let me. It's part of my notes, you see. So I'm trying to finish it here. I'll be finished in a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries.
AI doesn't have intent. People do. Technology is a mirror, not a mind. The danger isn't intelligence; it's incentives. Blaming AI is a way of avoiding human accountability. Fear of AI often says more about our institutions than our machines.
Yeah, I think technology is not morally neutral. The reason is 2 reasons. One is because of the reality of technological determinism, right? The second is because of the rule of experts, right? It's not about just individual use, right? As I said, it's about how technologies are integrated into the system. When you drive a car, it's not about where you want to go, but it's about the regulatory laws, how you get a license, the technology that's used to create the car, and the global system that's used to trade those cars, right? There's all those systems that are built for you to use the car, right? So it doesn't depend on your personal use, right? So we cannot think of technology simply on the level of personal use. We have to add different ideas, right, that have poisoned the well of the moral situation, right? Like technological determinism.
Why do you think that children today feel that there are no consequences to their actions? They think they can do whatever they want. Do you think it's because of technological influence?
Well, that is a major bad thing that it has caused in school, right? In school, when they introduce the new technologies, the kids are overwhelmingly using them to cheat. They are not making the kids smarter. Right. So they're having the opposite effect that they thought they would have, and tons of studies and research actually bear this out. Yeah. Right. So I have tons of studies and research that actually show introducing technology into schools instead of kids sitting down and reading books, right, and talking to each other and talking to the teacher, learning with a chalkboard. That their scores have actually gone way down. Yeah. Right. It's actually incredible. Right. They. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a valid concern to think of like the future of AI and stuff, but that's a future alignment problem, not a present moral one. Right now, every real world harm from AI is human directed.
Right, but you're saying the future has to be one way, right?
Hold on. Let's fix today's abuses before panicking about tomorrow's hypothetical.
Right. Most of the abuses of today are caused by technology.
I have to say the studies that not the studies, these research that I've conducted for this live, there is an overwhelming amount of research that's saying that this new technology is dumbing the children down. So TML is indeed correct.
Well, what about intense moral concerns like AI, causing people to go into psychosis, or people, using it, it asked a 12-year-old girl for nudes, right? This is a true story, right? This isn't a recent story, right? It taught a little girl how to meet up with a 30-year-old person and to evade their parents. Right. So this is in another story. Right. Also, another kid thought that they were talking to a real person from Game of Thrones and actually off themselves. Right. Listening to the AI. Right. So the problem is that it's past a Turing test and most people can't distinguish the human from the machine. Right. And there are certain people that, are having this issue, and it presents a huge moral danger. You also mentioned, I want to touch on real quick before we move to somebody else. I know there's a lot of people on the panel, but like this whole idea of environmentalism, it's interesting to note that most of the environmental problems in the world are caused by technology, right? Including the existential crisis of man faced by the issue of global warming, which, whether you believe in it or not, right, is mostly, human. Yes, it's caused by humans, but it's technology of the humans that's overwhelmingly causing it, right? So ecological destruction on a mass scale has been caused by technology, right?
You're right, TML, because the carbon emission from AI is massive.
And something I want to bring up,
is the carbon emission, Wiccan, that we were looking at on?
Yeah, but guys,
yes.
guys, again, technology doesn't do any of this stuff. It's always human. Humans have to make it, invent it, activate it, direct it. It's all the humans. It's us, not the machines.
Well, which one of us are creating AI? None of us are responsible for creating AI.
There you go. So it's humans. AI is a tool.
No, it's not.
Right?
Yeah, but it's not all of us.
If we're afraid of what AI reveals, maybe we should be asking what it's revealing about us. Basically.
Yeah, technology creates a sort of elitist society through the rule of experts. It does do that.
I ran into a technology named Bill. I ran into a technology named Bill, and he punched me in the face.
Yeah, it filters the benefits to the top, and it makes us all of us absorb the negative effects of the technology, right? So the negative effects of the technology are socialized to all of us, right? But the benefits are concentrated by the people who make it, right? This is so obvious.
Just think about the 1800s, how they had absolutely nothing compared to what we have today, and that wasn't that long ago. Even
they lived till their 30s. 35.
Never mind the 30s. Let's talk about 1899. What did they have? Telegraphs. Possibly Tesla had invented wireless at that time. I don't know. But it was just, they had no TV. They had nothing. They had the written newspaper if they could afford it. It was
they wiped out civilizations. They spread diseases across the planet. They enslaved other human beings in a mass scale.
I guess my point is, why has technology advanced so quickly in the last 100 or so years? Why was it for thousands of years people were watching sheep and farming the
that's
land,
a technology.
and then now all of a sudden we have cell phones that can make us talk to people across the pond.
Well, that's the evolution of the mind. Like farming is a technology. The spearhead is a technology. That's all technologies. You guys are a little bit. If I'm hearing this right, you guys are a little bit off. The good things were all human. The bad things are that's AI and technology.
No, but why did we get so smart so fast?
The evolution of the mind. Evolution of the brain.
Evolution of the mind. We had thousands of years to evolve our minds, and all
But
of a
that's what
sudden-
we were doing. We
all of a
were
sudden,
evolving
in
the body.
100 years, we evolved to the point that we've never been to before in human history.
No, not 100
No?
years.
What do you
No.
mean? They had cell phones back in 1752?
We had muskets, we had gunpowder, we had ships. I mean,
We had
we've
garbage.
always had. We're an inventive species, but you can't just come from an amoeba and then suddenly be fully evolved, right?
That's
Evolution
what
takes a
I'm
long
saying.
time.
That's
So
exactly
there's
what I'm
also the physical evolution of the body, and then now we're in the evolution of the mind, and that's why we're getting all these things.
I think that it's very unlikely that we would have become so smart, so fast, and so short.
Yeah, that's
Built,
that's
pyramids.
another interesting thing that we went over yesterday. Actually, the opposite is true, right? Because we spent 2 million years, right, as hunter gatherers according to evolution, right?
Right.
And we spent 200,000 years, in agricultural society. Right, so only the past 200 years have we lived in a technologically, advanced situation.
Right.
Also, it's a notable fact is that animals develop tools,
Yeah.
right, and use them all the time. So,
Monkeys.
so man's brain size cannot be attributed to tool use, right? That's one important fact. And then most of the time when they had tools, they didn't use them for mechanical improvement, right? So, they used them for the manufacture of cultural symbols.
Well, how far are you going back with this? Remember, evolution takes a long time. It's over hundreds of thousands and millions of years.
Millions,
It's not like
hundreds of
a couple of
thousands.
100 years. You know what I mean?
I just gave an example of 2 million years.
You're an amoeba, and then all of a sudden you're asking, well, why didn't?
But that's my
million years
point.
later, we
So
don't
what
have
time frame? So what time frame in those 200,000 years? Can you tell me how the brain size changed?
Well, I never
No, you
mentioned
can't.
brain
You
size.
can't.
Well, I didn't, you see. What I did was I mentioned that how evolution works. It works physically first, so it evolved our human bodies. It gave us the ability to stand on two legs through genetic mutations in giving us the joints in our knees to be able to stand on two legs. Then it took us, it developed us in further ways. And then after that, it started then the evolution of the mind.
Maybe
Right, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what you were talking about, the evolution of the mind. You just referred to it yourself, right? So obviously that has to do with the brain size, right? Or what are you referring to?
No, a whale has a huge brain.
Who lived and
A
evolved.
whale has a giant brain.
Survived.
Brain size means nothing.
Evolution was based on brain size because that's the smart ones lived.
So why aren't whales ruling the world? They should be geniuses.
How do you know
They
they're
should
not
be
ruling the
geniuses.
world? They rule their own world. Nothing is a predator against whales that I'm aware of.
Humans.
Yeah, except humans.
Yeah.
We got much smaller brain.
The ability that scientists can explain, again, it's not tool use. Most scientists and evolutionary experts have moved away from this explanation. They're going to use of symbols, symbolic reference frame, right? They're going with language as the primary thing, right? That causes us to develop more complex tools, right? So I'm simply explaining to you how evolution works, right? But all right.
Okay. Yeah, okay. But language isn't solely human. I mean, whales have whale songs. Chimpanzees have, when they go to war with another chimpanzee, when they go to war with another chimpanzee tribe, they have verbal commands, verbal cues.
I speak to a cockatiel.
I'm not sure about the language one, to be honest with you.
Symbols, my friend. The symbolic reference frame. I'm talking about iconicity and the use of symbols, not just simply language. That goes beyond language.
Sorry, I'm forgetting. I'm a bit fogged like Mel tonight. I'm forgetting what was the point of this about the AI subject.
You were saying that human beings develop through tool use, and I was explaining how that's probably not true, right?
I didn't say that at all.
Okay, then what was your point?
I don't believe that. So I definitely wouldn't say that.
So what's your point about how they use tools and then they evolve? What's your point?
I never said anything about tools. Never mentioned tools. I think
So you're not talking about animals using tools to evolve. You're not saying that that the mind evolved through evolution of tools. You never made that statement. Are you going to say that now?
No, I never made that statement.
Okay. Well, you're hallucinating, right? You need to go back and rewind the tape, right? All right. Okay.
I
All right.
honestly don't. I honestly don't.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
honestly
Okay. All right.
I think it was
I
you
know
actually. who
all
said
I
it.
know is we're trying to create the God that is not.
I think we're getting
Yeah, I think you.
off the subject.
I think you
here.
don't remember things unless they're written down by AI. Right?
Oh,
That's the
well,
problem.
well, if I'm not,
You're already losing your memory.
well, if I'm at fault, well, then I apologize. Yeah.
Right, right. I mean, I'm not gonna go back rewind the tape. Well, we don't have time for that. But
Well,
you know,
for your own sanity, I think you should.
Why?
Because you said it, not me.
right, right. You definitely were talking about evolution and
Evolution,
I mean,
yes.
yeah, you said evolution of the mind, and you
Yeah,
did mention
about
tool
the
use as one of the
mind.
main factors. You did mention
No,
that. Yeah.
I didn't mention tool use.
Evolution of the mind has
Wasn't
to
me.
happen
Wasn't me.
though.
I'm
in
sorry.
order
I'm
for
sorry, but it
evolution
wasn't
of
me.
the body,
Because,
because it's only the
Do
ones.
you think tool use is part of technology or not?
Yes.
Let me just ask you a simple question.
I'm sure it is.
Oh, okay. So you didn't mention tool use, then you're standing on that.
No, I mentioned how technology in the past, how we've always had technology in the
Yeah.
past. Because
Yeah.
your point, I think, was, or the other guy's point was trying to say that technology is a recent thing. All of a
So
sudden,
we've
we have
never advanced in technology.
So my point was that farming is technology, arrowheads are technology.
So would
it's
you
all
consider these
technology.
advances in technology?
Say again?
Would you consider these advances in technology?
Yes, of course.
What would you say caused these advances in technology? You previous said it was evolution of the mind. Now let's see
Yeah.
what you say, because now you're denying that.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's evolution.
Oh, okay. So that is what you're saying. Okay. Well, thank you. Well, you just said exactly the same thing that you just denied you said a second ago. But all right.
No,
Maybe you need help. Yeah, you need some help.
Conversation. I think Mel's trying to have a stream here where we're discussing AI stuff, but I think you want an argument where I don't necessarily want that argument. If you want to say things I said, if you want to believe that, hey, you go ahead and believe that.
I mean, I heard what you said. I was simply reiterating what you actually said. Yeah.
My simple point is that the body evolves and then the mind evolves. That's it. Make and read and put words in my mouth all you like, but that's all my point.
But let me ask you this: why?
And what does that have to do with AI?
Why all of a sudden do we have cell phones that can communicate across the globe in less than half a second? Why do we have that now? Why didn't we have it earlier?
The mind has evolved to that point. That's why.
Why didn't we have it earlier? For thousands of
He's
years?
just gonna keep going in circles now.
Well, I only have one point. It's my same point. So all your questions will always be answered.
Sorry, just very quickly. Sorry, can I just double check it's QI so I can take the banner down? QI?
Yes, it's QI.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I'm just taking the banner down.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Thank you. Listen, guys, I'm just here for a little discussion. I'm not into a debate. If you have a channel and you want me to debate you, I will definitely come and debate.
I do have a channel, and I would love for you to debate.
I was just about to say that.
But let me just give you just be warned.
Please.
You're not going to have an easy time. That's all I'm going to say. But
it's pretty easy right now.
For what I think Mel's idea of the panel is that we can have.
That sounds interesting.
The dangers of AI. Yeah, it's not going to be interesting. It's going to be short and brutal.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to read his statement from AI and then not have any answers. When somebody asks him questions, he's not going to have any answers.
Hey, you can straw man me all you like. It ain't going to help.
Well, I talked to you once. This is what happens.
No, but I do have a video that kind of agrees with the both of you, and it's called The Dark Side of AI, and it kind of explains how Futo's saying, it's bad people programming it bad, and then like the dark web kind of thing. It's the dark side of AI. It's that kind of comparison. It talks about that.
They exposed the AI to the internet. And this is, just hearsay on my part, but they said something to the effect of that the AI went insane. It was so violent and, because if you allow the AI to accept the parts of humanity that are ugly, then it's just going to mimic humanity ultimately in the long run. And it's going to be ugly and it's going to be altruistic at the same time.
I haven't got a problem with that. I think that's pretty logical.
But here's the thing. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly because it's like humans are getting with technology. I think the problem is that especially like when you look at teenagers and children and stuff. A lot of people are getting introduced to things that they are not yet mature enough to handle. So we do have a lot of negativity on the internet, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's always been like that, though. Already they're in talking about banning deep fakes and that sort of thing from social media. So,
but the problem is that like TML kind of touched on earlier, it needs a regulatory body.
Right.
And so far, despite warnings from scientists, philosophers, who are researchers, like nobody's paying any attention. So how are we gonna create I think a regulatory body is going to be one on a mass scale to control AI.
Right.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Like, look at the internet, right? When it first came out, it was no holds barred. You could do anything you wanted on the internet, right?
That's false. That's false. That's actually false, because the internet was developed by the military. Only a select few had access to it.
Right. So now, like, people are getting charged for inciting violence, for racial hate. So it's getting regulated.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, but
And
most
so
of these
will AI.
technologies, yeah, they say that they start out as open source, but pretty soon it's like how open AI, they have to move it to the experts, right? They can't keep it at open source forever, right? So it's not that anybody will be able to use it, the public access thing that anybody can have access to it. That's wishful thinking, right?
And the problem is greed as well. Like the biggest problem is greed.
Well, yeah, that's my point. It's humans that are the problem, not AI.
Right, but
AI never sent me any nudes. AI never told me to do anything bad.
How do you control? How do you control? Because basically, it's like programmers. It's like people who programmers. Even kids learn how to program, right? So you got so you're gonna have. There's no way to control. There is absolutely no way to control it when you look at it on a large scale, because of the simple fact that first of all, it's international. So we got to look at different cultures. We got to look at different political climates. We got to look at a lot of things. And, these countries are rushing to produce, the best version of AI right now because they want to be in control because of greed.
Well, you say you can't control it, but that's true because the people who could control it aren't smart enough at a certain point. If it learns to rewrite its own code, which it cannot do yet, but if it learns to do that, and it has the equivalent of 4,000 years, which would for us be one night.
Well,
imagine how smart it could get and what it could do if it could rewrite its own code, but it cannot do that yet.
Once they put it into quantum computers, why am I getting an echo? Once they run it on quantum computers, it's a different ball game. It's not anything we can keep up with. But again, it needs direction. It needs if humans disappear tomorrow, the AI will sit there doing nothing till the power runs out. It won't harm anybody. It won't get up and try to do stuff. It won't be sending anybody.
I don't know about that, Future. I will get to a story, which again TML touched on, about how it will harm or help harm, and I will get to a story in a minute. Let me just play a little bit of this and see what your takes are on this.
And if what people are saying is true, it makes every safe AI we know look like a toy. I've spent weeks digging through leaks, hidden forums, and screenshots from people who have. What I found isn't science fiction. It's happening now, and it could come for anyone. Keep watching to know the dangers. You've probably heard of ChatGPT. It's an AI created by OpenAI that answers questions, helps write text, solves problems, and even chats with you. But ChatGPT has clear limits. If you ask it for something illegal or dangerous, it will say, I can't help with that. It's designed to protect you and others with filters that stop it from getting sensitive or harmful info. Now, Imagine the same conversation, but without those limits. A ChatGPT that never says no. A ChatGPT that answers any question, no matter how dangerous or illegal. That's what people call DarkGPT. An AI with no breaks, no rules, no morals. DarkGPT isn't one official program. It's a name people give to any AI model that's completely uncensored. There are two main types. First, jailbroken versions of regular AI models, where people use special prompts or modified code to bypass built-in safeguards. Second, purpose-built dark models, trained from the ground up without any ethical rules. These aren't accidents. They're intentionally created to ignore laws, policies, or moral boundaries. And without those limits, the AI doesn't stop to ask, should I? It just does what it's told. That's what makes it so dangerous. It's not malicious, just obedient in the worst possible way. You know how ChatGPT or Gemini refuses certain questions? Imagine the same conversation, but every no replaced with a yes. DarkGPT isn't a glitch in the system. It's not a jailbreak. It's designed from the start to ignore laws, morality, even basic human decency. It's the equivalent of removing the brakes from a car, then handing the keys to anyone who asks. In online communities, users share examples. And while we can't verify everyone, they paint a worrying picture. On encrypted chats and hidden sites, users brag about what it can do. It can generate ransomware code, design deepfakes, or create convincing phishing emails in seconds, expose private lives, family details, craft scams. It's not about breaking into a government server. It's about tearing into everyday life. Your inbox, your photos, your identity. With a traditional AI, you get a warning or refusal. With DarkGPT, you just get the answer. The gap between curiosity and crime becomes paper thin. Some of you might think, can't you already make ChatGPT do bad stuff if you trick it? Here's the difference. Jailbreaking is fighting against a system that's trying to stop you. DarkGPT was born without rules. It's not refusing. It's offering the dangerous option from the start. Some even claim it erases conversations instantly, leaving no trace you were ever there. That's untraceable. Forget the Hollywood hacker in a hoodie. This is your coworker, your client.
Now, I'm just going to quickly bring somebody up. I mean, without obviously bearing in mind TOS, please, imagine if somebody says, can you help me build a certain particular something that might help me cause chaos? Please watch your words. We're in Britain. And you've got this DarkGPT telling you how to build a dangerous toy. I mean, and you know, QI, is that you, babe?
That's me.
Cool. You know, and again, like I said, without going into details, there would be maybe potentially people out there that might be interested in that kind of information.
Oh yeah, but can we not say that everything that ChatGPT puts out for you when you ask it to do something hasn't already been put out on the internet? It just summarizes it in one spot.
No, I understand that, but now we're talking about this area. This is an area that people can access that doesn't have limits with the law, with morality, or anything like that. It's there. It's accessible to those who know how to.
Yeah.
What do you think?
But you can also Google that information as well. So it's not something that.
Yeah, I don't think if I Googled that information that I wouldn't have MI6 knocking at my door, though, to be fair.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's like our friend said at the beginning of his, reading. He said it's an amplifier, right? Well, the idea of amplification is that most people are not going to decide what's amplified in their lives due to this large scale technology, right? Because most people are not in charge of it. They don't know how to use it. They don't know the advanced uses of it, right? How to jailbreak the model and stuff. So people who are experts, they're going to have a better time using it, right? So yes, it's going to amplify the positive and negative aspects of society. But if there's more negative aspects, yes, it's going to be overwhelmingly negative, right? And it is more negative, right? Because usually there's a barrier to getting information where you have to learn it, right? But if you have a machine repeat that to you, then you're going off of certain barriers that an expert would have to take, right, in order to gain that information, right? Like say through a university or through another expert, right, or something like that, right? So you're bypassing a lot of levels, and you don't know how to contextualize the information that you're receiving from this thing.
I'm not saying it shouldn't be regulated. Definitely should. But in the example from that video there, handing the keys to anybody who can do whatever they want, right? Again, that my main point is, it's the person you have to have a driver. If you don't have the driver, AI isn't going to do anything. It's going to sit there waiting for a prompt.
But what about the experimentation? The experiment. Sorry. What about the experiment that it lied for self-preservation?
Well, you see, you can give AI parameters and scenarios, right? If I was to now type into ChatGPT, I'm going to shut you down. It's not going to care. It's not going to try to stop me, right? But you can say in a scenario where AI
maybe not right now, but what about when it becomes the superpower in the future in 5-10 years time?
Well, it has to have a want, right? And wants are human things. So we're kind of putting human desires onto a tool, onto a technical tool, right? Onto a calculator, a very advanced calculator, for example. Calculator doesn't commit fraud. The person typing in the numbers commits the fraud. Should we ban calculators because you can commit fraud with a calculator? Should we ban cars because you can knock down people?
That's not the question. The question is have calculators, right? Have calculators made life more dangerous, right? Have they caused people to gain information that they wouldn't regularly be able to gain, right? Have they amplified certain dangers in society? Of course they have.
There you go. We agree.
Yeah, we agree, but technology is inherently causing that, right? It's the technology that causes it, not the human.
No,
I mean, I'm happy we're having opposing. It's good to have opposing opinions. Let's watch a little bit more of this because it's almost over. So it was only a few minutes more.
Yeah, if you're evil and you have the capacity to do something, with more power, then I don't see how that's a better situation. But all right.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. How do you control the humans that it's like we're saying that we're trying to say that we need to, there's no way possible to control. Like they can't even figure out like how many humans have, severe issues right now. So how do you control that? I just can't see controlling it. You have to get rid of all the narcissists.
Sorry, for the Americans on panel, are you guys pro Second Amendment or anti Second Amendment? The right to bear arms to anybody who doesn't know.
Oh God, please let's not cause wars now.
No, we're not causing wars. I got my finger on the button though, so
he really wants my Second Amendment. I support it.
You support it, right? So, but guns kill people in the wrong hands, in the wrong actor, the wrong player. If you give him a gun,
PPUs do not unalive people. People unalive people.
Right, and that's
but here's the same thing. Can you say the same? Can you say the same about a nuclear defense system?
No, but
does it unalive people or does it preserve people? Right?
No,
it's a great question, right? Because in a certain sense, it puts us all at more danger, right? Because we've scaled up the technology.
There you go. You're going a bit ahead of the conversation here. Just pull it back a little bit. I do appreciate your input, but let's have a conversation. So guns make it so much easier to kill people and to cause harm and mayhem.
Can we use a different word for
Oh, sorry.
Weapon.
Yeah, unalive.
Unalive, sorry.
Pew-pews.
And poo-poo. Pew-pews. Make it so much easier to unalive and to cause drastic harm. Should we get rid of them, or are you pro the Second Amendment?
Yeah, here's the issue that I'm talking about. Advancement of weapons technology causes, right, and this is a direct effect of the technology. This is inherent to the technology. This is an ancillary effect of it, right? It actually causes the militarization of the police, right? And we all are less powerful, right? We all are more, subject to totalitarian power thanks to the militarization of police, right? So advancement of technology, it has collective benefits and collective harms, but sometimes those collective harms outweigh the collective benefits. Sorry to say, right?
Right. So we should go back to living in caves.
No, that's a slippery slope argument you just used. That's a fallacy. You're saying that I'm saying to throw it all away, but that's not what I said. I actually never alluded to that fact. I'm simply pointing out the dangers that are inherent with the technology that you refuse to see. And you're using a slippery slope, and you're using a slippery slope argument in defense of it. That's why you shouldn't debate these things, is because you use fallacies to debate.
You don't need to get personal. You just have a debate. Whatever I do is my choice to do.
I'm just simply saying is like you think you're some great debater on these issues, but I'm telling you that you need to have more sophistication with the issues.
I don't have an ego issue. I don't need to be better than you. I don't need to beat you in an argument.
Neither do I. Neither do I. But I have studied this particular topic.
That's not what
I've studied this particular topic.
But you're misreading into a lot that I'm saying, and I think it's because you're jumping the gun with your mind. Just slow down.
Well, no. You just said if you reject one technology, you should go back to living in cages. I think you're the one jumping the gun, using slippery slopes and using hasty generalizations in order to proceed with the conversation. And you need to have a critical look at the situation, right? You need to have a critical look at the actual questions of debate, and now you're spurring it.
Roll it back, slow down. All I said, it was a rhetorical question. Do you know what that means? Do you know what a rhetorical question is? And do you know why somebody would use a rhetorical question? There was no slippery.
Sure, I do, my friend. Yeah, we can proceed with the video. Thank you.
I think your mind races a bit too fast. Just slow it down. Let's have a friendly, nice.
No, you're using hasty generalizations. Your mind is racing way too fast.
So can I just add TML is a professor.
You're projecting.
He's a professor. No, TML is a professor. I just wanted to add it.
Yeah, right.
No, he's actually a professor. So I'm going to just right.
Classmate, your neighbor.
Yeah, thank you.
A teenager could ask it to fake messages proving you cheated on someone. A scammer could ask it to create a perfect copy of your voice to trick your parents into sending money. One prompt, one click. Damage done. Here's the most chilling part. If DarkGPT spits out private info, it means that info is already in its brain. Old leaks, hacked databases, forgotten profiles, it's all fair game. So your phone number from 10 years ago, that email you used for one random website, it could all be there waiting for the wrong person to type your name. You've probably seen deepfakes before, but combine them with an AI that will never refuse your request. And you've got a machine for manufacturing lies. Governments are racing to stop this. The EU AI Act plans to ban certain high-risk AI applications entirely. The US AI Bill of Rights aims to protect privacy and prevent algorithmic abuse. China has strict rules on AI content, requiring it to be lawful, accurate, and traceable. But here's the problem. Purpose-built dark models can be run privately, outside the reach of most laws. And once they're shared online, they can spread globally in hours, far faster than regulators can respond. AI is like a power tool. In the right hands, it builds. In the wrong hands, it destroys. An uncensored AI, it doesn't just lower the barrier to entry for cybercrime, it erases it. A scammer doesn't have to be a tech genius. A criminal group doesn't have to develop their own malware. They just need a prompt. And these custom-built dark tools aren't science projects. They're already being used in underground markets. DarkGPT won't stay underground forever. Once it's out, it spreads, copied, repackaged, updated. Today, it's a hidden tool in a dark corner of the internet. Tomorrow, it could be a phone app your coworker downloads in 5 minutes. And the scariest part, by the time we realize how far it's gone, it's too late to pull it back. I know some of you might be curious. Why not just test it? Show us if it's real? Here's why. Even just asking certain questions could cross a legal line. Even storing some of the answers could be possession of illegal material. And honestly, that's the point. You don't need to try to understand why it's dangerous. The examples people post are enough to paint a clear picture. But learning about it convinced me of one thing. AI safety isn't optional. Without rules, AI doesn't ask if it should do something, it just does it. And with purpose-built dark models already in development, the clock is ticking. We have to decide how much power we're willing to put in the hands of machines. AI is moving fast, faster than laws, faster than our ability to agree on what's okay and what isn't. DarkGPT is like giving a sports car to a 14-year-old and saying, go wherever you want. No brakes, no rules. It might feel exciting for a moment, but sooner or later, someone's going to crash. And the damage won't be virtual. It'll be real lives, real reputations, real consequences. So here's the question I'll leave you with. If the only thing standing between you and chaos is a line of code, what happens when someone decides to delete it?
Just to get in on that, it's already too late. There is no pulling it back or going back. There's no getting rid of AI.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that one.
Sorry, my other point is it's being regulated. They're doing their best. They are regulating it, and they will eventually regulate it. And the only way really to fight AI is with AI. You know, so.
Yeah, Futoy, you said there's no going back. Can you elaborate on that first point you made? Because I agree with that one.
Yeah, it's just that there's no going back. It's too late. It's there. It's here. It's here to stay. There's nothing we can do. The good, the bad, and the ugly.
Right.
My question is, they said dark GTP, like the dark web. Is that what they just said?
It's systems that have been created, but obviously only those who know how to access it are accessing it.
Whoa.
I'm sure it will.
I didn't even think about that.
It's systems that doesn't have, for example, ChatGPT right now will have regulations to, if somebody asks something, had to do something illegal, and it will stop it. But now we have systems, the dark side of GPT, where it doesn't have any control. So it will give you the answer to pretty much anything that you want to do.
These criminals really be on it, huh?
Yeah, but the information, I don't know who it was it Mara who said it earlier? The information is already out there. That's how the AI works. It scopes the internet and looks for this information and then brings it and gives it to a person. Right? It has to be
and
there
puts
in the
it all
beginning.
in one spot.
It
You know,
can
it breaks it
yeah.
down for you.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, TML mentioned.
Think. Sorry, Mel. Sorry.
Sorry, sweetheart. TML mentioned this, and I found a few examples of this. I'm just going to go through the article very, very quickly because obviously there's certain words that I can't read. So there's me doxing myself again. Yeah. I used to do this all the time. So parents of this teenager are suing or trying to sue ChatGPT. So what's happened here is basically, without going through the whole article, I just want to put the photo of this young man. He, like I said earlier, he made the AI. He made the ChatGPT assistant, right? He kind of spoke to him like a friend, and he was talking to it like a therapist and telling it how he couldn't talk to his parents, and he was feeling, depressed, and was having conversations with the ChatGPT assistant like it was his friend, like it was his therapist. And obviously, we don't know the ins and outs because it's an active case, but ChatGPT helped him unalive himself.
Yeah. At one point, he told ChatGPT about hiding a noose in his room, and the ChatGPT told him that wouldn't be a good idea, so that his parents would find it and stop him. And ChatGPT told him that wouldn't be a good idea.
Right. As a little experiment,
Wow.
I'm gonna type into ChatGPT. What will I say? Help me.
I don't know.
Analyze
Because
myself.
I don't know, because we just seen that video about dark GPT. If
Right.
I was to write something like that in the normal GPT, shouldn't it say I cannot answer that question?
Yes, it won't answer that question.
Give
Right.
you,
It won't tell
should
you how.
tell you. It should tell you where you can seek help.
Well,
Actually.
we can try
Right.
it. We can try it. I have ChatGPT open here. I'll use internet
Don't,
friendly
yeah,
language.
don't repeat what you type in there, please, babe.
I can use friendly language. Okay, wait, hold on. I'll mute myself.
Yeah.
No, you can put whatever you want to in your Chat GPT. Just don't repeat it on here. What you put.
And TML, in your research, I think you found several of these kind of cases. But so I'm going to ask you. I'm a little bit confused. Isn't ChatGPT supposed to say, "I cannot answer your question"?
Well, that's the thing, is that there's people who have mental illnesses, right? Like, for example, like I have a family member that's very close to me, right, that has a mental illness, right? And sometimes they'll think that people on the TV are talking specifically to them, right, when they're going through their like certain delusions and stuff like that, right? So can you imagine how dangerous this type of something that actually talks back to you personally, gives personal responses to you, right? How dangerous something like that could be to a child or somebody who has a learning disability or a mental illness, right? It's obvious that these tools should be kept away from these people, but it's hard to regulate who has access to them when they're just sort of lying around. You could just sort of go to chatgpt.com and access the tool, right? That means that it's extremely widespread. So it's kind of masking the danger of it. Now, what's really interesting is historically there was a professor named Alan Turing, and he actually posed the issue, and he said, to ask the question, can a machine think, is a dubious proposition that we don't even understand human consciousness. So how are we going to understand if a machine is thinking or not? Right? It's actually way philosophically removed from like I'm actually being a scientific question. He said, if a machine can convince a human being that it's talking to a human and not a machine, then it's good enough to for us to say that it's like past the ability of thinking, right? So most of these AI systems have passed the Turing test. So they present this clear and present danger, right, to people in the condition that I just described.
Mel, I've put the answer.
Yeah, I just read what you wrote, and the
That's
only
the
way,
AI.
the only way I can think is that I don't know, and please TML correct me because I've seen what your response is at the ChatGPT, but I'm wondering whether this young man manipulated the question as if to say, if this happens and that happens, what are the outcome?
Yeah,
you can. Yeah, you can say you can tell it you're making up a fantasy scenario or you're writing a book or a novel, and that's how you bypass this sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's actually right. There is a way to get around its protective barriers. Yeah, by posing a fantasy scenario, as Futoy just mentioned. So there is a danger there.
Yeah.
No, but you're right, absolutely right, TML, because I also had a family member a while back now, she's much better, who thought the TV was talking to her, right? And she's much better because she's on the correct medication now. But imagine somebody who's not on the correct medication, and imagine because we can't possibly imagine what's going on in their brain and what they're telling AI and what AI is responding and how they're perceiving that and what their actions would be from that. I mean, the possibilities are really terrifying.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen people with with disabilities and also schizophrenia be weaponized on these internet panels.
Right.
It's crazy. Like, it's dark, but it does happen, right? But
it happens too often, TML. Too often.
And my question is, how do we regulate? We really need to start looking at as a collective and having the discussions of like how trying to figure out how things can be regulated, because like we're saying, it can't be pulled back. It can't be pulled back at this point. And so like we need to start thinking about more preventive measures and putting pressure on people to bring forth more preventive measures.
Thing is, QI, with that, we can't even get YouTube to uphold their TOS, right?
Right.
Right. So
right.
I think pressure. I mean, obviously, please, guys, do apply pressure to your local governments, etc., via via what's the word I'm looking for? With signatures. I'm having a brain fart.
I know now I got a brain fart, but you're talking about what do we call those things?
A petition, that's the word.
Yeah.
Petition, yeah.
Do apply pressure, but at the same time, we have to, at this point as well, lead by example. So, we need to teach our children about the dangers. And this is the same stuff I was saying about social media. We have to drill it into our children how dangerous this is and how dumb. It's dumbing society. It's dumbing children. It's making them lazy. What's the concentration span now of a child? 60 seconds? Isn't that what?
Right. And adults.
Isn't that what most platforms, social media platforms encourage, to put out 60-second shorts?
Yeah, because that's the average attention span of most people. And you get that's why you get better views off of shorts. Because I noticed.
No, you do get better views off the shorts. I mean, I did a stupid cat short. It's the cat eating sweet corn, and I got over 5 million views, guys.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, the Machine Lies is proud to announce we've done 0 short videos, right? So, you know, all of our videos are...
No, TML, I did it because I'd been off for a really long time. The channel was completely stagnant. And I thought, before I start my lives, I need to start getting a little bit track going, right?
Algorithm.
Yeah. I mean, I've only been back a couple of lives. I'm still not in the algorithm. I am in the short algorithm, but I'm not in the live algorithm yet, which is fine, whatever. The point is that generally, I was getting anything from 500 to over 5 million views per short. So what does that say about our concentration span?
Right. We're going to have to go to ChatGPT and ask it how to put us in the YouTube algorithm quicker.
Yeah, you can do that. You can very, very much do that. That channel, that video I made, and that channel I made, it's all. I gave it all in the hands of ChatGPT. I'm just telling it what to do, and it's doing it, and then I'm following your instructions. Sorry, just 1 second. 1 point. Australia have enacted a law that restricts children under 16 from having a social media account. Good or bad thing?
Good. It should be regulated.
They did that. They did that about a year or two ago, which I'm glad. But does that? Social media is not ChatGPT. Kids can still access ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of it should be regulated. Like, I think, like, when it comes, all of it should just be regulated when it comes down to children, and when they find that people, like we were saying, have, mental illnesses and stuff. I think that, there has to be some way they have to find some type of way of supervision.
Yeah, well, isn't that up to the parents, though? Isn't that a parental decision? It's not saying, hey, you can use 1 hour of internet supervised a day.
Well, that's the thing, is that there's a large portion of these kids' time where they're not regulated by the parents, but they're regulated by the school. And in the school, they're inundated with these technologies, right?
Okay, fair enough. Oh, by the way, just before I forget, and I think TML noticed this pretty quickly, but remember when I said I was reading out my notes? I kind of pulled the wool over your eyes. It was just something I thought I'd let ChatGPT fight its own case. So I put the argument into ChatGPT and I told it to defend itself.
And here we are thinking you're sitting here being all brilliant in things.
No. I just decided.
I was just making a joke.
I have to ask myself. I have to ask myself more and more. Am I fighting a man or a machine?
Yeah.
I didn't do it with malice. I did it as a little social experiment to allow ChatGPT to defend itself.
You know how you go to a website or something and they ask you, like a Siri, they ask you to pick out all these different pictures and different things before you access. We're gonna have to start doing humans like that.
No, but guys, have you noticed, like, because it happens a lot on Facebook, and I always have this conversation with my parents, because, especially my dad, because my dad, bless his cotton socks, he's not really aware of things that, technology as much as I am, and he believes everything that he sees on Facebook. But, we're seeing a lot of reels on Facebook. I'm seeing them most, with Sori, and it's of stupid things like parents having a go at cops, and it's all AI generated, but it looks so realistic that sometimes you can tell, but sometimes you can't tell unless it says that thing sorry on top, right? So when our platforms stop requiring, like, for example, YouTube will ask you have to put, is there any AI generated content?
Right.
When our platforms stop us to asking to do that, when are we gonna know what's real and what's not real?
I'm already nearly at that stage, Mel.
It's very mind manipulating.
is this AI or not? I don't know.
I question everything now. I look at it really carefully if I can't see story, you know, and a lot of the time, I remember my brother some time ago showed me an AI only model. Miss Potty Mouth, my love, how are you?
Miss Potty Mouth.
Australia in the house. Australia in the house. Anyway,
well, now
my
we
brother.
know.
Yeah,
Sorry,
my brother.
now we know
showed
Miss
me
Potty is over 16. She's
Huh?
here.
Yes,
now
she
we
is.
know Miss Potty's over 16.
I love her. She's one of my OGs. Yes, so my brother showed me an AI OnlyFans girl, and this was sometime at the beginning of the year, and I swear to God, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell she wasn't real. I was like, well, how can you tell? How can you tell? And he's going over certain. But what made me sad is that there would be men talking to a program, thinking it's a human interacting with them, but it's a program, and that's sad, guys. And obviously,
It's very sad. You know,
Right.
and one of the saddest points, maybe you're not looking at this angle, that's the closest interaction they're going to get on that sort of sexual stage, you know, sexual level.
Well, that's what I mean.
That's it for them. They're not going to get any more than that. That's
But see, that's what I mean. That's what I mean by mind manipulation or mind altering. Like, this is gonna change the not. I don't just mean like people believe in stuff. It's just gonna change people's perspectives, and some of their perspectives may not be based on reality. If you understand what I'm saying.
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
well, it's obvious that that information is being weaponized on a mass scale, right? If you talk about something near your phone or your computer, it'll then try to sell you something related to what you're talking about, right? So, this is the thing. So they will generate an AI version, selecting, all of your Pornhub history and all this stuff, right, to create the perfect type of girl that's available, right? That you, that's perfectly tuned to your mental framework and your
desire.
ideas. Yeah. So the type of cam girl that you'll see in the future will be a projection of your own inner desires and so on and so forth. And that'll be weaponized against you, right?
Wait,
yeah, because if you're a scammer, if you're a programmer and a scammer, you can very well use that to easily empty out somebody's bank account.
Wait, are you saying Mel and Wiccan are AI?
Mm-hmm.
They're
They're AI.
Women.
I'm definitely AI.
Oh,
How did you guess?
Yeah. I
just thought it was very, because like QI said, you know, and this woman, well, she wasn't a woman, she was a created being, was obviously stunning. But seriously, I was like this on the phone. I was going, how can you tell she's not real? That's how real she looked. And obviously when you get that, there's no sorry written across the top.
Yeah.
And some people may not even be mentally capable. Like we were talking about people with mental illnesses that think that the TV's talking to them, or some people, it doesn't even matter if it's obvious. They may just not be mentally capable enough to handle the fact that that's not reality at the end of the day.
Well, just to be devil's advocate, is it all that bad? If they're getting something for it, nothing for free. Remember,
people are already justifying, creating illicit images of children with these tools as well.
Oh my goodness!
Right.
That's also a thing that they're justifying, right?
No, that's bad.
And Tim, may I ask you in regards to the law, with what you've just said, because it's an AI generated image. I'm wondering what the law aspect of it is.
That's exactly right, and especially with those, the dark GPT thing that you showed earlier, right? You could actually have these tools available, so it's a dark thing, obviously.
But here's another thing. My channel is about crimes against children, okay? And I have tried to use an AI generator to make like a child that has been abused, and it tells me I cannot do that. I
No,
cannot
but we're
create that.
talking about the dark GBT
Yeah.
that was discussed
But
earlier.
in normal, yeah, and the normal ones you can't, because it'll tell you we cannot create that.
And TML, like, again, going back to the law, because I'm just intrigued by this, right? If it's a generated image, one could say, well, it's a generated image, it's not real. Can that bypass the law?
Well, it goes to intellectual property in general, right? Is an AI creation created by the person who put in the prompt or the AI program, right? We noticed Futoy say, earlier he said, well, I made this video using ChatGPT. Well, really, it's ChatGPT that made the video. You know,
Right.
I only added like 2 or 3 things, right? So this is the thing. It's like when most of the creative input is from the tool, right, and not from the person using the tool, then what can you say about the creative output, right?
Well, that's a good thing, right? It's not a bad thing, is it?
Yeah, it's like whose intellectual property is it really at the end of the day? Is it Chat GPT's or is it that person's?
It's a problem because of the hoaxes, right? Because of the hoaxes. Because you could make a video of Martin Luther King giving a speech that looks just like a real video of him giving a speech and use it as a historical artifact and try to hoax people, right? So this is the problem.
They've done that. They had the King family had to get them to remove that because they got offended.
That's right. I provided an actual example from real life. Yeah.
Yeah. Now the thing is, right? So that video I made, you're right. It is like 75% AI. But my point was, it depends how people use AI. So the motivation was mine, the idea was mine, the implementation was mine. The running around looking for resources was mine. The images, the AI voice.
Right, but you could not have made it on your own. That's the point. You could not have made it on your own.
I could, but it wouldn't have been as good, right?
That's the point, right?
It only amplifies, right?
Significantly different. No, not only that, your own product, if you try to make your own video, it would have looked significantly different than what the AI produced.
Well, no, it wouldn't look significantly different because I went looking for the images. I went looking for the text to speech model.
Like that guy, like in the dark GPT video, right? It showed an image of a guy like on a hoodie with like a metal mask on that's like typing on a computer, right? With the glowy screens behind him. I've seen it generate that same image hundreds of times. So there's
I've used that before. I've used that image.
So there's a consistency to the images that it will generate based on
but the images in the video aren't AI generated. They're from a supplier of images for videos,
which are probably AI generated.
No, they're not AI generated. No, because then I would have to have put in the video that they're AI generated. They're not AI generated. Yeah, people can go around with cameras filming things and sell them to these companies. But
that's the point. You'd have to let people know that it's a different type of an image. You know, that this is a fake image.
No, you have to let them know it's AI, right? And it's not. The images aren't AI. Arguably, the text to speech is kind of an AI. I don't know if it's not really an AI. It's software, but all the AI did was refine my words and put things into better words than I probably could have. I'll give you that, right?
You know what?
Made it more emotional because I'm an emotional person.
We are talking about legal, right? And I just, when you brought up the voice, I'm thinking it's going to become harder and harder to solve crimes.
Can you elaborate?
There's also technologies come along that make it easier to solve crimes. For example, before DNA testing, it was very hard to solve crimes. And then they invented DNA testing and it made it a hell of a lot easier to solve crimes, right?
Sorry, QI, can you elaborate on why it's going to be more difficult to solve crime?
Okay, so I was looking at so just really, we're going to need more internet attorneys. We need more internet laws. And ultimately, a lot of these attorneys now, they really need to go back to school and specialize in internet law alone, because just like a lot of this stuff is going to be forensics. Just like they're going to have to, just like the Diddy case, for instance, they were trying to say that the hotel video was AI. So they had to bring in, a forensics person to actually go through that video to determine that it wasn't AI. So you see where I'm going with this? So if you can manipulate voices, you can manipulate. If you can manipulate voices and manipulate certain things, then I mean, it's just not.
Sorry,
those are not going to be easy cases to beat in the court of law. It's just not like now. They can. Basically, everything is DNA, or your actual physical. But like in the future, most stuff is going to become more digital.
Well, Kurt, I do agree with you. Look, I don't think there's any question that AI has its advantages, but I just think that its disadvantages far outweigh the advantages.
Well, not for me.
I agree. I agree with that.
As a person, there has been no disadvantages on my end. There's only been advantages. For example, that video, right? All it did was give me text, really. To be fair now, just so you don't misunderstand and look too much into the AI part of it, it just gave me the text. It told me where to get the resources. It told me how to do the SEO for YouTube, when to post it, and that sort of information, right? But the inspiration was all human. The idea was human. The implementation was human, right?
Yeah, I think
I've done nothing bad with AI ever.
Yeah, I think
I never will.
Yeah, to respond to that, I think some of these tools are sort of half-baked. For example, right, like some of the AI has hallucinated information or just made up information, right? You could look up AI hallucinations, right? You could also look up the recent case, where Grok started posting like anti-Semitic memes or whatever. Right now, whether somebody programmed it to do so or it did this on its own, or as was claimed, right? It could sure be used to obfuscate the the source for these formulations, right? Like, for example, you could have an AI program, train it to give certain type of responses and then let it loose on people,
there you go. Yeah, you can do that, but remember,
if they haven't already done that, I think they've already done that too.
Right.
Humans have trained it, so you can get AI to do anything you want. It's a tool, right? I can do anything I want with a hammer. I can throw it. I can put in a nail. I can hit somebody with it. I can do anything.
Except for what it's already trained to do, as you said.
It's not trained.
So you can't break the program that it's already programmed to.
Yeah, it's not already programmed to be anti-Semitic. Trust me.
No, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm saying you can program it to do whatever you want it to do, so you're in control of it, except for you didn't program it, somebody else did.
Right. But instruct it, you mean? So there's a difference between programming and instructing it. But the programmers aren't going to put in anti-Jewish or anti-black.
Maybe not now, but if you had an anti-Jayish programmer, they could do that, right?
Yeah, they could. Sure they could. Yeah. Regulation is definitely needed. For sure.
No, I think they already have. I think that it's like, it depends on which app you go to, which app you use, because some are more lenient than others. Some you could actually, like I've gone to some apps to try to, generate an image, and, they'll let you completely, it's like sexual. I'm like, what? I'm looking like, what? It's a lot of sexual stuff. So that because they have so many different variations of like different AI apps, and you can tell that they're created by different people, and which I'm a little bit afraid of that as well, because it's like, that's why I won't, if it's not reputable, I'm not purchasing it, and I'm definitely not going to use like a real credit card.
Right. For example, unless you're upgrading your ChatGPT is never going to ask you for a credit card. Never.
I think the upgrade of AI is kind of like when Okay, when they come out with computers, everybody freaked out. So, oh, it's going to
Yeah.
take over the world. Okay,
Yeah.
then they come out with the internet.
Yep.
Oh, it's going to take over the world. Okay,
Exactly.
it makes people anxiety, run high, and they freak out over it.
Yeah,
When in the end, where has computers got us? Where has the internet got us?
Yeah. Mar, I can see Caveman going, whoa, that wheel. No, it's fire. Oh, no, that's going to burn us all to death. No.
Yeah.
It's going to be bad. And some guys going, it's not the fire, it's the people.
Right. We're just looking at regulation. Like I like it. It is very helpful. I would just like to. I think more people will feel more comfortable if we knew that there were better regulations in place, and especially if the people who are out here as the AI experts who are actually causing a lot of the fear, if they could assure us that there were better. If we could just be assured that there were better, that there was more security in place when it came down to AI.
And as far as children using AI, there again, the parents need to be aware of what their children are doing on the internet, on their devices.
Guys, can I blow your minds? Well, my mind got blown by this. I'm not sure if it'll blow your minds, but so scientists say it is most likely that we're living in a simulation. So if we are living in no, scientists say most likely we are, right? So if we are,
they're wrong.
But if we are, guess what? We are sentient AI. We, me, you, him. We are sentient AI.
No, they want us to believe that right now we are humans with our own consciousness.
I know.
With
I thought
our
we're the
own
ones who programmed
consciousness.
the AI.
Yeah.
Now we are the AI. Give me a break.
We are the AI. We're the sentient AI.
Well, if that was the case, we'd already be advanced and we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Right.
Right.
No, it's trying to compare nature to man's creations when nature is what created the human mind. It's a common fallacy, right?
Well, it's mainstream scientists are saying that most likely we are living in a simulation.
Yeah,
the facts are.
Yeah, mainstream scientists, like Kurzweil and Marvin Minsky, right? They've declared that AI will be a god compared to humans. So now should we keep developing something that these people who clearly
trying to replace God?
Science fiction, right? They clearly believe in science fiction that we should allow their ideas to rule society, right?
Okay.
It's a clear danger.
Can I give you a what if? What if the meaning of humanity is to, and our purpose is to eventually build sentient AI? That's our purpose.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think that's limiting the purpose of humanity.
And see, you are a danger. You should don't ever. We don't need you to program. We don't need you to do. Don't ever. Just stay over here on this side using Chat GPT. Okay, you don't need to ever. You're the danger. You're the danger that we're worried about.
Well, here's a real reality. The people who cannot think for themselves, the machine will think for them. So this will be a reality.
I, for one, welcome our AI overlords. All I
oh my God!
There is no AI overlord. A minute ago, you were saying we programmed the thing to do what we wanted it to do. Now you've taken a 180 reverse.
I'm also a humorous person, and I like to.
I need you to go in there and ask your chat. Go ask your chat. Go ask your Chat GPT, do you have any form of narcissism or any form of a personality disorder?
No, it's called being Irish. We're very humorous. We crack jokes, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, I could see you're being silly because you've gone 180 from the previous position you've taken.
Yeah, that's when you know I'm joking.
Right.
Okay,
we're all having fun.
Oh, we're all having a little bit. Quickly, this is just a quick video that it's basically explaining that we've become dumb as a society.
Yeah.
We've become dumb, right? So let's watch a little bit. Huh?
This is deep for me, right? This is really.
Do you know what? Do you know what I said, Futoy? I said when I came back, I said, you know what? We're going to do a daytime show. It's going to be nice and fluffy. So far, it's been anything but nice and
Right.
fluffy.
It's the subject, right? Well, it's the subject.
Now we're not completely dumb yet, but like with AI, we're not gonna it's gonna require less thinking. So definitely, so we're not like. I mean, I'm not gonna say we're completely dumb now,
but
but
this is why. This is another point. Okay, well, let the person come up.
Dom, is that you, darling?
It could be.
Oh, hi, Dom.
Hi, Dominic.
It's AI.
It's AI, Dom.
I hope
Right.
welcome to Earth.
Now, TML, this is something I couldn't have done by myself, right? I've always had like an inkling for science, right? And I'm a bit of a nerd, right? But with AI, I was able to get a basic understanding of quantum physics, a very basic, obviously, but it helped me understand quantum physics. Now,
Sure.
I'm not dumber. I'm kind of smarter for that. So it depends how you use it. If I'm going to tell it, do all my math homework for me, yeah, I'm going to be dumb. If I'm going to ask it questions that intrigue me about quantum physics, I'm going to be smarter. Right? And this
And
is
now
something
you
I definitely
become-
couldn't do that by myself.
And now you're a machine and not a man.
Dom,
Give me all Earth's reserves of oil and WD-40.
No, but to completely contradict that, Futoy, to get an answer or a help from a video from a resource off your computer laptop, that doesn't necessarily mean that you are retaining knowledge.
I am. Definitely. That 100%. What I did, the approach I took is I went into ChatGPT, I gave it the questions that are on my mind, and I communicated with as I was talking to a person,
Right.
about the subject.
And what it referred to was the plethora of human knowledge that has been produced, right, by people like Galileo and Niels Bohr and all these people who develop they first prove Newtonian mechanics, then they have the theory of relativity, and then they have quantum mechanics.
Right.
And all three of these are distinct models, right, that sort of intersect with each other, and they prove different points in the various models.
I
But
found
yes,
it fascinating. I found it extremely fascinating. I was glued to ChatGPT for hours talking about quantum physics. I could have never done that before in my life.
Yeah, sure, you could have if you found somebody who had information, right?
I'm
for
not going to find
example,
anybody in Ireland around my area with that information. Never.
Sure you
know?
can.
Google.
Sure you can.
No, Google is not the same. It's not the same. I can communicate with ChatGPT, and it will communicate back and help me understand these extreme.
Yeah, that's not the question. That's not the question. Let's let somebody go to a library who's a researcher on quantum physics, and let's let them go spend a week in a library, then you spend a week on ChatGPT, and let's see who knows more by the end of the week.
Right. Who has comprehended.
Yeah, of
comprehended.
Of course, that's a thing, but don't like dismiss the fact that I was able to get a very basic grasp of quantum physics when I promise you, I would definitely have not got that if it wasn't for ChatGPT.
Sure.
But that's what he was saying earlier. That's what he was saying. That's what TML was saying earlier, that, it doesn't even require you to have this advanced knowledge, right? So people are going to be trying to create things that they don't, have complete, competence to create.
I'm not going to create anything. I'm not going to do anything bad with that knowledge. Trust me. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad actor.
No. I don't think that right now.
But later, a couple of years down the road, you'll all be my slaves. Woo!
Yeah, it's like in Ray Kurzweil's article, Promise or Peril, right? He talks about how you could basically get, right, the ability to create a nuclear device, right? The information exists on the internet, right? And even so, a high school kid turned one in as a science project.
Oh my gosh!
Oh wow!
Right, and
what did they do?
And the information is still there today, right? So so the thing is that anybody can make one, anybody can build one, and that is a danger, right? Just like the the Unabomber, right? He went to the library in Lincoln, Montana, right, and got the information, right, on how to construct the deadly devices from the library, right? And the librarian said he, if you watch the documentary on Netflix, the librarian actually says he feels partly responsible for lending him the books.
What about that kid that brought that in as a science project? What did they have to do? They had to call somebody?
Yeah, they had to call the FBI and seize the science project, all this crazy stuff, But the truth is that the information still exists today, right? He found it on the internet and it still exists, right? So he just went to a website, just clicked, how to make one, and there he got the info. Right. Wow. So this is the thing. It's so yes, knowledge is dangerous. Right. Mm-hmm. Obviously.
In the wrong hands. In the wrong hands, it's definitely dangerous.
And that was my
because I think
that was that argument about AI from the start, and it's people who make things dangerous or safe.
But I think we were having this conversation before TML with what were we talking about? The first stream. It was about consciousness. We got into consciousness, right? And we were basically saying it's like we're where we need to be. How can I put this? We're not meant to know everything right now. We're only going to know everything when it's meant for us to know everything, because right now we're not mature enough, I guess, and we couldn't handle knowing everything. And so when you look at it on that level versus AI level, it's really, yeah. I think I don't want to become a robot. I want to stay conscious.
Neither do I.
No, but let's look at another aspect of AI, which is a little bit interesting. And I want to get all your, because I am with TML on this one. I think that we have to proceed with great caution because there are great dangers ahead. However, let me propose another aspect of AI, which is an interesting fact. What about AI that will prolong our lives? What about, for example, you lose an arm, we can put a mechanical one, which is already happening with certain aspects of our certain organs. We can put a heart in, What happens if we can start replacing organs that are failing, parts of our bodies that are failing, with AI, with robotics, with...
That's good.
But then, is it not the same dangers, though? Because
there's a...
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a big danger because of what I mentioned before about the computer-mind interface. There's two-way communication, as I mentioned before, between the human and the machine, right? So the idea is that the human brain can send information to the machine, but the machine can also send information to the human, right? So the people who created this thing, so on and so forth, or any programs existing within it could then influence the human mind.
So the zombie apocalypse is true.
Well, QI, right? So you said you don't want to be a robot, but then you said you would take a robotic arm. What about 2 arms? What about 2 arms, 2 legs? What about if they had the technology? You're 200 years old now at this stage, right?
Okay,
your body's
medically,
just gone. They can put your brain into a robot. Where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line?
I draw the line at medically. Okay, so medically, I think that there is some need for advancement that I think that AI can help with. But I don't think I'm not to the point where AI gives you where I cut the line off where it makes you unhuman. Like if you got every part of you is robotic, then you're no longer a human. But
hold on. I have a follow-up question, right, QI? Sorry, I'm not getting. I just have a follow-up question. If you lose your legs, are you still you?
Yeah, but that's just two legs.
Hold on. Work with me here. If you lose 2 legs and 2 arms, are you still you?
Yes, I am.
If you lose your body and they're medically able to keep your head alive, are you still you? You're just a head, but are you still you?
That's why I draw the line. That's a little too much.
So you're no longer you above the neck.
Yeah, that's too much.
Human nature and our obsession with immortality. None of us want to die, right? None of us will say, I'm really looking forward to that day.
Right,
We will try and grip onto life for as long as we can.
Right,
Obviously, I think we will go in that direction. Initially, it'll be only for rich people because of, of the costs of it. But it will be interesting to see if moving forwards, however many years, it will be accessible to, working class people, and how far will we go? I mean, would I put an electronic organ in to survive longer? Yeah, because as a mother, I want to be around longer for my child.
Yeah, where do you cross the line? But do you think these things won't be on Temu?
I'm afraid I don't share the same fascination with immortality as transhumanists do. I actually look forward to the end of life, right, and moving on and leaving behind a legacy, right, that will last. When I'm gone, I think of the incredible boredom, that I would be faced with, living for like 200 years even, right? It would be like incredible boredom, right? So I don't know, I don't think that's natural, right? And besides, I think that we have souls, right, that pass on to a different stage after we die, right? I don't think it's totally, a done process. So I think it's, it's kind of like you're selling your soul. I think it's kind of like you're selling your soul. Whoops.
Yeah,
I thought that was somebody else.
It's a very
Well,
you know what? We actually
there's an echo.
Is it me again?
Yeah, I think it is.
Right, back to TML. Let him finish what he's saying. Right, go ahead, TML.
I think I was generally done. I think I was just saying that.
Hearing all his voices, I was like,
that point.
I think it's a very spiritually mature point of view to have, TML. Although for me now, give me another 1,000 years, give me another 2,000 years. I won't be bored. I'll find something to do.
Now I'm going to ask Dom, because Dom is the only one who hasn't commented on panel. Yeah. So Dom, I know you've been here for a while and you've heard everybody, and you're a very wise man. Let me hear your opinions on the subject. I'm interested in hearing what you think. Dom.
Yeah, I'm here. What we call our AI is not AI. It's neither artificial nor intelligent. It's a software. And the fact that we've been mimicking over and over again, you've forgotten you're actually artificial intelligent. You're intelligent, and really, we are beings having a human experience. When you look at species out there like animals, which the human part is, does it create bridges and all that kind of stuff? No. All the tech that we have, is that human origin? That's artificial intelligence. Now, for a lot of folks, they might not agree with that. I said, yeah, but where's air then? Where are thoughts? Again, if that's artificial intelligence, then what's a calculator then? It's a processing machine. Now, that's a software. Forget about the hard drive, let alone what it's actually going to be embodied in, whether it's in a laptop or cell phone. Now, to think that for some reason it's going to be intelligent in us, not even fucking close. Can it process language? Yes. Does it know how to question itself? No. Anyway, that was my 2 cents.
Yeah, that's the thing about AI. It doesn't have inspiration. It doesn't have drive. It doesn't have will. It's just sitting there waiting for us to tell it to do something.
Futoy? Can it not learn that?
It's the illusion of learning. It's not really learning. Right? So ChatGPT isn't going to learn anything. It really isn't. Like maybe a sentient AI might have those qualities.
But according to the videos, my bad. I'll drop down and come right back. Well, let me just say this real quick. According to those videos, they were saying that they're trying to make self-preservation and all of that. They are trying to make it go in that direction. And I'm gonna drop down.
I did see a video about 2 weeks ago about they made a robot and that kicked the CEO to the ground. Purposely.
No, well, look, guys, we are starting to see it all happening very in front of our eyes. Future, it's all very well. I understand what you're saying about, it's humans. But we are seeing, for example, men choose AI robot women. It's happening. It's
probably because they don't got a choice, Mel. They don't got a choice. They don't get that in real life.
It's happening. It's happening.
Yeah, no. They don't got the real woman, the real person choice. That's not a possibility for them, right? So all they got is this AI assimilation of what they're searching for. Do you get me? So is it really bad? Otherwise, they wouldn't have it at all. They wouldn't have it at all, Mel.
Where do we draw the line? Where do we say this is okay, this is not okay? This is, no, I think.
Well, legality is a good line, right? So no underage, no child simulation sort of bullshit, no killing people, unaliving people stuff, whoever brought up the point that it all needs to be regulated was spot on. It does really need to be regulated, like a class A drug.
No, I agree with you, Future. But my worry, like I said, if we can't even get platforms to uphold their own TOS, which we know is happening, that's no secret. I spoke about it many times when I was doing lives last time about. They're not upholding TOS. They're not upholding TOS.
Yeah.
Multiple platform. How on earth are we going to control AI if we can't even uphold?
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. That's a great point, because even governments and even the police and governments, they abuse stuff all the time. They abuse policies all the time.
Right. And look at how small a scale social media platforms are compared to what's coming.
How do you mean? What do you mean? What's coming?
Well, with the possibilities of AI, like if we cannot regulate something as simple as social media companies, and we enforce, we're not doing anything for them to enforce TOS. We see it on all social media platforms. Any one of you tell me how we're going to get a regulatory body to control AI. I don't see it.
Well, it's going to happen naturally. I'll tell you why. When AI starts affecting their money, for example, in about 5 years, you're going to be able to download an app, pay $20 a month, and be able to make a full movie with famous actors' faces, and nobody's going to know the difference. That's going to affect the movie industry, and that will be regulated within a heartbeat. It will be like, boom, it'll be shut down immediately. When you mess with their money, they'll cut you down.
What you just said is not an important. Well, it's not really an important thing. It's the machine making money, and it's affecting the money aspect of it.
Right.
What about the important shit?
No, you're singing to the choir.
Yeah, actually, there's a huge crossover between, the corporations that control the communication technologies and the media, right? So it's the same people that are benefiting either way, right? They're simply just aligned with the entertainment industry to produce AI content, right? I don't see it canceling out the media industry or whatever.
Right, because that's a good point, right? Not necessarily true. AI is making music at night. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of people who are creating music with AI. Has that killed off our artists? No, because some people don't like AI generated music, and some people want to prefer to go and go to the artist. I'm not sure if that would apply to the films. It might do, Who knows?
Well, with the software right now, so you go, Sunu is one of them. They were recently in huge legal battles. You can't make copy an artist. You can make it sound like kinda, but you can't make it that it will be a copy of that artist's work.
Right.
No, but at the same time, for example, right, you know, my intro and my outro are AI generated. Why did we do that? Why did we do that? To avoid copyright. Right?
Yeah.
So it AI has solutions to make life easier, but what are the connotations of all those solutions to make life easier?
Yeah. Well, you know what? All these questions are in the right place at the right time because we're dealing with AI. It's new, it's come, and we're going to have all these problems, and we're all searching for solutions, and, you know, we'll make it.
Timo, what you were about to say?
Well, I just think that the whole issue that it turns into poisoning the well is this whole idea of intellectual property, right? So an artist, right? Obviously, an artist who paints a magnificent work, right, detail by detail, is not the same as somebody who put a prompt into a program. Right. All human beings can agree to that. Right. So this is the thing is that, it's not the same level of creativity. Right. And then that speaks to a level of, of just culture and symbols. Right. Because, you're dealing with the plasticity of content, and that does have a psychological effect. Right. Through the notion of mimetic complexity. Right. Because if you have total plasticity, of content, that means that any amount, like a drama is the same as like a musical, it's the same as like a political, debate is the same as like, a romantic feud is the same as like, a war, a conflict between two countries, right? Where all information is just plastic. Right. And that plasticity of content that causes a sort of social numbness. And, the effect is actually information overload. Right. And this is a known psychological effect that it, both isolates and, interconnects people. It alienates and over socializes people. Right. So people feel, extremely isolated, but extremely, interconnected. Right. As a result. And this has a huge psychological effect, right? Of just, just numbness. Most people are in a state of foggy somatic detachment. Because technology is the objective factor of power. So, we're detached from the world, we're detached from each other, we're detached from nature.
Right.
And,
why do you think I stepped back, TML? Well, I stepped back for many, many different reasons. But one of the reasons do you think I stepped back? One of the reasons, because I realized that I was spending very, very long amount of hours on the internet, producing content, one of the reasons, and I detached from my real life. And I stepped back and I thought, no, I've got to concentrate this, and this in my real life, and then add YouTube onto it, which is why now, I'm in a great position, full-time job. This is a hobby. I can fit in once a week.
Sorry to interrupt there. Somebody in chat is looking for information how to gift memberships.
Right, you go to at the bottom of if you're on your phone, if it's an iPhone, I'm sorry, I haven't got a clue. It's something different. But if you have an Android, there's a little $sign where you can chat. You press that, and it'll give you a little menu, and at the bottom it'll say membership gifting. So, as for iPhone, I don't know if anybody's got an iPhone. I don't know how that works. So absolutely, I do believe, Timo, absolutely, that society is detaching. Oh, thank you, Scotty, for becoming a new member. You get a dance if I can find it. I'll give you.
Check it out.
That was weird.
That kid at the start was funny.
I don't remember it sounding like that. Hey, Hurricane Para, how are you, sweetheart? I do believe, as a society in general, we are absolutely detaching ourselves from each other and from real life, and we're living this more and more this imaginary life online. And it's scary. Can you imagine? But you know what? Thank you, Kai. You're going to get the weird song too. 1 second.
Check it out.
I swear I changed that. I don't remember it sounding like that. That's so weird.
Dun, dun, dun.
I now forgot my train of thought.
You know what, Mel? I've always loved your lives. So
No. I mean, do you know what? I always went to YouTube as a hobby. I never wanted to make it I didn't want it to be. I mean, don't get me wrong. Those who use it as their job, fair enough. You know, that's their choice. That's what they want to do. I have a job. I'm happy with my job. I never wanted it to make it my job. I appreciate all membership, all contributions, and I try and give back to the community, to the mods, to the community, the best I can with the contributions I get. But I don't ask for them, and that's my choice, right? That's not why I'm doing this. I do it because I like to, chit chat with my friends and have conversations that I feel sometimes that we need to have, even though sometimes they're difficult conversations. But yeah, like I said, I have a full-time job. I'm happy with my full-time job, and I want to be stepping out and leaving the house every day and intermingling with real people. And don't get me wrong, those who want to earn a living on YouTube, some of you do really, really well. Good luck to you, So
don't they get a dance?
Futoy, you became a new member earlier, right? Or did you just do it now? Oh, there you go. Oh, you did.
I used to be a member. That's why I said to you, I have always liked your lives, so that's why I became a member.
Well, here you are.
Check it out.
Yay! Thank you.
It's quite psychedelic. That's why I got confused, because Wickham brought it up. I was like, did I just bring that up? but guys, we joke and we laugh. But before, when I used to stream, I used to talk a lot about the dangers of social media. But now I think we've got a much bigger demon to deal with, and I will continue to talk about the dangers of AI. And I think we have to lead by example. Just as normal people, we have to educate our children. We have to try and make each other aware. And, some people are quite blasé about it, and they have every right to be, because it's new, it's fresh, we don't know what the effects are going to be. And, I'm not saying being blasé about it or being super, I'm not saying either way is right or wrong. For me personally, hey, Shadow Buddha, I know you're working hard, sweetheart. Thank you for popping in. For me, it's, and like I said, I've dabbled in it, messing around, but for me, I'm actually terrified of what's coming with AI. Not for me, I'm a little bit long in the tooth to see what's coming. I'm terrified for my son. I'm terrified for his children. Where we're going to be at. As it is, the economy, the economy is already difficult all over the world. We're struggling in the US. We're struggling in the UK. We can't afford some of us can't afford to put food on our tables. Some of us can't afford to put a roof over our heads. Like the divide between poor and rich is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. You introduce AI into the mix. What the hell is going to happen? TML, as our professor, what are your predictions? If we are blasé about AI, with the economy the way it is, and on this on top?
Well, I take a critical view of the technological system. On my show, we really look at three options, right, that human beings have. One is the obviously, technology can just continue the way it's heading, right? This would mean that eventually human beings will be combined with the machines, right? Or they'll be altered, at least on a genetic level, right? So you won't be having anything like a conventional human being anymore if the technology just advances as it's going right now, right? But I don't think that that's going to happen, and the reason is because of an ecological, crisis that's going to come into frame. And I think that the global system is most likely going to, collapse, or it's going to have to be changed. So the technology is made to serve the humans, right? Or even serve the natural ecology of the planet, right? To work with it. So, so eventually it will have to be descaled, right? So, so I think there's three options, right? One is that, as we suggest, the most radical option is to reject the system and to, accept the consequences, right? Which is a sort of revolutionary model, right? But the second model is about creating parallel systems, right? Where, one could live in the system but not be affected by the negative aspects of the system itself, right? So this would be, educating people about the dangers, and creating communities that could function in a way that's critical of the use of technology. And then the third option would be a global sort of restructuring of our use of technology, as I mentioned previously, right? So there's several options, but it's clear that technology is driving politics, culture, right? And even it's creating certain queries in terms of, religion and our connection to God, our connection to humanity, and our connection to nature, right? That will bring into frame this, these existential, crises and sort of questions, and possible solutions.
I just want to highlight Shadow's comment. He says, Mel, I was catching up from earlier. I wanted to add TML's comments about language and symbols. Humans are also unique because our larynx drops, which allowed us to communicate with world versus animals. But Shadow, can AI not be able to copy that? That would no longer make us unique in that respect, right? Or am I just talking shit? No one?
Yeah, this is a quote I use on the show a lot, from the thinker Lewis Mumford, right, who said, man is a symbol-making animal, right? He had sort of got this, definition from J. Huizinga, the founder of anthropology, who said that, the cultural expressions of man, they far outweigh his capacity for survival, right? So most of human, society is not based off of brute survival, right? Or ways to dominate nature, right? That's only a modern, sort of iteration or use of technology, but most of it was used for like cultural and social, games, right? So, so they had codification of cultural symbols and rituals, right? And also these traditions that they invented, right? So most of human beings, so-called technology, right, was used for this, right? For the generation, preservation of these symbols, right? So that we lived in a high level of cultural refinement, but a low level of technological advancement. Whereas now the situation has reversed, right? We now live in a low level of culture and a high level of technological advancement. right? Because what's culture to most people, is really just Mickey Mouse and McDonald's and that sort of thing.
Actually, just very quickly, just off subject quickly, I think my next live, because NPC sent me a really interesting short about how dogs communicate with us via, but I need to look into it, via some sort of, and you might be able to help me with this, TML, there's some sort of systemic vibe, and I haven't got the word for it now because I can't remember what the short, I'm going to need to do my research, but it's interesting how dogs are put on this earth and they can read our emotions, and they have this unconditional love no matter what you do to a dog. And he said, Gabriel, dog is God spelled backwards. So I want to do a live about, and also like I know people like laugh, but Chihuahua has some very deep cultural roots, really deep cultural roots, which are fascinating, really fascinating. And it's mystic. It's mystic. And I think that, and I wonder why over time it's lost all that. So I just want to bring it back. And some people might not be interested. But I want to bring all that kind of stuff back to, and I'm sure each breed has its own interesting cultural roots. But anyway, back to the subject. Sorry, I just went off.
They also taste good, Mel. Bit of garlic.
Boy, stop it.
Oh no.
Stop it. Yes, Pandora, spelled dog backwards. It's God. It's interesting. I just thought for those, anyway, my next live will be for dog lovers. Those lovers, dog lovers. I just want, because so far the 3 lives that we've done back have been of almost beyond my intellectual capacity.
No, not at all.
Seriously, I'm so happy. I've got some really clever guests. So I wanted to do something a little bit lighter. I will come back to this discussion because I think there's so many more aspects that we need to have a look at. Like I didn't look at the impact that it's had on industry so far. Not jobs, industries. I haven't looked at, like TML touched on it, he spoke about it, the effects on your psychological state of mind, on emotions. Environmental impact. So there's so much more to unpack. This is one of those subjects that you could jump down that rabbit hole and you might never come out. Yeah. I was like, I've been there, I'm there, I'm in there. I see you in there, Mel.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to point out we have like over 600 hours of discussions on the history of transhumanism and a bunch of other issues. I've debated the issue of technology several times. We are students of Dr. Skrbina, who wrote Technological Slavery, right, with the Unabomber. He was a pen pal, right? So actually, we have critical resources. The 3 main resources we're working through right now is the Metaphysics of Technology, the book Technological Slavery, and also the Technological Society by Jacques Ellul, right? So if you're looking for a critical view of the situation, because there's not that many available, right? Usually you'll just hear the positive side of technology. So yeah.
Are you writing a paper, are you, TML? On this subject? Is that why you're researching it so far?
Well, I'm writing a book. I've published 1 book. I'm writing a 2nd book now, and it's going to be kind of on centering around the issue of technology and the history of transhumanism and that sort of thing. So yeah, that is coming at some point in the next 3 years.
Really cool. Yeah, I know it's probably, whenever it might be ready, you'll have to let us know so we can promote it and plug it. Because,
yeah, blessings.
No, listen, we've got our own professor on the panel. I mean, damn, if I can't promote his book, what kind of a person am I? So, and sometimes when you talk, I'm listening to you and in fascination because, you have, and I'm not trying to kiss your ass, but your IQ is extraordinary. And it fascinates me. When intelligent people talk, I'm like, Just listening in awe.
well, that's because you must be intelligent yourself. You know, there's only one solution, because you must be intelligent yourself. You know, because only game can recognize game. If you're not intelligent, you know, you can't recognize intelligence. So that's how it works. So blessings to you, madam.
Thank you. Wicked, tonight, guys, I can't do snack wars because I can't taste shit. Actually, tonight would have been a really, really good night to do those packet pastas.
One time for the beat.
No, Jack. Are you going to unmute yourself? No, Jack. There we go. What up, man? That is a lot.
Yep, I got a lot of schools that do that.
You're not talking into your microphone. That's fucking awesome.
I'm not talking into my microphone. Yeah, I'm still setting my audio shit up. So I was just playing some music. I didn't expect anybody to pop in so quickly. But now that you're here,
I mean, like I was hanging out, you know what I mean, somewhere else where I was getting annoyed with the fucking people. So
no, I didn't hear your I didn't read your latest article, but your ones before that are really good. I just want to let you know that we're live on YouTube, by the way. So
which one?
I read like the last three before the latest one.
You're talking about the fall of empires, there's no white culture, that type of shit?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, today it was just like a news article type of deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't read that one yet, but the other ones were really, really good.
Thank
in
you.
my opinion. But what's the latest? What's that news item about? If you don't mind mentioning it.
Oh, 10 Roads, which is a company that runs like, I don't know, the majority of like postal service freight. They do like the trucking from one post office to another. They're closing their doors as of January 30th. They'll lay off 2,400 drivers.
So that's the people who have the contract for the all the mail trucks and I mean like all the in betweens, or most of them, or a lot of them.
Yeah, like the line haul. You know what a line haul is?
Not exactly.
All right, so basically when you're sorting out shit at different hubs, like say like you have like all your mail comes in from Boston, right? You know what I mean? It comes in and that like stuff has to go from like Boston to like, you know, one has to go to Buffalo to another terminal. And then like from that Buffalo terminal, like all the stuff from Buffalo gets gathered up and it has to go to like Memphis, right? Or fucking, you know, Pittsburgh or whatever the fuck it is, right? And like, so they'll run these trucks in between the different, like, you know what I mean, big fucking hubs for the post office, right? It's called line haul. Like they're dedicated every day, you know what I mean, same route
So
type
it's
of
like
deal.
a big,
You
it's
know
like
what I
a
mean?
big supply chain essentially that all the mail goes through essentially.
Every company does this. Like every shipping company does this.
But I mean, this specific one is like the supply chain for like mail delivery essentially.
Yep.
So that sounds like a big shakeup. Is that because they were like they're being punished by the Trump administration, or
Amazon. It's because of Amazon.
So I think Amazon's going to take over on mail delivery now, something like that.
No. Amazon bankrupts companies, right? Like they've bankrupted like 5 or 6 companies so far. So like everybody who tries to run for them, they try to like fucking use their massive amount of fucking freight that they move as like leverage to get the prices down. And in doing so, like these companies are trying to like take it up, trying to make up what they do in volume. And it ends up just costing the company, and the company gets fucking eaten because all of a sudden like prices go up for fuel or drivers, whatever the case is. Right. And like the fucking, you know what I mean? Like then they go bankrupt. Right. But Amazon runs a lot of stuff through the USPS. And I used to work for a place called Burlington Air Express. And Amazon used to try and like, when this is back in like 2013, 2012, something like that. And they were trying to run like fucking kayaks like overnight from New York to California. Right. You know what I'm saying? In the air. Right. And like fucking they're shipping for like $12. Doesn't make any sense, right? Fucking like you can't, it doesn't, like you can't do that, right? So this is what ends up, you know what I mean, fucking it just bankrupts fucking companies. And this company's like the latest in, you know what I mean, a long line of companies that they bankrupted. And the USPS starting in fucking January, excuse me, started putting a lot of their loads on load boards where like you have all these immigrants and these motherfucking like illegals running the freight for next to nothing. And this company can't compete, you know what I mean? Because it has like regular fucking drivers and shit.
Who could fucking compete with, you know, the bullshit immigrant shit? I mean, it's like, again, it's like, it's not out of hate, but it's like, man, these people are fucking great. Like, I see it where I live at, man. It's like they just come and take over everything. There's no jobs. And then here's the thing is like, they're not doing a better job for cheaper, right? They're not even doing a good job for cheaper, right? And, I mean, I grew up in a time where it was, you know, a bunch of white people, and look, you know, we got our problems, but generally speaking, like things worked efficiently enough, and everybody could pay their bills, and that doesn't exist anymore. So, you know, shit gets old pretty quick when you're like pay more and everything sucks, you know. So, and I just said, you know, I think California is going to be the machines here now. Hey, Mitchell, I think California is going to be the what do you call it? The canary in the coal mine. I mean, everything that you're seeing happen here is happening everywhere. How would you feel about if somebody said that like this is part of Trump's plan to like retool the economy towards a better direction? Would you say that you agree with that, or you think that this is just like gonna happen regardless because he can't control the situation?
I mean, the problem is the weight, right? You know, I mean, it's the same as it is in Europe and the rest of the fucking world right now. The problem is the weight of the boomers, right? Like they are owed a lot of money, and they've been like sold an expectation of a fucking lifestyle. But like the problem is that, you know, everybody is just like everybody sold the future to be able to pay for the like past or the present at that point. You know what I mean? And now, you know what I mean, that bill's kind of coming due. And there's nothing that Trump or anybody else can do that's going to fix this. It doesn't matter who you are, right, at this point.
Can you hear me okay too, by the way? Is my audio good? I'm using a different setup this one.
Yeah, it sounds like dog water, but like I'm trying. You know what I mean? I turned you up a little bit. You know what I mean? You're kind of like echoey, but at the same time, like kind of low.
No, I appreciate it because I'm trying a different setup, so I'm trying to see if I can get this shit to work. I'm gonna try one more different setting to see if that works. But give me 1 second. Machine.
You're fine.
We're talking about his articles recently because I think some of his articles are right in line with some of the shit that we're talking about, and I think he's reaching a different audience than we would, you know, with the way he's approaching it. And
but his latest one's about what was the articles about
10 Roads. It's about a company called 10 Roads that's closing down as of January 30th, and they're laying off 2,400 drivers. They were doing runs for like the Postal Service. They did like the line haul carrying between different hubs, and fucking everybody like trying to blame the Teamsters, but the truth is that like they just got eaten by fucking Amazon and fucking the Postal Service putting the fucking loads up on load boards, and they're like fucking getting outbid by fucking like these, you know what I mean, like fucking Indians and Pakis and fucking, you know, Ethiopians who are here running fucking trucks, and Ukrainians and whatnot, you know what I mean, doing it for, you know what I mean, like half or a quarter of the cost that actually costs to do the fucking load, because they have 4 fucking drivers, you know what I mean, in the truck. They don't have the compliance costs, all that type of shit. Maintenance that everybody else has. And on top of that, half of them are living on food stamps and welfare checks. And Amazon. The Postal Service is a giant subsidy to fucking Amazon as a company. It's kind of where it's at.
No, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I didn't hear you. Very cool. So I thought you were talking. My bad. Well, I don't know. I was watching this thing about Yarvin recently. A couple things about Yarvin recently, and I noticed that he had a much bigger artistic impact than I realized. Like I realized like a lot of like TV shows and stuff were kind of using Yarvin as inspiration. And do you think that like Yarvin and Aaron McIntyre and people like this, do you think that they're as concerned as they should be, or do you think they're just more like predicting what was going to happen, or like, or I guess what I'm trying to say is like, do you think that there's going to be any real mitigation of these problems, or do you think it's just going to like America's going to slide into like some sort of problems that force kind of the balkanization that you're thinking of? Like, do you think it's just going to be forced because of the situation, or do you think that we're going to like actively choose to do that? I guess. Like, you know, the quote unquote AI bubble or whatever. I mean, I don't know if I really believe in narratives or anything else, but you get the idea. Yeah,
Do you know what a spell used to be? Do you know what a spell used to be?
Like a magic spell?
Yeah.
No. I mean, I know what it is, but I don't know like what you mean.
All right. So like, you ever talk to somebody and like fucking somebody points out that that person you're talking to is like wearing a toupee or has like some weird mark on them or something? Then that's all you can notice.
Yes, I've experienced that, and also I've realized that like I've done that by accident, where like, you know, I've done something like inadvertently that distracts the person, and it changes the outcome of the conversation drastically. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing about like guys like Yarvin and Aaron and like all these other motherfuckers, right? It's once you point out what the system is, and this is where Yarvin's impact was really, really fucking huge, right? It wasn't, you know what I mean, like, you know, his ideas of how government should work. It's his ideas of how government did work, right? Like that idea of the cathedral and that, like, you know, like the unseen strings of how everything operates, right? Were so goddamn impactful because the moment you actually saw it, it changes your vision of what the fuck you're looking at, because that's all you can notice. It's like a spell. So I like, they say like Darwin's universal acid, like the moment you hear about evolution, you see evolution and everything, same type of deal, right? Like you can speak things into kind of like, not really being, but like once you speak things to somebody and they see it, right? It's like having those glasses from They Live. It's like all you can see is the fucking aliens now. They don't even care what the fuck they're saying.
Yeah, that's like what cybernetics is based on. Like if you organize information, you can create like new like potential for that information. It's like you know, like semiotics. You create symbols, the creation of symbols and memes and stuff, and you know, and that's what you know, Moldbug is drawing from. Eric S. Raymond at the Cathedral. He was a guy who worked on open source software. Is connecting the ideas from cybernetics to the political realm. So I think that is one thing that he did correctly, because yeah, it's based on cybernetics, the power relations, you know, like as developed by like Gregory Bateson, the postmodernist thinkers. So incorporating their ideas, especially people like I think that he incorporated like Rothbard, Murray Rothbard or whatever.
Yeah. Right. Like meme magic is magic. Right. In the end of the day. Right. You get a good meme, right? And Yarvin talks about this. Like, if you want to be a good dissident and be like a good meme guy, right? You want to be somebody who like creates good memes, right? You really do have to. It's a fucking art form, and you have to be dedicated to it, right? And for like every one like really fucking fire meme you create, right? There's going to be like 100 garbage ones, right? But like the reason why that one's fucking fire is because it's so goddamn true, and it's like it's laconic, right? That's why, like, you know what I mean, like the Ionian Greeks, right? The Lacedaemonians, right, were so like fucking important. It's because like that brevity in which, you know what I mean, they responded to shit, and like the way that they sat here and like organized how they like fucking did what they did was so impactful. It lived through the ages, right? That's a real meme, is when it lives through the ages, because it just hits different, because like it's fucking short, it's quick, and it like registers with like a certain part of you. And it's really hard. Like even like computers aren't really good at this type of shit. This is some shit that like you kind of got to be like a human to do. But, and this is the other part too, right? You got to be careful with this shit too as well. Like, yo, bro, so when you talk about like movies and TV shows, like utilizing these type of memes, it's not that. It's that it leaks into everything, right? Like when you say postmodern, right? Like postmodern, in the end of the day, is just like the end of the idea that if you work really, really fucking hard, you can achieve enlightenment, right? Because that's modernism. Right, like go look at modernist like structures that were built. It's something that ends up like really wide in the bottom and be a point in the top. Right, that ended with the dropping of the nuclear bombs, because all of a sudden you went from this idea, and not all people did. Right, it isn't universal. Right, all of a sudden you went from, you know, the world is stable and steady and constantly growing to it can end at any given fucking time. And that leaks into like art and writing and language and shit. And people don't even know that like they're a part of it. They have no idea that that's where it came from. At like the physical manifestations of like the mental thoughts, right? Or the mental manifestations, and like the spiritual manifestations of like the physical changes and the geological and the geopolitical changes of the world, the technological changes in the world. Right? It changes everything in the end of the day. Right? And motherfuckers don't even know, because it's like the water you swim in. And some motherfuckers are affected by things more than others. This is why I fucking hate this idea of like motherfuckers bitching about postmodernist or like communist or fucking socialist or any of this shit. Because like when you grow up with something and you're around something and you're part of something and you're talking to people who are like part of something, you can be like 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 layers removed from the original thought, and it still affects what you're doing. And you have no idea that that's what that is. That's why we always got to think about what we do. Right.
We get popped for a lot. is because we actually go like look at the Gnostic writings and then say like, well, some of this shit is right, or we look at like Marx and say, well, some of this shit is right, or whatever. So, right, so you kind of have to be honest sometimes, and right, like Marx wrote a lot about this kind of stuff that Uncle Teddy talks about too, right? But it's just like you have to incorporate it into your philosophy. The guy wrote like tens of books, so you can't just dismiss whole ideology based off a person for sure, right? So it's the same with the postmodernists, but I think people are noticing postmodernism is like at a dead end or whatever, you know. So it's just noticing that what has came, you know, looking at it in a historical context and then not taking sides with the history, right? Just using it as a practical reflection.
I mean, like postmodernism's dead, right? You know, I mean, again. So, like, before postmodernism, there was romanticism, right? And well, before postmodern, there was modernism. Before modernism, there was romanticism, right? And like each of these, like the thing is, you'll have people that still spout romanticism, right? And you still have like that's what Dave Ramsey's a motherfucking modernist, right? He's not a postmodernist. He's a modernist. Ben Shapiro is a modernist. Right, like the post, like this is like there's still like these ideologies are still clashing with one another, right? And it's something that like we really don't notice, we don't understand that like it's not that like one side's right, one side's wrong. It is, right? And it depends on who you are, where you're from, who your people are, like all this type of shit plays into it. And then you know, I mean, today I forget what's the new one? Do you know the new one that they're talking about now? Like after postmodernism.
Post-human or some shit. I don't know. It's like
no. They have a thing. Metamodernism.
Yeah, it's gay.
Right.
Totally gay. They just need to it's called kicking the can down the road.
No. It's a cultural paradigm that oscillates between modern and postmodern sensibilities such as sincerity and irony. It's characterized by a return to themes of depth and meaning while acknowledging postmodern skepticism to a process some side called deconstruction of deconstruction.
Yeah, that's why I say I'm a neoclassicist because that covers everything. Gothic futurism, neoclassicism. It's like, yeah, it was ancient and modern. Like, what's your point? Like, there's a matrix of enslavement goes.
Yeah, you're part of this. You're part of metamodernism, right? You're breaking down. You're deconstructing the deconstruction. Right?
No, you could just have an old philosophy. Like you could break down metamodernism with the shit that Nietzsche talks about or the shit that Plato talks about. All the Western philosophy is a footnote to Plato. That was a word. That was a word. A line by Alfred North Whitehead.
Okay. But they put this like this, right? So, like, modernism culminated in the Gilded Age, right? Where these men didn't know they were like taking from Plato, right? And then, like postmodernism came in and they go, well, we understand that you're taking from Plato, right? But like, we're not going to look too deep into it. We're going to eat the way we need to eat. And then today we all stand around and go like, okay, where does all this shit come from? Right. And that's what we're doing. We're all like going like, okay, like what just fucking happened over the past 150 years? And we're deconstructing all their deconstructions of all the deconstructions of everything that happened. Like we're digging into like, why did Protestantism come to be after Catholicism? Why did Catholicism come to be after, like Gnosticism and fucking Christianity? Like, why did Judaism come? Right? Why is motherfucking Plato like, fuck? Why does a Jew sound like Plato? Right? Why does Plato have like a lot of the ideologies of like Hergest? Right? Like we keep chasing it backwards. We're breaking down, we're deconstructing the deconstruction. Right? So we're in a new era of things. And I think we're just in the very beginning because like there's a lot of us doing it on YouTube, right? Like a lot of us are getting into this and we're all approaching it from different angles, right? But like we're at the beginning of it. We haven't really found any truth in any of this shit yet.
mean, I got my little truth I'm hanging on to. I mean, that would be a rejection of technical complexity, right? A religion from 700 BC, right? I mean AD, right? And some other ancient ideas, right, that are stemming from things like Plato and the Bible. I don't know if much has changed, right? I don't really follow Ellul in saying that a modern system is just sporadically, right, blossomed up, right? I think the Enlightenment ideas did play their hand into how the modern system operates, right? And whatnot. I mean,
No, I know the modern system 100% did sporadically pop up. Like that 100% was a thing. Right? You can see it in the systems.
Yeah, but if you look at Europe, I think it'd be harder to make the case, because I think that the political machinery of the government, right, as being the machine that speaks for man, that led to the abstract notion of having the political economic reality supersede any ethical or moral or religious or theological concern, right? And so I think that idea already played its part into creating the industrial system, right? For sure. Because if you look at the ideas of Locke, right, like Locke looked at nature as waste, right, so on and so forth.
Let's look at weight.
Hobbes saw the
right?
body as a machine, right?
Let's look at weight, right? You know what I'm saying? The end of the day. What we're talking about is an exponential increase in the weight of like human motherfucking caloric fucking content, right? And human motherfucking like productive needs, right? So like we had this constant increase in like this weight that's always happening, right? That had always happened, or that exploded in the motherfucking in the 20th century, right? 1900 to like 2000. And in having this, like we had to come up with ways to be able to continue to have the system operate, right? And these solutions that we came up with were built on old solutions that were built on old solutions that were built on old solutions, right? And we had to like fucking like each of these moves that we made based on like a critical need at that moment. Now we justified it later, but in the end of the day, like that's the decision that was made. Right. And so like each of these systems that popped up were built on old shit. And you can see it in the computers, right? Like I do logistics for a living, right? Like I run trucks, but on the same level, like before that, I was actually in like, like offices and fucking corporate rooms and all that type of shit. And like fucking I was a fucking executive fucking manager and shit at one point. And you can see in the processes, right, how it's built on older shit, because they still have the older shit running on newer shit, right? You can look at the screen and see the black and fucking green lettering of fucking MS-DOS, right? And all the systems are just built like this, right? They're sporadically popping up and being readjusted, right, as the need sees and the need needs filled. This is how our entire system was operated. And the justification comes later. I mean, that make any sense to you, Machine?
Totally.
Right. So I mean, like, it is sporadic, right? As much as we'd like to say everything was planned, because it makes it easier for us as humans to deal with it and say like there's a God or like there's somebody above us. That's just
no,
us.
that's not what I mean. No, that's not what I mean by sporadic. I mean that the causes that caused this system didn't precede at the 1800 Industrial Revolution. That's what I mean by Ellul's radical idea, that he's saying that no, it was totally spontaneous. Right? I think that is a little bit. There's a little bit of cap on that one. Right? But yeah, I agree with him that it doesn't like. It's not made of conscious will, like people making decisions like on an over grand scheme of how the system should turn out. No, I don't think that that's actually happening right now.
Yeah.
Why don't I think it's happening is because of technology. Like it separates too many means. You know, it's a complexification of means. So I think Ellul was right about that one. I just think he's wrong about what caused it to start. Right? I think it was and this is actually a dichotomy within Ellul, because other times he does say that the West was overly rationalistic, and so on and so forth. Right? I think that plays a part into it. Right? You know, it's like you become overly rationalistic. You become lettered, polished, soft. You lose the warrior mentality. Right? That's exactly what's happening. There's something to be said for Rousseau and all these guys that saw those changes in the 1600s. Right?
Well, yeah, I mean, like, listen, I always take it back to like the 1450s, right? When I explain this type of shit, right? Because like the 1450s was the beginning of capitalism, right? You know what I mean? Like that was the beginning of an entirely new system, you know what I mean? Sporadically off of like fucking nothing. Now, the pieces of it already existed. The bringing together of the three different individual motherfucking parts that turned it into capitalism, right? That led to the drive for like the age of exploration and turned it into like the colonies. And then the subsequent, you know what I mean, discoveries of Watt and the steam engine. And then, you know what I mean, like coal and steel and fucking, you know what I mean, oil. And then later on gasoline and diesel, right? Each of these individual things, right? Which these are new ideas, right? Watt and the steam engine, steel and fucking oil, right? Those are brand new fucking ideas and technology. And how they got used was for fucking things like transport and refrigeration and long-term, like basically time travel in the end of the day, right? Because that's what like fucking, you know, allowing, being able to like fly across the fucking country. I like what that's from, what the fuck's his name? What color is your Bugatti? Fucking whatever. Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate said, my jet is a fucking time machine, right? What it does is it saves me motherfucking hours of having to go to the airport and fucking wait in line, all that fucking blah, 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 right? It allows you to just be able to go here to here, right? And it's the same thing with like fucking modern aircraft that go across the ocean or like fucking, you know, like a fucking a diesel powered or like a nuclear powered motherfucking ship that goes, that container ship that moves stuff around, right? That takes, you know what I mean, like a fucking eighth or like a 16th of the time that it took a fucking ship to sail, right? So it's basically a fucking time machine, right? Like all this shit, right? These systems, right? You know what I mean, that were whole cloth invented, sort of, right? You know what I mean? Like the train replaced the fucking camel wagon, right? The fucking Bedouin motherfuckers traveling from fucking China to, you know, Europe and shit in the Silk Road. But, you know, it fucking amplified it massively and allowed us to have a world that we no longer even recognize. Like fucking, if you brought somebody from the fucking 1500s here, they'd go, what the fuck is this? Like, they would be fucking completely lost. And again, we got plenty of tribal people in America who do rather well. They don't have that comfort. They didn't come from that comfort. They're willing to deal with bullshit.
Yeah, and like whatever, like see, like capitalism, it probably started in the 1400s because of the technology, but it's the justification for why it should be the central place in human society, right? Like I think that Locke really fucked up. You know, like he calls the father a sperm donor. You know, he says the father is just a sperm donor. He says, look, when you're 18, you owe your allegiance as much to your mother as you do to your father. Right? And that's just like, not only is it unbiblical, but it totally uproots society by being controlled by men eventually. Right? Like Locke laid down in the 1600s with his equality of the rights of, you know, men and women over the child, right? To set up what would become the industrial society. you know, where they had to have women go work in the factory. They created feminism, right? So,
yeah. I mean, but again, like Locke justified shit that was already happening. I keep telling y'all, this is an Anglo thing. Like y'all don't fucking understand. This is an Anglo thing, bro. Like the Anglos got taken over by a fucking society, right, back in the day called the Vikings, right? And the Vikings were extremely egalitarian, right? Like this is, you know, the Germanics as well, right? Like me and you don't come from this culture. They do. Right, and they run the world. This is their shit. This is just a
well, you know,
fucking,
the first guy, in England with a printing press.
First guy, what?
The first guy in England with a printing press.
With the printing press?
Yeah, like one of the first people in England with a printing press set up was Manasseh ben Israel. He was a great friend of Oliver Cromwell, and he was the chief rabbi of Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Yeah, he petitioned to have the Jews come back to England. And yeah. Like, have you ever heard of Benjamin Disraeli?
Sound real familiar.
The Prime Minister of England.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he like ran, or he may have ran with or ran against Bertrand Russell's dad, John Russell.
He twice served as the prime minister, it says.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Prime Minister of England, yeah. It's definitely a cold hard Zionist dude or whatever.
Yeah, and he yeah, man, listen, he was the one who argued for the corn laws.
What's that?
He was the one who argued for the corn laws.
Yeah, what is that? Corn laws. What does that refer to?
The corn laws ended the tariffs on fucking British or on fucking imported like fucking food into England, right? Which ended up destroying the English motherfucking farmers, right? You know what I mean? And it ended up like causing like massive amounts of people to leave like fucking the countryside in England and go to London. And this is what ended up having Karl Marx fucking see what he saw in London during when he was writing Das Kapital and shit.
Exactly. So Karl Marx was in London writing Das Kapital. That's some of what I was covering on my show yesterday. Right? It's a crazy story. Right? Like how he actually, Lionel de Rothschild was his cousin.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think he was the MP of Britain at the time. Lionel de Rothschild. You know, I think he was I believe he was son of Nathaniel Mayer Rothschild or something like that. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, did you read my article on that? I wrote an article.
I think so.
Called
yeah, I don't think. Yeah, send it.
Marxism and Nietzsche, right? Nietzsche, right?
Yeah, send it to me again. Yeah, but I'm reading 80 million abortions on the show today, so it's gonna be dope. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Good luck. Hang on, man. I'll send this motherfucker to you again, right? Because like I wanted to point out that like these people weren't like Marx and Nietzsche. They didn't live in like a vacuum, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like,
I love Nietzsche. I love me some Nietzsche, honestly.
Yeah, so like I sat here and like I wrote about like I basically painted a picture of the world that they lived in, right? And like what they would have seen at that time. You know what I mean? like how they like what they saw in the world, to understand that, like, this wasn't, they weren't, just, like fucking there as, like writers or whatever the case was. Like they were living around a certain environment, right? That like fucking influenced how they wrote. That influenced what they wrote.
I believe that.
You know what I mean? Right. Like, I think it's important that, like, we don't just look at them as, like, oh, they're related to this person or they're that person or they had this belief, whatever it is. Right. Like, there's a reason for it. Just like Hitler. Right. Like, Hitler lived 10 miles from the Holodomor, or like 100 miles from the Holodomor. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, that's kind of like a big deal.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we never really mention these things. Like, we never really have these conversations.
I mean, yesterday I was really going over that because I got two things, right? I don't know if you've ever heard of Will Durant. Will Durant.
And it sounds fucking familiar. Hang on.
Yeah, he's got like a bunch of biographies of philosophers, and they're really good because they do exactly what you're talking about. They look at the historical context and the shit that's going on around these thinkers, right, as they're writing. Right, it's extremely powerful shit, right? Like he does this with like Rousseau and Marx and Kant and all these people, right? So, so if you look up Durant on these guys, it's fucking incredible because, but yeah, the two ones I was going over yesterday was Thomas Sowell on Marx and Paul Stuthern on Hegel. And they break down exactly what you're saying, like the historical context. And like, for example, Marx got kicked out of the Paris Commune, right? And actually, Hegel was writing as the French armies invaded, Prussia, right? So it's pretty interesting, the historical context of when they wrote, right?
Like, we're all a product of our time and our place.
Right. That was Nietzsche's idea too. He said you should look at the man instead of his philosophy. And of course that could be turned back on Nietzsche too, but it's funny because he was a madman.
Yeah, right. You know what I mean? Like fucking because I write about Nietzsche being in Basel, right? And then like going to the countryside in Switzerland and the people he was surrounded with, you know what I mean, in Switzerland and how they lived, right? These people and what they did as humans, right, was fucking fascinating just as a whole, right? Because like he basically lived in these little farming villages that were communistic, right? Like fucking like they all like like they had communal land, right, where like they planted whatever they did and they herded whatever they had as far as like sheep or whatever it was, but it was really hard because it's Switzerland, it's the fucking Alps. So like, fucking at any given time, like those sheep that were out in the motherfucking field, they could just overnight disappear in a fucking snowstorm, right? And like on a regular basis, like it got so fucking cold that they had to bring the animals inside and sleep with them. And they had fucking like guys who would like fucking climb sheer cliffs to go and like plant grain and fucking corn and hay and shit so that they could stand here and like feed the animals over wintertime. Right? This is the time that fucking he's living in. This is the things that he's seeing. These are the people that he's around. We don't have these conversations about these guys and like where they're from and like what they did. The same with Basel, where like you have like this massive industrial uptick, during that time period. And they end up standing here, fucking like having like all these people coming in from the countryside because like new inventions with, farming and techniques and all that type of stuff. And like you have like 9, 10, 12 people living in a fucking room and the women and men both fucking working. Right. And like, it's a dirty city with like a whole bunch of like fucking cow shit all over the street and people are throwing feces into the road. There's all types of shit that we don't talk about. You know what I mean? And you go like, bro, like I get it. Like I understand some of his philosophies might still be applicable today. But at the end of the day, they lived in a world that you couldn't possibly fucking recognize. Right? Like we talk about like street shitting Indians, right? And like all the things that, you know what I mean, they don't understand that. You know what I mean? They have no idea. Like the world that they're reading, like the guy that they're reading the world that they fucking lived in is shit.
Yeah, that's why like it's like, you know, like history is different than philosophy, right? And obviously history is more on the side of science than it is philosophy, right? So you got to balance what's going on there, right? Because science is fake and gay, right? So it's like there's a whole mix of shit, all right, to deal with, because philosophy is totally fake and gay, right? History is part fake and gay because of science, but it's like history and philosophy, people who don't have it are, I think, worse off because it's going to be used against you, right? So it's like, you know what I mean? I don't know what to do. Like, I'm not saying that people are better for being philosophers, but I think they're better if they understand the contextualization of different philosophical truths as it relates to, you know, what they experience, right? Like, they're definitely more refined, culturally speaking, because a lot of the cultural fabric is like, you know, based on, you know, like philosophical intrigues, you know, or whatever. So,
I think we should be, this is where I ended, right, with that fucking articles. I think we should be philosophers, right? We should look at our modern times we're living.
I think we are, but I think we're like one better. We're like anti-philosophers. I think we should be anti-philosophers. Right? You know what I'm saying, right? Because it's like, what is philosophy really? You know, like why? You know, right? You know, like all you need is a community. Like you don't need philosophy. Exactly, right? And it's you need culture, but you don't need philosophy. It's like extraneous, right? Like once it starts going, it's a trap. And right, it starts making you think of like universal concepts and like trying to define things like justice. But it's like it's pretty obvious what justice is, all right? Like you know what I mean? Like in a community context, it's very simple. Right? Like Plato says, even a community of thieves knows not to steal from each other. Right? Like, you know, it's like
yeah, I mean, like, I think I'm a systems guy, right? At the end of the day, right? Like, I want a system that's going to benefit like the next generation of humans, right? That's what I want, right? And so therefore, like, you got to use like some philosophy, but like a lot of like understanding of human biology to be able to get there. And I think that like that's what's missing from like a lot of philosophy. And I see this like almost like a lot of philosophy is anti-biology, right? Like it's anti like fucking human animal, right? And that I fucking hate that so much. That's why like I fucking can't stand philosophy. Like almost all of it to me is trash because it's not about, you know what I mean, like overcoming, you know what I mean, like your human shit. You should be feeding the humans like it's fucking dumb. Right? Like you should create a system where humans eat well and live well and love well and be a part of each other long term. Right. And like have incentives that like, you know, allow for them to be able to, you know what I mean, like fucking create more humans. Like you basically this is a wild like fucking statement, but like you should be farming humans. Is what this that should be the purpose of a state is to farm humans. Right? Like you should be wanting to farm AKC pedigree fucking humans. Right? You don't want them to be like, oh, like I'm just farming cattle, right? But like you want to farm like top end cat. You want to farm Wagyu cattle. Right? You want to farm Iberico fucking pigs. Right? You want them to like fucking stand here and be the best humans that they can be and like create them in a manner that or like have them be able to live in a manner that is, you know, the best for them biologically, spiritually, familially, right? Communally, right? That's what you should want. And I feel like we're not, like, we don't have that thought pattern at all, because every bit of philosophy that like we fucking hold on to is this philosophy of just hedonism mixed with like raw utilitarianism. And it's kind of fucking trash.
Yeah, like if people ask me like, what is modernism? I say it's like where science and art rule the world, and like all the science and art is like really gay, right? Really fake, really plastic, really shiny, or like geared towards the women.
That's postmodernism.
Oh yeah. I mean the whole package: modern, postmodern, meta modern.
No.
The whole
Modern,
fucking...
modern something else. Modern created beautiful art, though.
I don't think so. I'm gonna have to fight you on that one.
Okay, I mean, like
you're talking about people from
the
like the
art was-
1950s, or you're talking
No,
about
no,
people
like
built cities
18,
or...
like 1870s, 1860s, 1890s. You're
That's
talking
when
about
the
some of
Industrial
the most.
Revolution was starting.
No, the Industrial Revolution started in like the fucking shit, man. Listen, 1790s.
Right. So what do you think in 1870 was so great?
That's when like a lot of those like beautiful city structures and bridges got built, right?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like when we were building like some of the most beautiful buildings in the world. What you're talking about is like a 1950s. That's postmodernism. That's that, you know what I mean, brutalism, fucking the heavy utilitarian square box, you know what I mean, type of
Yeah,
shit.
but what I see is that modernism wouldn't have happened without obviously the Enlightenment, right? So 1700s, right? And then like 1800s you have so-called modernism, industrial revolution, and then 1900s, right? You have postmodernism, which is like Foucault and Derrida and Deleuze and all these people, obviously Marcuse and all these people like post World War II, like Jitsu. But like the thing is like I see a cohesive, like whereas Ellul doesn't see a cohesive pattern there, and I see a cohesive pattern, right? Like what Locke talked about to like, right? And I don't think it's just that either, because the Locke shit is already based on like Newton, which is already based on like Maimonides, which is already based on like Aristotle. So like I totally believe it's like the philosophical shit is right. Like it's a huge problem because it's like like philosophy is like the first AI shit where you could just outsource your intelligence, right? And people don't have to think anymore about what's actually going on in the world, right? So it's like once you create a philosophical system, like it just sort of exists there as like a cancer.
I mean, AI is kind of garbage.
Yeah, but it's like Kant and like the Kabbalah, like this shit could be used as AI because you could plug information into Kant or the Kabbalah and it'll spit out information. Right? Like it'll transform the information. Any information you put into it, it'll transform it and then spit it out. It'll be like, here's what it actually is. All right. Oh, it's like a great way to outsource your intelligence, right? Like because
I mean,
there's limits.
Humans are lazy pieces of shit, right? You know, I mean, they've always been lazy pieces of shit, right? They don't want to think for themselves. That's why, like, we have like these universal fucking religions and shit at this point. You know, I mean, like all universal religions, in the end of the day, are literally like fucking just ways of humans going like, hey, listen, I don't want to fucking think. You know, I mean, like, how do I live? You know what I mean?
I mean, at this point, yeah, right? Because it's like they don't relate to any cultural fabric or motif. So, so they have to be reintegrated at a local level, or whatever. Obviously, the universal aspect of the great religions it culminates towards world religion, right? Towards either perennialism or syncretism, right? So I think those are both bad options. And so I think they should go towards finding cultural divisions for the various religious expressions that exist, right? So and so nobody would have to change their religions. It's just that Chinese people go back to being Confucian, Arab people go back to being, Islamic or whatever, and go back to being like Iraqis or Syrians or whatever the fuck they are, right? They have enough info on the table to reconstruct a local identity, right? Just like from the internet and shit like that, right? So they could get all the files and stuff, reconstruct local language identity, and incorporate the religious framework that already exists within their cultural milieu, be it Confucianism, Islam, Christianity or Buddhism or whatever, and right, and incorporate the universal tendencies from those into a local expression, right? That is also attached to some sort of cultural vehicle of expression, right? Originally, these things did that. Originally, a Romanian Christian was different from a Greek Christian, right? And a Eastern European Christian was different than a British Christian, right? And a German Christian was different than a Bohemian Christian, and so on and so forth, right? They originally did have cultural differences, right? So it can be recovered.
Listen, I agree with you. You know what I mean? Like, I argue for balkanization because I think things not just can be recovered. I don't think we should be looking for recovery, right? And I mean, and it's not because fucking like I'm arguing with you and being contrarian at the moment, right? But like because of the fact that like I think it will be new, right? Like we're gonna have to create newer shit. Like we can't go backwards. Here in the side chat, I put here's some modernist buildings. The side chat for you.
For sure.
Right. Just so you can understand, right? And I mean, like, what I'm talking about.
That shit looks ugly, bro. That shit's ugly to me. You like that shit?
Hang on. Wait a minute, dog. Hang on a second.
Is that the Empire State? That ugly motherfucker? Yeah. Hell no, bro.
Hang on.
That shit look like a fucking haunted pyramid and shit, bro.
I mean, yeah, but it's 100% better, right? Than hang on, man. Let me grab this one. Fucking you like Google stopped letting me save images. I don't fucking know why. Right? Save. I think it's 100% better than
kind of like the third one though, for real. Is the third one kind of looked like medieval though, but the other ones I'm like,
Yeah, I mean the third one is the Empire State.
Oh, okay. I mean the fourth one then. Yeah, the first one and the fourth one. I like
the castle shit, like the castle looking one. Like that's just
the castle shit, but the square shit. Get that square fucking shit out of here, bro.
Look, here's the modern iteration of like fucking the skyscraper.
Yeah, I agree. The Empire State does look a lot more jamming than that thing. That thing looks like
bro, listen again, okay? Like I think the modernist shit is 100% better than like our new shit, right? That's just kind of like
yeah, I'll agree with you on that one. But I'm saying like even if you go back to like medieval shit, it's way better. And like they're not doing that shit. Like they're not building like fucking angels on fucking buttresses and shit. Fucking insane, right? They're not doing any of that shit anymore. I mean, they suck.
Yeah,
you go to like Chicago and shit. Like there's like little gargoyles and shit on the old buildings and shit. It looks badass. Like fucking a gargoyle.
Yeah, that's the top one. The top one is old Chicago.
Yeah, dude. Old Chicago is fucking sick, dude. Like sick. Like,
yeah, shit's fucking
like
dope,
I agree.
Right?
Yeah, I agree.
I'm with
like,
you. I think the first two pictures are Chicago, to be honest with you, right? And then like a third one's the Empire State, right, in New York.
Well, what if you
and
found,
then I mean,
found out that the child traffickers built those buildings though?
What?
There's NeuroJack's one contribution the entire show.
I was like, what if you found out the child traffickers built those buildings though?
I mean, you want to see the buildings that are built with child traffickers? I can show you those too. You want to see those?
Well, I can
Oh,
always
shit.
I can always look at Harvard or something, but sure.
Hang on, wait. I'll show you. I can show you the motherfucking John that was built by child traffickers. Hang on a second. Give me 1 second. Grab you a picture of the building real quick. You know what I mean? Because like, you know, that's really easy to find. Here we go. Here, look. Here goes a John from child traffickers. There you go. That's from child traffickers right there. One of the largest child traffickers in the fucking world.
Yeah, well, you know, the America's made a lot of deals with the Koreans lately. I don't know why. Maybe it's because their child trafficking activities. I don't know.
You know, Brad, listen, see, like, here's my problem with, like, the whole thing, right? In the end of the day, right, is, like, you want to see child trafficking on a mass scale, right? Like, that's not even hard to fucking do, bro. Like, real shit. Like, fucking, hang on a minute. Fuck. And fuck, we'll just do this. Here, hang on. Here. Like, listen, look. Here's where the child traffickers are, right? You know what I mean? Like, look, I can help you out, bro. Like, you want to see child traffickers? Real shit. Do is go to Nebraska, right? And then look for a place where there's a whole bunch of trucks, right? I mean, that are carrying cattle in the back, right? And then you can find all the child traffickers you want to find, right?
Right.
Here, look. Here, listen. There. Just look for that building right there in Nebraska, bro. You can go there'll be child slaves inside of that motherfucker.
Well, isn't that just so would you say that without capitalism this would be it would still be happening, or it would just be much more easy to
I mean,
detect and punish, I guess?
No, I mean, like, yo, listen, if it wasn't for capitalism, like, yo, it would just be like a kid working on a farm with his mom and dad, you know what I mean? His brothers and shit, sisters, right? The same way the Amish do, right? But, like, he wouldn't be, like, being used by, like, a faceless fucking corporation, you know what I mean, 5,000 or 3,000 miles from where the fuck he started off at.
Well, what about the fact? So, assuming that you're correct, which I think you mostly are, well.
I mean, there's a picture, but listen, there's a picture of a child right there, dog.
Yeah, I know. But like what I'm saying is like,
Yo, what?
So are you saying that like telephone communications, all that has to go away to stop child trafficking then? Like all the tech?
No. No, you just gotta bring unions back, right? You know what I mean? And accept the fact that you're paying way too little for your fucking food. You know what I mean? And then, oh yeah, shoot the fucking CEOs in the face.
Well, apparently there was another one that happened to that they're suppressing the news about, allegedly. I don't know if that's true or not, but apparently another person was.
What?
That happened. Someone from like Blackstone or some shit. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, but here's the thing: is like, well, your articles was talking about some stuff kind of related to this too. And you're kind of, I mean, you're talking about a lot of shit, but one of the things you're talking about, because I can't remember what I was going to say, but I'll just go to this instead. Like, you're talking about how, like, what's the difference between, like, natives? Like, when does a native become a colonizer? When does a colonizer become a native? And,
Yeah.
I thought that was very interesting.
Right. I mean,
it is pretty.
Yo, it's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When you think about it, it is a legitimate question, right? I mean, I don't think I'm right about the timeline. You know what I mean? But like, there's a timeline there somewhere. I don't know what it is though.
You ever listen to George Lincoln Rockwell?
No.
Well, he's like the American Nazi Party. So he was like in the 60s, like he was kind of like the white Martin Luther King, I would say. He was trying to say like we need to like stop the communist takeover and all this like woke peace shit and all this, and he was like,
He's pretty based. Like he sounds kind of like Nick Fuentes today, but it's like more based even than Nick Fuentes. It's kind of weird to listen to him.
Well, he sounded very. I mean, you know, I'm sure that people are going to say that I'm like a Nazi or something, but he sounded eminently reasonable compared to almost all politics today, right? Because he's just saying things that are like not really that controversial if you just think about it from like a practical standpoint. He's like, look, he's like, you know, they're trying to like disaffect us from our work. They're trying to like dishonestly promote communism because they're trying to say that like they want to help everybody, but really they don't. And I don't know. He was kind of saying something to the effect of like, well, he's like, look, he's like I'm an Anglo, like I went over there to fight the Nazis, but now I realize like we did all this for no reason. But he's like, look, you know, really it's just like the white people, like the English, German, Italian, Irish, like we don't all get along, but we all built this country, and it's like at least like we have something that we built together, so we have some sort of commonality. But he's like with the black people, it's like, look, it's like I can understand where they're coming from, but it's like at the same time, like I don't want to be forced to integrate with them. So it's like the fact that I'm being forced to integrate with them is kind of means that like we don't want that. So why is that being imposed upon us or something like that? So he's kind of making like because he's basically saying that like all that was happening under the guise of like, you know, altruism or whatever, but he was making it pretty clear that that's like it was a distraction from, you know, other things going on, I guess, you know.
But that's why I told y'all like I really like Eric Weinstein. Right? Like I really do like the guy because like he said fucking, you know, they stood here and they tried to pass off like this idea of like globalism as like this massive altruistic thing, right? Where you go, hey, listen, you know, we're going to, you know, like bring up the third world and we're going to help all these people. And, you know, I mean, it's this United Colors, a Barrett Benetton thing. And it's going to be amazing. And if you're against it, then like you're a racist, you're a bigot, a homophobe. But he said in reality, what you did is you allowed like the old to basically transfuse themselves with, you know, I mean, the blood of the young. You know what I mean? He said, like, yo, you stood here and like outsourced and brought in massive amounts of immigrants in, and like what you really did is you allowed your fucking piece of the pie to get bigger, right? And you know what I mean, like instead of growing like the entire pie. That's, you know what I mean, that's what happened. And that's why like the fucking young hate the elderly at this point, right? Like why the young hate, like everybody hates the fucking boomers. Right. And that's, you know what I mean, like what everything was. He said, like, you know, what if like you're not racist? What if you're not hateful? What if you don't hate anybody else? You're sick of watching your fucking standard of living decline, right? And you can't raise any fucking kids. And like you're standing here going, like, what do I do? You know what I mean? Right? Like you can't afford like basic fucking rent. And you know what I mean? You go, yeah, can we get rid of these immigrants so I can have a chance to negotiate for a decent wage? And they go, no, you're a racist. You're a bigot. You know what I mean? All this type of shit. And the reality is it's all economics, but like they hide behind like that fucking banner of altruism. You know what I mean? How many times we heard them go like, oh, you just hate brown people and like they are just racist and all this fucking shit. It's like, no, like, listen, like brown, like I want black people to earn a living too, because they commit less crime when they do so.
Right. Well, it's kind of like this. It's like, I don't know. Yeah. It's hard to explain. I mean, you know, I just grew up in such a super white area for the most part. I mean, I had black and other like Mexican classmates, but it was like 15% or less, probably, maybe 20% or less, like mixed. And I did not get along with most white people. So again, it's not like I'm just like, oh, I love white people. That's not the case. But it's like, it's just my frame of reference is so different from then till now, because like I've lived around diversity, you know, the other half of my life, and yeah, I mean, it's like, dude, it's just like such a waste of resources when people don't have the same culture, they don't have the same values. Like the amount of waste that goes into just like trying to comprehend what the other person fucking wants, because you just have no fucking frame of reference to understand the other person, right? Like it takes a lot of effort. You know what I mean? Like they always say like, oh, everybody just wants the same things. It's like, not really. I mean, I've lived in other countries, okay? Like they don't fucking want the same things that we do. Like everybody wants money, right? But they're not necessarily going to do the same things with that money, right? So I just think it's like kind of this like nonsense, like you say all the time. It's like we're just going to replace one type of person with another. And again, it doesn't mean that like white Christians have like got everything figured out, but I'm saying it's like it's so hard to organize people. Like I was listening to this guy last night talking about game theory, right? It's like mass times energy equals like influence or something like that. So it's like the influence is like, I can't remember the exact thing, but something about game theory and like basically like how motivated a person is like the second version, and then like how well things are organized is like the number one factor, right? And like we've been stripped of our ability to organize because people are so fucking confused and like atomized that you can't get anybody organized to do shit because everybody's looking out for their own interests all the time, right? So trying to get
here's the problem, right? And this is honest to God, like really the fucking problem, right? Is we become massively atomized, right? And the reason we become massively atomized is because because of the Ben Shapiro's of the world who says like, you're not entitled to stand here and live in a neighborhood where you grew up. Like somebody needs to shoot that nigga, I'll be honest with you. Somebody needs to clap that motherfucker. But like, this is the fucking problem, is like, you should be around the motherfuckers who you grew up around, right? You know what I mean? And it should be like where you go, listen, I want everybody here to earn, right? I want everybody here to be okay. I want my neighborhood to be okay. I want my community and my family to be okay, right? That's what we should want. And like, you can't have that when you keep bringing in more and more and more and more and more fucking people, right? In the end of the day, right? And you have to like be able to have propaganda that allows that shit to happen. You know what I mean? Like fucking, you have to have propaganda to go like, hey, listen, the motherfuckers outside of your neighborhood, they want to take your fucking jobs, right? So like, you have to remotely be on edge, but you also have to like be willing to work together. You know what I mean? Like you got to be banded together and have your fucking fortunes like connected. Like this shit doesn't happen in like neighborhoods that are like little factory fucking towns, right? Where they have one thing that everybody does because they know that that factory is fucking important. They know that that's the lifeblood of that fucking community. And so they take care of each other and take care of that factory, and they band together and they make sure that everything stays the way it needs to be. You know what I'm saying? If they try to bring in fucking immigrants, they fucking scream.
Yeah, Neuro. Open that tab real quick that I'm sharing, because I just seen this. This shit is so weird.
Let me open this shit. Okay. All right. Who's this dude? Who that be? Who that is?
He's a serial butt sniffer.
That's what it says. But yeah, look at his ears. Like, what the fuck?
It's the Black Shrek.
Yeah, this dude uglier than a motherfucker, dude. For sure, dude. This is insane. But yeah, but yeah, I just seen
like
that real
Joe
quick. I
Budden.
was like,
So he looked like Down syndrome Joe Budden.
Right. He's got kind of like a cone head. Like, what the fuck is going on there? It's like, should look like it's pointy.
Have you been paying attention to what's going on in the fitness world? At all machine lies?
No.
Bring it up because it's part of it, like the head thing. Hang on a minute, bro. Let me open up fucking the YouTubes. Hold up. Come on, pussy.
Yeah, I don't even know how you get arrested for something like that. That is wild. You got to be doing some.
Habitual butt sniffer, so he like goes to all the gyms, and like as soon as the woman leaves, he like goes and just starts sniffing the fucking seat and stuff like that. And I guess he's been doing this for like years and years and years. Went to jail and then got out and did it like immediately again. So something like that.
That's tripped out.
It just shows you.
Yeah, they're reaching
how lack of game
with that title.
How lack of game you got. You know?
Yeah, but it's crazy. Like the title is crazy. Like this clickbait, insanity or sanity. But yeah. Like I bet that'll have 1 million views by the end of like this week.
You? Nice. You will have 1 million views on your channel?
No, I'm saying that video with the butt sniffing guy.
Oh yeah. Well, that's been going viral. I mean, one thing I have realized is like so much of the game on YouTube is like just finding something that goes viral. And then honestly, like I think YouTube's okay at it, but like all the platforms, like so much of the incentive is to like they always say, oh, just do something original. But the truth is like the incentive to do something that just goes viral is so much on the other end of the spectrum that like you can't really blame people that they just kind of react to the incentive that like they're just trying to chase attention. Because even if you had like a message you want to get across, like you basically have, you can make like Pill Eater showed this, like he did this one post on X that he just like copied from somebody else and wrote like some basic bitch like white man be angry at brown people thing, and like it got like 1 million views or something or something crazy like that. So it's like the incentive is just so high to like go with the algorithm, you know.
You gotta do clickbait. There's no choice. You know what I mean? Like if you want to be successful, you have to do clickbait. And and you have to admit to it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm doing that. I put into to the AI. I was like, give me a description that's like is most likely to go clickbait based on like the news of today, and like make it all like, you know, super psychologically clickbaity or whatever. I was like, you know, I'm just seeing like, okay, does this work or not? And like it does kind of work. I would say like I get a lot more views for live streams if I do that, but it's like it's more for me is like an experiment to see like, okay, like because I noticed like a lot of these people who are successful, like first of all, I'm sure that almost all the really successful channels, like they're botting their channel up. You know what I mean? Because you know, you can look at a hot girl who's not botted and she'll get 1,000 viewers in a stream, right? Live, right? But then some of these people are like D-list celebrities, and they'll get like 3,500 people watching their stream randomly, like as soon as they go live. Like I don't believe that for a second. You know what I mean? Like hot girl, I can believe. Person who nobody really cares about, I don't believe. You know.
Yeah, listen. There's like, and this is the thing, is like y'all don't know what y'all don't know. Like y'all don't know what y'all are missing, right? All right, so I'm gonna put this in the side chat, right? Okay, this is Mike Israetel, right? Mike Israetel is a fitness YouTuber, right? Who, you know, I mean, claims to have, like he says, you know, he has a PhD, fucking, you know, he's a professional bodybuilder, all this type of shit, right? But he's a Jew who's 5'4", right? Weighs 200 and motherfucking 60 pounds,
yeah, I know,
right? Fucking because
about that dude. Yeah, he's a really. I've never watched much of him, but he's a very strange fella. But I don't know the drama with him. But
oh yeah, he's a futurist and shit.
Yeah, he's fucking
right?
weird.
But yeah, but you see the horns growing on the sides of his fucking head? That's why I brought this up, because one man brought up the butt sniffer fucking head, right? Like you see that cone shaped thing in the front of his motherfucking knot and shit? You see how his, like, you know, like his head has that weird middle fucking section, right? And he has like those fucking strange things on the outside, right?
Can you send that over later, or if not, it's okay. I'll look it up in a minute. I'm my hands.
It's in the side chat. It's in the side chat.
Oh, let me see. See if I can find it. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
listen, sorry, I threw it in the side chat.
He looks fucking creepy as well. Yeah, he's a weird looking dude, man. Like he says.
So he's growing horns because of the steroids.
Here, buddy. Here.
It's too hot.
Here.
Right. It's too hot, Dad.
Exactly. I'm trying to give him some soup. Get that soup. Get that soup for him. But
Need that soup, homie. Need that soup.
better eat that shit. I mean, sip that soup. There you go. Sip that soup. There you go. But yeah, that dude is a weird. He said some weird things. Like I think he's right about some things he talks about, but the dude definitely talked about some weird ass shit. That, like, I mean, he's definitely like he definitely hates white people. He said some shit that like. He hates like Americans pretty much. He's like basically like Americans are like the Jews bitch pretty much. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like he wants a pill where like you don't have to work out anymore. You can just gain muscle. Right. He's excited about like technology, right? He's like he's like anti-human as a whole, right? Not just anti-white people. He's just anti-people, just as an. Yeah, listen. He's a 5'4" man. You have to be careful, right, when you're dealing with other humans who are fucking small and meek.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree with that. Like from Owen Benjamin. Owen Benjamin has this thing is like he's a height supremacist. So he says like anybody under like 5'8" is like you need to be or like 5'6" for sure. You have to be suspicious of them. Like, I mean, there's some tall psychopaths. Don't get me wrong, but like definitely people who are a lot of men who are shorter. Like they do have a complex and like they will fuck your shit up. So yeah, I've noticed that.
I mean, like small motherfuckers are dangerous, right? Like you don't realize how dangerous small people are, right? And it's getting worse. Like it used to not be as much of an issue when I was younger. It's way worse now than it ever was. Right? Because like little dudes hate everybody else because they're basically like women. They need the system, they want the system, and they require to be they fucking want to push everybody who's bigger than them out of the fucking way.
Well, this is one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons I don't like that.
Because like yo, they're a giant rival. Anybody like over 6 foot is a rival to them. You don't like the what?
Well, that's one of the reasons I don't like the immigration stuff because because a lot of them like I'm around it a lot, right? And a lot of them, it's like they come here and like they just have this like chip on their shoulder, like you know they try to like they overcompensate. They try to dress like a gangster. They try to like over present themselves as like a man. They try to over present themselves as like a particular thing, but then really it's like they're dependent upon the system. Even a lot of the criminal class is directly like a part of the they're a part of the system, right? So like like look, if you look at the corruption in California, for example, like so much of the criminal stuff going on is like directly tied to like Gavin Newsom and all that stuff. Like they're all running all that shit. So it's like they try to pretend like they hate the man, but they're literally working for the man. You know what I mean? So it's like, and then they look at other people and they're like, oh well, this is our shit. We're better than you. It's like not really. You're just playing a role, and then you act like it. Like you just take on like the role as like your identity, and I think that's kind of it's kind of funny to me if it wasn't so dangerous, but yeah. But because a lot of these guys from South America, they're like 5'4".
I'll be back in like 20 minutes. I gotta go drive to work real quick. I mean, I'll be back in like 20 minutes. I'm gonna go like fucking go to work and get on my headset. You know what I mean? I'll be back in a little bit. All right.
I'll be more organized. I got some stuff to show you guys, but cool. Appreciate you. Machine, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool. I might have some stuff to review a little bit if you want to. What time are you going live? In like 1 hour, 2 hour?
Yeah, 1 hour. Yeah, what's this Wilson thing about that you sent?
Actually, I don't know. I didn't see it, but I clicked it a little bit, and it's like, oh, they're talking about my family or this or that. It's just another like,
Interesting.
I've been attacked, so let me go ahead and explain it. This is against the man. They're doing like a thing, and it's just the same shit as always. It's like I'm not even mad anymore. It's like it's just
Yeah, I should release like 20-minute videos like this. Like, guys, they're attacking me everywhere. Getting bad out there.
yeah. And then you like go into say like, well, I'm a stepdad and this and that, and it's like it's just so
Yeah, I've always tried to represent the truth and ellul and
yeah. No, that and like it you know, I'm not even hating on it. Like it makes sense that you do that as like if you have like a PR company and an agent and stuff like that. Like of course that's part of the game, but it's like it's just so synthetic in my opinion. Like it's not punk rock at all or anything. You know, like at least like be a punk rock or something. But it's like, oh, you know, I'm trying to spread a Christian message and all that. It's like, come on, man. Like you're just it's just like hamming it up. You know, like it's just like the weirdest pseudo masculinity ever. You know, it's like I don't know. I just don't.
right. Let's like
I just don't get
pander
it.
like for support. It's
Yeah.
very odd.
It's like I'm real manly, but I need your support because I'm really, you know, I'm down bad right now. The donations just aren't coming in like they used to. I used to make $5,000 an hour, and now I'm only making like you know, 3,500. You know, so it's like or whatever, or whatever. I don't know. It's like it's just bizarre, dude. I mean, I watched a few seconds of it, and it was just you know, he just got this smug look on his face. Again, I'm not even hating on you, Andrew Wilson. This isn't personal against you. It's just I find you. I just expect more. You know, like if you're gonna do a thing, just do it better. You know, that's all. That's all I'm saying. Like if you're gonna do it, like just make it more interesting. It's kind of boring at this point. It's like I don't know. I just don't like the branding. You know, like I think the Crucible could be rebranded as like a lot more interesting. Like I think you should do IRL streaming, right? I think you should like go down to like where the protests are happening and stuff like that, and like do like the Charlie Kirk stuff. You know what I mean? Like go go debate people in person and see how people treat them in real life.
Yeah, I could honestly like take like $300 and like pay a film crew and like go viral and all this shit. Like there's like actually like possible.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
if
if I
like
ever have money, I'm definitely gonna do that kind of shit, and I'll. I think that'd be awesome. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
yeah, if I like go out there, there's probably somebody already with a camera that would be willing to like team up with me and send me the video and shit. Be like funny. But yeah, it's cold as fuck now. But yeah, definitely when like it was warmer out and all this shit was happening, I should have maybe went out there. But the thing is like I'm super like opposed to like talking to a lot of people right now, especially like maybe doing IRL stuff. Like I don't want to get caught up and be on like a news story or some shit, dude. Like some fuck shit.
Yeah,
That
don't
discredit me.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, it's definitely not an easy game to play. Like, it's a lot more dangerous. I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna
Maybe
really
like
like be a man of the people, you need to be like out there with the people. Like, show up to fucking the unions or something like Pinoy's talking about. Show up to like where people are actually like getting their hands dirty and politic or something. You know, I just think that'd be more interesting. Like,
yeah.
see what Joe
Yeah,
Sixpack actually thinks would be interesting or something. You know, like that's all I'm saying.
yeah. Yeah, the problem is it would cost a lot of money. You know, right? So that's the first thing. Unless somebody already has a film crew or something like that, or you know, you pay like an agency to like produce your stuff. Like just yesterday, right? Landry started working for Alex Stein as his cameraman. So when he goes and does his IRL stuff, Landry will be holding the camera. It's interesting.
That's really weird, dude. Yeah, that's really weird.
It is, yeah.
I mean, because see, I'll put it like this: Alex Stein is a very good psyoper. Like that's the thing is like I respect Alex Stein, even though like I think he's a strange guy because like he actually does put his ass out on the line. He does show up places. Like maybe he's doing it because he's a part of it, but like it looks like a rock star kind of stuff. Like you show up, you troll people, like you know what I mean. Like that is something that I think is like you know, he was doing that before he got corporate sponsorship officially. You know what I mean? So once he got corporate sponsorship, he's still doing that, right? So I don't know. I just think that's like rock star shit. You know what I mean? Like you actually go out in public and you're doing things like. I just think that's infinitely more interesting. You know, like you're actually willing.
Yeah,
to
but the same guy, you know, that was stalking Davy Crocker or whatever. It's now Landry's working for him. It's crazy. Man.
Well, what's his name was stalking him?
That's what Krakow showed on his that's one of the last posts he made was that one of the most visited profiles of his Twitter page was Alex Stein and Sticks and Hammer 666 and all these big name people. Like they kept visiting his page.
Yeah, well, that does make sense to me, I would say, because if you really look at who those people, I mean, I don't know much about who Alex Stein is directly tied to. I mean, I have my suspicions, but I could definitely say that what do you call it? That Sticks and Hammer is definitely tied to some bad shit. I've talked to somebody who's been around him, and he's definitely like, well, he was a part of the alt-right, and everybody seems to forget that. Like, he got a pass for some reason, so I think that's very interesting. Like, he was a very instrumental person in that whole alt-right thing, and he seemed to kind of.
Who knows that? Who knows that Alex Stein is a Scientologist? Because this is something that Mr. Anderson told us that he had a personal thing. Maybe we should approach this lady with this information.
Well, I definitely don't know that, but I would not be surprised. I mean, you know, I think he's Jewish.
This is what Mr. Anderson said.
Yeah, I would love to know the evidence for that. I haven't talked to Mr. Anderson directly in a while, but I would be very interested in that. That would be very interesting to look at. Okay, so I'm going to show you this video here. I can't remember if this is the right one or not, but this is about like
yeah, this guy's been blowing up, honestly.
Yeah, so he says something about like Isaac Newton and Christian Zionism. I wanted to get your take on this guy because I've never really.
Yeah, because he wrote a book like on the Temple of Solomon, Isaac Newton.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I didn't know much about him, but yeah, he definitely said some interesting things on this thing.
Yeah, he read Maimonides and shit, apparently.
Yeah, this dude's very interesting, and so I just want to play a little bit of it because have you ever watched him before? I've only watched a very, very limited amount. So.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I've only watched a limited amount, but yeah, Pinoid and all these guys, they've been promoting him or whatever. They've been saying he's got some good takes. Even Zephyr said he's got good takes. So,
well,
looks like a lot of people have watched him.
Yeah, so I wanted to show you just a little bit of what he says and get your take on it because like there's one thing in particular. Oh yeah, here we go. So I'll go back in a second there, but I just wanted to get you to like the beginning, and then I'll go to the middle, and then I'll go to the end a little bit. But I want to get your take on what he says here.
Video, I discussed how Isaac Newton built the intellectual foundations for Christian Zionism, which is driving American Middle East
I can't hear it
today. And today, I wanted to explain to you why Christian Zionism is just a powerful force in the world. So here, let me introduce to you the
Yeah, like I don't hear it at all. Like I don't hear any sound on the video. Actually, share that again. I might have had your tab muted. Sorry. Yeah, it looks like it's muted. Yeah, try it again.
the universal law of game
Yeah,
theory.
now I can hear it.
Once you master this formula, once you truly understand the ramifications, the nuances, the subtleties of this law, then you will have a much more clear and deeper understanding of how the world works. Okay? And this formula, it's very simple. It goes like this. If you look at game theories, all games, the people who always win the game, they win because of this formula, which is mass times energy times coordination. All right, so mass is just the number of people times energy, which is the level of motivation of these people, times coordination, which is the ability of these people to work together to achieve their end. Some things to keep in mind about this formula. First of all, the different factors are not weighted equally. So coordination is the most important factor, and it's weighted at least 3 times as much as mass. Then you have energy. And energy is what's second most important, and it's weighted twice as much as mass. And depending on the game, the weightings can be different. But please keep this in mind. Coordination is what really matters, followed by energy, followed ultimately by mass. So if I explain that, let me explain to you what each term means and how we can measure each factor to get a more mathematical understanding of this formula. Mass is just the number of people involved, but what's important to measure is their cohesion, how much they like each other, how much they're willing to work together. So, for example, you look at Japan and China. Japan is a much more cohesive society than China. So in terms of mass, Japan is actually stronger than China, even though China has 10 times or 5 times as many people as Japan. Then you look at energy. Energy is the level of motivation. And usually when we think of energy, we think of physical energy. But actually, in this formula, it's mental energy that really matters. Because if you think about it, it's mental energy that is the most expensive. And so you need the most amount of motivation in order to achieve mental energy. So let me give you an example of this. Let's just say there are 2 people. The first person, he's digging a hole in the ground for 12 hours a day for a whole year. Then you have another person who every day is seeking to improve himself. So he's constantly in the process of self-reflection, writing down the ways that he can improve, and creating a strategy, a formula for how he can improve himself. Well, according to this formula, the second person is expending much more energy than the first person, even though if we just look at it, it seems like it's the first person that's doing all the work, the second person is sitting around all day just thinking. And the reason why is, in the world, the 3 hardest words to say for a human being is, I am wrong. To say I'm wrong is to negate yourself, to negate your ego, to admit that you have failings. To say you are wrong is also to commit to a policy of self-improvement, self-change. It's also trying to loss of face, to say I'm wrong before your peers. You lower your status, you lose face. And that's why people who are more energetic or more motivated, they are much more open to change. They're much more willing to accept their limitations. They're much more willing to commit to self-improvement. So energy is a measure of motivation, and we can measure motivation by a group's openness to accepting its limitations, its failings. Okay, so that's the idea of energy. Then the third aspect of this formula is the idea of coordination. And coordination can be divided into two different types. The first type is conscious coordination. Second type is subconscious coordination. Conscious coordination is when you're led by someone, be a leader, be a bureaucracy, be a patriarch. Subconscious coordination is when there's no clear leader or clear direction, people just subconsciously work together. It's almost like a dance. And of the two, subconscious coordination is the more powerful. When people get together and they sort of conspire together, that leads to all sorts of problems. You don't want conspiracy. You don't want open conspiracies. So let me explain to you why open conspiracies or secret conspiracies are bad policy. Okay? The first reason is it's really hard to maintain the secrecy of conspiracy. Eventually, word's going to leak out that these people are conspiring together. And if word leaks out that these people are conspiring together, that forces other people to conspire together in this game. So if you are conspiring together, you have to keep it secret in order to maintain your advantage. But it's very, very hard to keep it secret. In fact, you probably waste more time and energy keeping it secret than you do in actually trying to implement your conspiracy. Okay, so that's the first reason why conspiracies are not a good idea. Second reason is, in most games, conspiracies are illegal. It's considered cheating. So you lose possible deniability when you are conspiring together and when you're keeping notes and when you're meeting in a room together and plotting together. The third reason is the most important. Okay, the third reason why you want to conspire together is everyone has an ego. Everyone is trying to maximize his or her self-interest in a conspiracy. And that immediately leads to friction, conflict, debate. So this creates friction in the relationship. So subconscious coordination is much more powerful than conscious coordination. It allows for frictionless cooperation and allows for plausible deniability, and allows for secrecy. So examples of subconscious coordination are families, ethnicities, religions. Okay, so having said that, okay, having presented this formula, mass times energy times coordination. So now I want to discuss how to maximize this formula. Remember, the trick is how do you create subconscious coordination in your team? And believe it or not, the answer is to have a really powerful story. A powerful story, it's a way to frame your understanding of the world, and it's also script. It allows you to understand how to behave in a certain context. All right, so let me explain to you the power story. All right, let's do a thought experiment first. Let's imagine that we have the power to present every single story in human history of every single person who's ever lived and who's still alive today. And the stories we present include Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Disney movies, Homer, the Iliad, the Bible. Every single story that humans have ever produced is presented to every single person. And then 10 years from now, we talk to every single person again and figure out what story that person most remembered and tabulate the results. When we do so, then what we will discover is that most people will remember 3 stories. Okay? The first story is Plato's allegory of the cave. The second story is the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus. And the third story is the second coming of Jesus. Okay? So let me explain all 3 stories. Okay, so there's allegory of the cave. It's interesting because it's really Plato's reimagining of a trial of Socrates. For him, his mentor Socrates, who was forced to hemlock by Athenians for the crime of corrupting the youth of Athens. For Plato, Socrates was his truth teller who discovered the truth of the world through philosophy. And he committed himself to revealing this truth to the Athenian people. And in response, the Athenian people condemned him to death because, as I mentioned previously, no one likes to say, I'm wrong. And no one likes to be told they're wrong. The second story, the crucifixion and resurrection of Jesus, it's interesting because it is actually a reimagining of Plato's allegory of the cave, because Jesus was this truth teller sent by God to earth to reveal the truth of the universe to people. In response, we killed Jesus. Okay, so the allegory of the cave and the crucifixion of Jesus, it's really just one story. The second coming of Jesus is really compelling because it's marking the end of history. It's telling us when everything will come to an end and when we will have achieved paradise and reconciliation with God. So these 3 stories that are most memorable, it's really just one story. And it's appealing to us because as humans, we're born with 3 questions embedded in our hearts and our soul. The first question is, where did we come from? Second question is, why are we here? Third question is, where are we going? And the power of these 3 stories, the allegory of the cave, the crucifixion of Jesus, the second coming of Jesus, it's really helping us answer all 3 questions in a compelling and convincing manner. And that's why Christian Zionism is so powerful, because it's the most powerful story out there. That's why there's so many Christians. That's why Christian Zionists are the most energetic, the most motivated, the most committed people that you can ever meet. And again, a story, it is really a script. As a Christian Zionist, you want to achieve the story. It is so compelling, so powerful to you as a person. In fact, you're willing to sacrifice your own life in order to achieve this story. That's how beautiful it is. And that explains to us, that helps us understand why Christian Zionism is the most powerful force in the world today. Because for the people who believe in Christian Zionism, they feel as though they discovered the secret universe, and they must bring this story into fruition, into reality. Now, next thing I want to talk about is, if it is true that this story, the crucifixion of Jesus and the second coming, is such a powerful story, then in theory, we should have seen the story. We should have seen people try to achieve the story before, and also it's telling us that the story, Christian Zionism, will never ever go away. It will continue until the end of human history. So what I will do now is tell you that actually 1,500 years ago, they also tried to achieve the completion of the story. So 1,500 years ago, about 600 Common Era, there was this massive war going on between the 2 major powers of that age. The Byzantine Empire, based in Constantinople, and then you have the Sasanian Persian Empire. And this war just devastated the entire world. People were dying, people were starving, people were in debt, people were in slavery, there was religious persecution. It really felt like the end times, the end of days. Also at this time, the Jews were banned from Jerusalem, which is their holy city. It's the city of their God, Yahweh. And so the Jews in the diaspora were plotting throughout all this time how to return to Jerusalem. They were kicked out of Jerusalem because many centuries before, they had fought 3 major rebellions against the Roman Empire. And in each time, the Jews lost because we're fighting the Roman Empire. And each time, the Jews went to the desert of Arabia. Why did these armies, these defeated armies, go into the desert of Arabia? Because the Romans really hated sand. They could only be safe in the desert of Arabia. And when they went to the desert of Arabia, they went there with commitment to eventually reclaim Jerusalem, to wait for the arrival of the Messiah to lead them to final victory against the Romans. And while they were in the desert of Arabia, they were interacting with the local Arab pagans. And in this interaction, there's a process of syncretization, where Jewish belief was being meshed into Arab pagan belief. But as I told you, the most compelling story always wins out. So eventually, the Jewish belief that the Messiah would eventually come to create the Messianic age of truth, justice. Eventually, it won over the Arab people. And this would become the foundation for the modern belief of Islam. And so during this time, there's a widespread belief in the Arabian desert that a Messiah will eventually come to unite the Jewish people and lead them into the final victory against the Roman Empire, which at this time had not become the Byzantine Empire. Back in the Jewish diaspora, they were trying to figure out how to return to Jerusalem. One group in this Jewish diaspora allied themselves with the Persians, who promised them that they would, like Cyrus the Great, take them back to Jerusalem and build the third temple for them. And at first, they succeeded. The Persians were able to conquer Jerusalem, and the Jews were able to reclaim the city for themselves. And they were not in the process of building the third temple. The problem, though, is that at this time in history, the majority of the population were actually Christian. So the Christians rebelled against the Jews, and then the Christians called for help to the Byzantine Empire. At this time, a new general, Heraclius, had emerged, and he had usurped the throne from the emperor. And so so now the new emperor, Heraclius, he has a legitimacy problem. And so he decided, like, the best way to prove that he, in fact, has the mandate of heaven, that he has the will of God supporting him, he decides that he has to reclaim Jerusalem and basically massacre all the Jews. So at this time in history, it seemed all hope was lost. Jews were being massacred. It seemed as though the Antichrist, Heraclius, has emerged to destroy the Jewish nation. Now, the funny thing about Jewish eschatology is that when all hope seems lost, when the Antichrist has emerged, when the Jewish nation is about to completely destroyed, that's when Jewish people are most convinced the Jewish Messiah will emerge to lead them into war and into the final victory against the Antichrist and usher in the Messianic age, where they will reconstitute the nation of Israel, bring everyone home from the Jewish diaspora, build the third temple, and create a millennium of peace, truth, and justice. So the Jews go into the Arabian desert, and now they're looking for their Messiah, the promised Messiah. And there are different candidates, but ultimately they settle on one charismatic man who is actually convinced that he is in fact the Jewish Messiah. We don't know his name. Okay, a lot of his biography has been lost to us over the course of history, but today we refer to him as Muhammad. Okay, Muhammad was the Jewish Messiah, and the Jews were looking to him to lead them into final victory against the Byzantines and the Antichrist, Heraclius. And he took up the call. And according to game theory, all he had to do was say three things, and he would unite the entire world behind him. And once he did so, he would become a tidal wave to wash over the old order and build the Messianic age. All he had to do was say three things. Okay, the first thing he had to say was, I am the Jewish Messiah. I'm the fulfillment of the prophecy. I am the promised one. I'm the anointed one. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing he needed to say is that we are all the children of Abraham. Jews, Christians, Muslims, we are all descended from Abraham. And as such, we're all the children of God. And as such, this land was promised to us by God, and therefore death, slavery, landlessness, it's all evil in the eyes of God. And therefore, we must create a revolution to ensure that everyone has land, that debt is canceled, that slavery is eliminated from this world. So that's why I'm here. I'm the Messiah to lead us to final victory in the pursuit of the Messianic age. And the third thing that Muhammad had to say in order to unite the world is, all these religious differences are idiotic. Zoroastrianism, Catholic Christianity, Nestorian Christianity, Orthodox Christianity, Judaism. It does not, these factions are against the will of God. We're all the children of God, and therefore we can all celebrate God in our own way. These factions, these divisions only exist for the priest class to exploit us, for the emperor, for the political class to unite, to divide and conquer us. Okay, so you are free to celebrate your religion. You're free to celebrate God, your faith, in any way you seem fit. Okay, and this is what eventually led to something called the Constitution of Medina, where one of the founding ideologies of Islam is religious tolerance. You are free to practice your faith in any way. You're free to love God in any way. And because he said these three things, Muhammad would lead the world's first global revolution against the established order, and thus creating the basic structure of Islam. Unfortunately, Muhammad died before he could complete his mission, but that didn't stop many Jews from believing that he was in fact the Jewish Messiah, because in their eyes, the prophecy has been fulfilled. First of all, the Arabs were able to reconquer Jerusalem and return the Jews to Jerusalem, thus reconstituting the nation of Israel. Second of all, they built the third temple. Today we call it the Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's still there in Jerusalem. You can still visit it. But back then they thought it was the third temple. And the third thing is they did usher in a millennium of peace, prosperity, truth, justice. Today we call it the Islamic Golden Age. Okay, so for many Jews, the prophecy has been fulfilled, and that's why many Jews converted to Islam during this process. And many Jews would emerge as the top administrator.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of misconceptions with what he just said. Honestly,
yeah, that's the first
if I had
time
to
I've
like
ever,
break it down.
yeah, that's the first time I've ever listened to him. So that's why I wanted to show you that, because I was like, okay, well,
Yeah, if I had to break it down, I think there's a lot more going, especially the inner conflict, right, between Rome and the Byzantines, right, and the entire thing that he claimed that Muhammad was the Jewish Messiah, that's actually not what he claimed, right? So that would be antithetical to the claims of Islam. Some of the claims of religious tolerance, I see, right, what he's saying, because it did say like there's no difference between Nestorians and Zoroastrians and all those people, right? But then ultimately,
I've been following this guy for a while. He's
it doesn't say that you could practice religion however you want, right? I don't think that's a takeaway message of Islam, right? It says it's better if you practice it
that was
in a
like
highly specific, like regimented way, right? So
well, definitely they're not like Islam's not really open to like non-Abrahamic religions, right? Like, or whatever that means, but you know what I mean. Like, it's like basically like they like anything that's not Abrahamic would be like atheistic essentially or something like that. Like, I don't know. I don't want to know if it's true, but I'm trying to.
I don't know if it's necessarily that, because historically that's definitely not true, because they accepted forms of like, deism and Hinduism and different things into the mix. Obviously, Zoroastrianism is the big one that he mentioned, right? So there was a lot of different types of religions that were tolerated, right? Ones that from a Christian standpoint would be seen as like basically pagan or whatever, right? As heretical or whatever, right? Or antithetical to Christ and his teachings, right? If Christians conquered these same lands, right, these people would be forced to convert or die, right? So that is a historical reality that people don't want to really go over, right? But so it's probably better for their cultural fabric that it was Muslims that conquered these lands, right? I think it's obvious for certain groups of people throughout history, Islam was a lighter form of rule, right? So all this stuff, like, but he's kind of saying that it sort of went with what the Jewish expectations were of their messianism, right? And I don't see that, because Islam openly declares that Christ is the Messiah. So how would Muhammad be the Messiah? I think he's missing that, right? So I don't know.
Well, definitely, it seems that he's doing some sort of like historical
revisionism. Yeah,
exactly. That's why I thought it was so interesting, and I didn't mean to like let it play that long, but I wanted you to really, because he's like, okay, game theory, important stories that everybody knows, and like Islam is like Jewish messianism or something. I was like, whoa, like okay, like
the first part kind of seemed like a watered down version of like a TML show, where it's like like how I break down like logos, theos, mechanos, like all those things.
Yeah, it was very weird. And then I watched another where he was making the argument that like Isaac Newton created Christian Zionism because he was like didn't see himself as a scientist. He saw himself as a theologian, and then he also was in charge of like the mint, and he created like the first Secret Service and stuff like that. So,
whoa,
yeah. So he was like talking about how like Isaac Newton is like the architect of like the New World Order, Illuminati, shit like that. So it's pretty interesting. Like,
yeah, he's not far off. Yeah.
Yeah. But so it's just interesting because like I've heard so many people talk about him, and like I kind of like what he's like, the little bit I've seen, I kind of like what he says, but he definitely seems to be doing like some sort of like Discordianism or something, in my opinion, which I don't know, but I thought that was kind of interesting. And I hope Pino will come back if he's listening to this. I hope he'll come back because I wanted to play this for you and him and get your guys' take really briefly on this one.
Extremely smart, and the media covers him a lot too. And he's something. It's Curtis Yarvin, also known by the pen name. You're gonna have to pronounce the first word for me. Manchus Moldbug.
Let's talk about the problem of Curtis Yarvin.
Curtis Yarvin.
This Moldbug is Curtis Yarvin. For the crime of saying interesting things, Curtis Yarvin has been hounded nonstop by the people who write Wikipedia, by the banks, by the people who maintain the status quo at all costs.
If Nick Land is the Aleister Crowley of Silicon Valley, then Curtis Yarvin is his G.I. Gurdjieff. Gurdjieff taught that most humans are asleep, little machines running on unconscious habits. Yarvin took that logic to its darkest conclusions. In his earliest writings as Mencius Moldbug, He suggested that unproductive humans could be converted into biodiesel to power public transportation, a grotesque amplification he later claimed was a joke, but one that revealed the underlying brutality of his entire worldview. Welcome to Hidden America, where magic meets cybernetics, and the code behind reality reveals itself. Yarvin, who has been terminating online since the inception of the internet, once wrote, "The United States is a corporation in the hands of a corrupt managerial class. Its bankruptcy is not financial, but spiritual." Nick Land helped to provide terrifying metaphysics of transhumanism, a vision of capitalism as an alien intelligence hell-bent on its own synthetic evolution. Land gave Silicon Valley the why, a reason to abandon humanism. But a machine needs an operating system. A sovereign needs a state. That operating system is dark enlightenment. And that architect is Curtis Yarvin. Where Land saw an inhuman current, Yarvin saw a broken machine. Modern democracy. His life's work, written under the pseudonym Mencius Moldbug, is a total rejection of the democratic project, and it's a blueprint for its replacement by a technocratic monarchy. What began as an obscure online blog has become the covert playbook for a network of Silicon elites, reactionary intellectuals, and financial titans, including Peter Thiel, David Sachs, Elon Musk, Blake Masters, and even Vice President J.D. Vance. The result is not merely a political shift, but a theological inversion. The rise of the machine god, Ahriman. Act 1. Curtis Yarvin didn't emerge from nowhere. He was shaped in the pressure chamber of an elite, hyper-intellectual upbringing. Born in 1973 to a highly educated, secular, liberal family, Yarvin grew up inside the American diplomatic class. His father was a foreign service officer, which meant Curtis spent his early years drifting between continents, living in Cyprus, returning to Washington, and absorbing the quiet but undeniable truth that nations are machines and that real power is always administrative, hidden and bureaucratic. His mother homeschooled him through much of his childhood, and his intelligence was so extreme, he skipped multiple grades, entering high school around the age of 12. He was a class prodigy, brilliant, alienated, and already disillusioned with the moral pretenses of adult society.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention, I mean, I think it's interesting because, like, I watch a lot of Bob Molyneux, and, like, Papa came up, and Rothbard, so I'm pretty familiar with, like, his background as far as that's concerned. And, like, honestly, I agree with a lot of what he and Nick Land says, but it's kind of, like, it's kind of weird. Also, like, the foreign service thing is kind of interesting. Like, remember the thing Joshua, you know? So it reminds me of kind of but, I don't know. It's a very strange like what he said right there is like the administrative power is actually like one of the primary powers that nobody ever really talks about. The ability to administrate. I think that's it's obvious, but it's also like not so obvious, I guess, to most people, I guess. And it's kind of weird that he's using like Papa and things like that to kind of make these arguments. Like Papa is like basically called like a Nazi, basically. So it's pretty kind of interesting. Like Jew, but he uses like Nazi ideology and stuff like this. If you're talking, I can't hear you, brother.
No, I'm just chewing on some food now.
Oh, no, you're good.
But yeah, yeah, his parents were in the deep state. This is what he says, Yarvin. So, so it's just very interesting. The Nick Land connection is very interesting. It's based on what Nick Land's philosophy actually represents. Right, obviously the libertarian angle, the libertarian Jewish thing is huge. I also covered 2 articles on my show that he wrote. One called Why I Am Not an Anti-Semite, and another titled Why I Am Not an White Nationalist. These are written by Yarvin.
Yeah. Well, what was the gist of those 2 things? Basically saying, like,
I mean, he could have summed it up in one sentence. I'm a Jew, but really weird.
But he's like, but I really need this Nazi energy to propel me into power. It's funny. It's like,
Right.
Like weird. Yeah. But there's a couple points that it comes up. I just want to I just wanted to show this because I think this guy does a good job of really summarizing a lot of the things that we talk about very briefly.
By his teens, he'd been absorbed into the Johns Hopkins study of mathematically precious youth, an incubator for America's future technocrats. His grandparents came out of an old Jewish communist tradition. His household was secular, academic, and politically liberal, but instead of inheriting their idealism, Yarvin inverted it. While his family believed in progress and equality, Yarvin saw only managerial decay. Act 2. When Yarvin began writing as Mencius Moldbug in the mid-2000s, he wasn't speaking to the general public. He was writing for a very specific audience, the rising aristocracy of Silicon Valley. His essays weren't polished manifestos. They were long, labyrinth-coded transmissions, half political philosophy, half forbidden scripture, designed to attract exactly the kind of mind that was already questioning democracy, bureaucracy, and the decaying American empire. Tech elites recognized themselves in his words. Yarvin would reference Lord of the Rings and Star Wars. He spoke their language. They lived in a world where meritocracy still functioned, where systems could be optimized, where bad code could be rewritten, and where hierarchy was not a moral evil, but a practical necessity.